Chapter 1. I am indeed foolish, truly. Rod stood before the balcony, gazing at the scene before him, conversing with himself. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld the distant sky, radiant and sunlit, with verdant mountains stretching endlessly. Yet, in his immediate surroundings, the sky was shrouded in gloom, a mysterious dark aura enveloping the ancient castle. Thick, ominous clouds swirled above, obscuring all sunlight. Surrounding the castle lay desolate hills, dotted with trees whose trunks were pitch black, their leaves long since fallen. A group of lean, hairless humanoid creatures with dog-like heads merrily scampered away, burdened with several large sacks. This was the Demon King's castle, the sole residence of the Demon King on the continent of Terra. He, Rod, was the Demon King. According to local folklore, the Demon King commanded 7 formidable generals, collectively known as the 7 Infernal Kings. Not only did they possess terrifying power, but each also led countless legions of demons and monstrous beings, ever poised to wreak havoc across the continent. Regrettably, Rod had yet to encounter any of the 7 generals. Could it be that he wished to evade them? Certainly not. The title of Demon King was one he had assumed merely 2 months prior before that. He was an ordinary laborer. One fateful day, a notification suddenly appeared on his phone. Would you like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Rod clicked no. To his astonishment, a new prompt emerged. Would you like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? Rod dismissed several such queries, until the next one unexpectedly morphed into, would you not like to become the Demon King? Yes or no? The moment he clicked no, he found himself transported to this place. Before him lay the barely breathing former Demon King, who seemed to have expired shortly after imparting the necessary lore. In essence, this world was governed by 2 primary factions, one comprised of orderly races such as humans, elves, and dwarves, and the other constituted by chaotic races like demons, orcs, and ratfolk, known as the Demon King's army. The Orderly Alliance was ruled by the Supreme Heavenly Council, while the Demon Army was under the dictatorship of the Demon King. While Rod's identity as the Demon King might sound impressive, the reality was starkly different. In centuries past, it indeed held great significance, but the tides of time had shifted. The turning point came 300 years ago during the War of Heaven. In that colossal conflict that engulfed all of Terra, the ultimate weapon of the Orderly faction, the hero, faced off against the preceding Demon King at the heart of the continent. The battle was cataclysmic, blotting out the sun and moon, even altering the landscape, leaving behind a terrifyingly deep chasm at the center of the land. Ultimately, the Demon King emerged victorious, slaying the hero, and the demon army surged forth, invading the interior regions unchecked. However, the Demon King also sustained grave injuries in that battle and succumbed a few years later. The title of Demon King is unique. It is not merely a matter of possessing immense power and authority. There are 2 pathways to inherit the title. Either the previous Demon King designates a successor directly, or, in the event of the Demon King's death, a successor is randomly chosen from among the Demon Kin. The previous Demon King perished too swiftly to designate a successor, leaving the title to a nondescript demon scholar. Typically, those who assume the title of Demon King gain formidable power, but such power comes with conditions. As the light casts a shadow, the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Thus, the strength of the Demon King is directly linked to that of the hero. The greater the Demon King, the stronger the hero, and vice versa. Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. For a full 3 centuries, no new hero had emerged from the Orderly faction. The absence of a hero, coupled with the mediocrity of the previous Demon King, rendered him incapable of commanding the demon legions. Were it not for the continued existence of the title Demon King and the balance of power among the 7 generals, this Demon King would have perished long ago. However, as time passed, those generals gradually departed the Demon King's castle, establishing their own domains. Though nominally still subordinates of the Demon King, they fought their own battles. 300 years had elapsed, and the newly appointed Demon King, a mere scholar lacking power, found his lifespan dwindling. With no desire to pass the throne to those generals, he resolved to summon an individual from another world to assume the mantle of Demon King. Rod was that unfortunate soul. "I am indeed foolish, truly." Rod repeated the phrase to himself, sighed, and turned to re-enter the castle. As he traversed the corridor, he encountered a swaying skeleton and greeted it. "Good morning, Skull." Unfortunately, the entity offered no response, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Skull was the moniker Rod had assigned to this collection of undead originally. Each possessed a unique name, but he soon realized he could not distinguish one from another, hence the uniform designation. In the vast expanse of the Demon King's castle, he was the sole occupant, accompanied only by mindless undead, whom he could control solely through necromantic spells. When he first arrived, the sight of these undead had startled him several times, yet he had since grown accustomed to their presence. The treasures amassed over generations by the Demon Kings had been pilfered by the generals, leaving behind only discarded relics and scrap metal. Coupled with the castle's dismal atmosphere, one could only wonder which Demon King had suffered a blow to the head, fearing others might not recognize this as the lair of violence and almost perpetual cloud of darkness had been cast over the entire castle and its surroundings, depriving the area of sunlight throughout the year. The atmosphere was indeed well-crafted, yet the environment was uncomfortable, dark, and damp, driving away even the monsters, who subsequently vacated the premises. Only mindless undead remained. Fortunately, over the years, some resourceful individuals had devised a solution to the food scarcity. They cultivated a plethora of edible crops suited to the dim environment, primarily various mushrooms of all flavors and shapes, ensuring Rod would not be the first Demon King to perish of starvation. Moreover, the previous Demon King had been diligent. Rod inherited his mushroom garden, yielding satisfactory harvests daily. Speaking of which, during his initial encounters with these mushrooms, Rod had spotted dancing little figures, but after a few meals, he experienced no further oddities. Indeed, the body of a Demon King possessed remarkable adaptability. It even bestowed upon him a unique talent: poison resistance, a certain resilience to toxins. And upon arriving here, he discovered an attributes panel, though it was generally of little use, causing Rod to nearly forget its existence. Rod, the Demon King. Race, Demon King. Level 1. Strength, 480. Agility, 510. Stamina, 450. Endurance, 460. Magic, 500. Talents, Demon King, Chaotic Adaptation, Dark Aura, Poison Resistance. The first 3 talents he possessed upon arrival, with Chaotic Adaptation being a universal trait among chaotic races. Chaotic Adaptation, an extraordinary ability to adjust to any environment. Demon King and Dark Aura were exclusive talents of the Demon King. Demon King, you wield power sufficient to rival that of a hero and dispel the light. Dark Aura, you appear exceedingly dark. What does it mean to appear exceedingly dark? Since the emergence of produce and the absence of guardians, various lingering monsters have begun to pilfer or raid the food supplies, such as the group of dog-headed creatures Rod had just observed freshly emerged from their own warehouse. Gazing at the smashed warehouse door before him, Rod let out a long sigh. He had thought he had hidden his provisions securely, yet these dog-headed creatures had remarkably keen noses. Their numbers increased with each visit. If this continued, he would soon find himself bereft of sustenance. "I suspect they'll return tomorrow. I must devise a strategy to deal with them," Rod muttered to himself as he stepped inside to assess his losses. This space had once been a bedroom, the original furnishings still intact. Since Rod had hastily relocated these mushrooms, he had not examined the room closely before. Now, upon closer inspection, he noted that the decor was quite luxurious. The previous occupant must have been a relatively high-ranking demon. As Rod bent down to gather the scattered remnants of mushrooms, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer beneath the bed. It was an ancient tome, its metallic cover intricately adorned with various elaborate patterns. Amidst the array of designs, a few words were inscribed. Rod strained to decipher them using the rudimentary demon language he had recently learned. Book of Chaos? Chaos Compendium? Chaos Compendium? What could it possibly do? Instinctively sensing the book's significance as a Demon King, Rod pondered for a moment before abruptly lifting the book above his head. Ding! Chaos Compendium System successfully bound. Silence enveloped the room. He had provided the sound effects himself. Regrettably, the anticipated voice did not materialize. Avada Kedavra, Yerabaha, glory to the dark god. Expand. Regrettably, it appears that the voice activation feature is not functioning, as there is no response whatsoever. Moreover, considering his age, he felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling his earlier antics, even though he was alone. Rod placed the book aside, deciding to first organize the mushrooms before anything else. However, upon attempting to organize, he was met with an unwelcome surprise. Damn it! The salt has been completely taken, not a grain left. Salt is a seasoning made from a crop known as salty mushrooms, which are dried and ground into powder to impart essential flavor. But given the weather in the Demon King's castle, drying is out of the question. It relies entirely on air drying, rendering salt exceedingly scarce. On the balcony of Rod's room, a row of salty mushrooms still hung to dry. The absence of salt now meant that Rod would have to endure tasteless meals for an indefinite period. You scoundrels! I shall remember this grudge. Later that evening, after dinner, at the pinnacle of the pitch-black Demon King's castle, a faint glow emanated from a window. Having just consumed a flavorless dish of boiled mushrooms, Rod's frustration had reached its zenith. One may endure poor living conditions, but one must not suffer unsatisfactory meals. He needed to devise a plan to deal with those goblins. Currently, the most promising solution lay within this newly discovered tome, Chaos Compendium. Under the illumination of his room's light, Rod casually flipped through the hefty book, with a notebook beside him containing notes he had taken while self-studying the demon language using texts left by the former Demon King. Unfortunately, the notebook was entirely blank. As he leafed backward through the pages, he found them all devoid of writing. It was only when a piece of paper fell out from the book that he encountered a line inscribed in the demon language. I am utterly useless. Rod struggled to decipher the text, piecing together the meaning through trial and error, ultimately forming a coherent sentence. The demon treasure he had sought for years was nothing remarkable. It could only control low-level monsters. Useless. Utterly useless. Chlorisvalg. Chlorisvalg? I recall that name. Rod sprang from his chair, hastening to the bookshelf to retrieve a volume. My Later Years, authored by Chlorisvalg. Chlorisvalg was a demon king from many years ago, and this book narrates his tale of losing confidence after being defeated but spared by a hero, subsequently abdicating his title and wandering the world alone. Rod skimmed through the memoirs of this demon king. Though he understood little, he sought the keywords Chaos Compendium to translate the relevant context. Thus, the night passed in this manner. By the time Rod set the book down, the sun had once again begun to rise on the distant horizon, and his notebook was densely filled with notes. At last, he comprehended the essence of this tome. In summary, according to demon lore, this book could command countless legions. To vanquish the hero, Chlorisvalg embarked on a quest to locate this lost demon artifact, and indeed he found it. However, upon acquiring it, he discovered that the artifact was far less effective than the legend suggested. It required defeating monsters before they could be captured in the compendium, and those of higher strength could not be contained. Summoning them again demanded considerable magical power, rendering it quite impractical. Notably, it allowed for the enhancement of captured monsters' abilities and the fusion of different creatures. Yet after such arduous efforts, the resultant monsters were merely adequate in strength, prompting him to release all the creatures recorded within the book and allow them to fend for themselves. Yet, the term adequate was relative to Chlorisvalg himself. For instance, the infamous and fearsome creature Chimera was one of the creations from this compendium, a beast capable of annihilating an entire squad of fully armed knights. For Rod, this clearly presented a pathway to enhance his own capabilities. Moreover, possessing controllable monsters would at least deter those goblins from pilfering at their leisure. The sole dilemma remained. Where could he find monsters he could defeat? It seems there truly is a possibility. With this thought, Rod, having endured a sleepless night, felt invigorated and, clutching the book, pushed open the door to venture out. He located the undead skeleton soldier in the corridor, known as Skull. These skeleton soldiers were not particularly formidable, weaker than an average adult male. Yet Rod would not dare approach them if that were all. The primary concern lay in the fact that these skeletons lacked intelligence, attacking only the living forces of order, rendering Rod, as a demon king, invisible to them. The first time he encountered these undead beings, he had been frightened in a shattering one, and throughout the encounter, the skeleton offered no resistance. It was unlikely they would do so now either. However, despite such reassurances, Rod still felt a twinge of nervousness that he set the chaotic tome aside, seized a decorative axe from the wall, raised it high, took a deep breath, and then brought it crashing down. Crack! The skull's cranium shattered, sending fragments flying, along with an arm. The skeletal soldier's body swayed precariously, appearing on the verge of disintegration. Hey, don't die. If you die, you won't be useful anymore. Rod hastily discarded the axe and grasped the metal book lying on the ground. He had understood the purpose of this treasure when perusing the memoirs of Valj. Rod swiftly opened the first page, directed it towards the skull, and instinctively infused his magical energy into it. Come forth. His internal magic was siphoned away, manifesting as a complex array of intricate runes with a black background and white borders, swirling around the skeletal soldier. Subsequently, the skeletal soldier's body was rapidly disassembled, enveloped by the runes and drawn onto the book's pages. Upon inspecting the page, Rod discovered an illustration of the skeletal soldier at the top, accompanied by demonic script below. Skull, low-tier undead race. Undead level. 3 strength, 40 agility, 22 stamina, 37 endurance, 89 magic, 0 talent. Undead. Soul devourer undead. Undead beings cannot truly perish. Soul devourer. Undead beings deprived of their souls yearn for pure souls. The attributes of the skull were indeed low, significantly inferior to Rod's own. Moreover, with his magic drained, Rod felt a wave of emptiness within him, akin to having sprinted 50 meters and then standing still to catch his breath, slowly regaining composure. However, this was not the time for leisurely respite. He turned the tome to the page featuring the skull and opened it before him. His magic was once again drawn from the tome, and the figure of the skull floated out from the page. Returning to its original form amidst the runes, the skull retained its vacant expression, scratching its head in confusion. Come here, Rod commanded, and the skull promptly scurried over to him with a series of clattering sounds. Go squat over there. The skull dashed to the indicated spot and crouched beside the wall. Pick up the axe. Chop that table. Jump to the Pure Land. The skull. No response whatsoever. All right. It seems that overly complex commands cannot be executed. But simple attack orders pose no issue. Thus, the next course of action is straightforward. With a bit of magic remaining, it should suffice to capture all the known undead within the Demon King's castle into the tome. Why did he specify known? Mainly because, despite being here for 2 to 3 months, Rod had yet to fully explore the entirety of the Demon King's castle, for instance, in the underground areas and dungeons. He sensed some terrifying entities lurking below. His life was still young, and he had no desire to meet his end here. Before long, Rod had successfully captured all the skeletal soldiers he was aware of into the tome, totaling 9. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the one he had shattered upon arrival had not fully perished. Shattered Bones low-tier undead race. Undead level. 2 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 41 endurance, 16 magic, 0 talent. Undead. Soul Devourer. The depiction in the tome showed a heap of bones sprawled on the ground, devoid of any offensive capability or mobility, yet still not dead. However, it was not entirely without purpose. Rod planned to experiment with the tome's second function, fusion. This function was simple, merging 2 creatures from the tome into one, with the outcome being random. Valj had previously attempted to fuse a human with a giant ape, yielding a fortunate result of a creature possessing an ape's arm, endowed with the strength of the giant ape and the intellect of a human. Conversely, a poor outcome resulted in an entity with intellect akin to that of a giant ape, but only marginally stronger than an average human. Ultimately, the result depended on fate. Rod was eager to see what might transpire from fusing this shattered bone with another intact skeletal soldier. The other material for fusion would be the skull he had captured earlier. It was not a matter of discarding the weak, but rather that the skull's base attributes were indeed the lowest among all the skeletal soldiers, aside from the shattered bones, with a sense that his magical energy still had some reserves. Rod wasted no time and commenced the fusion ritual. He first summoned the shattered bones and placed them aside, then turned the pages to the skull's illustration and infused it with magic. An abundance of runes manifested around the shattered bones, but simultaneously, Rod sensed something amiss. His magical energy was being drawn into the tome like a rushing stream. Oh no, this magic consumption. Before he could finish his thought, he fainted. Crash. Bang. The sounds jolted Rod awake. I thought I was going to die. He struggled to rise from the ground, his head still spinning, feeling as though the ground beneath him was swaying, requiring him to lean against the wall for support. The interior of the Demon King's castle was largely devoid of light, making it impossible to gauge the passage of time. How long have I been unconscious? Rod resolved that he must find an opportunity to install a clock in the castle. A large one at that. However, before he could steady himself, he noticed a hunched shadow approaching from the other end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, it was a dog-headed creature wielding a pitchfork. As soon as the dog-headed creature caught sight of Rod, it let out a shrill cry, brandishing its rusty pitchfork and charging at him. If struck by that thing, even if he survived, the accompanying tetanus would surely claim his life. In a flurry of panic, Rod sought something to defend himself with when his gaze was suddenly drawn to another figure standing silently to the side. Protect me. With this command, the figure raised its hand and swung with great force. Bang! It was as if a watermelon had been smashed. The dog-headed creature's grotesque head exploded before Rod, showering the ground with a variety of viscous substances. The headless body continued to stumble forward for a brief moment before collapsing face first. Where did this dog come from? Damn it! Rod cursed, exhaling a deep breath. After 2 months of acclimatization, his mental fortitude had improved significantly, far better than when he had slain the shattered bones and trembled with excitement for an extended period. It was only then that he had the time to examine his new magical entity. Skull low-tier undead race. Undead level. 5 strength. 82 agility. 30 stamina. 51 endurance. 93 magic. 0 talent. Undead. Soul Devourer. This was the result of fusing the skull and the shattered bones, with all attributes, particularly strength, experiencing a substantial enhancement, nearly doubling. Consequently, its level had also risen for the inhabitants of this world. Levels and attributes seemed to be a fundamental part of their understanding. Every living being possessed its own level and attributes. The hierarchy here does not merely signify the experience gained from slaying monsters. Rather, it resembles a classification of attribute values. Among the tomes collected by the Demon King, there appears to be one authored by a human scholar that delves into the study of attributes. Although Rod has yet to peruse it, visually, the newly amalgamated skeleton soldier stands taller than the original skull, its shattered bones transformed into a bone armor that lends a more robust appearance to its physique. Additionally, a second arm has sprouted from its left ribcage, with the forearm enveloped in a haphazard array of bones, resembling either a bone blade or a bone club. The dog-headed creature from earlier met its demise at the hands of this very club. With blood and brain matter oozing from the gaps in the fragmented bones, it seems that this fusion has proven quite successful. With no time for thorough examination, Rod summoned 3 more skeleton soldiers, ensuring his remaining magical energy was sufficient for adaptability. Before seizing the rusted trident left by the dog-headed creature and descending the stairs, the appearance of the dog-headed creature, coupled with the commotion emanating from below, indicated that numerous others had infiltrated the castle. Rod's current objective was to expel these intruders from his territory. Dog-headed creatures belong to the beast folk, distinct from the green-skinned Orcish brutes, though that distinction is of little importance for now. An adult dog-headed creature stands between 1 to 1.5 meters tall, possessing moderate strength but exhibiting agility and a degree of intelligence, excelling in group hunting tactics. While their individual combat prowess may not be formidable, they pose a significant threat to the average person. Thus, even when these dog-headed creatures previously pilfered from Rod's domain, he chose to overlook their antics, opting instead to conceal his provisions more effectively, as his own survival took precedence. Now, armed with countermeasures, Rod was prepared to teach these brigands a lesson. From his vantage point on the second-floor railing, he observed a dozen or so dog-headed creatures draped in tattered rags, wielding rudimentary weapons as they meandered through the side hall. The main hall still housed the corpse of the late Demon King, which Rod had not disturbed since his passing, thus dissuading the dog-headed creatures from approaching. Previously, Rod had attempted to stash some food near the old Demon King's remains, only to discover the next day that the mushrooms had sprouted legs and begun to skitter away, prompting him to abandon that strategy. It is worth noting that Rod believed the old Demon King's strength to be considerable, given that he had summoned Rod from another realm. However, as always, strength is relative. Primarily, Rod had yet to encounter other experts, leaving him uncertain of the old Demon King's standing in this world, at least until he attained comparable strength. Rod was unwilling to venture out recklessly. Returning to the matter at hand, although the dog-headed creatures possessed keen senses, they remained oblivious to Rod's presence. After careful observation, Rod issued commands to his skeleton soldiers. Point 2 were stationed at the exit, while he and another skeleton soldier secured the entrance to the interior. 2 additional skeletons were summoned to flank the main hall's entrance, prepared to cut off the retreat of the dog-headed creatures in their frantic bid for escape. The most powerful skull remained on the second floor, ready to descend and disrupt the gathering of dog-headed creatures once the other positions were established. With the overall plan meticulously laid out, Rod contemplated the scene, gritted his teeth, and summoned 2 more skeleton soldiers to join the skull in a surprise attack from above. Thus, 9 skeletons were now unleashed, leaving Rod's magical energy nearly depleted. Should danger arise, he would have to rely on self-preservation to bolster the combat capabilities of these skeleton soldiers. Rod instructed them to wield the decorative weapons adorning the walls: axes, hammers, and swords, albeit of poor quality and craftsmanship, with the better pieces long since pilfered. Nevertheless, in such dire circumstances, every little bit helped, especially considering the dog-headed creatures wielded weapons of similar caliber. With the plan firmly set, Rod gestured, and all the skeleton soldiers sprang into action, dispersing to their designated positions. The clamor of bones clashing against metal and flooring was significant, and the dog-headed creatures, with their acute senses, quickly became aware of the surrounding sounds. Many halted, casting wary glances while sniffing the air with heightened vigilance. However, the majority of the dog-headed creatures paid little heed, for they were no strangers to this castle, aware that some skeletons roamed about, appearing daft and harmless. Perhaps due to Rod's innate talent for stealth, they remained unaware of his presence. The skeleton soldiers silently sealed off all exits from the side hall. Rod held the Chaos Grimoire in his hands, using his will to issue commands to all the skeleton soldiers that in the next moment, the skull and 2 axe-wielding skeletons charged down the staircase from the second floor. Rod had contemplated allowing them to leap directly, which would indeed convey an imposing presence. However, given the porous nature of their skeletal forms, he feared they might crumble upon impact before their foes could strike. The dog-headed creatures immediately spotted the trio of skeletons, causing a chaotic uproar among them. Had a more robust creature appeared, the hunger might have spurred them into a desperate fight, but faced with the ancient bones that had lain dormant for centuries, the dog-headed creatures were understandably reluctant to engage. Defeat meant death, and victory might result in injury, leaving them vulnerable to being devoured by other monsters. Even if they emerged unscathed, expending energy in such a futile battle was ill-advised. For these rapidly metabolizing creatures, each hunting venture or skirmish was a gamble. Either they would feast or face starvation. Should they fail in their hunt, the residual energy would hinder any subsequent attempts, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of their own kind. Thus, upon encountering the threat, the dog-headed creatures opted for flight, clutching their meager spoils as they raced for the exit. That moment, the 2 skeleton soldiers stationed at the door surged forward, weapons drawn, and swiftly dispatched the foremost dog-headed creature. The ensuing spray of blood and the accompanying scent of carnage sent the remaining starving dog-headed creatures into a frenzy. They lunged toward the 2 skeletons and the fallen corpse. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Rod abandoned any notions of a tactical encirclement and immediately commanded all skeletons to converge, seizing the opportunity to eliminate as many as possible amidst the chaos. The more dog-headed creatures that fell, the more disarray would ensue among the survivors, ultimately favoring Rod's position. The skull towered over the dog-headed creatures, nearly double their height, as it strode boldly into the throng, swinging its bone club to send one flying, then using its sharp boned spines to eviscerate another. The other skeleton soldiers joined the fray, indiscriminately striking with their makeshift weapons, though these decorative arms lacked significant power. They were more akin to bludgeoning than slicing. Despite their gaunt appearances, the skeletons possessed surprising strength, eliciting yelps from the dog-headed creatures. Rod, clutching the trident, maintained a safe distance, mindful of the dangers of melee combat. Suddenly, he sensed rapid footsteps approaching from behind and swiftly leapt aside as a spear thrust where he had just stood. The dog-headed creature wielding the spear lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Rod raised the trident and brought it down with force, akin to a battering ram. Bang! The blunt end of the axe struck the creature's head directly. It did not smash the skull as it would have with a clean blow, but it rendered the dog-headed monstrosity dazed and disoriented, unable to rise. Rod dared not linger. He swiftly turned his head to confirm that no other dog-headed creatures were approaching from different directions before delivering several more blows until the creature was utterly obliterated. He realized that there were likely other foes lurking in the castle, and he needed to exercise greater caution. With the immediate threat neutralized, the skeletal soldiers had also managed to subdue the remaining dog-headed creatures. Under Rod's command, the skeletons formed a circle, encircling the remaining dog-headed beings, who were battered and bruised, with severed limbs strewn about. However, the skeletal warriors were not without their own losses. 3 had been shattered and lay on the ground, while the others had suffered injuries as well. Time was of the essence. The current weakened state of the dog-headed creatures presented an opportune moment to secure them within his tome. He raised the Tome of Chaos, directing it toward the remaining creatures, channeling his magical energy to capture them. The captured entities would resist, but upon failing, they would be ensnared within the tome. After enduring a thorough beating, these dog-headed beings not only lacked the strength to resist, but also the will to do so, and they were effortlessly absorbed into the tome. Dog-headed creature race. Beastman level, 2 strength, 36 agility, 77 stamina, 43 endurance, 25 magic, 0 talent. Tracking aside from agility, their attributes were inferior even to those of the skeletons. Just as he was about to capture the other dog-headed creatures, an idea suddenly struck Rod. This time, he aimed to secure all the dog-headed beings. Instantly, runes composed of magical energy enveloped all the remaining dog-headed creatures, transforming into motes of light as they entered the tome. Dog-headed assault unit race. Beastman level, 8 strength, 38 agility, 89 stamina, 40 endurance, 23 magic, 0 talent. Tracking, pack tactics tracking. Dog-headed creatures possess an acute sense of smell, enabling them to follow faint scents in the air. Pack tactics. Dog-headed creatures operate in groups, collaborating with one another. The illustration within the tome depicted a group of fearsome dog-headed creatures brandishing various weapons, their injuries still visible. Rod was astonished that it was indeed possible to capture such creatures within a tome. Each time an entity was absorbed or released from the tome, it consumed magical energy, and releasing them one by one was time-consuming. Thus, he had wished to test whether an entire group of similar creatures could be captured in one go, and to his surprise, it worked. Furthermore, it appeared that the collective level of these units was displayed as a total, while their attributes seemed to reflect averages. Perhaps the talents were also part of the level assessment. He decided to set aside these ponderings for now, focusing instead on eliminating potential threats. He released a single dog-headed creature, commanding it to lead the skeletal soldiers and tracking down others within the castle. The creatures captured in the tome retained their original consciousness but became unwaveringly loyal to their master. Such a twisted capability was indeed a treasure of the demon race. With an insider, locating the other dog-headed beings became a trivial task. Those scattered creatures, already isolated, stood no chance against Rod's coordinated assault. Rather than wasting time and energy capturing them individually, he opted to eliminate them all swiftly. By the time the last foe fell, Rod found himself utterly exhausted. Both his stamina and magical energy were depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower to prevent himself from collapsing into slumber. After recalling the dog-headed creature still gnawing on the remains of its fallen comrades into the tome and ordering the skeletal soldiers to remain on standby, he returned to his chamber and collapsed into a deep sleep. Before succumbing to slumber, he contemplated how to utilize the Tome of Chaos. The night passed uneventfully. The following day dawned dreary and overcast. A faint light filtered through the window as Rod opened his eyes. The sleep had been so restorative that he briefly questioned whether the events of the previous day had been a mere dream. His hand roamed beside his head until it brushed against a textured metal object, jolting him into full awareness as he sat upright that it was no dream. He had indeed awakened to reality. He opened the tome, gazing at the pages filled with captured entities, letting out a sigh of relief. After spending such a long time in this world, he finally felt a glimmer of hope. Until now, his existence had been aimless. In this perilous place, any aggressive creature could easily claim his life. Though he was still alive, it felt akin to merely surviving, like a drifting leaf that would surely sink beneath the waves with a stronger tide. Now, he finally possessed the means to establish a foothold in this world. As for reclaiming the glory of the Demon Lord, that was not a concern for him at this moment. Think of challenging the 7 demon generals after merely defeating a pack of dog-headed creatures was not ambition. It was folly to so long as they did not come seeking him. All would be well. Standing by the window and surveying the bleak expanse of land, Rod resolved to undertake a task he had long contemplated, to deactivate the grand magical array that enveloped the Demon Lord's castle. This grand array was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, a mere band of dog-headed creatures would not have been able to invade so easily. It was simply a veil of dark energy surrounding the castle. Along with the ominous clouds overhead. In essence, it was a weather array. This array barred Rod from seeing the sun by day and the moon by night, causing incessant rain and a pervasive dampness throughout the castle. Moreover, it siphoned magical energy from the earth, leaving the surroundings barren. The wood Rod used for mushroom cultivation had to be sourced from outside the array, as the former Demon Lord had ventured beyond its reach to procure it. He had contemplated whether to deactivate the array before, but given that it served as a hallmark of the Demon Lord's castle, removing it would render the stronghold indistinguishable from any ordinary castle. So he ultimately refrained. Rod found it difficult to comprehend the previous Demon Lord's fixation on the concept of appearance if he intended to cultivate crops around the castle to improve his quality of life. He would have to shut down the magical array. His prior hesitation stemmed from the array being located within a hidden chamber beneath the castle. The last time he had ventured there, he had heard thunderous snores emanating from within, prompting him to retreat. One could not toy with one's own life. After all, the situation has changed. If all else fails, one could let the monsters buy time while making their own escape. Although there remains an element of danger, Rod deems this risk worth taking. Rising from his slumber, he hastily consumed some tasteless roasted mushrooms, and then descended to the first level accompanied by the skeletal sentinels. The corpses of the goblins that had perished the previous day still lay scattered about. After some contemplation, he decided to release the goblin assault troops, allowing them to partake in a meal. These creatures of the wilderness inherently possess a tendency to resort to cannibalism, and though they would not perish from hunger while sealed within the compendium, they would not regain their strength without sustenance. Moreover, they bore injuries inflicted by the skeletal soldiers the day before. If they did not recover, they would lack combat effectiveness when next called upon. Unlike the skeletons, the goblins, even when subjugated, required nourishment, which was one of the reasons Rod resolved to expand his cultivation efforts. If he were to capture more monsters in the future, the meager harvest of mushrooms would surely prove insufficient. Fortunately, there were ample seeds left in the castle, many of which Rod had yet to decipher regarding their potential yields and required further study. In the past, the Demon Lord's castle and its surroundings were teeming with monsters. It was evident that relying solely on plundering human resources was untenable. There existed some capabilities for agriculture and animal husbandry. Yet due to the unpredictability of the monsters, self-sufficiency was often elusive. However, utilizing the chaotic compendium, whether it be the undead, goblins, or other creatures, all became sources of labor. The situation should be better than it was under the reign of the Demon Lord. Optimistically speaking, that was the case. Practical results would reveal the truth. Regardless, to cultivate anything, sunlight was essential. Thus, the grand magical array must be dismantled today. Rod, accompanied by several skeletal warriors, descended through a small door at the rear of the main hall into the basement. This area had long been abandoned, with cobwebs and various insects strewn about, alongside some diminutive monsters that thrived on the insects. These creatures were devoid of any combat prowess, and, upon hearing Rod's voice, scurried away, leaving no trace behind. Rod deemed it a waste of time to pursue them. Holding a torch, he walked amidst the skeletal soldiers, igniting the wall sconces as he proceeded. Before him lay a square, vacant chamber, flanked by 2 doors on either side. Of the 3 doors, only the one on the right could be opened directly. The left door required a circuitous route to the second basement level to access, while the central door necessitated a key found in a chest after navigating a mechanism unlocked by a fork in the path. After entering the left door, Rod was intimately familiar with this layout, as he had traversed it once before. Following the construction plans left behind, the key now resided in his pocket. He promptly used the key to unlock the central door, revealing another square chamber. This room was divided by iron bars, behind which lay a chest, while Rod found himself on a side flanked by two staircases, ascending and descending. Proceeding down the staircase on the right would lead to a sealed door, necessitating a key retrieved from a cabinet in a room on the ground level to unlock. Naturally, Rod had also procured this key in advance. This was merely the beginning. The original designer of this castle must have been afflicted by some folly. Doors that could be opened directly were stubbornly locked, requiring one to retrace their steps or venture to another location to acquire keys for access. It evoked a sense of reluctance to permit entry while simultaneously harboring a desire for it, a push-and-pull dynamic. Moreover, one well aware of the nature of keys and locks understands that with frequent usage, they become increasingly loose. Inserting them correctly demands not only force and angle, but also a modicum of experience. Thus, despite the door's proximity and the key's presence, this decrepit door, aged for centuries, still required considerable time to unlock. Furthermore, the map would sometimes present unexpected surprises, with an elevator suddenly leading straight to the surface, revealing the entrance one had just traversed. The upper sections of the castle bore a similar design, yet during the old demon lord's tenure, all doors had been left ajar, facilitating easier navigation, should all doors be closed and the keys returned to their original positions. Even Rod would require no less than half an hour to traverse from the castle's entrance to his chamber, but a newcomer attempting to navigate independently would likely wander for an entire day and night without finding their way out. Who, then, was the architect of this convoluted design? Upon arriving once more at a door, Rod could no longer contain his exasperation. Located just a door's length from where he had stood 10 minutes prior, this door would automatically close and lock itself if left unattended for a time, necessitating yet another roundabout journey to unlock it. However, having reached this point, he was finally approaching his destination. Continuing forward, he found a staircase descending, and upon rounding the corner, another staircase led to a mezzanine between the first and second underground levels, directly beneath the throne. According to the map, in the center of the magical array's icon was a symbol resembling the head of some beast. The magical array was situated here. Before Rod stood a grand door adorned with intricate patterns, and as he pressed against it, he could hear the resounding snores emanating from within. Last time, Rod had arrived at this juncture, only to turn back and never return. Now, revisiting the scene, he felt a twinge of nervousness. He took a few deep breaths to acclimate to the slightly damp, musty odor surrounding him before placing both hands against the imposing door and pushing forward. With a cacophonous creaking, the heavy door slowly swung open, a cloud of ancient dust swirling forth. Coughing and spitting in irritation, Rod waved away the dust that coated his face, feeling a degree of relief after expelling several mouthfuls of saliva onto the ground. However, he quickly realized that the thunderous snoring he had previously heard had ceased. In the darkness before him, a pair of crimson-slit pupils fixated intently upon him. When one thinks of the demon lord's castle, aside from the figure clad in pitch-black armor, what else comes to mind? Rod surmised there must be a fire-breathing dragon, possibly red or black in hue. The creature before him was a deep brown, yet its lizard-like head unmistakably belonged to a dragon. Rod scratched his head, locking eyes with the creature. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Without hesitation, Rod made his decision. Onward, he commanded the skeletal soldiers beside him before turning to flee. Regardless of the circumstances, this was not an enemy he should confront at present. Although the dragon appeared relatively small, its head comparable to that of an ox, it was still a dragon, should it unleash a breath of fire. He would find himself face to face with the old demon lord, demanding to know why such a monstrosity was lurking here. Was it an attempt to unsettle the minds of intruders? Before retreating, Rod thoughtfully left the skull at the door. Hoping to ensnare the dragon should it pursued, he quickly dashed around the corner, pressing himself against the wall, cautiously peeking out to observe the grand door. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, soon accompanied by the sound of creaking. It was evident that the dragon was relishing a meal. However, after a prolonged wait, no further sounds emerged. Was it settling down for another slumber? Rod consulted the compendium, noting that the pages of the 3 skeletal soldiers he had dispatched were now absent. signifying their irreversible demise. It seemed even the undead could not withstand the dragon's appetite. T, too, would undoubtedly fare no better than the undead. In the dragon's maw, he would likely last no more than half a second. Thus, the plan to remodel the demon lord's castle was shelved, and he prepared for a contingency. As Rod pondered this, he suddenly heard a prolonged roar. Roar. This sound lacked power, instead resembling a beckoning call. It bore no malice, even exuding a certain warmth. What was the meaning of this? Rod stroked his chin, pondering if the dragon sought to entice him closer, perhaps for a meal. Unfortunately, he was no dragon maiden. And he was certainly not a dragon enthusiast. He was not swayed by such tactics. Rod shook his head and turned to leave, only to be met with another prolonged call, imbued with an almost pleading tone. A sharp intake of breath escaped Rod as he scratched his head and stroked his chin. Damn it, if I don't go take a look, no one will be able to sleep soundly in the future. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot before striding toward the grand entrance. Soon, he found himself back at the doorway. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, he beheld the dragon's head still there. Gazing longingly at him that moment, he noticed a massive magical array on the ground, emanating a faint glow. The dragon was ensconced right in the center of this ethereal light. With the aid of the fire's glow, Rod finally discerned the astonishing sight before him. The creature's body was not particularly large, slightly exceeding that of a bear. It lay sprawled on the ground, resembling an oversized lizard. The pair of noticeably withered wings were pressed against its back, while its elongated neck stretched forward. The magical array encircled it, and remnants of what appeared to be consumed scraps lay scattered nearby. This dragon was likely not very old, and it seemed to have devolved into a beast dragon due to prolonged starvation. Scattered around were numerous fragments that, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to dragon eggs from the tomes he had read, albeit in varying colors, indicating that there were multiple eggs. Yet, only one dragon remained. The other eggs must have either been devoured before hatching or consumed shortly after emergence. This beast dragon was the core of the magical array. Upon noticing Rod's approach, the beast dragon appeared quite pleased and called out again. And Rod could even discern a semblance of a smile on its fearsome visage. It seemed to interpret Rod's earlier summoning of skeletal warriors as an act of feeding. Its calls indicated a desire for more sustenance. However, Rod had nothing substantial to offer. The skulls were crucial for combat and needed to be preserved. Yet, gazing at the beast dragon before him, an idea began to take shape in his mind. You can understand my words, correct? If so, please nod, he inquired. According to the records in the books, dragons possessed exceptional intelligence, with much knowledge embedded in their very genes. Even a malnourished beast dragon should be no exception. As anticipated, the beast dragon promptly nodded in response to Rod's inquiry. Excellent. Here is my proposal. Rod paused, carefully selecting his words. That I can release you and ensure you will no longer go hungry. But you must not resist what I am about to do. Is that agreeable? After speaking, Rod anxiously glanced at the beast dragon. His plan was straightforward: to catalog the beast dragon in his compendium. Any creature recorded within would find time suspended and enter a state of slumber, thus alleviating its hunger. Once Rod had ample provisions, he could either release it or allow it to hunt for itself, ensuring it would no longer suffer from starvation. More importantly, this would also dismantle the grand magical array, saving Rod considerable effort. It was a mutually beneficial proposal for both Rod and the beast dragon. Perhaps realizing this as well, or simply yearning for freedom, the beast dragon nodded without hesitation. Very well. But be cautious not to resist, Rod cautioned as he opened the pages of the chaotic compendium before him. As the chaotic compendium closed, the beast dragon vanished from sight, with its core gone. The runes that constituted the magical array began to crumble and soon disappeared altogether. The beast dragon had been successfully recorded within the compendium. Beast dragon species, dragon level, 24 strength, 210 agility, 76 stamina, 453 endurance, 147 magical power, 165 talents. Beast dragon blood. Beast dragon scales, magical resistance, blade resistance, impact resistance, poison resistance, earth resistance, fire resistance, water resistance, wind resistance, light resistance, dark resistance, night vision, devolution, chaotic adaptation. Rod stared in awe at the attributes displayed before him. The sheer magnitude of the three-digit values, paired with the myriad of talents, left him speechless. This was a beast dragon that had already undergone devolution. One could only imagine the form a true dragon would take. Fortunately, a confrontation had been averted. Otherwise, he would have been utterly outmatched as for naming this beast dragon. He decided that once he had ample food to offer, he would allow it to feast before bestowing a name upon it, granting it a sense of involvement. Rod patted the cover of the compendium, muttering to himself. When Rod returned to the surface, the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, and the ground was still shrouded in darkness. The effects of the magical array's closure would not be felt immediately. However, the black mist enveloping the Demon King's castle was dissipating rapidly. Before long, the seeds carried by the wind would sprout in the soil surrounding the castle. Though the land had been barren for years, the remnants of countless battles fought here lay buried beneath, rendering the soil surprisingly fertile. A true black earth.it was merely the presence of the grand magical array that had drained the land of its magical energy, preventing even a blade of grass from sprouting. Magic, known as ether in scholarly circles, was the most crucial resource in this world, more vital even than air or water. The existence of any living being was inextricably linked to ether. Even the undead, rock golems, or elemental creatures were unaffected by the absence of air or water, but the loss of ether would lead to their instantaneous demise. Ether permeated all things, with magical energy merely being the portion of ether that could be manipulated. According to the tomes, a deficiency in ether would result in the death of a creature, while excess ether could lead to mutations. For orderly races, whose meticulous bodily structures made them resistant to drastic changes, the chaotic races endowed with chaotic adaptation often experienced physical transformations alongside the acquisition of immense power. Rod considered the former Demon Kings, each possessing bizarre transformation abilities that represented their true strength, as only those forms could accommodate their vast ether reserves. Will I, too, transform into a being with 3 eyes and 2 horns when I grow stronger? Rod mused, standing before the castle's entrance, contemplating this question for the time being. With the magical array dismantled, he had much to attend to. On one hand, he needed to select suitable crops for the season. On the other, he had to clear the land for cultivation. The optimal planting window was a mere few fleeting weeks, and time was of the essence. The season of agricultural labor was fast approaching. Meanwhile, approximately 20 kilometers away from the Demon King's castle, a famished horde of goblins, led by a larger goblin, trudged forward. Their destination was the castle, hidden within the expanse of black earth, which they could glimpse from the mountaintop. They were unaware of what lay ahead, but they knew one thing: food awaited them there. That was enough. Outside the Demon King's castle, the long-awaited sunlight illuminated the black earth, gazing upward from the castle gates. The various spiked adornments obscured any semblance of its former identity. It bore no resemblance to a place where a Demon King would reside. Yet, this was precisely the effect Rod desired. He still relished basking in the sun. Well, it's not too bad, he concluded. He nodded in satisfaction, grasping the hoe embedded in the earth, bending down to begin tilling the soil. Beside him, several skeletal warriors and goblins engaged in the same labor. Planting vegetables, of course, was more than merely scattering seeds. For the time being, fertilizers were not a concern, and the moat surrounding the castle could provide water. Thus, the first task was to find a patch of soft soil. Mounding was essential. The process of mounding involved heaping soil into raised ridges on the ground, where crops would be sown atop these mounds. In the event of rain, the water would accumulate in the furrows, draining away to prevent the crops from being submerged for prolonged periods, which could lead to rot. Simultaneously, some of the rainwater that could not escape would collect in the furrows, providing moisture for the crops atop the mounds. Furthermore, sufficiently thick and soft mounds would create an excellent growth environment for the subterranean portions of the plants, according to the records kept in the city. The climate in the realm of the demon race was not particularly favorable. The phenomena of droughts, harsh winters, and rainy seasons were quite intense. Hence, aside from mounding, constructing greenhouses and digging drainage ditches were also necessary. However, while the goblins were manageable, the skeletal warriors possessed rather limited faculties, rendering them incapable of such complex tasks. They could only assist in turning the soil, while the mounding had to be done by his own hands. It wasn't that he was unwilling to employ the goblins. Rather, the current food reserves were insufficient to sustain them, leaving only a single one to assist him. After all, at this nascent stage of his endeavors, it was incumbent upon him as the master to bear the burdens. Speaking of which, he recalled reading about magical creatures resembling large earthworms that could aid in tilling the soil. A.S. Rod pondered the feasibility of capturing more magical beings for labor. The goblin at the forefront suddenly turned its gaze toward the distance, barking. Rod sensed the goblin's hostility. What was approaching? He immediately set down the hoe, signaling the skeletal warriors and goblins to retreat back to the castle. Then took the lift to the castle's uppermost level. Standing on the expansive balcony, he surveyed the horizon, where the almost barren black earth lay before him. In such an environment, the group of goblins advancing slowly toward his position stood out starkly. How many of them were there? Observing the large cluster of gray-brown, uninvited guests, Rod rested his chin in his hand, troubled. According to the records in the book, goblins typically traveled in small groups of 3 to 5, with the largest groups numbering around 20, so their numbers should not be excessive. However, this horde of goblins was conservatively estimated to be 300 to 400 strong, reaching the population of a more socially advanced subspecies known as hyena men. Regardless of the reasons behind this anomaly, these 300 to 400 goblins were certainly not a figment of his imagination, while he could muster only about 30 or 40 at most. The discrepancy in numbers was staggering. The proverb 10 surround 1 was not meant to be applied in this manner. Had it been yesterday, he would have likely had to roll up his bedding and flee or raise the drawbridge to retreat. However, today was different. Rod stroked his chin and commanded the skeletal warriors, "Close the side gates and open the main gate. Let them in." The Demon King's castle was not designed like typical fortresses. Towering high, after crossing the drawbridge over the moat, one would encounter a gate leading directly to the courtyard before the main hall, flanked by side doors. Proceeding further through a corridor led to the hall of the Old Demon King, which Rod usually kept closed to prevent the Old King's magical energy from spilling out and causing disturbances. Now, however, in need of a sufficiently large space, the expansive courtyard before the main hall was the optimal area. The skeletal warriors immediately sprang into action. Previously, Rod had opened all the main gates of the castle for ventilation and dehumidification. Now, he began to close them one by one. Before long, the magnificent Demon King's castle was left with only the main gate wide open. The colossal gate resembling the teeth of a great beast, poised to devour any audacious intruders. Meanwhile, Rod transported the leftover goblin meat he had previously slain into the courtyard, awaiting the inevitable. Before long, the gaggle of goblins arrived at the castle's entrance. Goblins were among the most widely distributed beast folk on the continent, their status akin to that of gremlins or goblins among the orcs. This omnivorous magical creature excelled at group hunting, often scavenging the remains left by larger predators. Possessing keen senses, they could be trained by more intelligent magical beings to serve as hunting tools or pets. It was precisely because of their resemblance to the dogs trained by humans that they garnered the name goblins. After all, outwardly, the goblins' pointed snouts and erect ears bore a closer resemblance to foxes, while their sparse brown fur resembled that of small primates. At this moment, the ravenous goblin horde, relying on their acute sense of smell, caught wind of the scent of blood and flesh wafting from the grand door. And without hesitation, they surged forward into the entrance, regardless of the castle's dubious nature. The leading goblin, clearly possessing higher intelligence than the others, hesitated to approach the castle at first, but even as the leader, it could not restrain the entire clan's actions. After much deliberation, it ultimately succumbed to its craving for flesh and followed the rest into the castle's entrance. Once the goblins laid eyes on the fresh meat laid out on the ground, they eagerly dashed through the passage beyond the door, oblivious to the two skeletal warriors dropping down from the chandelier. Their bodies shattered upon impact but swiftly reassembled, wobbling toward the entrance to pull the lever that closed the gate. It was only then that the goblin leader noticed the anomaly behind it, but it was too late. The massive gate crashed down, sealing off their escape route. Simultaneously, Rod, standing on the balcony of the courtyard's second floor, opened the grimoire. The moment to satiate your hunger had arrived. Magical runes materialized, and soon, a colossal form emerged from the magical array, landing heavily in the courtyard. Boom! As it touched down, powerful dragon claws crushed several nearby goblins into a pulp. The remaining goblins, engrossed in their scramble for food, suddenly felt a primal fear resonating deep within their bloodlines. That a roar followed. Roar! Roar! The beast dragon's roar echoed throughout the castle. The immense dragon's might surged forth like a tsunami, and the mere presence of the apex predator was enough to send the goblins, who could only rely on hunting small creatures, into a quaking panic. The slaughter began. The bloodline of the dragon race carried the legacy of their combat prowess. Even confined within the magical array since birth, this beast dragon moved with the grace and efficiency of a seasoned warrior, wielding its claws, fangs, and tail as instruments of death, unleashing a storm of carnage. With each powerful stride, it tore apart multiple goblins, devouring them as if they were mere snacks. The vast majority of goblins fled in chaos, but the doors surrounding the courtyard had been tightly shut, sealing off their route of entry and leaving them with no avenue for escape. Only a handful of goblins mustered the courage to retaliate, yet their subpar weapons and feeble physical strength proved utterly incapable of penetrating the dragon's scales, let alone leaving a scratch upon them that moment. The beast dragon was simply indulging in its meal. Over 300 goblins were more than sufficient to fill its emptiness that had lingered for hundreds of years. Rod stood at a distance, observing the beast dragon's predatory behavior, marveling at its terrifying combat prowess even in its diminished state, and feeling fortunate that he had not become its adversary. However, he could not count on such luck in the future. He needed to find ways to enhance his own strength. Amidst the agonizing wails of the goblins, Rod found himself engrossed in contemplation regarding his future. In this realm, the path to self-improvement is rather straightforward. It is through rigorous training, whether it be running or high jumping, martial arts or meditation. Any form of exercise can enhance one's attributes. The extent of this enhancement is influenced by individual talent. For instance, if one possesses an affinity for magic, their magical prowess will likely increase more rapidly during relevant training, and the same principle applies to other attributes. Beyond the augmentation of attributes, a more crucial aspect lies in the development of skills. Abilities such as martial techniques, spells, and special skills do not directly reflect in one's level or attributes, yet they can significantly bolster combat prowess. For example, a level 5 ordinary individual, upon receiving specialized training and armed, may exhibit greater strength than an untrained level 10 monster. Attributes, abilities, weapons, and equipment, perhaps even items imbued with magical effects, collectively define a person's overall strength. To elevate one's power, it is imperative to discern where to commence this journey. Initially, it appears that the collection of the Demon King contains some tomes on training, which Rod had previously been unable to read due to his limited literacy. However, as he grows increasingly familiar with the language of the demon race, he can shift his focus slightly in that direction. Rod's immediate concern is to ascertain which path suits his development best. If he possesses greater aptitude for physical fitness, then a daily regimen of meditation would not be the most judicious course. Next comes the consideration of abilities, which should be addressed after the enhancement of attributes. Regarding weapons and equipment, to be frank, most valuable items in the Demon King's castle have already been claimed. The finest set of armor currently belongs to the old Demon King, tailored specifically for his physique, standing nearly 3 meters tall with 4 arms and a single horn. Rod would find it utterly unwearable. Should he acquire wealth in the future, perhaps he could venture to a nearby town to commission a set of armor. Yet, the question remains, where is the nearest town? Lastly, the magical artifact known as the Chaos Codex is undoubtedly the pinnacle of magical items. Yet such treasures are scarce. There remain numerous unexplored areas within the Demon King's territory, and he has only traversed the second level of the underground. It is conceivable that previous adventurers overlooked treasures akin to the Chaos Codex. Nonetheless, such treasures are fortuitous finds, not to be pursued with fervor. First and foremost, he must earnestly enhance his foundational attributes. Were Rod to choose for himself, a physical-based path relying on bodily prowess and combat skills would undoubtedly be a sound route. However, given that he has entered a world rife with magic, the ability to cast world-shattering forbidden spells also presents an enticing option. Imagine standing alone upon a desolate plain, facing an army, and with a mere gesture summoning a powerful spell from the heavens, reducing countless foes to ashes in an instant. A satisfied roar from the beast dragon abruptly shattered Rod's reverie. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the goblins in the courtyard had been nearly exterminated. Only a few stragglers remained, lacking the strength to resist. Among them stood a particularly large goblin, brandishing a spear towards the beast dragon. Injured and bloodied, it had yet to succumb. However, the beast dragon had already taken notice of it. Raising its paw, it prepared to deliver a crushing blow. "Wait, spare its life," Rod urgently called out. This peculiar creature, distinct from the others, might very well be an elite unit. it would be a shame to eliminate it outright. Capturing it for the codex could yield greater utility than the typical goblins. Upon hearing Rod's command, the beast dragon lowered its raised paw, opting instead to ensnare the goblin leader with its tail before tossing it aside. The goblin collided heavily with the wall and crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. The goblin's assault had been effortlessly thwarted by a devolved dragon, though the reason for this large gathering of goblins remained unclear. It had ultimately posed no significant threat. Not all had been consumed. The remaining 30 or so were cataloged by Rod in groups of 5, ensuring ease of access. Yet, the wounds inflicted by the stones, referring not to actual stones, but to what Rod had named the beast dragon, would require considerable time to heal within the codex. Previously, Rod had contemplated naming the beast dragon Bahamut, a name that exudes the essence of a formidable dragon. However, he reconsidered, opting instead for a more humble name, Stone, given its unremarkable appearance. Now, after its first satisfying meal in centuries, Stone was brimming with energy, frolicking about in exuberance. Rod found it impossible to summon it back. He could indeed command Stone's activities through the codex, but ultimately decided against it. The creature had not ventured out in centuries. Let it revel in its freedom for a while longer, and when hunger strikes, it would naturally return. With these thoughts, Rod closed the codex and turned towards the castle. Time passed thus. Upon Rod's arrival, the world was in the throes of winter. Now, after a considerable span, it was the season of spring blooms. A gentle breeze carried distant grass seeds, which had begun to take root in the once barren black soil. Merely a month after Rod had sealed the grand magic array, lush green grass had flourished across the ground. The restoration of the etheric environment breathed life into the surroundings of the Demon King's castle. At this moment, Rod stood outside the castle, supervising the goblins' labor while gathering freshly sprouted medicinal herbs from another patch of land. This particular herb, known as whiteling grass, is one of the demon race's commonly used remedies for healing wounds, after drying the freshly harvested whiteling grass under the sun to remove excess moisture. He collected it once more and placed it into a large cauldron, stirring it repeatedly to ensure even heating and moisture evaporation from the leaves, then extinguish the fire and allow it to cool. Before proceeding to the second stir-frying until no steam rises, once again, turn off the fire and cool it down for the third stir-fry until the leaves shrivel into strips and emit a refreshing fragrance, at which point it can be taken out and ground into powder. These powders, when applied externally, are remarkably effective for hemostasis and sterilization. When ingested, they can also bolster one's resistance. After all, Rod lives in a secluded area, far from human habitation, and should a sickness befall him, he must have some means of coping. Otherwise, it would be quite disgraceful for a formidable demon king to perish from a severe cold. Not far from the herb patch lies 2 vegetable plots, each approximately an acre in size. There, fast-growing crops are cultivated, with each plot assigned a dedicated goblin overseer responsible for daily watering. For instance, in the potato field, the caretaker is the previously recruited goblin chief, who, due to his tall stature and potato cultivation, has been aptly named Potato Fat Tiger. Potato Fat Tiger Goblin Chief Race. Beastman level, 6 strength, 51 agility, 89 stamina, 56 endurance, 33 magic, 10 talents. Tracking. Leadership adjacent to the cornfield is overseen by the first goblin Rod ever recruited, to whom he has given the name Corn Little Husband, a counterpart to Potato Fat Tiger. Corn Little Husband Goblin Race. Beastman level, 3 strength, 41 agility, 79 stamina, 46 endurance, 27 magic, 0 talents. Tracking perhaps due to having enough to eat. Little Husband's attributes have improved slightly since his arrival, and he has even leveled up. These 2 goblins are among the more intelligent of their kind, at least capable of wielding a hoe without ruining the crops. With an ample supply of goblins, the less astute skeleton soldiers have been assigned the task of guarding the gates. Beyond these 2 plots, there is also a section in the castle courtyard where fast-growing crops akin to cabbage and radishes are cultivated, personally tended to by Rod. These yield a harvest roughly every half-month, and along with mushrooms, serve as the primary food source in the Demon King's castle. However, to be frank, there are only a few mouths to feed in the castle at present. Aside from Rod himself, there are Potato Fat Tiger, Little Husband, and Stone. Yes, where has Stone wandered off to? Rod straightened up, tossed the herbs into a basket, clapped his hands, and surveyed his surroundings. since releasing Stone a few days ago. Rod has realized that it is unnecessary to prepare food specifically for it. Its hunting range is vast, often venturing beyond the former black zones to hunt, ensuring it is well fed, and sometimes even bringing back additional food for others in the castle. Just as he thought of Stone, he spotted a gray-brown figure clattering towards him from a distance. Who else could it be? Yet, he wondered what it had consumed outside, as its mouth was stained with blood, and its fur was splattered as well. Seeing it approach the castle joyfully, Rod immediately called out to it. "Stop!" Stone halted mid-stride, reluctantly turning back. Rod pointed towards the moat. "Come here, wash yourself off before entering." Although he could not clean the entire castle, Rod made it a point to regularly tidy up the areas he frequented, ensuring that Stone did not track blood everywhere. Just as Rod led Stone towards the river, he suddenly noticed something drifting upstream. "What is that?" Rod squinted, observing the form.is at a person. Meanwhile, in the northeastern part of Terra Continent, in the capital of the Iron Kingdom, Platinum City, within the palace, a soldier hurriedly traversed the corridor. Halting before an ornately decorated door, after taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Report." Entered. A somewhat hoarse voice responded from within, prompting the soldier to push the door open. The room resembled a study, sunlight streaming through the windows. Illuminating the space, an elderly man clad in a white robe with golden trim sat at a desk, his gaze fixed upon a book before him. Catching a glimpse of the soldier preparing to kneel, he spoke in a calm tone. "Speak quickly, that I hope you bring good news." The soldier hesitated before stammering, "Your Majesty, the general has conveyed news that the hero has been slain." "Oh." The old king raised his eyebrows, glancing at the soldier and the body. "This." The old king's tone grew more severe. "The general states it is still being searched for." Noticing the king's displeasure, the soldier quickly added, "At the time, the hero was gravely injured and fell from a cliff. Although there is a river below, survival seems impossible. That I do not require your conjectures." The old king closed the book, causing the soldier to tremble slightly. "Tell the general that, regardless of the circumstances, a corpse must be produced. The hero is the source of calamity. The peace of the alliance for 300 years must not be shattered." Yes, Tina Priestley had a dream. She dreamt that she was suddenly chosen to be the hero, and her swordsmanship instructor personally led an army to hunt her down, ultimately cornering her at the edge of a cliff. By that point, she was utterly exhausted, struggling to contend with the seasoned warrior before her. And her subordinates suddenly betrayed her, leading her to helplessly plunge from the cliff. It was not a dream. Tina opened her eyes. The excruciating pain radiating from her body made her acutely aware that the despairing experience was not merely a figment of her imagination. The surroundings appeared to be the residence of a wealthy individual, meticulously furnished, yet devoid of any ostentatious decorations. "Where am I? Am I not dead?" She pushed against the bed frame in an attempt to sit up, but pulled at the wound in her abdomen, causing her to break into a cold sweat. "Don't move. The wound will reopen." A voice called from the doorway, and Tina struggled to turn her head, spotting a young man in robes standing at the entrance. Carrying a tray, the young man approached quickly, placing the tray aside before sitting down at the edge of the bed. Tina noticed that it held towels, gauze, and powdered herbs. She glanced down at her wound. "Did you save me? I saw you drifting down from upstream, and initially thought you had already perished." The speaker was Rod. He had been preparing to give Stone a bath when he noticed the woman floating in the river, prompting him to send Stone to retrieve her ashore. After confirming she still had breath, he promptly administered first aid and bandaged her wounds. Who would have thought that the first aid lessons learned in a previous life would prove useful here and actually save a life? "Thank you very much," Tina murmured, nodding gently to him. "My name is Tina. Tina Priestley. I am Rod." Rod chuckled. Having been in this place for some time, Tina was the only person he had encountered capable of conversation aside from the old Demon King, which brought him immense joy. Not to mention, Tina's beauty was quite remarkable. She was not the traditional type with large eyes and a pointed chin. If Rod were to describe her, he would say she was exquisite. Her features were perfectly balanced, exuding a subtle air of heroism. While tending to her wounds, Rod also noticed the calluses on her palms, indicating that she was not a pampered lady, but rather a warrior. Regardless, encountering a beautiful maiden in this place was undoubtedly uplifting. However, judging by her appearance, Tina was likely human, and her identity could not be disclosed, though he was uncertain how she had ended up here. The Order and Chaos races had been at odds for millennia. Meanwhile, Tina regarded the man before her, secretly contemplating. The hero is a sinner of the Order Alliance. Although this is not my intention, it is best not to reveal it. I cannot tell him that I am the hero, that I cannot let her know that I am the Demon King. As the two individuals simultaneously exchanged a smile. They inexplicably nodded at each other. By the way, I am here to change your bandages. Rod suddenly recalled something, casting an awkward glance at the young girl before him. You understand that the situation was urgent at that time, right? Upon hearing this, Tina seemed to recollect something, her cheeks flushing slightly. It's nothing. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Tina's recovery abilities were remarkably strong. After lying in bed for a day, she was able to walk the next day. Indeed, when he had rescued her, she had appeared as though she might succumb at any moment. In light of this, Rod could only attribute the reason to the generally robust constitution of the people in this world. After all, he had not encountered anyone else. By the third day, Tina had nearly fully recovered, and Rod could no longer confine her to her room. Moreover, he had other plans in mind. Rod knocked on her door, and upon receiving a response from within, he pushed the door open. He found Tina standing before the mirror, adjusting her attire. She had donned the armor she had been wearing when she had floated down the river, adorned with a crest that Rod did not recognize. Her long black hair was neatly tied at the back of her head, exuding simplicity and efficiency. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her silhouette with a radiant glow. Noticing Rod's entrance, Tina turned to him with a smile. "Good morning, Rod." "Good morning," he replied, then continued, "There are a few matters I must discuss with you. I am currently residing here temporarily. The true master of this castle is located in the Great Hall, but he prefers not to meet with anyone, so I urge you not to go to the Great Hall. As for the other inhabitants here, apart from myself, there is no cause for concern. You need not worry." In Tina's room, Rod reiterated the importance of not wandering around the castle. Otherwise, getting lost would be the least of her concerns. She might encounter some rather peculiar entities. "Other inhabitants?" Tina inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. She had yet to leave her room and was not particularly clear about her surroundings. She had only glimpsed the outside through the window, realizing that she was in a castle situated deep within the mountains. However, in the past couple of days, she had indeed not heard any other voices. Rod scratched his chin, then stepped out into the hallway, glancing back at Tina with a gesture. "In any case, you can walk, right? If so, then follow me." Tina was somewhat perplexed by Rod's mention of the other inhabitants being peculiar as a knight of the kingdom. She had encountered all manner of strange beings, had she not? Yet, as she stepped out alongside Rod, she turned to find a skull nearly pressed against her face. Tina instinctively threw a punch, sending the skull spinning 3 times on its neck before it drooped down. Then she watched as the skull raised its hand and reattached its head. This skeleton was even wearing a pair of floral shorts. "This is Skuld, who has been guarding your door for the past 3 days," Rod explained as he stepped forward. Although Skuld is an undead, his appearance is rather too bare, so to avoid any inappropriate impressions, Rod had rummaged through the old Demon King's room to find a pair of shorts for him to wear. Naturally, Skuld was not the only skeleton present at this moment, for additional skeleton soldiers lined up as they rounded the corner, each adorned in floral shorts of various colors, evoking feelings of summer and beaches. Rod did not neglect to introduce them. They are skeleton A, B, C, and D, but you need only remember them as I cannot tell them apart either. Ha ha ha. Tina, she had never anticipated that monsters would be guarding her door. As her mind swirled in confusion, Rod led her into the lift that descended to the lower level. "This is the room of the castle's master. Just be sure not to enter," Rod emphasized once more, pointing towards the grand hall's entrance. However, the door was tightly shut, and the key was in his possession, so it was not a significant issue. Shortly thereafter, they emerged outside. Upon entering the courtyard, Tina marveled at the grandeur of the castle. The pointed decoration struck her as somewhat odd. Then she caught sight of 2 dog-headed creatures, one tall and one short, one plump and one slender, puffing and panting as they climbed up from the moat, each carrying a bucket of water in hand and mouth. Ahead, a massive beast lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly basking in the sunlight. If she was not mistaken, was that a dragon? Just as Tina questioned her own eyes, Rod introduced, "The tall one is Fat Tiger, the short one is Little Husband, and that one over there." Rod pointed at a stone from a distance. "That one is Stone. They all reside here and can be considered my, subordinates." Tina was still processing the information. Is that a dragon? Yes, a beast dragon, Rod replied. Continuing his introduction, it seemed that upon noticing their approach, Stone immediately stood up, flapping its small wings as it hopped over to them. Squatting down and grinning foolishly, it has regressed, resembling a dog to some extent. Do not mind it. Rod tiptoed to pat Stone on the head as he spoke. He pondered whether it was wise to allow Stone to continue playing with Fat Tiger and Little Husband. Why is this dragon behaving like a dog? Meanwhile, Tina was still reeling from the shock, for she had truly never encountered anything like this before. Dragons were legendary beings. Since they were legends, they were not entities one could typically encounter. These mysterious, ancient beings preferred to remain undisturbed, and thus, wherever dragons resided, it was invariably in perilous places that ordinary folk could hardly access. Only the Holy Loose Empire, one of the Order Alliance's members, had ever made a pact with the dragon, allowing them to call upon the dragon's aid in times of national crisis. For the vast majority of people, the mere existence of dragons was akin to a fairy tale. Even a regressed beast dragon was not something an ordinary person could hope to behold. Tina found herself at a loss for words and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you a necromancer?" "No." Rod shook his head. "A beast tamer." "Not that either." "Then what?" You may call me Rod." He deliberated. "A Pokemon trainer." "Tina?" "Never mind. That is not important." Rod waved his hand dismissively. Adopting a serious demeanor. "I brought you out primarily to discuss an important matter." Tina too became serious. "Please, go on." Rod then gestured towards Fat Tiger and Little Husband. "Please look over there." Tina turned her gaze in that direction. Somewhat puzzled, "Do you see that patch of farmland?" Rod asked, drawing a branch from his pocket and beginning to sketch in the soil. "You see, young lady, this land is excellent. The ether is rich and fertile, yielding good produce. Do you remember the herbs I mentioned to you? They were all grown here. Look, right there. The yield is remarkably high." Rod pointed the branch towards the herb garden and continued, "Let me explain. This vast expanse of land belongs to the city and can be cultivated. My current idea is to plant crops, corn, potatoes, and vegetables. On this side, this section can be used for medicinal herbs, and if there is a chance in the future, we can process them for sale. On that mountain over there, devoid of trees, we can plant fruit trees, and behind this area, we can engage in animal husbandry. I have considered several suitable options for raising livestock here." Rod rambled on. But Tina was left bewildered. "Are you suggesting that?" "My point is, everything is ready, except for one thing." Rod squinted, raising a finger. "We lack investment." Only then did Tina grasp his meaning, a look of realization dawning upon her face. However, her expression quickly turned awkward. "But I am currently penniless." "That is not a problem at all." Rod clapped his hands, exuding confidence. "Although we lack money, we have our bodies." Tina took a step back. Rod spent quite a while explaining his thoughts to her, finally pulling her away from her fanciful musings to clarify his intentions. In essence, he proposed a partnership, two individuals embarking on a shared entrepreneurial venture. The current state of the castle was such that Rod could barely manage alone, but if he wished to progress further, he could not rely solely on himself. He had indeed contemplated abandoning everything and fleeing. But he knew nothing of the world outside, and his current capabilities were only sufficient to contend with goblins. Moreover, as a demon lord, he was unwelcome among both the demon and human factions. According to the records, there existed a spell called Insight that could unveil one's attributes. Should anyone use it on him and see the title demon lord glaring back, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain in this well-known, yet rarely visited demon lord's castle, to establish a stable foothold and enhance his power. Additionally, he required a military force capable of at least defending itself. Consequently, ensuring the army's logistics was paramount, and farming appeared to be the most grounded approach. What Rod lacked the most was a capable manager. The number of goblins could temporarily alleviate the labor shortage. But Rod could not handle it all by himself. Though Stone was clever, it was still merely a child's intellect. It was no use expecting it to manage the goblins. That moment, Tina arrived. After 3 centuries of solitude in this place, a visitor had finally come. How fortuitous! Rod could not let this opportunity slip away. He was determined to persuade her to stay, although the prospects of orchards and livestock were mere fantasies for now. If he wished to entice her into partnership, he had to present some semblance of a promising future. This was certainly not an empty promise. After finishing his explanation, Rod glanced nervously at Tina. Should she refuse to stay and insist on leaving, he would have no choice but to plead with her. After all, despite being a demon lord, he could not resort to coercing her. Little did he know that his proposal perfectly aligned with Tina's desires. It had only just dawned on her that the Order Alliance had not been devoid of heroes for 3 centuries. Rather, each hero that had emerged had been secretly eliminated by the various king's covert forces. She was still unclear about the king's motivations for such actions, but currently, she found herself hunted by the entire Order Alliance. With nowhere to turn in this vast world, the prospect of finding refuge in a single place was more than welcome to her. She felt a twinge of guilt about not being able to reveal her true identity to our OD'd. "It is a great honor to collaborate with you," she said, giving a slight bow in agreement. To which Rod quickly reciprocated with a courteous nod, his face alight with joy. He then gestured to Stone, saying, "Stone, go fetch more ingredients for tonight's feast." "Whoa." Stone howled with enthusiasm and dashed off. Watching Stone's jubilant retreat, Rod stroked his chin thoughtfully. He could no longer allow it to play with Fat Tiger and Little Husband. Now even its calls sounded like a dog's bark. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger and Little Husband, who were busy working nearby, seemed to have heard their names mentioned and looked at Rod with puzzled expressions. As night fell, Rod kindled a bonfire in the courtyard, roasting a massive bull-like creature. The size of a small car, which had been meticulously cleaned and prepared, he had marinated the beast with sauce beforehand, and as it cooked over the fire, the sizzling fat began to exude, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Given the considerable size of the creature, it was more economical to prepare different parts using various methods. For instance, the mutated mushrooms that had sprouted legs were perfect for stewing with beef brisket, while the meat from the creature's back was ideal for roasting. However, since Tina had just arrived, it was prudent to minimize the use of any potentially toxic spices and accompaniments until the first batch of detoxifying herbs was ready. Besides, with Stone joining the feast, Rod was disinclined to cook a meal specifically for a dragon. Did she have any idea how much it could consume? 80 pounds, that 1 acre of potatoes, once harvested, would be devoured by that dragon alone. With such an appetite, it would either have to learn to cook for itself or settle for roasted meat. Otherwise, it could always eat it raw. Stone was ecstatic about its first taste of cooked food. Clutching 2 ribs in its front claws while its tail curled around a perfectly roasted leg of beef, blissfully unaware that Rod had no intention of managing its meals in the future. Fat Tiger and Little Husband had eaten their fill and were now napping against Stone's belly. Meanwhile, Rod set aside part of the fire to boil a pot of beef offal soup. When Stone caught a whiff of the delicious aroma from the pot, it leaned in, its unfinished meal forgotten. Hey, this isn't for you," Rod exclaimed, raising a hand to press against Stone's mouth, trying to push it back. But with his meager strength of around 50, he stood no chance against Stone. Before he could summon any force, he found himself tumbling backward in a disheveled heap. He quickly recovered, springing to his feet. "All right, today you'll see who the real boss is." "Whoa." Stone joyfully lifted a leg and sent the drowsy Fat Tiger and Little Husband flying. Tina, seated nearby, maintained a far more graceful demeanor as she ate, delicately slicing small pieces with a knife and savoring each bite, unhurried and uncompetitive. Watching Rod tumble on a Stone's back to wrestle with it stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Just moments ago, she had been hunted by the nation she had sworn allegiance to, pursued by her revered mentor, and betrayed by trusted subordinates. Yet here she sat, in a tranquil moment, as if time itself had paused. It felt like a dream. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over her. What if Rod discovered her true identity? Would he cast her out? The combined rune of 3 identification runes was one of the 3 distinguishing runes. If at most one high-frequency ether was inputted, the output would be low-frequency ethered. In other words, within the library of the Demon Lord's castle, Rod was grappling with a tome, his head throbbing. Ever since forming a partnership with Tina and establishing a team, he had indeed liberated a significant portion of his time, allowing him to finally delve into his own matters. Among these, the most crucial was, of course, the issue of basic attributes. Rod, the Demon Lord race, Demon Lord level. For strength, 58-10 agility, 56-10 stamina, 55-10 endurance, 51-10 magic, 73-10 talent. Demon Lord. Chaos adaptation, dark aura, poison resistance. Uncertain of when it occurred, Rod discovered that the attribute values had unexpectedly increased by 10 points. He had yet to comprehend the significance of these enhancements. speculating they might be rewards for leveling up. Though he could not discern any such attributes on the stones, nevertheless, receiving boosts to his attributes was undoubtedly a positive development, allowing him to set aside any concerns for the time being. After a period of diligent training, Rod's overall attributes finally surpassed 50 points, reaching a level befitting an ordinary individual, while his base magical power exceeded 70 points. This clearly indicated Rod's greater aptitude for spells. With this realization, he resolved to focus his efforts on the arcane arts. However, he soon discovered that this path was fraught with challenges. The intricate relationships among various runes, spells, and the conversion of ether involved a complex logic that rivaled the mathematical concepts he had studied in his previous life. Much like mathematics, these spells followed a meticulous learning trajectory, progressing from the simplest tricks to the most challenging ten-ring and even transcendent spells, with each layer of logic intricately connected, leaving no room for shortcuts. One could only advance step by step. Rod's brief attempt at deciphering the four-ring spell runes evoked memories of his higher mathematics classes, nearly lulling him to sleep. That it was no wonder that the library contained so many spell books. Yet none had been borrowed. For the vast majority, comprehension was elusive, while those who understood no longer required these tomes. The cultivation of a legitimate spellcaster necessitated not only that students be willing to learn, but also that instructors possess the ability to teach, all while undergoing rigorous education from a young age to establish a solid foundation, paving the way to eventually be recognized as a mage. The old Demon King was such a mage. Though his talent was not particularly remarkable, achieving only near six-ring proficiency by the end of his life, he had begun studying spells from an early age, a path that, if taken by the latecomer Rod, would likely leave him unable to reach even half the old Demon King's level in his lifetime. However, Rod was not devoid of alternative options. There existed various spell-related professions beyond that of a mage. Professions, in essence, resembled validated pathways for skill development, forged through the blood, sweat, and tears of countless predecessors. While one need not strictly adhere to these established routes, those seeking to carve out a unique path must be prepared to lag behind others for a lifetime. After all, the founders of these professions were, without exception, rare geniuses of a century. Rod deemed his own talent rather mediocre and concluded that selecting from the existing professions would be prudent. There were numerous options, such as sorcerer, sage, monk, priest, magic warrior, and paladin. In fact, there were over a dozen recognized professions documented in the spellbooks, not to mention unaccredited casters like druids and shamans. However, each route bore distinct requirements. For instance, sorcerers adhered strictly to bloodline principles, relying solely on the inherited magic within their lineage. Dragonkin being a quintessential example of sorcerers, as for Rod's Demon King bloodline, records indicated that it could indeed be developed into sorcery, enabling him to cast a plethora of formidable spells without any formal instruction. Yet, this came with a prerequisite: a hero. Only a powerful hero could awaken the Demon King's bloodline, allowing one to reap its benefits. Presently, with no sign of a hero in sight, this avenue was unfeasible. The sage profession demanded an exceptionally high level of knowledge, rendering its learning curve even steeper than that of a mage. The monk, priest, and paladin professions were entirely aligned with the forces of order, making them incompatible with Rod's inclinations. After sifting through a multitude of professions, Rod ultimately settled on three that suited him best: the magic warrior, a fighter who simultaneously practiced both magic and martial arts, integrated spells into combat, enhancing himself through runes inscribed upon his body to unleash formidable power. That Rod's physical aptitude was commendable, making this a relatively safe choice. The abyssal sorcerer, a practitioner who fused their bloodline with abyssal creatures to gain power, represented a path of defiance against fate, albeit with considerable risks. One must first reach the abyss, survive there, and then merge with the abyssal entities. This option was not recommended unless one was desperately seeking power but constrained by their innate talent. Finally, the option that resonated most strongly with Rod was that of the summoner, a caster who communicated with souls and ether to summon elemental spirits, transcending mere spellcasting. Summoners had the unique ability to channel the power of elemental spirits, transforming themselves into embodiments of those elements. This profession also heavily relied on innate talent, necessitating the ability to communicate with elemental spirits. While reviewing the materials, Rod decided to meditate as per the instructions in the book. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a fireball dancing before him. It appeared that a choice had already been made. Fireball. A fireball the size of an apple arced through the air, precisely landing upon a dark tree trunk, subsequently exploding. Boom! The already fragile trunk was severed in two, with the remnants igniting fiercely under the intense heat, with a rush of exhilaration akin to sinking a basketball. Rod clenched his fist, signaling his success. He soon noticed Tina's bewildered gaze upon him, prompting an awkward cough as he feigned nonchalance. Ever since summoning the fire spirit, Rod had taken to casually casting fireballs, and the stones had grown accustomed to it. Yet, one must admit, who wouldn't he indulge in casting spells after mastering magic? Furthermore, practice was essential for any form of magic. Rod assured himself of this. 3 days had elapsed since his initial summoning of the fire spirit, and he had become increasingly adept at controlling the fire spirit to unleash spells. Summoners themselves did not manipulate ether to transform it into magic. Instead, they utilized elemental spirits as intermediaries, handing over the ether for them to release on their behalf. The advantage lay in the absence of the need to study a myriad of magical theories. Understanding how to communicate with elemental spirits sufficed. The drawback was that one could only cast those spells that the elemental spirits could perform, leaving no room for learning new spells that TO illustrate. If the fireball spell were likened to a program, mages would write the code themselves to achieve the fireball's effect, while summoners would directly utilize existing fireball code, thus saving substantial learning time but lacking flexibility. Mages could modify the original code to alter the fireball's properties, transforming it into fire arrows, chain flames, or larger fireballs. But if the fire spirit lacked such code, the summoner would be at a loss. It was a double-edged sword. Over the past few days, he had also attempted to summon other elemental spirits, ultimately discovering that while he could summon common elemental spirits, the most adaptable remained the fire and dark spirits. For instance, summoning a fire spirit to release a basic attack spell required approximately 2 points of magic power, whereas using a water spirit for the same spell necessitated 5 points. Clearly, utilizing a fire spirit was the more efficient choice. Additionally, Rod's daily tree explosions were not mere frivolity. The once blackened earth had once been home to numerous trees, yet these trees had languished in a near-lifeless state due to a lack of ether. Even now, they had not revived, and their branches resembled charred wood, so retaining them would only hinder future cultivation of various crops. Their greatest utility would likely be as firewood. However, the castle's woodpile was nearing capacity, rendering such quantities unnecessary. Thus, it would be prudent to remove these trees sooner rather than later. Beyond this area, Rod had dispatched 2 teams of goblins to procure wood from farther afield. This timber would be used to construct a fence, enclosing the vegetable plots to protect them from strange creatures that might damage the crops. In recent days, Rod had noticed an unusual increase in nearby monsters during his initial months in the Demon King's castle. Only that group of goblins had roamed nearby. Now, in just a couple of days, he had encountered several groups of monsters. The stones returned daily, their bellies full, bringing back a bounty of meat. Could it be that the great magical array was responsible for deterring monsters from approaching? Rod pondered and found it rather implausible. After all, the Demon King's castle was originally constructed as a dwelling for monsters. Establishing a magical barrier to prevent them from approaching seemed absurd. Previously, the absence of monsters was likely due to the lack of sustenance in the area. With no food chain to support them, naturally, no monsters would venture here. However, considering the current situation, there were only a few weeds on the ground, far from sufficient to entice monsters to make this place their home. Rod felt an unsettling premonition, and his instincts were usually quite accurate. Suddenly, a crucial question crossed his mind. Why? Indeed, had the kobolds come this way? Kobolds were notoriously prone to hunger, always gravitating towards areas abundant in food. Yet, apart from the mushrooms Rod had planted, there were scarcely even insects surrounding the Demon King's castle. Under normal circumstances, kobolds would not stray into this region. Moreover, given their relatively small population, it was improbable for them to form such a large group. Something extraordinary must have transpired, compelling them to undertake a mass migration, ultimately leading them to the Demon King's castle in search of sustenance. Following this line of thought, could the recent influx of monsters around the castle be similarly motivated? With this realization, Rod swiftly turned and dashed down the hillside towards the fields in the vegetable patch. Fat Tiger and Xiao Fu were concluding their day's labor, basking in the sun atop a pile of grass. When they suddenly heard hurried footsteps nearby and quickly scrambled to their feet, fearful of being accused of slacking off, Rod observed this sequence of actions with a bemused expression. Surely, he was not meant to be a heartless capitalist wielding a lantern. Was he? Despite his light-hearted complaints, Rod did not lose sight of his primary concern. What had compelled them to come here? Kobolds generally lacked the ability to speak human language. Rod had only acquired a few common phrases upon his summoning, and the kobold tongue was not among them. Nonetheless, both Fat Tiger and Xiao Fu could comprehend Rod's words. Upon hearing his inquiry, they began to yelp and gesticulate animatedly. Remarkably, Rod could even glean some meaning from their movements. Were they indicating that something was pursuing them? Fat Tiger excitedly waved both arms in affirmation. Rod rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. Whatever had instigated such a large-scale migration of monsters must surely pose a significant threat. Previously, the old Demon King had been present to protect the castle, but now, with only the frail and ailing remaining, Rod could not guarantee that danger would not encroach upon them. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the nature of the emerging problem. Remaining passive, waiting for intelligence to be delivered, was not an option. Rod resolved to take a trip to the nearest town to the Demon King's castle. Stone, Rod called, cupping his hands to form a horn. Before long, a grayish-brown sphere came rolling down from the opposite hill, kicking up a cloud of dust as it halted before Rod. The dust enveloped him, leaving his face covered in grime. "Go wash yourself first," Rod commanded. With a muffled sound, Stone curled into a ball and rolled off towards the riverbank, leaving a trail of mud on the ground. Perched atop Stone's back, Rod navigated through the dense jungle. This region lay beyond the Black Zone, known locally as the Shadow Cloud Mountains. To be precise, the Black Zone was situated within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, a name derived from the grand magical array established at the Demon King's castle, which caused persistent rain in the area. Such an act was akin to marking a large red dot on a map, signaling to others that a boss resided here, inviting them to come and engage in battle for loot. In the records of the old Demon King, although no heroes had ever appeared, there were always adventurer parties eager for fame, enduring countless hardships to confront him, though all had ultimately failed and caused considerable annoyance. Rod's urgency to deactivate the grand magical array stemmed partly from this reason. Without the ominous clouds overhead, locating the hidden Demon King's castle deep in the mountains would not be a trivial task, especially now that the Black Land was on the verge of losing its darkness. But I digress. Such a vast mountain range could not possibly be home solely to the old Demon King and his castle. Approximately half a day's journey from the Black Zone, there lay a town of gray stones, a settlement of the demon race, established 200 years prior. This town was founded by a group of demons seeking refuge from the ravages of war. And fearing the ominous clouds of the Demon King's castle, they settled in this moderate location, where they have since thrived. Interestingly, the safest area within the entirety of the demon realm was near the Demon King's castle. Outwardly, demons bore little distinction from humans, perhaps only appearing slightly taller regardless of gender. This was due to their nature as a chaotic race, possessing an innate adaptability that allowed their bodies to undergo changes due to ether. Rod had previously gazed upon this town from a distance, but had never ventured inside, primarily for safety concerns, as he was unfamiliar with the surroundings upon his arrival. Now that he had confirmed it to be an ordinary town, he felt little apprehension. The town was enclosed by wooden walls, with a single gate facing away from the Demon King's castle for entry and exit. The side facing the castle was completely sealed off, and the surrounding forest had been cleared to ensure visibility, giving the area an overall shape resembling a colander from above. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Rod instructed Stone to wait in the forest, ready to call for him if any trouble arose. After confirming that he bore no conspicuous items, Rod pulled the hood of his robe over his head, picked up a relatively straight stick from the ground to use as a staff, and proceeded along the main road towards the entrance of Greystone Town. This marked his first attempt to engage with outsiders in this world, excluding Tina, of course, which had been an unexpected encounter that still left him somewhat anxious. Typically, as long as he posed as a traveler, he should encounter no issues. But to be honest, he was not entirely familiar with the norms of communication in this world. Tina had been quite normal. But as a member of the human race, her mannerisms might not align with those of the demon race. Through the high walls, he could see several arrow towers established within, with guards stationed atop. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, from a distance, they spotted Rod's leisurely approach. Travelers were evidently a rare sight in such a locale. Before Rod could reach the gate, a group of individuals rushed toward him, swiftly closing the town's entrance without uttering a word. A bit too vigilant, aren't they? Rod mused, finally arriving at the entrance only to find it firmly shut. There was no intention of allowing him, a desperate traveler, to enter. He took a few steps back and looked up. Above the gate stood a young guard, wearing a crooked helmet and garb reminiscent of a sentinel. "Hey, what brings you here?" the guard shouted. Rod recited his prepared statement. "I was passing through, saw a town here, and sought a place to rest. Turned back." The guard waved dismissively. It was clear they had no intention of opening the gate. "Are there any other towns nearby?" Rod shouted back. The guard gestured towards the distance. "If you head that way, along the main road, after about 2 days' journey, you'll find Rolna town. You can go there." 2 days? I'll be dead on the road," Rod interrupted, pointing to the sky. "Look at the sun. It's about to set. Just let me in, will you? If monsters come out and I die at your doorstep." "It won't look good." "About to set?" The guard glanced up at the sun overhead. "That's of no consequence." Rod stepped back a few paces to ease the strain on his neck and continued to shout. "I am not a bad person, I assure you. Letting me in will pose no threat." "Who would believe that?" The guard pointed an accusatory finger at Rod. "What kind of decent person would cover their face? Who knows what lies beneath your hat? The sun is blazing, and shielding yourself from it is futile." Rod lifted his hat, exposing his face to the guard, then gestured at his own head. "Take a good look." "What do you think I am?" The guard squinted, craning his neck to get a better view, before exclaiming, "Damn it, looking so handsome. You must be a human. Get lost, humans stay away." "Am I truly that handsome? Are you out of your mind?" Rod could no longer contain himself and pointed his stick menacingly at the guard. "Hurry up, step aside, and let someone else take your place." The guard merely stuck out his tongue mockingly. "Heh, you little rascal." Rod rolled up his sleeves, ready to summon stone to demolish the gate, when an old man suddenly emerged beside the guard, striking the guard's helmet with a loud thwack. "Stop the nonsense." "Who's the fool causing trouble?" "The town chief." The young guard snapped to attention. "You little brat, I'll deal with you later," the old man muttered under his breath before peering over the wooden wall. Forcing a smile, "Travelers below, do not fret. I shall open the door for you right away." He then turned back, chattering away to the people below. Rod shielded his eyes from the sun, squinting as he waited. After a brief moment, the large wooden gate slowly creaked open. The old town chief approached with a beaming smile. "Dear traveler, please come in. Feel free to explore." The stark contrast in attitude compared to the young guard left Rod somewhat bewildered. He couldn't fathom what scheme this old man was concocting. For the old town chief, his reasoning was quite straightforward. This young man, not a local, had traversed a perilous mountain path to arrive here, indicating remarkable strength. Moreover, he wielded a staff, which, though the chief did not recognize, he had heard enough about to know it resembled a mere stick. Such a staff would belong to none other than a grand mage. At this moment, the town was in dire need of manpower and combat prowess, so it would be foolish to keep a mage waiting at the door, should the mage take offense and set the gate ablaze. Who would be responsible for the aftermath? One must admit, the old chief was quite astute. Upon hearing the news, he arrived promptly, assessed the situation, and determined the appropriate course of action. Once the gate was fully opened, the old chief ushered Rod inside, pulling the guard close and apologetically saying, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed traveler. This lad is rather stubborn. Please forgive him. I haven't yet asked for your name." "Rod, it is an honor to meet you. Your name precedes you." Rod raised an eyebrow, suspecting that this old man had ulterior motives given his excessive flattery. Caution was warranted. The old chief did not linger to converse further, expressing his need to attend to his own affairs, instructing the young guard to continue guiding Rod as a gesture of apology and hospitality. With the chief's endorsement, the young guard underwent a complete transformation, becoming exceedingly respectful. During their conversation, Rod learned that the guard's name was Greg, a youth of merely 18 years. In such a place, genuine soldiers were a rarity. The militia comprised local young men who had banded together, possessing some combat capability, though limited. From Greg, Rod also gleaned the source of the current tension. According to tales from traveling merchants, a rat tide was approaching. A rat tide refers to the phenomenon of numerous rat folk emerging in search of food. To understand the rat tide, one must first be introduced to the rat folk themselves. Ratfolk belong to the chaotic races. Yet even amidst the rampant monstrosities, they are regarded as the most despicable, greedy, and frenzied of them all. Those of order. Ratfolk are typically classified as a type of beastman. A clear indication of their ignorance regarding ratfolk. Ratfolk possess their own social structure, language, and civilization, constituting an independent race. The demonic races. However, ratfolk are a scourge. These creatures, endowed with remarkable reproductive capabilities and rapid metabolisms, are perpetually tormented by hunger, dwelling underground, constantly plotting to seize everything from the surface. Yet, before they can extend their claws to the surface, they must first survive the jaws of their siblings born alongside them. Devouring others or being devoured themselves is the first lesson every ratfolk learns at birth. Failure results in a second chance at life. Each female ratfolk can bear around 20 offspring per litter, with the fastest giving birth within 3 months. Coupled with their insatiable hunger, their numbers can swell to the point where food becomes scarce. At such times, the ratfolk warlords, controlling vast hordes of ratfolk, will cast aside the surplus rats, allowing them to pillage at will. After all, the death of a rat is of no concern. Whatever they can seize is a gain. Deceased rats can serve as sustenance for others, making it a risk-free venture. This mass exodus of ratfolk is termed a rat tide. Rat tides do not discriminate. They will consume anything edible in sight, rendering them a catastrophic threat even to the demonic races and various monsters. It is likely for this reason that Fat Tiger and the tribe of Gnolls were compelled to flee towards the Shadow Cloud Mountains, seeking refuge in the barren Black Earth in search of sustenance. However, even the Black Earth has begun to sprout life. To survive a rat tide, the only solution is to eliminate a sufficient number of rats. Ratfolk are an exceedingly timid race. Once they realize their lives are at stake, their overwhelming numbers will quickly dissipate, leading to a complete rout. Thus, whether among the demonic or human races, the strategy for confronting a rat tide is to hold steadfast within the town. As for those monsters and beasts incapable of establishing a city, they must either possess sufficient strength to drive away the rats or flee. However, Rod pondered whether a rat tide could also manifest here. He inquired of Greg, recalling that he had not seen any references to such occurrences in the old Demon King's notes. Uncertain whether this place was immune to the rat tide or if all had been repelled by the old Demon King, Greg's youthful face took on a serious expression. Historically, there have been a few instances, though they were minor in scale. However, according to merchants' accounts, this time appears to be far more severe though. Rod nodded, choosing to remain silent. In such a remote town, it was unlikely to receive any concrete information. Ordinarily, ratmen would typically target the larger towns with denser populations. Once they breached the walls, it would be akin to opening a can of food, allowing them to feast at will. Towns of this modest size, located a 2-day journey away, would hardly attract many rats. Yet, given the town's tense demeanor, it was clear that the situation was not entirely comfortable. Moreover, should the tide of rats extend to this area, it was plausible that the Dark Lord's castle might also be affected. During a rat tide, the rodents moved in the millions, and even a minor offshoot would pose a challenge that the mere dozens of dog-headed men within the castle could hardly contend with. For Rod, the most prudent course of action would likely be to shut the gates and wait for the tide to pass. The only concern was that those obstinate rats might feel compelled to enter upon sighting the castle. Preparations were indeed necessary. Rod's preparations entailed enhancing the castle's defenses as much as possible during this interval. Due to the rat tide, a multitude of monsters had been driven into the Shadow Cloud Mountains. If he could catalog these creatures, it would bolster their chances against the rats. However, these monsters were seeking refuge, making them elusive, and if he were to expend significant effort only to capture a few goblins or dog-headed men, it would hardly be worth it. Just as Rod was mulling over his predicament, his gaze fell upon the bulletin board in the village. Meanwhile, in a certain forest, it was night. Melodious music echoed through the camp, where a young man with golden hair and a petite mustache strummed his lute, serenading with lyrical verses. Beside him sat 3 other adventurers. "Enough singing, Violet," exclaimed a burly man, brandishing a large axe, unable to contain himself. "If you keep this up, you'll attract the rats." The golden-haired man immediately ceased, raising an eyebrow with a cheerful tone. "Oh, Micah, do you not enjoy this heroic ballad? I can certainly switch to another. That is not the point." The man named Micah retorted, waiting for Violet to respond. You can't simply stand at the back and sing during every battle. But I am a bard, Micah, Violet replied, maintaining a relaxed demeanor and a smile. And I will assist you with magic, another adventurer interjected. But your magic is utterly useless. How can that be? I am capable, and you still take an equal share of our earnings. If you believe my share is excessive, I can certainly take less. This isn't about money, Violet exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise. Just as he was about to speak further, the last member of their party interjected. Enough, Micah, Stan. Let us not waste our breath. Tomorrow brings its own challenges. We should rest. He stood and made his way toward the tent. Upon hearing someone defend him, Violet's face brightened as he followed. Indeed, Scott, you are my best friend. Yes, let us just sleep. Scott replied, expressionless, as he slipped into the tent. Violet returned to his own bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, Violet awoke from his dreams, bewildered by the emptiness surrounding him. The campfire had died, and all his belongings had vanished. Where is everyone? The bulletin board in the town typically bore notices indicating who required assistance and the corresponding rewards. This was a means for these individuals to support one another. With monsters rampant, they cared little for whether one belonged to the human or monster race. They would strike without hesitation. Consequently, many requests for monster extermination adorned the bulletin board, detailing the creatures' appearances and locations. Most notices were penned by the same individual, likely because not everyone possessed writing skills and had to rely on others for assistance. The notices were predominantly posted by lumberjacks, fishermen, or miners who would venture out of town. If they were ambushed by monsters while working, it was indeed perilous. Rod's eyes scanned the bulletin board. Although his literacy was somewhat lacking, he could grasp the context and illustrations. After perusing all the notices, he selected 2 requests to take down. Point 1 was from a miner near an iron mine who had encountered skeletal crawlers in the cave, while the other was from a lumberjack who had been attacked by a flock of chocobos while felling trees. The skeletal crawler, as the name implies, was an undead creature, typically a grotesque amalgamation of various corpses, significantly larger than standard skeleton soldiers, moving on all fours, some even sprouting tails, and their heads could belong to either human or beast. The combat effectiveness of skeletal crawlers varied greatly depending on the materials comprising their bodies. Furthermore, retaining a semblance of their former lives, these undead would often attack the chaotic races. It could be argued that this was their norm, as the less aggressive skeleton soldiers were the exception. For Rod, the undead posed no need for sustenance and were nearly indestructible, making them a lucrative pursuit. As for the chocobos, they were giant birds resembling ostriches, with robust legs but lacking the ability to fly. In some areas, they were trained as mounts. Although their endurance was inferior to that of horses, their off-road capabilities were superior, and they were notably more agile. Rod's intention to capture chocobos was primarily for breeding purposes. These birds could weigh 400 to 500 pounds at maturity, making them ideal for training cavalry or as a food source. Whether they could be raised successfully would be determined later. It was essential to give it a try first. In addition, several other notices caught Rod's attention, such as those concerning sword-tailed lizards and mountain spirits. But either the locations were unclear, or Rod currently lacked the means to address them, thus he would set them aside for now. Are you leaving now? Greg inquired, puzzled by Rod's intention to depart the town with the request slips in hand. Moments ago, he had insisted on entering, and now after merely a brief visit, he was ready to venture out again. The thoughts of these sorcerers were indeed perplexing. However, Greg refrained from voicing any objections. Wherever the sorcerer wished to go was his prerogative. Rod was brisk in his actions, quickly asking Greg about the locations on the requests before swiftly exiting the town. That he called upon Stone, who had been napping in the nearby grass, and they made their way into the forest. The first destination was to capture the flock of chocobos. Point 1 reason was that they appeared to be somewhat closer, and another was that chocobos were quite lively. The later they arrived, the further they would scatter. The undead, on the other hand, would remain undisturbed for a century and would be found where they were left. So there was no need to rush. Rod had spotted the lumberjack yesterday evening, who had seen the flock of chocobos moving westward. Chocobos lacked the stamina for extended travel and traveled in groups. They would not venture very far. Perched upon Stone's back, Rod grasped the spines along its back with one hand, while the other held the rough map sketched by Greg, appearing deep in thought about their next maneuvers. though in truth, he was contemplating whether he ought to provide Stone with a cushion. Dragon scales could indeed be rather uncomfortable, explaining why dragon riders were clad in iron armor. The lumberjack's operational range was limited. Before long, Rod noticed the unmistakable sight of felled timber ahead, indicating they had arrived at their destination. "Stop here," Rod instructed, patting Stone's back before dismounting. "Stay put and don't move." The Stone immediately stood obediently in place. A multitude of chocobos moved in unison, their footprints surely substantial. As long as one followed the tracks, locating them would not pose a challenge. However, if the Stone were to run amok and roll about indiscriminately, no number of footprints would be of any use. This refers to the moment on the return journey when, upon reaching a slope, a group of chocobos was spotted passing below. Following the description in the commission, Rod peered down from the vantage point, where a series of deep and massive bird claw prints were distinctly imprinted in the mud. "Ha! Found it." Rod chuckled in satisfaction and gestured to the beast dragon behind him. "Stone, follow." Howl. Although the discovery of the tracks was swift, by the time they caught up with the flock of chocobos, dusk was nearly upon them. Rod did not possess the enhanced senses of a demon hunter that would make footprints glow red. Nor did he have the guiding insects capable of tracking the excrement of magical creatures. Instead, he relied solely on his keen eyesight to discern a path through the dense vegetation. By the time he finally spotted the telltale yellow feathers ahead, his eyes were beginning to ache. Rod patted Stone again. "Be cautious. Circle around from the side, and just injure them instead of killing." In the pursuit of hunting, Stone was far more adept than Rod. Requiring little explanation, Rod was immensely pleased with Stone's performance. It first concealed its presence, stealthily approaching within 20 meters of the resting chocobos, then suddenly leaped from the underbrush, exuding its draconic majesty unabashedly. Roar! Accompanied by a mighty dragon's roar, the birds perched on nearby trees froze in place and fell to the ground, while a vast flock in the distance took to the skies in terror. The chocobos closest to Stone, faced with its overwhelming presence, stood frozen as if ensnared by an illusion. Some even tilted their heads, seemingly unconscious or dead. Only then did Rod spring into action, opening the tome hanging at his waist. And a runic aura enveloped the flock of chocobos in an instant. Conserve magical energy. Rod efficiently captured them all within a single page of the tome. Chocobo flock species. Avian beast level, 16 strength, 74 agility, 83 vitality, 65 stamina, 56 magic, 21 talent. Pack. Their attributes were around level 10, likely elevated due to their numbers. However, Rod did not expect much from their combat capabilities. They would suffice. He also noted that 3 remained on the ground, having succumbed to fear. Chocobos can be trained as mounts for battle. They are not typically timid creatures. The key was likely the overwhelming aura of the dragon kin. Yet, to be fair, Rod had never experienced such a sensation and could not fathom what it felt like. The 3 deceased chocobos were of no use, so Rod instructed Stone to dispose of them, tying the excess to its body to bring back for others at the castle, while Stone feasted. Rod glanced at the sky. There was still ample time to visit the mine. By the time he emerged, he should return to the castle just in time for the information he had sought in Greystone Town. He had already acquired it, rendering a special trip unnecessary. Rod had his own territory and lacked the extra energy to assist in guarding their town. When Rod reached the mine, nightfall was nearly upon him. The journey had taken longer than anticipated, and the path was not particularly safe. Fortune smiled upon him when he stumbled upon a sleeping stone giant, which he stealthily captured. Iron-headed stone giant species. Troll level, 12 strength, 123 agility, 13 vitality, 126 stamina, 177 magic, 0 talent. Resilience. Long sleep. Giant might. A prime example of high stats paired with low combat prowess. 3 attributes surpassed 100, and a single punch could likely leave Stone dazed. Yet its level remained a mere 12. Its most lacking attribute was the paltry 13 in agility. What does an agility of 13 signify? The skeleton soldiers in Rod's tome, with their wobbly movements, boasted agility exceeding 20. In agility around 10 is akin to the crawling speed of an infant. Due to this, the stone giant is incapable of hunting. Apart from a vegetarian diet, they can only consume stones and the minerals contained within, using their internal heat-generating organs to transform them into a hard shell that covers their entire body. Coupled with the nearly infinite lifespan of troll-type monsters and their continuously growing size with age, they ultimately become slower with time, eventually succumbing to their own weight and transforming into a stationary mountain. According to the records in the Demon King's library, one of the 7 demon generals, King Priestly Gabriel of the Mountain Abyss, built his fortress atop the back of a stone giant that had lived for an indeterminate number of years. Utilizing abundant ether to compel the giant to continually advance, crushing everything in its path, Rod lacked the prowess of such a demon general and merely intended to position this stone giant at his entrance as a stone guardian. If the opportunity arose, he would capture another to create a pair for display at the entrance. After all, the stone giant would primarily sleep and, upon waking, would only consume stones, alleviating any concerns regarding its diet. Speaking of which, if he were to merge the stone giant with other more agile magical creatures, could it possibly resolve its sluggishness? Rod pondered before deciding to set that question aside for the moment. With only one stone giant in his possession, a failed fusion could result in significant losses. However, if he were to capture several skeleton crawlers later, he could merge them with the original skeleton soldiers to enhance their combat effectiveness. As Rod contemplated these matters, he led Stone into the entrance of the mine. The cavern was dark and damp, emitting an odor reminiscent of summer shorts soaked overnight. The scent was overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, Rod considered turning back, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Having come this far, he should at least investigate. Torches and flares hung on the walls, likely left behind by previous miners. Greg had mentioned that this was the only known mine in the vicinity. With all the miners from the town working here, however, he was uncertain whether they had ceased operations after the emergence of magical creatures in the tunnels. Delving deeper into the mine, it wasn't long before a glow appeared ahead, emanating from a type of crystal that emitted a fluorescent light, with one inserted at intervals along the wall, providing some meager illumination. While Rod's summoned fire spirit emitted light, it did not reach far enough into the darkness, and the sight of the distant shadows made him uneasy. The glow was a welcome relief. However, as he advanced further, the passageway suddenly narrowed, preventing Stone from proceeding. Rod had no choice but to store it back in the tome. Speaking of which, if he were to encounter skeleton crawlers here, he glanced at the tome. Although the skull he had retrieved was present, he was uncertain if its combat effectiveness would suffice. The recently captured iron-headed troll could be useful here. Standing around 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall and approximately the same width. For safety's sake, Rod's hand rested on the tome's cover, ready to release the iron-headed troll at the first sign of trouble. After taking only a few steps and passing through a narrow opening, the space ahead suddenly expanded. This appeared to be a mine pit, likely a natural cavern that the miners had excavated. The mine tunnels and constructed staircases and iron frameworks spiraled downwards around the edge of this vast pit. Steeling his courage, Rod peered over the edge, only to be met with an abyss that seemed to lead straight to the Earth's core. Should he fall, the consequences would be dire. Rod shook his head, retracting his gaze. For now, it was more crucial to locate the skeleton crawlers. However, given the dark and foreboding atmosphere of this place, encountering any creature, let alone skeleton crawlers, would not be surprising. The question remained, in such a vast cavern, where could the magical creatures be hiding? As he was suffering from a headache, he suddenly noticed in the distance some flickering flames that did not resemble the brilliance of crystals. Was someone still working here? Rod hurried towards the source of the light, and soon discerned that it was a cluster of small huts built at the edge of a pit. It appeared to be a resting place for miners. With the presence of others, things would be simpler. Rod approached a room that was illuminated and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? His voice echoed within the mine, yet no one responded. Just as Rod began to doubt whether someone had left the light on, he heard a sound from within the room. It seemed someone was pushing a chair aside and dragging their feet towards the door. Subsequently, with a creaking sound, the door was opened. Through the gap, an elderly man with a disheveled appearance, a scruffy beard, and unkempt hair appeared. "Hello, I heard there are monsters here." The old man, with eyes that appeared as though he had been awake for an entire week, scrutinized Rod from head to toe before breaking into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed, uneven teeth. "Is that so? Well, come in then. It's just in time for a meal." Rod, which office of the Soul Hall do you belong to? The words never escaped his lips, as the old man's warm invitation compelled Rod to step inside and take a look. Upon entering, He heard the bubbling sound of a pot in the center of the room, accompanied by an indescribable aroma wafting through the air. The old man, hunched over, made his way deeper into the house, casually saying, "Make yourself at home. Just sit wherever you like." Curiously, Rod leaned closer to the pot to peer inside, and upon doing so, his features contorted in a manner reminiscent of an elderly man engrossed in his phone on the subway. Oh, a pot of what appears to be a thick, yellow-green soup, bubbling with strange, viscous bubbles. This meal truly a legitimate one. It looks more like raw ingredients steeped in their own broth, but Rod's inquiry went unanswered as the old man silently appeared behind him. Raising a pickaxe high above his head and swinging it down with force. With a clang, the pickaxe flew from the elder's grasp, and a stone giant, resembling a boulder, emerged between the old man and Rod. The strike landed on its head, leaving only a slight white mark accompanied by a spark. Rod had initially intended to inquire about any skeletal creatures nearby, but he sighed and stood up, waving his hand in the direction of the old man. "Ironhead, use rock smash." At that moment, the stone giant raised its fist, delivering a powerful uppercut to the old man's face. Thud. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the old man's body collided with the wall, his head tilting at an odd angle, a classic case of a head tilt. Rod snapped his fingers, recalling the ironhead that was frozen mid-strike. After taking such a blow, the old man might not be dead, but he certainly would not be able to stand for a while. Rod could clearly see that the old man was undergoing a transformation into an undead being, retaining a degree of intelligence and the capability to attack living creatures. In a few years, once his brain was consumed by flies and the like, he would be left standing in a daze, akin to when he first encountered a skull. This cave was saturated with a potent essence of death, an ether typically found in places with numerous corpses, yet the concentration here was evidently abnormal. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would easily lead creatures of chaos, like demons and monsters, to become undead. It would be wise to complete his task swiftly and exit this place. Stepping out of the room, a horde of semi-undead creatures emerged from the other rooms, wielding pickaxes and shovels as they advanced towards Rod. It seemed the dense ether of death had suddenly manifested, transforming the miners into undead beings in a short span of time. It remained a mystery as to what they might have unearthed. Not dwelling on such matters, Rod summoned a fire sprite while simultaneously releasing the stone giant. Fireball, a blazing orb of fire soared forth, exploding upon impact with one of the undead, engulfing it in flames. The stone giant charged into the throng of undead, sweeping a large group into the abyss beside them. The combat prowess of these undead was likely inferior to what they possessed in life. Their levels around 3 or 4. With a bit of caution, Rod could easily handle them on his own. Before long, the last undead creature was engulfed in flames and kicked over the edge of the pit. Even if these beings were reduced to mere limbs, they would still crawl towards him, but their combat ability was far from what Rod required, rendering it unnecessary to waste time here. Rod wondered if the person who had commissioned the task was among these individuals. If he had to speak, that person would still be considered his employer. Having dealt with his employer, Rod was about to proceed when he suddenly heard commotion from another room. More? He raised his hand, prepared to launch a fireball to incinerate the room, when a voice called from within, "Wait, wait, I'm not one of them." Rod's hand hovered, yet he remained fixed on the source of the voice. Inside the room, a clattering sound ensued, followed by a yelp and the sound of furniture being overturned. Before the door finally opened, out stepped a young man, adorned in elegant attire yet appearing disheveled. With golden hair, Rod noticed a dark object strapped to his back, unclear from a distance. Just as the man was about to speak, his gaze locked onto the stone giant crouched beside the house. And he froze, only able to turn his eyes towards Rod, pleading for help. "Fear not, it doesn't eat people," Rod reassured him. The man relaxed slightly, but, contemplating further, added, "At least, it hasn't eaten anyone yet," and tensed once more. Finally, Rod instructed the stone giant to step back, allowing the man to breathe a sigh of relief. "Greetings, my savior, my hero. I am the bard who sings epic tales, Violet Andrew," the self-proclaimed bard. Violet performed an exaggerated bow while introducing himself to Rod. His voice bore a theatrical quality, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, and he rolled his tongue while stating his name. Then, addressing Rod, he inquired, "May I know the esteemed hero's name?" Rod found himself slightly overwhelmed by the bard's manner of speaking, sensing that this individual would prove to be a nuisance. You may call me Rod. Excellent, Rod. Violet responded, appearing overly familiar, launching into a lament. I am most unfortunate. My companions have abandoned me. I became lost in the forest, stumbled into this cave, and thought I might find help, only to discover these people have gone mad. I believe today would mark the end of Violet Andrew. All right. You should leave. The exit is over there. Rod responded dismissively, assessing Violet and noting that he bore no signs of mutation, likely having been here for a brief time. He had little desire to engage in conversation in such a place and was about to delve deeper into the cave. Violet, realizing Rod was nearly out of earshot, exclaimed, "Row, Rod. Where are you going? Wait, don't leave me here alone." Next, he began speaking of his captain, the legendary adventurer Mistral, Ed Scott. His armor is bathed in dragon blood. Extraordinarily sturdy, his sword forged in dragon fire, unbreakable. One day, we accepted a commission from Mayor Fitzgeller to venture into the Death Swamp and hunt the vile, corrupted dragon Archibald, which spewed forth foul dragon breath. Before we had even met, we had already heard the venomous roar of a dragon echoing from the depths of the toxic swamp, while the tales of the bard reverberated through the cavern. 3 figures formed a line as they ventured deeper into the mine. Rod walked at the forefront, with the bard Desolate in the middle, and Shirtu bringing up the rear. Desolate expressed concern that traveling alone was perilous and insisted on accompanying Rod. At that moment, Rod thought that one additional companion would not significantly alter their dynamics, so he allowed him to tag along. Now, he regretted that decision. It was evident that this bard had grown accustomed to being abandoned by his comrades. Furthermore, Rod found himself empathizing with his former companions. From the moment they had met, the bard had not ceased his incessant chatter. In that brief span, he had regaled them with tales of his aspirations to become an adventurer, leading all the way to his exploits against a vile dragon alongside his 12th batch of companions. As for the veracity of his stories, one could only say they were amusing at best. Taking them too seriously would be rather pointless. Rod found it hard to believe that someone who would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of a juvenile dragon could embark on a quest to hunt legendary dragons. According to Desolate's description, the creature they sought to hunt was likely the swamp long-tail lizard, which boasted a combat prowess of around level 12 in adulthood. However, given his profession as a bard, such eccentricities could be forgiven. Nevertheless, the incessant noise was quite bothersome. Scott raised his shield to deflect Archibald's dragon breath, while Micah swiftly followed up with a powerful strike from his great sword against the back of the corrupted dragon. At that moment, Desolate abruptly halted mid-sentence. Right, he turned around, casting a fearful glance at Shirtu. Can he breathe fire? The beast dragon cannot. Rod replied succinctly, "Doe. That's a relief." Desolate nodded, glancing around curiously. "What exactly are we here to find?" Silence. All right. Desolate fell silent, but only for a brief moment. However, I still believe that while silence is essential, it doesn't necessitate venturing into such perilous places. This place feels rather ominous. There are insects. We could choose a different location. Perhaps a tavern in the town that's about to close? At least there, the ground won't suddenly yield. He suddenly stomped on a skeletal hand that had just emerged from the earth, jumping back in surprise. Something else, Rod sighed, weary of the conversation and reluctant to engage. Following the mine's path, the group had descended to a considerable depth. The walls were still adorned with illuminating crystals, but occasionally, they would encounter natural crystals sprouting from the walls and floors, providing a soft glow. It appeared these crystals were native to the cave. Rod snapped off a crystal and tucked it into his pocket, contemplating its potential use as a lantern in the future. If it proved effective, he could place some in the castle. Most of the lighting in Demon King's castle relied on magical lamps, but since the Grand Magic Array had been deactivated, those lamps had ceased to function, leaving them dependent on oil lamps and torches. Perhaps in the future, crystal lamps could replace them. These crystals are truly beautiful. They resemble magic. Desolate exclaimed, By the way, Rod, did you know I can use magic too? My mother told me from a young age that I possessed a remarkable talent for it, and I might one day become a great mage. Although my primary occupation is that of a bard, I can still cast spells. Of course, I may not be able to wield fireballs like you. You can tell from my appearance that I'm not particularly good at combat. Desolate continued to prattle on. But at that moment, Rod suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Quiet, he interrupted Desolate, who who seemed poised to continue speaking but then paused, noticing the strange noise. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It sounded like something light and brittle colliding. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, seemingly approaching Rod and his companions. Desolate, finally silenced by fear, stepped back, clutching a cloth-wrapped object, a wooden lute that moment. The source of the sound gradually emerged from the cave entrance ahead. Was a horde of magical creatures, either quadrupedal or hexapedal, their bodies haphazardly assembled from various bones. These were the skeletal crawlers, the very targets of Rod's expedition. That he counted 6, uncertain if more lurked behind. Desolate retreated a step, holding his lute. My magic might not affect them much. Fall back, be careful, and don't fall, Rod commanded, one hand summoning a fire sprite, while the other rested on his bestiary. That moment, 2 skeletal crawlers lunged at them with ferocity. The mine tunnel was spacious enough for a van to pass through effortlessly, with one side consisting of rock walls and the other a makeshift barrier, leading to an abyss in the center of the path. A set of iron tracks for mine carts. As the foremost skeletal crawler charged, it clawed through the wooden ties of the tracks before leaping high, aiming directly for Rod. What a waste of a good track, Rod muttered, flipping through the pages of his bestiary. The iron-head troll materialized before him, arms outstretched, enveloping the skeletal crawler. The skull soon followed, crashing down with a bone club and smashing the crawler's head clean off. What kind of magic is this? Where did it come from? Desolate gaped in astonishment, but before he could react, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Suddenly, Shirtu leapt high over his head, using its forepaws to pin down 2 other skeletal crawlers that had attempted to pounce. Another crawler was struck midair by a fireball, exploding and losing half its body before crashing to the ground. Rod assessed his magical energy and, without hesitation, opened a new page in his bestiary. Targeting the skeletal crawler caught by the ironhead troll, the skeletal crawler struggled, but it was no match for the overwhelming strength of the stone giant, its form being gradually broken down by runes and absorbed into the bestiary. The capture of such resisting creatures took much longer than anticipated. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 skeletal crawlers remained undeterred, climbing the walls with a clatter, attempting to leap down from above. Shirtu seized the 2 crawlers, smashing them down with a powerful blow. The one previously held by the ironhead troll was fully catalogued, yet the stone giant remained momentarily dazed. Given their sluggish reactions, it would take them a while to realize that their prey had vanished. However, that was of little concern. Even if the ironhead troll remained still, Rod had a plan. Shirtu, charge. With a mighty leap, Shirtu bounded over to the ironhead troll, swinging its body to strike the troll's back with its tail. The stone giant immediately transformed into a rolling ball, barreling forward. The skeletal crawler that Rod had previously damaged with a fireball was crushed anew, its remaining bones shattered into fragments. As for the other 4, they were utterly obliterated, with the ironhead troll coming to rest atop their remains. The scattered bones beneath it writhed, yet none managed to escape. Observing the jumbled pile of bones, Rod swiftly catalogued them all onto a single page. Skeletal crawler race, undead level, 12 strength, 63 agility, 81 stamina, 89 endurance, 133 magic, 0 abilities. Undead, soul devourer, immunity, intimidation. Skeletal crawler horde race, undead level, 18 strength, 71 agility, 78 stamina, 92 endurance, 121 magic, 0 abilities. Horde. Undead, soul devourer, immunity. Rod noticed that the solitary skeletal crawler he had catalogued possessed a talent known as intimidation, while the other 4 did not. He also recorded the one that had been crushed on the ground, which similarly lacked the intimidation trait. Could it be that even among identical monsters, different individuals exhibit variations in talents beyond their attributes? Rod flipped through his other catalog creatures, but the options for comparison were limited. Only the few skeletal soldiers he had initially recorded were each allotted a separate page. If different individuals of the same monster could indeed possess distinct talents, might capturing monsters be akin to a game of chance? If one were to nurture them, would it require specifically capturing those endowed with special talents? It seemed he would need to experiment with more monsters at the same time. He noted that although a group of identical monsters was recorded on a single page, the additional talents of the goblins were termed herding. The chocobos had social, while the skeletal crawlers had swarming. Herding implied coordinated group actions among goblins. Social indicated chocobos living together, swarming suggested skeletal crawlers congregating. The descriptions did indeed differ. Did this mean that although they all engaged in collective actions, the degree of coordination varied? At least from Rod's observations, the goblins clearly demonstrated superior cooperation compared to the skeletal crawlers. Did this imply that certain monsters were better suited to be cataloged together to gain cooperative talents, while others should be recorded individually to draw out unique talents? Just as Rod pondered this, he suddenly noticed that the stone beside him was behaving unusually. That it crouched on all fours, baring its teeth, glaring menacingly toward the deep pit. Behind him, he heard Violetta's hesitant voice. Rod, look. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He turned to follow the stone's gaze and beheld a massive dragon skull emerging from the depths of the pit, eerie blue flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Its body remained concealed in the surrounding darkness. This was a bone dragon. Damn. Now he understood where the dense aura of death emanating from the mine was coming from. After a brief moment of shock, seeing the bone dragon open its mouth barely 10 meters away, Rod and Violetta exchanged no words. Instead, they fled without hesitation. There was no intention of reminding one another to escape together. Rod deftly recalled the iron head and the skull cap. Then, in one agile motion, he leaped onto the back of the galloping stone. In the next instant, an explosive sound erupted behind them, and upon glancing back, he saw the entire head of the bone dragon buried in the dust and debris kicked up by the mine tunnel. Had he lagged even a moment longer, he would have undoubtedly become a snack for this bone dragon. Rod heard Violetta's voice still intact, and, upon a quick glance, realized the lad was quite clever. Clutching tightly to the stone's tail, having not been thrown off, since he was still alive, Rod thought it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. He patted the stone's back, and it immediately understood his intent, flicking its tail and tossing Violetta onto its back. Just as Violetta steadied himself, he began to wail. Rod, you truly won't abandon me. You are my best friend. Not quite. Their relationship had not yet reached such depths. Boom! Just as Rod was about to respond, another tremor shook the ground behind them. The bone dragon's claws had latched onto the rock wall, resembling a gigantic gecko, its glowing blue eyes locking onto the stone and Rod on its back. Then it lunged forward. That it's coming, Violetta shouted, and Rod could only hope the stone would run faster. However, the stone was already sprinting at full speed, having never run this fast before. The mine tunnel collapsed rapidly beneath the bone dragon. And not only from behind. Even from above, debris began to rain down. The ground beneath them shook violently, the stones swaying precariously, and if they slowed even slightly, they would be buried beneath the falling rocks before the bone dragon could even strike. Just before the tunnel collapsed entirely, they burst forth into a relatively open layer where a group of miners had previously rested. However, a claw soon clawed at the edge of the precipice, and the bone dragon emerged once more. With a flap of its skeletal wings, it ascended into the air, hovering mid-flight. Could it actually fly? In this world where physical laws seemed different, it felt absurd to comment on such a phenomenon. And Rod felt that remaining silent might cause his heart to leap from his chest. The bone dragon flapped its wings again, performing a roll in midair before diving toward the stone below. The stone, with its two legs, could not outrun a pair of wings, and as it appeared to be on the verge of being caught, Rod had a sudden inspiration and opened the Chaos Codex. Ironhead, use knockdown. A point of light leapt from the pages, forming the body of a stone giant above the bone dragon's head, its fists crashing down simultaneously with its heavy form. Bang! The impact struck the bone dragon squarely in the face. Whether due to its age or brittle bones, the blow caused its head to tilt, shifting its body slightly, and its claws barely grazed either side of the stone, sending shards flying and striking Rod and Violetta. But ultimately, they were spared from being crushed. Ahead lay the narrow tunnel Rod had entered. As long as they reached it, even the bone dragon would struggle to pass through in a short time. However, that single punch seemed to infuriate this legendary undead creature. It opened its mouth and unleashed a silent roar, though no sound echoed. A tangible shockwave surged outward. Rod felt a force slam against his back, tightening his chest as if he could not breathe. The glowing crystals surrounding them shattered under the pressure, plunging the entire cavern into darkness. Rod quickly summoned a fire sprite to illuminate the area around them, revealing the tunnel entrance just within reach. Yet behind them, a flicker of eerie blue flame ignited and rapidly expanded. Damn, it's the dragon's breath. Rod turned to glance ahead. realizing the stone could not enter the tunnel. Prepare to jump, what? Violetta, still confused by Rod's words, found himself grasped by the scruff of his neck as Rod crouched on the stone's back and propelled himself forward in one swift motion. He recalled the stone into the codex. As they landed, they rolled into the tunnel. However, at that moment, illuminated by the flickering blue flames, the bone dragon stood in the cavern, its head raised high, exuding the terrifying might of a legendary creature. Its breath coiling in readiness, Rod dared not hesitate, seizing Violetta and sprinting forward. Just then, the dragon's breath erupted forth. Boom! The rapidly approaching blue flames enveloped the entire mine tunnel. The dragon's breath continued for nearly 10 seconds before subsiding. The rocks within the tunnel melted into flowing magma, creating a channel that radiated intense heat, with molten lava dripping from above. In the middle of this passageway, a stone that had not completely melted shifted and dissipated into light. Entering the metallic codex at Rod's waist, in the instant before the flames consumed everything, Rod and Violetta burst through the narrow opening, taking refuge behind a rock wall that he immediately summoned Ironhead to shield them from the searing heat of the dragon's breath. However, Ironhead's rocky exterior was nearly scorched clean, leaving it as a bald-headed figure. I'll bring you back a feast, any flavor of stone you desire, so you can eat your fill. Rod patted the illustrated guide, seemingly unsure of whom he was attempting to comfort, before summoning the stone creature once more. The path ahead had nearly transformed into a pool of molten lava, compelling him to rely on the stone to lead them to safety, all the while cautiously dodging the dripping lava from above. After all, the situation remained perilous. No one could be certain that the skeletal dragon wouldn't return to deliver a fatal blow. Once Rod and the stone creature had emerged from the mine, they sprinted several miles until they reached the edge of a small stream, where they finally paused to catch their breath. The relentless summoning had nearly depleted Rod's magical energy, necessitating a moment of rest lest he faint again. I thought my brief existence was about to meet its end here, Rod gasped, still somewhat shaken. Encountering such ghastly creatures on his very first outing made the world seem exceedingly perilous. He resolved that he would never venture outside again, choosing instead to remain in the castle as a recluse. In contrast, Valorette, having moved past his initial anxiety, burst into laughter. Ha! The mere fact that I can witness the sun rise tomorrow is the adventure I have longed for. Rod looked at him in bewilderment. Do you revel in courting death? Death? No. No, Rod. The thrill lies in escaping the clutches of death. If I weren't here, you would have truly perished. The bard remained exuberant. But I am here. And perhaps that is fate itself, to delve into the abyss of death, to face the undead, to battle dragons. These are tales that would typically only grace the pages of my fabricated stories. Thus, I declare you my dearest friend. Rod raised an eyebrow. So, you finally admit that your stories are mere fabrications? Valorette, unperturbed, replied, stories must be crafted to please the audience. A touch of embellishment is only appropriate. Very well then, say what you will. Rod sighed in resignation before rising from the ground and brushing off the stone creature that was drinking from the stream. Let us go, stone. Time to head back. Valorette quickly scrambled to his feet. Hey, wait. Don't forget about me. By the time they exited the mine, darkness had enveloped the land, and upon returning to the castle, the moon hung high in the sky. Gazing at the castle, which was nearly swallowed by shadows, Valorette exclaimed, Is this yours? Roughly, Rod responded absent-mindedly. After a long day of running, the stone creature appeared famished, trudging along with a weary gait as Rod dismounted. He had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Fat Tiger and Little Husband rushing towards him from the castle. Why are there still monsters? Valorette was startled, but seeing Rod remain unfazed, he relaxed. Are they also yours? Yes, Rod replied, distracted, as the two dog-headed creatures scurried to hide behind him. What is going on? Are there monsters spawning in the castle? Just then, Tina emerged from the castle gates, seemingly searching for something, and upon spotting Rod, inquired, You're back? Did you see? Her gaze fell upon Fat Tiger and Little Husband cowering behind Rod, and she wore an understanding expression. They have quite the bond with you. I was wondering why they rushed out without even eating. This remark instilled a sense of foreboding in Rod. What food? Before him lay a pot of an unidentifiable concoction, and Rod was suddenly reminded of the thick soup he had encountered in the mine not long ago. Although the ecological environment within was not as terrifying, the aroma wafting from it was even more intolerable. Tina stood nearby, shaking her head in confusion. How could this happen? This isn't right. Indeed, what on earth is this? You dare to question that? Rod turned to inspect the ingredients laid out beside him. It appeared that nearly every variety of mushroom cultivated underground had been tossed into the mix. It was akin to crafting a soup with every conceivable seasoning. He shot a glare at Tina, intending to reprimand her for her lack of sense. But as soon as he glanced her way, she shrank back, leaving him at a loss for words. Well, never mind. I shall handle it in the castle courtyard. A plucked chocobo was set upon the grill. This place was swiftly transforming into their dining hall. Initially intended for domestication, they had yet to construct a proper avian enclosure and had resorted to feasting upon one instead. Given the multitude of events that had transpired that day, and owing their lives to the stone creature, they felt it only right to reward it. The first batch of potatoes had also been harvested, with Tina and the two dog-headed creatures bringing in over 1,000 pounds today. This was merely a fraction of the total yield. Rod anticipated that if more dog-headed creatures were deployed tomorrow, they could potentially harvest 7,000 to 8,000 pounds in total. Given the peculiar nature of this land, the yield was surprisingly generous. However, the task of harvesting over a ton of potatoes had taken them all day, and Rod suspected that much of the labor had fallen upon Tina. She deserved some form of recompense. Tomorrow, he aimed to complete the potato harvest and plant another batch, which he expected to mature alongside the corn. The ensuing days would likely be even busier than the present. Fat Tiger had prepared the fire, and Little Husband had boiled the water. As Rod hung the marinated chocobo on the grill, he gently pushed the stone creature, which had inched closer, back into its place. Tina absent-mindedly prodded the fire with a stick, while Valorette sat quietly with his lute, seemingly preparing a melody for the new tale he intended to weave. Yet, he appeared dissatisfied, ultimately setting down his instrument and curiously turning to Tina. Lady Tina, you are of the human race, are you not? What brings you here? This question left both Tina and Rod momentarily speechless. Although Tina had resided in the castle for some time, both were somewhat uncertain about each other's identities. The castle was adorned with demonic script. While Tina could not comprehend it, she was no fool and could surmise that she was within a realm dominated by demons. It was unlikely that a castle could exist in such a place without being associated with the demonic. As for Rod, he had recognized Tina as human from the moment they met. Yet, both had tacitly agreed to ignore this fact. However, Valorette's inquiry had laid the truth bare. Tina, flustered and unsure of how to respond, was taken aback when Rod interjected nonchalantly. She fell into the water and got injured. I happened to witness it. Tina stole a glance at Rod, noticing his usual demeanor, and felt a slight sense of relief. Valorette displayed no animosity towards humans, instead expressing astonishment. So you drifted all the way here? This place is quite far from the Iron Kingdom. The Iron Kingdom? Rod inquired, puzzled. It appeared that Valorette possessed knowledge of Tina's origins. Sensing Rod's confusion, the bard pointed to the insignia on Tina's shoulder armor. Look, the famed emblem of the Iron Shield family. You recognize this? Rod exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Valorette replied with pride. I visited Platinum City during my travels. Platinum City? Where is that? Rod felt his knowledge was indeed lacking. Tina looked inquiringly at the bard. But you are not a demon, are you? Well, not entirely, Valorette declared dramatically, standing with hands on his hips and twirling in a flourish. I, the bard who sings heroic epics. Valorette Andrew, am a half-demon. Ah. At the same moment, two individuals emitted a sound. The half-demon, a hybrid of human and demon lineage, exists in a realm where, despite the prevailing animosity between humans and demons, their appearances are indistinguishable, and there is no reproductive isolation. Consequently, there are numerous offspring born from such unions. However, the classification of the child as either human or demon predominantly hinges upon the lineage of the mother, meaning that most children will belong to one of the two races. The occurrence of a half-demon is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Visually, half-demons bear no discernible difference from either humans or demons. Yet they lack the ability to adapt to chaos and possess a unique trait known as unstable magical power, which enables them to manipulate ether with greater ease than ordinary beings. Thus, although both humans and demons publicly reject the existence of half-demons, many seasoned mages actively seek them out as apprentices. Remarkably, half-demons do not require formal training, by focusing on their bloodline in a manner akin to that of sorcerers. They can effortlessly acquire a multitude of spells that it is not unusual for a half-demon to visit the capital of a human-majority nation. However, Rod had another critical thought. So, you truly possess magical abilities? Of course, why would I deceive you? Rod immediately pressed. Then why were you utterly useless when that dragon was pursuing you? Dragon? What dragon? Tina was bewildered that I mentioned this before. I am not proficient in combat. Violet replied, raising his hands in exasperation, and my spells are not designed to confront such creatures. Then what magic do you wield? Rod still wore a skeptical expression. This is rather complicated, so allow me to demonstrate. As Violet spoke, he picked up his lute and gently strummed a string. A light, ethereal melody wafted through the air, leaving Tina puzzled as she observed Violet. There was neither fire nor light. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Only Rod appeared to find it peculiar, his feet repeatedly lifting and lowering. This spell induces the sensation of one's underwear being misaligned, compelling the individual to continuously adjust its position. That I have named this spell adjusting the egg, Violet revealed with a mysterious smile. What a ludicrous spell. Undo it at once. Violet subsequently demonstrated his other magical abilities. For instance, he could create a sensation akin to persistent mosquitoes buzzing around one's ears, evoke the greasy feeling of having just grasped a roasted chicken leg, and instill the discomfort of gravel in one's shoes. To prove that he was not merely skilled in such illusion-like magic, he also showcased what he termed elemental magic. One such spell, which he named High Heat Ray, produced a gentle breeze with an exact temperature of 37.5 C, lasting approximately half a second. In contrast, the corresponding bone-chilling cold was achieved by reducing the wind's temperature to 26 C, akin to the temperature of an air-conditioned room that Rod had previously experienced. Just as he confidently prepared to use magic to clean the dining area, Rod interrupted him. This was due to Violet's act of drawing a magical circle with a cloth dipped in a basin of water. Claiming that this magic required merely an hour of casting to clean an entire flat surface area, Rod opted for a broom, finding it more convenient and swift. Given the late hour, he could not possibly chase Violet away, so he allowed him to stay in the castle for the night. However, come the following morning, Violet had vanished, leaving behind a note stating that he could not stay for free, but his money had been taken by his former comrades, prompting him to venture into town to earn some funds for repayment. While Rod had initially considered having Violet work in exchange for his lodging, he was taken aback by such a unique perspective, albeit only momentarily, as he had more pressing matters at hand, namely harvesting potatoes. The potato field, roughly 25 meters in both length and width, was already densely populated with green potato sprouts. That a portion of it had already been excavated by Tina, who had been accompanied by Fat Tiger and Little Foo the previous day. However, due to their lack of experience, their efficiency had been subpar. Rod himself had limited experience. He had merely assisted his family in cultivating various crops on a plot of land before moving to the city and never touching soil again. Little did he know that he would find himself farming in another world. He released 2 teams of 10 goblins, tasked with using their claws to dig up the earth, while he and Tina focused on sorting the leaves from the potatoes, placing them in different baskets, and directing Fat Tiger and Little Foo to transport the harvest to the lower storage area of the castle. This area, which was originally intended to serve as a prison, had been repurposed by Rod, who discovered its cool and dry conditions, making it ideal for storage. Although Rod referred to them as potatoes, they bore only a superficial resemblance to the potatoes of his former world. They were larger, had a greenish hue, and possessed a slightly bitter taste, yet were still edible. The potato leaves were not wasted. Rod planned to use them as feed for the chocobos when no better alternatives were available. Meanwhile, in the castle's underground cultivation area, Rod expanded the mushroom farming, increasing the scale tenfold. This space, which had likely once served as a barracks, was now meticulously organized, with stacks of wood piled up to serve as cultivation bases for various mushroom species. Due to the diverse and somewhat toxic varieties, Rod personally oversaw this section, fearing that a goblin might inadvertently poison itself while foraging. Additionally, the medicinal herb garden in the courtyard was also undergoing expansion. With Tina in charge, and Rod had even assigned her a pair of goblins to assist her, Tina, lacking prior planting experience, began from scratch, and while Rod had initially thought he would need to frequently lend a hand, he was surprised to find that this knight exhibited a resilient spirit, persistently redoing poorly executed tasks until they resembled something worthwhile. However, her dusty and grimy appearance did somewhat tarnish her image. In the remaining spare time, Rod engaged in the study of true magic, as opposed to the more dubious art of summoning, since he had discovered that different magical creatures possessed unique talents. He had been contemplating the acquisition of a particularly gifted creature for cultivation. However, the process of individually assessing each creature would be excessively time-consuming, and if they were part of a social group, it would be challenging to identify the one with the desired talent without inadvertently losing or destroying it. In such instances, a particular spell proved to be exceptionally useful. Insight. This spell allowed one to perceive the attributes of others, attributes that Rod could only view after capturing a creature in his bestiary. His previous apprehension had prevented him from leaving the castle, for this was a fundamental spell, akin to the first grade of magical education. Beyond this lay merely the study of basic magical theories. Thus, if Rod wished to embark on the journey of learning magic, this was an exceedingly suitable starting point. However, he was currently only making progress akin to kindergarten literacy, with the first spell still being a distant goal. Another matter, however, could be prioritized, enhancing his existing combat capabilities. Aside from its role in cataloging, the Chaos Bestiary possessed another crucial function: fusion, using one creature as a base and another as a material. It facilitated the merging of two distinct creatures, randomly inheriting traits from both. The newly formed creature would retain the consciousness and primary physical features of the base creature, while also improving its attributes to some extent. However, if the attributes of the two creatures differed excessively, the enhancement would be negligible or even non-existent. This conclusion was drawn from the notes of the demon Lord Kalisvalj that Rod's current enthusiasm for capturing magical creatures was aimed at utilizing fusion to bolster the combat strength of his collection. Nevertheless, the available materials for fusion consisted solely of three types: skeleton soldiers, skeletal crawlers, and goblins. Among these, goblins were the most abundant, numbering over 50, while there were only 5 skeleton soldiers, including skulls, and 6 skeletal crawlers. However, goblins represented vital labor, not to be carelessly expended. Considering that he would need goblins for future construction, Rod decided to temporarily use only a team of 5 goblins for experimental fusion, while instructing Stone to take Fat Tiger along each day to catch some live magical creatures. It was evident that Stone was not keen on this task, prompting Rod to assign him an additional duty of gathering large stones during his outings. This was necessitated by Rod's observation that a small section of the castle gate's barrier was missing, likely consumed by the iron-headed baby that had been placed there to summarize. That evening, after concluding his various tasks, Rod proceeded to the lair where the grand magical circle had once been located. Donning a black robe that exuded a distinctly villainous aura as he commenced his fusion experiment, during his capture of a skeletal crawler, one had been crushed by the iron-headed baby, rendering it devoid of strength and agility, leaving it suitable only as a fusion material. The base creature chosen for this experiment was the skull that had previously undergone fusion. Skull low-tier undead race. Undead level: 5 strength, 82 agility, 30 stamina, 51 endurance, 93 magic power, 0 talent. Undead. Soul devourer. With a strength of 82 at this level, it was undeniably formidable, and it possessed a bone blade formed from shattered bones, making it a relatively strong combatant, coupled with the undead effect. Any low-tier magical creature like a goblin would be slowly worn down if it foolishly engaged in combat with it. It was one of Rod's primary conventional combat forces, even more effective than the iron-headed baby. Utilizing the already shattered skeletal crawler as a fusion material was a prudent choice. Rod set the skull aside, its form still reminiscent of one with 2 arms, one arm wielding a bone blade, standing vacantly. The crushed skeletal crawler, lying on the ground, resembled a pile of decayed bones buried for many years. Given sufficient time and exposure to areas rich in deathly ether, it might even rise again. However, Rod deemed this unnecessary that he opened the bestiary, infused it with magic, and constructed runes around the skeletal crawler, decomposing it into ether streams, which he then channeled into the skull. After this period of magical instruction, Rod had a general understanding of the process, though he remained unclear on the specifics of its implementation. In any case, a radiant glow enveloped the skull, transforming it into a cocoon of light, which gradually dissipated after approximately 10 seconds. Emerging from within, the skull had undergone further transformations. Previously, after its first fusion, It had reached a height of 1.8 meters, but now, Rod estimated it had surpassed 2 meters. The skull sprouted several backward-facing spikes, resembling the head of a beast, likely influenced by the skeletal crawler's head, which resembled that of a lizard or some other creature. An additional arm had grown beneath its original right arm. Achieving symmetry, a tail had sprouted from the base of its spine, tipped with sharp spikes, resembling a bone flail, and its entirety was now covered in a thin layer of bone plates, akin to a layer of armor. In terms of attributes, there had been some improvement. Skull undead race, undead level, 8 strength, 99 agility, 27 stamina, 71 endurance, 103 magic power, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer, immunity. The increases in strength, stamina, and endurance were notable, with the level rising by 3, yet agility had decreased rather than increased. This perhaps indicated that fusion did not guarantee an enhancement of attributes. Rod speculated that the loss of the skeletal crawler's mobility led to the additional weight from the bone armor and the newly formed arms and tail, resulting in a decline in agility. However, the decrease was minimal and thus acceptable. Furthermore, the skull inherited an additional talent from the skeletal crawler, immunity, granting it resistance to abnormal states, a simple yet remarkably effective talent. The range of abnormal states here is exceedingly broad, encompassing not only paralysis and sleep disorders, but according to the records, even polymorphy can be rendered immune by this talent. That is a gift frequently possessed by the higher undead. Speaking of which, following this fusion, the designation behind the skull has transformed from lowly undead to simply undead. I wonder if this can be considered a form of evolution. However, in terms of actual combat prowess, it is evident that one cannot merely assess capabilities by scrutinizing the attribute table. The true nature of a creature, whether it is a mule or a horse, must be tested in practice. Rod summoned another skeleton crawler, level 11. Let us engage in a test. Rod stepped back while issuing commands. At Rod's command, both sides sprang into action, colliding and grappling with one another. The majority of the undead, lacking self-awareness, resorted to the most rudimentary combat methods, slashing, clawing, and biting, actions that typically reflect the species they belong to in life. Observationally, although the skeleton crawler boasted a higher level than the skull by 3 ranks, it was clear that the skull was far more adept in combat. As combat commenced, the skeleton crawler charged directly at the skull, opening its jaws to bite. This instinctive behavior stemmed from its former life as a beast. However, as an undead, it no longer possessed the muscular strength it once had, rendering its bite considerably weaker. The skull raised a hand and thrust it into the crawler's mouth, reaching down its throat to grasp its ribs. Then violently slammed downwards. Crack! The blow nearly shattered the skeleton crawler into pieces. Naturally, the crawler would not submit without a fight. It bent its body, wrapping its limbs and tail around the skull, engaging in a fierce tug of war. Yet, the skeleton crawler was fundamentally a speed-oriented undead. Despite its higher level, its strength barely exceeded 60, whereas the skull approached triple digits in strength, an entirely different tier, devoid of its agility advantage and dragged into close-quarters combat. The crawler's limbs were swiftly dislocated within mere moments. With another forceful twist, the skull severed its head. Enough. Rod called off the experiment. The 2 undead on the opposing side froze instantly, as if a shutdown button had been pressed. Rod was somewhat pleased with the combat capabilities of the skull, though his assessment of the other undead diminished somewhat. These creatures exemplified the archetype of high attributes, but low combat effectiveness. They charged fervently into battle, flailing wildly, yet possessed no other skills, and were easily toyed with. High attributes were largely due to the fact that most undead lacked a specific magical affinity, making their individual attributes appear superior when averaged against others of the same level. If they were to be utilized effectively, it would likely require Rod's direct control to ensure sufficient combat strength. What if, however, these undead were endowed with a brain? This idea would lead Rod to his next experiment, merging the undead with living beings. The living beings in question were the previously selected gnolls. Originally, these gnolls operated in teams of 5. One team had been disbanded by Rod, only to be reconstituted later, requiring a bit more magical energy, but the results were promising. The released gnoll, temporarily named Dogmeat, would serve as the basis for the fusion. Dogmeat, gnoll race, beastman level, 2 strength, 35 agility, 78 stamina, 40 endurance, 31 magic, 0 talent. Tracking at this moment, it gazed around in utter confusion. Reluctant to move without Rod's command, the material for the fusion was the previously defeated skeleton crawler, which had now reattached its limbs and was in the process of placing its head back onto its neck. As soon as the head was affixed, a series of runes enveloped it, swiftly disassembling it into streams of etheric light, encasing the knoll within and forming a cocoon of light. Unlike the previous instance, this cocoon lasted significantly longer. Rod estimated it would endure for at least 2 minutes as the cocoon dissolved. The once diminutive knoll, standing around 1 meter tall, underwent a remarkable transformation. Its height surged, nearing Rod's own. And even in a half-crouch, it appeared to be around 1.50 meters. Its physique, though still slender, now appeared more robust, with visible muscle definition. Before the fusion, it resembled skin stretched over bone. Now, the bones had broken through the skin, forming a layer of pristine bone armor, with its claws reduced to mere bone connected by scraps of flesh, giving it an exceedingly menacing appearance. Spikes of bone elongated from its spine to the tip of its tail, culminating in a sharp point that seemed capable of piercing effortlessly through flesh. Dog meat race. Hybrid monster level. 10 strength, 57 agility, 113 stamina, 76 endurance, 110 magic, 0 talents. Undead. Soul Devourer. Tracking while its level was 1 rank lower than that of the original skeleton crawler. Both strength and agility saw a slight enhancement. Its agility of 113 now stood as the highest among Rod's minions. However, its stamina and endurance had diminished slightly due to the fusion with the knoll, and not all talents had been retained. Most notably, the crucial immunity was lost. Nevertheless, now possessing the brain of a living creature, its combat effectiveness should see some improvement, one would hope. Yet, observing the still somewhat vacant expression of dog meat, Rod was reminded that gnolls were not particularly intelligent creatures. Subsequently, Rod attempted a second fusion between the gnoll and the skeleton crawler, yielding entirely different results. Gnoll undead race. Undead level. 3 strength, 17 agility, 68 stamina, 22 endurance, 25 magic, 0 talents. Undead. Immunity. Gazing at the skeletal dog, which had retained its form but merely shifted from standing to lying down, Rod confirmed that the success of fusions was indeed contingent upon luck. Following this, he faced considerable losses in subsequent attempts. The fusion of 2 gnolls resulted in a creature with 2 heads, perhaps due to the additional head. This gnoll, which Rod named Aglon, inexplicably exhibited magical talents. With training, it might even learn to cast spells. However, a significant issue arose. The 2 heads were embroiled in a quarrel, even pushing each other away with their claws, appearing as if they were about to engage in a fight with themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Rod decided to bestow names upon these 2 heads, A.G. and Alone, the dog-headed creatures. Race, beastmen. Level, 5. Strength, 31. Agility, 65. Stamina, 41. Endurance, 32. Magic, 40. Talent. Tracking, split personality. However, he pondered whether he could teach them to speak first. Otherwise, the constant bickering of dogs within the castle would indeed become quite bothersome. Next came the fusion of 2 skeletal crawlers, utilizing the individual with a unique talent as the material. Vonir, the skeletal crawler. Race, undead. Level, 14. Strength, 67. Agility, 89. Stamina, 91. Endurance, 137. Magic, 0. Talent. Undead. Soul Devourer. Immunity, intimidation. Aside from rendering its original body larger and more complex, with a slight enhancement of attributes, there was no discernible difference. Judging from these 2 outcomes, the fusion among creatures of the same type appeared relatively stable. Although some mutations occurred, the attributes still managed to attain a steady increase. One could say the experiment had yielded preliminary results. As for the last remaining skeletal crawler, Rod decided to keep it for the time being, as it might prove useful at some point. The entire experimentation process had consumed considerable time, and standing had become tiresome. Rod had already seated himself. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly felt something jab at his waist. Ouch! What on earth? He reached into his pocket and grasped a long, hard object that was emitting a glow. He had nearly forgotten about this. This was the luminous crystal he unearthed in the mine at least for now. Rod had not encountered anything like it in his books. However, Given the abundance of such crystals in the mine, it likely held little value. Rod had initially considered the automatic luminescence of this crystal might serve as a source of light. While he contemplated how to cut this object without shattering it, the recently fused skeletal crawler, Vonir, had approached Rod without him noticing, reaching out its hand to grasp it. Its movement was not particularly swift, and Rod deftly evaded its grasp. But wait, these undead should not move without Rod's command. Yet, its recent actions clearly indicated a desire for the crystal, Soul Devourer. The soulless undead yearn for pure souls. Rod flipped through his compendium and discovered this talent was nearly universal among the undead. If it sought the crystal due to this talent, did that mean the light within the crystal was a soul? Rod pondered further, retrieving some fragments of crystal from his inner pocket, pieces that had been crushed during his previous escape. He tossed these small shards onto the ground, and Vonir immediately crawled over, nudging its head close. Soon after, Rod observed the light emanating from the shattered crystals slowly seep out, being absorbed by Vonir. That moment, only a transparent shard of glass remained on the ground. Had it absorbed the soul from the crystal? Rod was uncertain and promptly checked Vonir's attributes, finding no changes whatsoever. However, this did not necessarily indicate it was of no use, considering he had only discarded a piece the size of a fingernail. Should he try with an entire crystal? Rod hesitated. This was the only crystal he possessed, and using it would render it gone. He wondered if there might be more in town or if Violetta would return, allowing him to inquire whether she recognized it or perhaps seek Tina's insight. Resolving to act, Rod waved his hand, summoning all the various creatures surrounding him back into his possession, then turned to ascend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, in Tina's chamber, the knight was tidying her bed. Her upbringing instilled a sense of routine, leading her to retire at the appointed hour. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Tina asked, somewhat on guard. "It's me. Rod, I have something I'd like to ask if you recognize it." Rod, too, was cautious, mindful that knocking on a young lady's door in the middle of the night could be deemed inappropriate. Should she already be asleep, it would indeed be awkward. Before long, the door opened from within, revealing Tina standing before Rod, her hair still steaming from the heat, clad in simple garments after having shed her heavy armor. "What do you wish to show me?" she inquired. Rod presented the crystal from his pocket. "This is what I found earlier. Do you know what it is?" "This must be an ether crystal," Tina concluded after a brief examination. According to her explanation, ether crystals were a newly emerged source of energy developed by humanity in recent decades, rich in ether. Once extracted through special methods, they proved incredibly useful, both militarily and in civilian applications. In Tina's hometown of Platinum City, every household had installed ether lamps, requiring a monthly ether fee to use. With this revelation, Rod felt his original idea of utilizing the crystal for illumination was rendered somewhat impractical. If Tina's assertion held true, the ether within the crystal would gradually dissipate once extracted, necessitating specific methods for storage, though she was unaware of these secrets. Thus, keeping this crystal would offer Rod no advantage. It would be better to use it sooner rather than later. "All right, I understand. Thank you. Get some rest," Rod replied, nodding as he prepared to leave. Tina seemed poised to say something further, her mouth opening and closing a few times. But ultimately, she simply replied, okay." With that, the door closed behind her. Rod, preoccupied with the crystal, failed to notice Tina's expression. His focus was entirely on the ether crystal, which undoubtedly represented a significant resource for the future. The numerous crystals within that mine signified an endless wealth. Yet, one pressing concern lingered: the bone dragon. Rod rubbed his temples in exasperation. How could such a creature be present here? A bone dragon is what remains of a dragon transformed into an undead after death. Although its physical prowess diminishes due to the absence of flesh, it retains its innate magical talents and can even wield unique necromantic spells, potentially rendering it stronger in combat than in life. Historically, legendary dragon-slaying feats were accomplished only by an extraordinary individual leading an elite team, often requiring powerful artifacts and weaponry. There were even tales of entire nations being erased from existence by enraged dragons after failed attempts at slaying them. For now, Rod decided to set aside such thoughts regarding the peculiar creatures surrounding him. However, he could not simply ignore the presence of the mine. After all, to pass up an opportunity for gain would be akin to incurring a monumental loss. Moreover, the crystal in his hand demanded a method of utilization. Sitting on the floor of the library, Rod cradled the crystal in one hand while perusing the historical records of the city with the other. He noted that Tina claimed the crystal contained ether, yet it was capable of attracting the undead. The undead, in their pursuit of pure souls, exhibited a notably diminished aggression towards the chaotic races, which were particularly susceptible to ether pollution. Even in the presence of a skeleton crawler, a human and a demon standing side by side would invariably see the undead target the human first. Thus, Rod had always assumed that ether and soul were distinct entities. However, as he examined the scholarly records left behind, he realized his misconception. Souls were a form of ether, and ether manifested various properties depending on its environment. Consequently, the ether in the external world often harbored excessive impurities, leading to mutations in the souls that came into contact with it. Given that the ether crystal contained a soul, Rod endeavored to catalog the crystal in his compendium. In an instant, the crystal vanished from his grasp, and a new page appeared in the compendium. Ether crystal, a crystalline embodiment of pure ether. Indeed, this method proved viable. Previously, while perusing the notes of the demon Lord Chorus Valge, he had encountered records of capturing incorporeal entities like specters. This indicated that the chaotic compendium could indeed catalog souls. Therefore, it stood to reason that the ether crystal, being a conglomeration of souls, could also be included. Motivated by this reasoning, Rod proceeded with the experiment. This was merely a precursor to another audacious idea. He sprang from his seat and crawled beneath his bed, retrieving a sealed glass jar containing a nut the size of an infant's fist, adorned with intricate, swirling patterns. This was a seed from a plant known as the murder flower. Although classified as a plant, it was indeed a type of magical creature. The creature primarily utilized its upper maw for nourishment, while its roots absorbed ether from the earth to produce fruit. The fruit was hollow and exceptionally light, easily carried by the wind to take root elsewhere, giving rise to new murder flowers. In the estates of affluent demons and nobles, such plants were often cultivated as a means of deterrent against theft, while also serving as a defensive measure. Of course, there were numerous instances of individuals inadvertently being consumed by the very murder flowers they nurtured. As a magical creature, it could also be cataloged in the compendium. Thus, Rod pondered whether merging this plant-like creature with the ether crystal might enable the cultivation of ether crystals akin to growing vegetables. Naturally, given the randomness of such a fusion, the resulting entity could be anything. After a moment's consideration, Rod decided it prudent to conduct this experiment in a secure location, away from his room, to mitigate any potential mishaps. He headed directly to the courtyard with the murder flower seed and opened the compendium. Taking a deep breath that he followed the procedure, channeling his magical energy, and the runes successfully materialized beside the murder flower seed, which was promptly absorbed. Murder flower, species, carnivorous plant, level, 0, strength, 0, agility, 0, stamina, 0, endurance, 0, magic, 0, talent, absorb ether, grow. Next, Rod turned to the page dedicated to the ether crystal. Once more, he infused it with magical energy, and the etheric light emitted from the compendium enveloped the dark seed. This process took longer than any prior fusion. Sitting on the ground, Rod anxiously fixated on the luminous cocoon before him. After staring for too long in the dim light, his eyes began to ache. Even Chorus Valge, the demon lord who had initially acquired the chaotic compendium, had never attempted to fuse an ether crystal with a magical creature. The outcome was entirely uncertain. Just as he began to doze off, his eyelids heavy, he noticed the light before him dimming. What lay before him was still the same fist-sized seed, yet it was now encased in a glass-like exterior. What is this? Just as Rod reached out to touch the seed, it suddenly began to tremble violently and burrowed into the soil, leaving only a small tip exposed. Rod. Previously, he had read that murder flower seeds were lively, but he had not anticipated such exuberance. They truly dove into the earth upon contact. Meanwhile, the attributes of the murder flower in the compendium altered. Ether murder flower, species, hybrid magical creature, level, 0. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Stamina, 0. Endurance, 0. Magic, 0. Talent. Absorb ether, grow, etherization. Much like the dog meat, its species classification transformed into a hybrid magical creature, and it acquired an additional talent, etherization, which indicated that its body would exhibit etheric characteristics. This could potentially be deemed a success. Rod scratched his face, uncertain. Only when the murder flower matured would he receive his answer. For safety's sake, he gathered a pile of wood from the storeroom and constructed a large enclosure around the seed to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in and being mistaken for food. Clanging and clattering. By the time he completed the task, dawn was breaking, and he dragged his weary body back to his room. Collapsing into sleep, in his dreams, he envisioned a tree sprouting within the castle, its branches laden with ether crystals. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in Greystone Town, a gathering had formed near the town's entrance, with even the elderly mayor present. Upon hearing the commotion, Violetta joined the throng, straining to see over the crowd. In their midst lay a massive rat, struck by several arrows. It was a rat folk. The rat folk are about to arrive. The mayor, leaning heavily on his staff, stuttered with trepidation. His words echoed. The townspeople erupted in chatter. How could they come so much earlier than in previous years? So soon. Yet the walls weren't fully reinforced. After Old So and the others entered the mine, they never returned. What shall we do? I visited once, and the entire cavern had collapsed. What about those inside? Who knows what kind of magical creature has invaded? Sigh, with so few people this year, can we withstand the onslaught? The crowd buzzed with anxiety, and the old mayor furrowed his brow. However, he quickly composed himself, striking the ground with his staff to regain order. Fellow townsfolk, please quiet down. He raised his voice in an attempt to rally them. We have faced the rat tide many times before. We will persevere as we have in years past. Do not fear. The mayor is correct. A militia member brandishing a weapon echoed his sentiment. Those damned rats will learn that Greystone Town is not a place they can invade at will. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Other militia members raised their weapons in solidarity, bolstering one another's morale. A sense of calm washed over the townsfolk, thanks to the presence of protectors. However, amidst them, Violet harbored a far less optimistic outlook. According to the habits of the rat men, their movements followed discernible patterns. Ordinarily, even a scattered group of rats would not venture to such a remote town at this early hour. Their primary targets for assault would undoubtedly be the bustling cities filled with throngs of people. Thus, the sole reason for the premature appearance of the rat men must be that the tide of rats was overwhelming. Those devoid of sustenance were compelled to seek food in the distant Yunyun Mountains. If this were indeed the case, the scale of the rat tide could far exceed their expectations. In this scenario, Greystone Town had already lost a dozen strong young men due to the anomalies in the mines, which had hindered the timely fortification of the walls. Violet rationally assessed that it would be exceedingly difficult for the remaining townsfolk to withstand the impending onslaught, even if they sought aid. It remained uncertain whether help could reach them from the nearest town, which lay 2 days' journey away. Should there truly be such an overwhelming number of rat men, even if assistance were dispatched, others might not possess the strength to come to their aid. Moreover, factoring in the time required for mobilization, they would need at least 4 or 5 days, by which time it would be too late. If Violet were to make the decision, the answer would be unequivocally to flee. As long as they carried sufficient provisions into the depths of the mountains, the starving rat men would stand no chance of pursuing them. However, the mountains themselves were rife with monstrous creatures, and it remained uncertain whether that would be any safer than facing the rat men. If one were to speak of safety, there was indeed one place that offered a semblance of security: Lord Rod's castle. If only he could persuade the townsfolk to leave and then convince Rod to take them in. The plan could succeed. Violet muttered to himself in self-deprecation. Yet he had already made his decision that a bard singing heroic epics could not turn a blind eye to those in peril. Rod was awakened from his slumber in the ether crystal pool by a cacophony of loud knocks at the door. Still bleary-eyed, he opened the door to find Violet's beaming face greeting him, along with his signature manner of salutation. Rod, long time no see. Rod felt as though one foot still lingered in the realm of dreams. He rubbed his face and then his eyes to confirm that Violet was indeed before him. What brings you here after such a short time? I have urgent and significant matters to discuss. Violet replied with newfound seriousness, directly stating his purpose: that I hope you can assist the townsfolk of Greystone in weathering this rat tide. Rod pondered for a moment. Greystone, the town just beyond the mountain? Yes, you want to help, but you haven't devised a plan for yourself? Of course I have. If I had even a modicum of ability, I would have to sacrifice everything. Violet gestured to himself that I lack such capabilities. So I cannot act recklessly, understand? You seem quite capable. Rod raised an eyebrow. "I won't deny that." Violet accepted the compliment without a hint of embarrassment, then continued, "Moreover, I'm not asking for your help without offering something in return. I considered this before coming. You mentioned before that you were short-handed, correct?" "Yes." "What of it?" Rod began to piece together Violet's thoughts. "Think about it. If you agree to let them take refuge in your castle, wouldn't they essentially become your free labor while they are here? And they will undoubtedly bring food with them, refusing to leave any for the rats. You wouldn't even have to prepare provisions. You'd only need to provide them with shelter. This is a guaranteed profitable venture for you." Violet spoke animatedly. At that point, Rod had fully awakened and began to seriously contemplate the bard's proposal. Firstly, Violet made a valid point. Rod indeed lacked manpower, and there was ample space to accommodate an entire town's worth of people. However, Violet had left some matters unaddressed. For instance, sheltering these townsfolk would place the onus of their protection upon Rod. And without Greystone as a buffer, the rat tide would assault the castle directly, increasing the pressure on Rod. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Rod found merit in the proposal. Primarily, the walls of the Demon King's castle were far sturdier than the wooden walls of Greystone. Even with the same townsfolk, defending within the castle would be significantly more manageable. Moreover, if Greystone were to fall, it would only draw more rats to this location, leaving the castle without any buffer zone. Additionally, Rod was indeed in dire need of labor. As long as they could endure this wave of rat men, he wouldn't have to worry about manpower for a considerable time. Finally, establishing a good rapport with the townsfolk of Greystone would facilitate future interactions with outsiders. Regarding the risks, aside from the imminent threat posed by the rat tide, the potential chaos caused by an influx of strangers into the castle also warranted careful consideration. Overall, the benefits outweighed the risks. Rod stood at the door, contemplating, while Violet anxiously observed him until he finally uttered, "What do you think of my proposal?" Violet inquired eagerly. "I can agree to this," Rod replied. "But have you discussed the details with the townsfolk? When will they arrive? How long will they stay? After the rat tide subsides, how long will they work for me? Who will hold command? I need answers to all these questions." Though the benefits were substantial, Rod still had to consider the multitude of potential outcomes and prepare accordingly. Reality was not a game. Grand promises made during alliances could easily become mere scraps of paper. Even if these townspeople were victims, they could turn against the farmer in a heartbeat. Rod had to remain vigilant, for once they were admitted into the castle, he would lose the greatest barrier against them. Furthermore, even if these individuals lacked the combat prowess of the monsters under Rod's command, he could not afford to have all his monsters surrounding him like bodyguards at all times. What's more, if they were to suddenly turn against him and attempt to seize the castle, employing underhanded tactics such as poisoning would render him defenseless. All of these factors needed consideration. His understanding of this world remained limited. A single misstep could lead to becoming a corpse beneath a pitchfork. Violet's expression mirrored his internal conflict. "I have spoken with their mayor, but they do not believe there is a castle here, and it seems they are reluctant to leave their town. Thus, I was hoping you might agree first, allowing me to prove that there is indeed a place for them to seek refuge before attempting to persuade them again. You haven't secured their agreement yet?" Rod rubbed the back of his neck in exasperation. "All right, I'll have Stone accompany you on your visit. I thank you. I appreciate you adding a bit of chaos to my otherwise peaceful life." Violet replied gratefully. After bidding farewell to Violet, Rod found that he no longer felt inclined to sleep. He tidied up his attire, completed his morning routine, donned his robe, and descended into the courtyard. He glanced at the sky. The sun had only recently risen, and Tina had yet to awaken. He realized he had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, yet he did not feel particularly tired. Moreover, judging by Violet's appearance, it seemed he had also gone without sleep, having hurried through the treacherous woods from Greystone. What a selfless act it was for a poet, devoid of any combat prowess, to traverse perilous terrain for something that offered him no advantage. Rod let out a sigh, his mind a whirl of unspoken thoughts. He turned around and began to prepare for the tasks that lay ahead. Although negotiations had yet to come to fruition, the possibility of receiving refugees from Greystone Town loomed on the horizon, and thus, Rod needed to make arrangements in advance. The first order of business was securing their accommodations. Initially, Rod contemplated setting up tents for everyone in the courtyard. After all, the entire town's population was roughly around 1,000, which was manageable. However, such an arrangement would not foster good relations in the future. the Demon King's castle could comfortably house tens of thousands of demons. Its intricate internal structure resembling a small city, with ample space for the townsfolk. Nonetheless, unrestricted access was out of the question. Ultimately, the chosen location turned out to be the ground floor of the castle. This area had originally served as the barracks for the demon army, but with several demon generals departing in quick succession, it had become largely vacant that a multitude of rooms were closely arranged. Spacious enough for even 3 or 4 meter tall giants to enter and exit with ease. Higher floors were also unoccupied, but it was prudent to reserve some space to prevent any disobedience. For example, if one wished to restrict access to the 4th floor but only cautioned against ascending beyond it, those on the 3rd floor might be tempted to sneak a peek. Conversely, if they were explicitly told to remain on the 1st floor, they would likely venture no higher than the 2nd or 3rd, dramatically reducing the chances of reaching the 4th. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical scenario, as even the upper floors of the castle were devoid of any significant contents. Rod simply preferred not to have anyone loitering around his doorstep. Some order was necessary. Next on Rod's agenda was to enhance the castle's defenses. Alas, the thought was a source of frustration. The cornfield and herb garden lay outside the castle walls, just halfway grown. If rodents invaded at this juncture, they might very well devour the plants down to the roots. The loss of the harvest was one concern, but the more pressing issue was that these seeds were scarce. Cultivated with painstaking effort, Rod had no desire to squander them to safeguard the crops. He could not allow rodents to approach the castle. This meant relying not solely on the sturdy walls, but extending the battlefield to a greater distance. Rod's initial thought was to construct a perimeter wall, but this idea was swiftly discarded. Currently, it was impossible to procure sufficient timber. The black earth had only just begun to sprout, and the nearest trees were several kilometers away. Even if enough wood were available, the time required to erect such a structure would be inadequate, certainly not enough to encircle the castle. Thus, alternative strategies had to be devised. Rod picked up a stick and began to sketch in the soil. The first step was to analyze the castle's geographical position. Nestled deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, it lay between 2 branching paths, with a river flowing from the mountains, hollowed out to form a moat around the castle. Within a radius of approximately 7 to 8 kilometers, there existed a remarkably even expanse, nearly devoid of vegetation, a remnant of a once great magical array, referred to as the Black Earth. The terrain within the Black Earth was unnaturally flat. As if meticulously leveled, the edges of this area stood sheer cliffs, almost vertical, accessible only through narrow fissures in the rock. Beyond this were the typical mountainous forests. This layered topography obstructed pathways in and out. Perhaps centuries ago, when the Demon King reigned, a route might have existed, but now it was entirely overgrown. Should an invasion from the outside occur, one would have to navigate a lengthy mountain trail, all while avoiding getting lost. Therefore, if a rodent wave were to be repelled, the terrain of the Shadow Cloud Mountains could be strategically utilized. The dense foliage and the increasingly abundant magical creatures would effectively disperse the rodents. And if their movements could be monitored, targeted strikes might be feasible. Of course, this hinged on the ability to track the rodent movements. Rod lacked the foresight of a seer or any biological detection radar. In terms of sensory acuity, the rodent folk were quite adept among magical creatures. Gaining an advantage in this regard would not be easy. Moreover, one misstep could lead to confrontations with a large rodent army, resulting in inevitable losses. The folly of risking small gains for greater losses must be avoided. It was imperative to devise a sufficiently potent strategy to halt the advance of the rodent horde. Suddenly, a notion sparked in Rod's mind. The risk was exceedingly high. Should it fail, all would be lost. Yet, if successful, not only would the rodent crisis be averted, but there might also be considerable additional benefits. It was worth a try. Rod suddenly comprehended the mindset of gamblers who wager their very lives. When the stakes are substantial enough, it is all too easy for reason to be cast aside. Meanwhile, in Greystone Town, the stench of blood pervaded the tranquil hamlet. The mayor stood atop the gatehouse, gazing outwards, where an ominous mass of dark figures writhed in the distance. How could they have arrived so swiftly? These were the rodent folk, poised for an assault. Behind him, in the square before the gate, townsfolk were piling bodies, preparing to incinerate them. If these remains were left unattended, they would merely become fodder for the rodents. Sorrowful sobs echoed through the town. Earlier that morning, a scattered horde of rodents had suddenly appeared, breaching the walls and wreaking havoc within the town. be why the time the townsfolk had slain the last of the rodent invaders. The death toll exceeded 20, with over 100 injured, a significant number of whom were young men. Consequently, Greystone Town had entirely lost its capacity to withstand the impending rodent tide. The rodents would not attack immediately. Their cowardly nature compelled them to engage in infighting before pushing the defeated forward as cannon fodder. These rodent folk were mere expendables. Their losses would not impact the larger army. Yet, judging by the current situation, the town might not withstand the assault of these expendables. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the town, uncertainty looming as no one could predict what would transpire next, each harboring their own pessimistic conjectures. Mayor Gregg approached the elder mayor, bearing several wounds that had been hastily bandaged, only just managing to stem the bleeding. He had to grip a spear, once belonging to a rodent, as a makeshift cane to remain steady. Though his face retained a youthful appearance, the events of a single day had aged him significantly. Seeing Gregg approach, the elder mayor expressed surprise. "Gregg, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you?" "I'm fine. I won't perish just yet." Gregg shook his head, gesturing behind him. The elder mayor turned to see a dozen townsfolk, similarly injured, wielding weapons and donning rudimentary armor as they ascended the walls. Many struggled to stand, let alone fight. "What are you doing? Go back," the elder mayor commanded, but Gregg shook his head. "Mayor, you know as well as I do that the town cannot hold. This wave of rodents surpasses any previous assault. Yet our numbers are woefully insufficient, and we cannot repair the breach in the walls." That he raised his hand, pointing to a section of the wall where a few wooden planks were haphazardly propped up, giving the illusion of sturdiness. But upon closer inspection, it was evident that the wall was precariously weak, liable to collapse with the slightest gust of wind. The village craftsmen were laboring to fortify that section, but their efforts were yielding minimal results. The elder mayor furrowed his brow. "What are you implying?" Gregg continued. "Last night, I heard that traveler mention a castle deep in the mountains, correct?" The elder mayor scoffed. "That frivolous bard. His tales are but nonsense. Not a word of what these people say can be trusted. But what if it's true?" Gregg urged that we have no other options left. We cannot remain in the town, or everyone will perish. That is not an option either. The old town mayor abruptly interrupted his speech. "The Envisioned mountains are off limits." "Why?" "It is perilous there." He lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. Since his childhood, that part of the sky had been shrouded in ominous clouds. It was the fabled forbidden land of Huishur Town. Long before his grandfather's time, it was said that it led to the abyss, where the resentful souls of the fallen demon clan congregated, devouring all who wandered in, their souls eternally tormented. According to the town's records, none who ventured to explore those ominous clouds ever returned. Over time, an unspoken rule was established in the town. Under no circumstances should one approach beneath those clouds. However, Gregg did not concur with this sentiment. In death, does it truly matter whether the soul remains? What is far more significant is that someone has claimed there exists a safe haven there. If he deceives us, it would merely result in a fate akin to being devoured by rats. But if it is true, many could survive. Gregg's words swayed the old mayor. Perhaps, in truth, he had already wavered upon hearing Violet mention a safe haven deep within the Envisioned mountains. Gregg merely fanned the flames of his uncertainty. Sensing the mayor's thoughts, he turned to the others. "Go inform the townsfolk to gather provisions and prepare to leave via the underground passage." Yet, amidst this, the old mayor discerned an underlying implication. "And what of you? In our current predicament, we cannot escape." The young militiaman smiled resignedly. "You need someone to hold the rear. As long as we remain here, those rats will think twice before advancing. None wish to be the first to perish. However, if we all flee, the others will not get far." He turned to gaze at the still surging tide of rats, tightening his grip on the spear. "Mayor, do not waste time." The old mayor fell silent, suddenly extending his hand to grasp the spear as well. "Mayor, how can you allow the young to sacrifice themselves while you, an old man with one foot in the grave, flee? After all, I am but a frail old bone, unable to escape far." "Maven," he called forth a tall, square-faced, and good-natured middle-aged man who had been standing nearby. "You lead the townsfolk into the mountains, directly beneath that dark cloud from before." The man named Maven, having overheard the previous conversation, naturally grasped the mayor's intention, his expression filled with sorrow as he asked, "What about you, mayor?" "I shall." The old mayor snatched the spear from Gregg's hands, casting aside his cane, and stepped forward, The aged man straightened his hunched back, and a hawk-like glint shone from his murky eyes. "That I will show these loathsome rats that this old tooth can still gnaw at their flesh." The black tide surged forth, advancing with unstoppable force. Maven stood atop the mountain, watching as the town he had inhabited his entire life was engulfed by the rat folk, painfully closing his eyes before turning away. Behind him stood the remaining residents of Huishur town, their hearts ashen, silently awaiting the next course of action. "Move forward, do not linger here." Maven leaned on the old mayor's cane, stepping to the forefront of the group. This battalion of hundreds stirred once more. Their destination lay deep within the Envisioned Mountains, a forbidden land said to be utterly off-limits. Yet, recently, the ominous clouds that had perpetually cloaked that forbidden territory suddenly dissipated. This unprecedented phenomenon left the townsfolk in a state of trepidation, giving rise to rampant rumors, soon followed by news of the impending rat tide. Many linked these two events, believing the disappearance of the clouds foretold disaster. Yet none dared venture into the mountains to uncover the truth. Maven held a different belief. He had always perceived it as a harbinger. Unlike the others in the town, Maven had not spent his entire life there. In his youth, he had departed Huishur town for the outside world. There, he had heard a legend. The demon lord, missing for 3 centuries, was said to be imprisoned within some deep mountain. This evoked memories of the ominous clouds over his hometown that had persisted for centuries. Subsequently, he returned to Huishur town, often yearning to explore the depths of the Envisioned Mountains. Yet, both the mayor and the townsfolk vehemently opposed his attempts alongside his companions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to slip into the mountains under the cover of night. However, that evening, his companions perished along the way. He had narrowly escaped by sheer luck. Following that, he became disheartened, no longer contemplating the matter. Yet now, he found himself compelled to lead all the townsfolk into the mountains. The terror of that night still haunted him, and he could only pray he would not encounter a similar fate. Moreover, he had no other choice. Behind him lay the relentless, starving tide of rats. So they could not afford to pause. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the rear of the procession. "The rats are closing in." Meanwhile, Violet was galloping along the mountain path on Stone. His spirits were high. Negotiations with Rod had been successful, and he now needed to return to Huishur town to relay the news. With Stone by his side, his words would carry much more weight. However, as he approached the vicinity of Huishur town, Violet suddenly heard commotion ahead. An ominous premonition arose within him. "Stone, hurry!" Stone exhaled through his nostrils, quickening his pace. The beast dragon's hefty form forcefully carved a path through the woods, drawing nearer to the chaotic sounds ahead. Suddenly, Violet noticed shadowy figures flitting through the trees. Were they townsfolk? Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces and shouted, "Hey, over here!" Those individuals seemed to have heard his voice and hurried over. Violet then observed that most were women and children, their bodies marred with wounds, likely sustained from branches during their frantic flight through the forest. What transpired? What happened? No sooner had he posed the question than the person at the forefront frantically exclaimed, "Quickly! Please save them." "Save whom?" "Maven and the others. They are still behind, pursued by the rats." Although Violet was not fully apprised of the situation, he sensed the urgency. He pointed behind him. "You all run that way. Along the path I came from. Hurry." Then he turned to Stone. "We must go assist them. This is for Rod's sake as well." "Roar." Stone let out a disinterested call, but immediately sprang into action. Soon, the cacophonous cries of the ratfolk reached their ears. Most of the ratfolk did not speak the demon language. Only those of certain status would begin to learn to speak. Among them were the lowest-ranking slaves of the ratfolk, shouting as they pursued a group of fleeing individuals ahead. These were the men of the town. When the main party was besieged by the ratfolk, under Maven's leadership, they had chosen to remain and confront the advancing horde. Fighting while retreating, they had dwindled to fewer than 100. A single misstep could see them overwhelmed by the half-human-sized rats, leaving nothing but bones in an instant. "Do not stop." Mawen let out a mighty roar, driving his spear through the chest of a leaping rat man, then forcefully swinging the weapon to hurl the already half-dead creature away, crashing it into several others that sought to pounce in the fleeting moment of their descent. Those fallen rat men were swiftly overwhelmed and devoured by their kin. Yet, this merely impeded the relentless tide of the rat swarm for a fraction of a second. Before long, more of the fiendish rodents screeched as they surged forth. Moen, fighting while retreating, felt a surge of desperation. Their strength was nearly depleted, while the horde seemed inexhaustible. Uncertain if the others had managed to escape, this momentary distraction allowed one Ratman before him to evade his thrust. The Ratman shrieked, brandishing a cleaver aimed at Mawin's abdomen. There was no evading it. Just then, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, crushing the Ratman into a bloody pulp beneath a single foot. With another thunderous roar, the very ground trembled, halting the entire swarm in its tracks. Shirtu stood firm, bellowing at the horde, his draconic presence radiating authority across the expanse. Those Ratmen closest to him, gripped by terror, fell dead, their eyes rolling back in fright. In an instant, the vicinity fell eerily silent, save for the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Mawin stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Was this truly a dragon? But how could it be? Hey, dashing fellow, what of the others? A voice called from above. Mawin looked up to find a person clinging to Shida's back. He recognized the individual. You are that poet? The one who sings of heroic epics. Veo Laite Andalu. Veo Laite, rather ungracefully, spread his limbs wide, gripping tightly to the protrusions on Shida's back to avoid falling. He turned his head to shout at Mawin. Stop dawdling. Run. Leave this to me. It was only then that Mawin snapped out of his stupor, turning to wave at the other townsfolk. Hurry. Run. His voice roused the others from the dragon's intimidating presence. Those who had been paralyzed by fear scrambled to their feet and fled without a backward glance. The rat swarm began to stir restlessly. Hiding behind Shirtu, Veo Laite felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed the agitated horde. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. What did I mean by leave this to me? I might be dashing, but Shirtu is a juvenile dragon. I lack his thick skin and strength. Surely, I cannot afford to return to the castle as a pincushion. Shirtu, you will protect me, right? Shirtu ignored him, merely exhaling a puff of air. Veo Laite cautiously withdrew his head, for now, bolstered by Shidu's draconic might. The Ratmen hesitated to attack, but soon their hunger would outweigh their reason. Never mind a young beast dragon like Shirtu. Even a mature red dragon's den would not deter them if such a situation arose. Even fully grown dragons would have to flee. After all, the saying ants can kill an elephant was no mere jest. The Ratmen were not mere ants, but a formidable race with a rigorous social structure. Advanced technology and magical prowess, driven by insatiable greed. They were the most despicable predators on this continent, a calamity for all living beings. Listen to me, Shirtu. At my command, do not hesitate. Just run straight back to Rod. All right? Shirtu cast a glance at him, signaling agreement, but IT was no fool. It understood its own capabilities at last. The swarm's patience reached its breaking point. The Ratmen at the rear were driven forward, while those in front jostled one another, either trampled and devoured or forced to charge ahead. Their overwhelming numbers instilled a false courage in these otherwise timid creatures. Suddenly, the first Ratman leapt out from the throng, screaming and igniting a frenzy throughout the swarm. A cacophony of piercing shrieks reverberating through the air. Shirtu, run! With that command, the once majestic beast dragon leaped backward, covering several meters in a single bound, landing on all fours and sprinting forward with astonishing speed. Veo Laite clung tightly to Shida's back, desperately hoping to avoid being flung off, while praying that the spears flying from behind would not find their mark. From above, one would see a throng of fans pursuing their idol. As the tide of rats filled the valley, on the opposite side of the valley, a Ratman clad in crimson armor, wielding a long knife, gazed intently at the fleeing Shirtu, his narrowed blood-red eyes betraying unbridled hatred. Whoosh! A spear sliced through the air, narrowly missing Veo Laite's legs. If Shirtu had been any slower, my life of happiness would have ended right there. Veo Laite was drenched in sweat as he turned to glance back at the swarm. Now less than 50 meters away. How much farther? I do not wish to die. Just then, a figure abruptly emerged from behind a tree, seizing him and yanking him down from Shida's back, dragging him into the earth below. Ugh. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was swiftly covered. Don't scream. If you want to live, stay quiet. The voice was familiar, and a small flame flickered to life, allowing Veo Laite to see that it was Rod. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, Rod? I thought I was doomed. He lunged toward Rod, only to be met with a kick that sent him sprawling, his tears and snot mixing with the dirt that moment. A thunderous rumble echoed overhead, the sound of the rat horde rushing past. Veolite realized he was now in a burrow, with the stone giant troll blocking the entrance. The swarm surged outside. Veolite opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Rod make a shushing gesture, he promptly fell silent. Rod leaned against the troll, peering through a gap to observe the situation outside. "You be quiet and watch." Veolite, puzzled, crept closer to the other side of the gap. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a pillar of ethereal blue flame shot into the sky, tearing a massive rift in the clouds. Almost immediately, a silent shockwave surged forth. It was then that the source of these phenomena finally made its appearance. With a deafening boom, a massive hole erupted in the mountainside. From within, a grotesque head, glowing with blue light in its eye sockets, emerged. Shortly after Veolite had ridden away on Shirtu, Rod had conceived a strategy to counter the rat tide. This method was colloquially known as diverting disaster. It was also referred to as leading astray, entangling with flowers, dragging others down, or framing someone else. The destination of this diversion was the cavern where the bone dragon resided, the last time they visited. A single breath of dragon fire had sealed the cave's entrance, and the bone dragon had not pursued, which indicated something significant. It was evident that the creature was still not sufficiently enraged. Thus, the objective was to incite its fury to the point where it could not restrain itself from unleashing a devastating inferno upon everything in its vicinity. Consequently, Rod dispatched 2 squads of dog-headed warriors, equipped with their implements, into the depths of the mine. Inside, they created a cacophony of sound. When the skeletal dragon emerged, 2 buckets of foul-smelling fertilizer intended for crops were doused upon its head. Without further ado, Rod gathered the dog-headed warriors into his compendium and retreated into a pre-dug deep pit to evade the dragon's breath. The original plan should have been more meticulous. However, upon gazing at the horizon and witnessing the horde of rat-men rushing forth, he unhesitatingly executed this simplified strategy, commanding Stone to lead the vermin towards his direction. Being far from the castle alleviated any concerns of collateral damage. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. The wrathful skeletal dragon pierced through the mountainside with its breath, emerging to confront the swarming rat-men. With a powerful beat of its wings, it ascended skyward and let out a thunderous roar. Rod and Violet felt as though the sound reverberated directly in their minds. The sky transformed in an instant. The sun, once high above, dimmed and swiftly turned to pitch black, leaving only a crimson halo at its edges. Within mere breaths, midday morphed into the depths of night. A mist, shimmering with violet hues, rose from the ground, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. With their kin nowhere in sight, the rat-men were plunged into chaos, their screams echoing, only to dissipate into silence. From the depths of the mist, countless hands and claws erupted from the earth, a multitude of undead suddenly materializing amidst the rat-men. Their eyes glowed with a fierce red fire as they lunged towards the nearest living beings. Whether the rat-men sought to flee or retaliate, it was as if the very mist had drained them of their strength. They could barely lift their weapons, their cries stifled as they watched helplessly while the undead tore them asunder. The stench of blood began to permeate the as the mist seeped through the cracks. Rod immediately summoned the fire spirit to incinerate the life-draining fog with its magic. He then opened his compendium, capturing yet another undead that crawled forth from the earth. Prisoner of death race, undead level, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 0 endurance, 0 magic, 0 talent, none in the compendium. It appeared merely as a pile of bones. Though it resembled an ordinary skeleton soldier, it was, in fact, a summoning created through necromancy by the skeletal dragon, enslaved and brought forth from the grave. Devoid of magical sustenance after being captured in the compendium, its true form was revealed at last. The exterior began to brighten, and the cacophony gradually subsided. Outside the cave, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Rod withdrew the nearly incapacitated Ironhead from his compendium to recuperate, then cautiously peered out from the pit. His dismay, he beheld a scene of desolation. Every tree had withered, their yellowed leaves forming thick layers upon the ground. Occasionally, a segment of a rat-man corpse could be glimpsed among the foliage. From this vantage point, he also spotted the skeletal dragon unfurling its wings, soaring into the distance while unleashing unknown magics upon the earth. It seemed as though things had spiraled out of control. Initially, Rod had anticipated a cleansing breath from the dragon, yet this skeletal beast unleashed an overwhelming wave of necromantic magic, annihilating tens of thousands of rat-men in an instant. Moreover, it appeared intent on exterminating the rat-men entirely. Annihilation would indeed be advantageous, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Nevertheless, Rod understood that the rat-men would not idly mobilize a formal army against this skeletal dragon once its ire was quelled. It would likely return to its lair. Henceforth, caution would be imperative in this region. Should they be spotted in the future, it could spell doom. "Let us depart swiftly," Rod urged, summoning Stone once more and beckoning Violet to follow. Yet, she wore a contemplative expression. "What occupies your thoughts?" he inquired, only to hear her murmur. "The harbinger of the king of death veils the skies with its wings, while the prison of mist blankets the earth. This place is indeed the realm of the living's despair." What? This was a poem not widely known, depicting the dragon of death, Gladstone, commanding the legions of death during the war in heaven. Representing King Sharon. Enough of this, merely a tale from centuries past, Rod interjected. Besides, if this skeletal dragon is indeed that fabled beast, it would be a disgrace to have it doused with dung by dog-headed creatures. "Let us make our escape." "That is true," Violet concurred, nodding as she instinctively climbed onto Stone's back. With a powerful kick, Stone bolted towards the castle that Rod gazed ahead. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. King Sharon of the underworld, previously mentioned. There were originally 7 demon generals under the Dark Lord's command, known as the 7 Lords of Hell. They included Salamander, the Lord of Flames; Jormungandr, the Lord of Waters; Priestly Gabriel, the Lord of Earth; Mansfield Garuda, the Lord of Winds; Gaius Augustus Caesar, the Lord of Iron; Sharon, the Lord of Death; and the Lord of Life, the Great Rat. Each of the 7 demon generals represented one of the 7 elemental attributes: fire, water, earth, wind, metal, death, and life. Additionally, the attributes of light and darkness were governed by the hero and the Dark Lord, respectively. It seemed that the forces of the Dark Lord wielded 8 of the 9 attributes, while the forces of order possessed but 1, suggesting a significant advantage for the Dark Lord's army. However, the reality was far more complex. Even at the peak of the demon race's power, the 7 generals were only nominally under the Dark Lord's command. Whether they followed his orders depended largely on the strength of the current Dark Lord. They resembled the position of a martial arts sect leader in a wuxia novel. For instance, Sharon, the Lord of Death, had not mobilized since the war in heaven 3 centuries ago. Even then, it was his subordinate, Gladstone, the Dragon of Death, who led the charge. Records in the Dark Lord's castle indicated that he had never left his abode, making him the most enigmatic of all the demon generals, so much so that Rod had read in books that his whereabouts were unknown. Yet, if this legendary dragon had indeed appeared, did it not imply that Sharon resided near the Dark Lord's castle? Would my act of dousing organic fertilizer upon the head of his general invite retribution? Rod stroked his chin, pondering this dilemma seriously. Before long, they returned to the castle. Along the way, remnants of shattered bones gradually decomposed into deathly ether. At the castle gates, Tina stood sentinel, sword in hand, surrounded by heaps of shattered bones that nearly formed a mountain. Beyond the gate, hundreds of ordinary demonkin from Greystone Town crowded the courtyard. It appeared that, despite the skeletal dragon's magic reaching this place, Tina had successfully defended it. This female knight proved quite capable, Rod mused as he dismounted from Stone and swiftly approached her. "Are you unharmed?" "Yes, all is well." Somehow, Tina felt a twinge of guilt as she turned her head away. She had initially been tending to the fields alongside Pang Hu and Xiao Fu, as was her routine, when suddenly a large group of people appeared, seeking refuge and claiming they were being pursued by rat men. Although Tina harbored some doubts in her heart, she allowed them to take shelter in the town. Just as these newcomers entered, the sky darkened unexpectedly, and from the earth emerged an onslaught of undead creatures advancing toward the castle. With no choice left, Tina gathered several strong individuals from the group to resist the oncoming horde. Reluctantly, she unleashed the power of a hero, clearing away vast numbers of the undead in one fell swoop. As the sky brightened once more and the relentless undead began to fall, she suddenly realized that those around her were all of the demonic race. The sworn enemies of humanity. At that moment, Rod returned, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. However, Rod, too, did not ponder much. He was solely focused on finding a way to accommodate the surplus of people. As he stepped inside, a tall middle-aged man approached him. "Greetings, I am Ma. May I inquire if you are the master of this castle?" "Not quite the master, but I am indeed in charge here," Rod replied, skillfully deflecting responsibility onto the old demon king, a tactic that spared him from lengthy explanations. Simply stating the master's disapproval sufficed. It was remarkably convenient. Ewan appeared to be the leader of this group, and with his assistance, the entire process of accommodation encountered little trouble. There were some issues with townsfolk who had recently lost loved ones and were in a fragile state of mind. But Mawan resolved those matters adeptly. Truly invaluable. Rod scanned the demonic individuals, but did not spot the old town mayor or the guard who had previously barred his entry into the town. Though they shared no deep connection, he felt a twinge of lamentation at the fleeting nature of acquaintances. Most of the townsfolk bore injuries requiring urgent attention. Otherwise, infections could pose significant complications. Some had brought a few medicinal supplies. Yet they were far from sufficient. After some contemplation, Rod summoned Ma to accompany him to the storeroom for herbs. The storeroom was located one level down, just a flight of stairs away. Upon entering, the middle-aged man earnestly expressed his gratitude. "We are immensely thankful for your hospitality. Otherwise, we would truly have nowhere to turn." As Rod filled a bag with dried herbs, he turned to acknowledge Ma's words. "If you wish to express your thanks, direct it toward that bard. It was he who informed me of your plight, and that this is not a charity house for idlers." Rod spoke. He rose to his full height. "Here, if you wish to eat or have shelter, you must rely on your own efforts. If you agree, I will allow you to stay temporarily. In this performance, there must be both a red face and a white face." While Wayelites selflessly aided them, taking on the role of the benevolent figure, Rod was tasked with embodying the stern authority, reminding these townsfolk of their responsibilities. It was crucial they did not perceive him as overly accommodating. Even though he believed he was quite approachable, Ewan paused for a moment. Then, after some reflection, replied, "We shall not take advantage of your generosity." "Very well," Rod said, reiterating the conditions he had previously communicated through Wayelite. In essence, during their stay at the castle, they were expected to assist with land cultivation, cleaning, and harvesting crops. After hearing Rod's stipulations, Mawan seemed to question whether he had misheard. That all? I expected there would be more. Perhaps even tributes. Yet you state that whatever is grown belongs to us, save for the seeds which must be submitted. This arrangement essentially amounted to free room and board. Regarding this, Rod had his own thoughts. To put it bluntly, he was indifferent to the modest yield they would produce, be it potatoes, corn, cabbage, or any other crop. Seeds were in ample supply, and there was no pressing need to hoard food. What was required was merely the expansion of cultivation. In contrast, land reclamation was a far more labor-intensive task than sowing seeds. Even when the townsfolk departed, the land would remain, necessitating only the maintenance by the creatures of the wild. Moreover, Rod harbored additional plans. Greystone Town had already been thoroughly ravaged by the ratmen and bone dragons, leaving it desolate. In the coming time, they cultivated land and constructed homes around the castle. This place might very well become a new Greystone Town. And he might, perhaps, acquire free labor, needing only to offer land that he was already incapable of developing. Not to mention, there were ways to reclaim that land in the end. Why not seize such an opportunity? Upon receiving Rod's assurance, Marvin promptly returned to the townsfolk, conveying Rod's conditions along with certain prohibitions regarding the castle. For instance, access to the upper floors was forbidden. Descent to the underground was only permitted with prior authorization. An entry into the Great Hall was likewise restricted. It was common knowledge among all that the true master of the castle resided within the Great Hall, that a small faction of townspeople expressed mild dissent. But Marvin adeptly addressed their concerns. It appeared that he possessed considerable esteem among the townsfolk prior to this matter. During the townspeople's day of respite, Rod meticulously planned the area surrounding the castle, personally venturing beyond the realm of the Black Lands to chart the surrounding environment, ultimately crafting a map. The map revealed that the expanse of the Black Lands was remarkably circular, with the Demon King's castle situated at its center. Within this circular domain, the majority of the terrain consisted of plains, interspersed with a few hills that did not obstruct visibility. A river flowed from the northeast to the southwest, bisecting the Black Lands as it passed through the Demon King's castle, effectively dividing it into northwest and southeast regions. Next, he contemplated the necessary resources. Both stone and wood were readily obtainable from the surrounding areas, alleviating concerns of resource scarcity. However, acquiring metals posed a challenge. The original source of metal for Greystone Town was the cavern inhabited by the bone dragon, which had thrived for centuries, rich in various ores, and serving as a vital resource for the town. Unfortunately, it seemed that someone had inadvertently breached the lair of the bone dragon recently, rendering it a perilous venture for anyone who dared to enter. Perhaps it was time to seek out a new vein of ore. Rod recalled having seen a book in the castle's library that detailed methods for locating ore deposits and resolved to consult it in due course. Finally, he needed to assess the population of Greystone Town, the total number of inhabitants, the distribution of men, women, the elderly, and children, as well as the number of craftsmen. But a clear understanding of these demographics was essential for devising further detailed plans. The rat plague had been largely quelled, and barring any unforeseen natural disasters, subsequent endeavors could be approached with patience. Thus, after a restful night, Rod sought out Marvin again to relay his forthcoming plans, entrusting him with the task of communication. After pondering Rod's strategy, Marvin made a request. He wished to allocate a portion of the townsfolk to demarcate an area around the castle for the construction of new homes. After all, the initial purpose of the Demon King's castle was to serve as a stronghold, and its living conditions were not particularly favorable compared to most other castles. It was dark, damp, and poorly ventilated, making it quite uncomfortable for residents. The upper levels were considerably better, yet access was strictly prohibited, as per the castle owner's decree. Among the townsfolk were many women, the elderly, children, and the injured, and residing within the castle was detrimental to their health. Therefore, Marvin sought to build some houses outside the castle for the townspeople to inhabit. Upon hearing this request, Rod was elated but feigned reluctance, stating that he would need to consult the castle owner for approval. Naturally, the final consent was granted without issue. Thus, the construction of the new Greystone Town commenced in an orderly fashion around the castle, and after an initial period of panic, the townsfolk quickly adapted to cohabiting with the magical creatures. Several days later, Violetta, who had ventured out to gather information, returned with first-hand accounts on the day following the rat plague's devastation of Greystone Town, which was subsequently annihilated by a powerful spell cast by the bone dragon. Violetta expressed a desire to ascertain the situation outside, needing to confirm that the rat plague would not return. Since he enjoyed venturing forth, Rod did not mind assigning him as a laborer and readily provided him with a chocobo as a mount. Nearly a week had elapsed since that day, and the houses outside the castle had begun to take shape, while the fields were being actively cultivated. Violetta finally returned, confirming that the bone dragon was indeed Gladstone. In the courtyard, after quenching his thirst with water handed to him by Marvin, Violetta recounted his journey that he first visited the original site of Greystone Town, where he discovered that the area had become a focal point for the Ratmen, thus receiving Gladstone's particular attention. Although the buildings had not been entirely destroyed, over 10,000 Ratmen had been transformed into undead creatures, now wandering the remnants of the town. He had barely managed to escape after taking a closer look. He then hastened to Rurna City, which was significantly larger than Greystone Town, and had managed to endure the rat plague despite sustaining some losses. It was there that a veteran from the Horn tribe, who had experienced the Heavenly War 3 centuries prior, recognized Gladstone. The undead dragon did not launch an immediate assault on Rurna City. Instead, after incinerating a group of rat men attacking the city, it soared northward. New intelligence from Rurna City indicated that the undead dragon had flown to the withering marsh of Tilia, spat towards the great horned rat temple, and then slipped through a spatial rift. This provoked fury among the gray-furred ratmen prophets within the temple, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Although they worshipped the great horned rat, the notion of risking their lives for it was utterly unthinkable. Their own lives took precedence. Work was work, and life was life. In summary, at least in this region, the rat plague had been resolved. Violetta took another hearty gulp of water before grinning with pride, stating that the word was spreading that the Demon King had commanded the undead dragon to quell the Ratman's chaos, completely oblivious to the fact that it was their doing. Rod responded with an emotionless acknowledgement. Tina, upon hearing this, expressed curiosity. Why is there no Demon King? In human propaganda, the demon race was still purported to be under the rule of a Demon King, gathering strength and eyeing human territories covetously. Violetta replied with a puzzled expression. If there isn't one, then there isn't one. That you humans haven't had a hero for 300 years. What is so strange about us lacking a demon king? Mention of heroes prompted Tina to shift the topic. Speaking of which, why did that undead dragon specifically fly all the way to Tilia? Was it because it believed the rat men destroyed its lair? Violetta admitted his lack of clarity on that matter. After all, the realm of the undead king had always been shrouded in mystery. The outside world only knew that such a general existed among the demon king's army. Without any further specifics, however, Rod was aware of some details. The undead king and the great horned rat were arch-enemies. It was not surprising that the undead dragon would take this opportunity to vex it. Violetta's interest was piqued. "Oh, Rod, what do you know?" "Not much, really, just some hearsay," Rod replied casually while leaning on a HONIN essence. The great horned rat was not always the undead king. It orchestrated the assassination of its predecessor and subsequently inherited the position. The former undead king had a good relationship with the undead king, and thus the cycle of life and death unfolded. In short, enmity ensued later on, and whenever the opportunity arose, retribution was inevitable. "Oh, I had no idea," Violetta exclaimed, astonished, and began jotting down notes. Rod waved his hand dismissively. "These matters are documented in the library. If you're keen to read, you can do so on your own." "There's a library in the city? I've never seen it. It's located on the 12th floor. Upon entering, turn left at the second entrance, ascend to the 13th floor, proceed to the 7th entrance. Turn left, and take the lift back to the 12th floor. But the lift to the 12th floor doesn't go directly. You'll first need to go up to the 8th floor." Violetta's writing came to a halt, his expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. "I'll give it a try next time. Just don't get lost in the maze," Rod cautioned. Rod nodded slightly. At that very moment, no one noticed a striking crimson figure, accompanied by a group of pitch-black furred rat men, stealthily entering the obsidian terrain, crouching behind a hillock, secretly observing the castle not far away. Meanwhile, a stone sat cross-legged at the edge of the fields outside the castle, yawning. "Finally, I have found it." The red-armored rat man pressed closely to the ground, its crimson eyes fixated intently ahead, a handful of soil clenched firmly in its grasp. After Violetta rambled on about various matters, he promptly entered the castle in search of sustenance. The journey from Luer Na City to this place, even on a bird, took a day and a half. At a slower pace, it would require over 2 days. During this time, whatever he ate on the road had to be resolved by Violetta himself. It was no wonder he appeared so famished and disoriented at that moment. Rod recalled that another individual was waiting, and it was Tina who had come to seek him out first. Just as he was about to utter a few words, he saw Violetta burst in from outside, immediately launching into a lengthy discourse. "By the way, what were you going to say just now?" "Ah, right." Tina, still pondering something, finally snapped back to attention. "Marvin had just visited me, expressing a desire to construct the walls first, as there were quite a few monsters in the vicinity. Last night, the fields being cultivated to the west were trampled, and many of the freshly sown seeds had been devoured." Rod lowered his head in contemplation before responding. "Currently, we are somewhat short on wood. So let's postpone the wall construction for now, that we can initially encircle the fields with a fence, and I will arrange for some monsters to guard it, which should improve the situation considerably. However, I must remind them not to be frightened." Rod intended to utilize the undead as scarecrows. There were only a few skeletons remaining, and other undead, like those fused with skulls, would also serve well, as they were simply lying about anyway. However, if someone were to encounter a skeleton suddenly standing up at night, the timid might very well faint. After listening to Rod's thoughts, Tina gave a slight nod. "All right, I will inform them right away." Rod also nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." He then observed her stride towards the castle's exterior. In such matters, it would typically be more convenient to speak directly to Rod. However, it was likely due to the time during the rat tide when Tina had intervened to shield them from the undead summoned by the death dragon, which evidently fostered a closer rapport with her. It might also be that Rod's constant mingling with monsters had instilled some fear among the townsfolk. Regardless, Rod was indifferent to this. As long as the objective was achieved, the somewhat cumbersome process was of little concern. Conversely, Tina, who had initially been designated as a partner, now bore the semblance of Rod's subordinate, yet she harbored no grievances. Moreover, her demeanor had subtly shifted since her arrival, although she had once spoken with utmost deference. There had always been a sense of distance, clad in her heavy armor. Now, at least, she no longer clanked about in full armor daily, having opted for a lighter, more modest attire. Yet, it was also possible that she feared being recognized as a member of the human race, as Veolite had immediately identified her. Returning to the matter at hand, since this task had been delegated, there were other responsibilities to attend to. Presently, there were 6 plots of land surrounding the castle. 2 were previously sown with corn and potatoes, located at the castle's front, expected to yield harvest by next week. Rod had considered some planning at that time, negating the need for relocation, thus saving considerable effort. The other 4 plots had been freshly cultivated around the initial 2. The work was executed by professional farmers, resulting in a far more organized layout than Rod's previous endeavors with his dogs. According to the plan, a vast expanse of the plain in front of the castle would be turned into farmland, with a wooden bridge crossing the river, leading to the residential area behind. This way, to defend against enemies approaching from the front, it would suffice to construct a wall along the river and secure the bridge. Beyond the dark earth at the rear lay towering cliffs. Thus there was no immediate concern about enemies approaching from that direction. The farmland in front merely needed to be protected from being trampled by monsters. Lost in thought, Rod arrived at the edge of the fields. Fat Tiger and Xiao Fu were leading 2 teams of kobolds, diligently engaged in their customary tasks, albeit now under the supervision of an elderly farmer from Greystone Town, whose full name Rod did not know, but whom others referred to as Old Dai. Due to the events of yesterday, he was now overseeing the retilling of the fields alongside others and greeted Rod upon his arrival. "Hey, Rod." Rod raised a hand in response and approached. "I heard about the fields being trampled by monsters that I plan to station a few skeletons here for protection. Could you assist me in determining where would be best to place them?" As Rod spoke, he summoned the undead that accompanied him. Among them were a skeletal crawler, 3 skeleton warriors, and a composite monster including a skull, a vornir, a dogmeat, and another unnamed creature. Upon witnessing these entities, Old Dai instinctively took a small step back in trepidation. To be candid, ordinary skeleton warriors are not an uncommon sight for the demonic race. Encountering 1 or 2 while strolling down the road is quite usual, let alone in graveyards where the undead rise daily. However, the peculiar appearance of the beings before him was unsettling. The skull and vornir stood and lay, respectively, both covered in menacing spines that rendered them neither fully human nor entirely ghastly. Dogmeat was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone, while the unnamed creature was a 4-clawed skeletal dog-headed figure, unknown in purpose. All were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Nevertheless, Old Dai, embodying professionalism, soon found a new home for this collection of undead, even binding them with straw to fashion garments that made them appear more fearsome. With no urgent matters demanding his attention, Rod retreated to the castle to continue his magical studies. Before long, night enveloped the land in the stillness of the deep night. The castle was surrounded by tranquility. The deep blue sky stretched infinitely, devoid of clouds, while the silvery moonlight bathed the newly sprouted black earth. Having concluded their laborious day, the townsfolk had retired early to slumber. A group of furtive shadows emerged from behind the hills, advancing towards the castle. Clad in crimson armor, Swin led the way, wielding a long blade. He considered himself the most malicious, twisted, greedy, and selfish of all Ratman warriors in the clan. From birth, he had devoured 7 of his brothers with his underdeveloped teeth and claws, thereby escaping a fate of slavery and training as a warrior for the clan. As he matured, he murdered their captain for a taste of fresh food. The clan leader, recognizing his potential, took him as an apprentice, nourishing him with the finest human and dwarf flesh, crafting for him the best armor and weapons, all in preparation for the next possible civil war among the Ratmen. Amidst the rat tide, Swin was dispatched as this would be his first trial, if he returned with 100 demon heads. The position of the next clan's captain would be his. Thus, at the onset of the rat swarm's emergence from the underground tunnels, he preemptively killed the current captain, knowing he would not tolerate Swin's success during the rat tide. Seizing the initiative, while the captain sought him amidst the throng, Swin stealthily approached from behind and severed his head with the blade bestowed upon him by the clan leader. Now, he merely needed to return with a sufficient number of heads. His initial target amidst the rat tide was Lerna City, but he quickly realized the risks involved in attacking it, compounded by the competition with other rats for heads, a venture fraught with peril. Swin, employing his more astute intellect than his kin, promptly altered his course and directed his forces towards the seemingly distant Greystone town. He first guided a group of rat men to infiltrate the town, breaching its walls before rallying the main force for an assault. However, upon breaching the gates, they found only a scant few inhabitants remaining. Most had already fled at that moment. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed Swin. He immediately led his rat men in pursuit, on the cusp of success, only to have a beast dragon leap forth, disrupting his plans. Subsequently, even a skeletal dragon appeared, incinerating all the forces he could command. This ignited an overwhelming fury within the self-absorbed rat warrior. Unable to retaliate against the skeletal dragon, he directed all his wrath towards the stones. Afterward, he wandered in the forest for several days, until he finally encountered a demon riding a chocobo, which led him to this place. Now, the moment of retribution had arrived. The thought of those doomed souls screaming and bleeding beneath his blade filled him with exhilaration. The swarm of rats stealthily traversed the hills and plains, and not far ahead lay the castle gates. The drawbridge was lowered, and the gates stood open, presenting an almost unobstructed passage. Yet, why was there a large stone placed by the gate? Cackling, Swin mused that the lack of caution was astonishing that he dashed ahead, taking care to navigate through fields partially obscured by crops to avoid detection by any guards. Just as he was halfway through his sprint, the keen ears of the rat men caught an unusual sound from behind. Swin quickly turned, gripping the long blade on his back, but aside from a cluster of confused rat men, he spotted nothing amiss, only an oddly shaped scarecrow swaying in the breeze. Where did that scarecrow come from? As this thought crossed his mind, the scent of blood wafted through the air. Simultaneously, the rat men noticed that the scarecrows surrounding them had inexplicably multiplied. Then, those scarecrows suddenly sprang to life. With a swift motion, one rat man, caught off guard, was impaled through the chest by a razor-sharp tail, lifted high into the air. Blood gushed forth from the wound in all directions. This grotesque and terrifying spectacle shattered the composure of the rat men under Swin's command, sending them shrieking and scattering in all directions. "Silence, you fools, those are merely skeletal frames," Swin bellowed, striking down a fleeing rat man with his blade. However, this display of dominance, which usually instilled fear, only exacerbated the chaotic flight of his kin. Damn it! Hearing commotion from within the castle, Swin realized that the ambush had failed, that he now faced two choices: retreat in disgrace, confessing his failure and resigning himself to obscurity, or gamble recklessly amidst the pandemonium. For an ordinary individual, the choice might lean toward survival, but Swin, being a rat man and the most avaricious and obsessive of his kind, would not hesitate even to play Russian roulette, pulling the trigger on himself for a chance at greater reward. Thus, without hesitation, he chose the latter option. While the castle's inhabitants remained inside, he would seek refuge within and wait for an opportunity. As he dashed across the drawbridge, the gaping gates loomed before him when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something shift. How can a stone move? At that moment, darkness enveloped his vision. Damn, how can there still be rats alive? Gazing at the ratman corpse sprawled on the drawbridge. Decapitated, Rod scratched his head. This ratman donned fine armor, indicating he was no ordinary slave. Evidently, he had neglected to notice the iron-headed child beside the gate and was dispatched with a single punch. It was indeed a rare spectacle for a rat man, whose agility easily surpasses 100 points in adulthood, to be slain by a stone giant with only 20 points of agility. Yet, the immediate concern was to clean up the blood. Once it dried, it would be a far more arduous task. Could someone fetch a bucket of water? Rod called out to the onlookers behind him. He had descended upon hearing the commotion, only to be met with such a scene. Numerous rat men lay dead in the distant fields, victims of the undead he had orchestrated, though their numbers were few, as the majority of the undead could not keep pace with the fleeing rat men. Once those rat men decided to run, there was little anyone could do. All right, it's all over. You can return." Rod waved his hand, signaling the townsfolk to head back to the castle for rest. He then accepted the bucket of water that was brought to him. Summoning a water spirit with a mere gesture, water flowed forth. With a mere command, the water sprite commanded the water within the bucket to roll and cleanse the bridge's surface repeatedly, in no time. The water transformed into a crimson hue, while the bridge itself remained immaculate. Utilizing the readily available water proved to be a far more efficient use of magical energy than conjuring water from the ether. With a flick of his wrist, Rod hurled the controlled water sphere into the moat, causing the water sprite to vanish alongside it. Only then did he approach to examine the corpse of the Rat Man. It was evident that the Rat Man donned meticulously forged armor. Although Rod was not particularly knowledgeable in such matters, its quality likely rivaled that of Tina's set, despite the significant difference in size between the Rat Man and himself. Rod proceeded to strip the armor from the Ratman's body, contemplating whether a craftsman could modify it for his use. The Ratman's weapon lay discarded nearby, a one-handed sword approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a thick blade suitable for slashing, nearly devoid of nicks, clearly a fine blade. Moreover, Rod could sense the ethereal fluctuations emanating from it, suggesting it might even be a runic weapon. Initially pondering whether to procure a weapon for himself, he found fortune smiled upon him. Rod removed the scabbard from the back of the red-armored Rat Man and affixed it to his waist. It felt somewhat ill-fitting, yet it was preferable to carrying it on his back, which he found rather juvenile to accept. Just as he prepared to venture forward, Tina approached from behind, inquiring, what were they discussing? What transpired? Some rats failed to perish completely and stumbled upon the castle. Rod replied as he moved forward, retrieving the Rat Man's head and removing the battered helmet before discarding the shattered cranium into the water. I intend to search the vicinity for any remaining rats. Will you join me? Tina softly responded. The moonlight illuminated the plains surrounding the castle, casting elongated shadows of the three figures under the night sky. Leading the way was Dog Meat, a hybrid creature Rod had created for experimental purposes. Endowed with both soul hunting and tracking abilities, allowing it to effortlessly locate lurking ratmen through both spirit and scent. That had been responsible for the majority of the ratmen's demise when they attempted to infiltrate previously. Under Dog Meat's guidance, the remaining ratmen hiding around the castle were swiftly pursued and torn apart by its claws, requiring little effort at this point. While making a few rounds for precaution, Rod contemplated how to bolster the castle's defenses. The recent discovery of the Ratmen felt akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Next time, luck might not be so favorable. Thus, it was prudent to consider whether to train some sentinels and establish watchtowers surrounding the fortress. Dog-headed creatures were indeed well-suited for training as sentinels, possessing keen senses and commendable night vision, along with greater patience compared to other beast folk, and they were amenable to training, provided sufficient sustenance was offered. Previously, they had been tasked with farming mainly due to a lack of alternatives. Now that manpower was adequate, once the fields were cultivated, it would be feasible to allow them to withdraw. The two meandered, pausing intermittently, until they reached a slightly elevated hill, offering a clear view of the expansive area in front of the castle's main entrance. Gazing upon the tranquil Demon King's castle bathed in moonlight, Rod suddenly recalled the desolate state it had been in not long ago. Barren, pitch-black soil, grotesquely twisted dead trees, ominous clouds overhead, and a castle emanating an eerie, dark aura. He never imagined such a transformation could occur in such a brief span. Observing Rod lost in thought, Tina inquired, "What occupies your mind?" "I wonder what this place will look like in some time," Rod replied, raising his hands to form a frame gesture, enclosing the castle within. "Perhaps there will be vast fields ahead, brimming with herbs, vegetables, fruits, and grains, sufficient to satiate every resident of the town. Behind it, a thriving town protected by sturdy walls, where all manner of beings, whether demon or human, or other magical creatures, could coexist peacefully, unburdened by war, disease, or hunger." Such thoughts might seem fanciful, especially given the relentless warfare between humans and demons, not to mention the treachery and strife within their ranks. Nevertheless, Rod sincerely believed that if more individuals could recognize that they were not adversaries, such a vision was not entirely beyond reach. At this juncture, Rod turned to Tina, offering a smile. "Consider it merely a naive dream of mine. Do not take it to heart." Yet, in Tina's eyes, the smiling man before her radiated an unwavering strength that I believe as well. She whispered softly, "Fire, water, earth spike, gale, shadow." Another dawn broke, and as was his routine, Rod practiced the fundamental spells in the courtyard, repeating them until his magical energy was depleted. This practice deepened Rod's affinity with the elemental spirits, and while the magical energy consumed would not diminish significantly, the casting speed would markedly increase. Simultaneously, it served to hone his magical attributes. Magical energy, 74-75 level. 3 for an unassuming notification appeared at the edge of his vision, indicating that Rod's efforts had yielded results. His level had finally increased. Rod, the Demon King race. Demon King level: 4 strength, 60-20 agility, 57-20 stamina, 56-20 endurance, 52-20 magical energy, 75-20 talents. Demon King, chaos adaptation, dark aura, poison resistance. While the basic attributes had only seen a slight increase through daily training, the subsequent enhancements inexplicably surged by an additional 10 points, resulting in his actual attributes far exceeding his level. The average attribute value stood at 80, approximately equivalent to that of a level 13 magical creature. It remained unclear why his combat power rating was merely 4. The elemental spirits floating around him constantly vanished and reappeared, seemingly morphing into different elemental forms, yet each spirit remained unique. They resembled fragments of Rod's own soul, decomposed and fused with the ether of various elements. Rod requires a number of elemental spirits equivalent to the amount of soul fragments he intends to allocate. While it is possible for these souls to return to their corporeal forms, as long as the pact remains unbroken, each summoning of a spirit of the same attribute results in the same entity being called forth. In simpler terms, it is as if these elemental spirits have taken residence within his own body. Due to this unique characteristic, they can also be stored within the chaotic codex. This contraption is indeed versatile. Rod experimented with it, discovering that summoning a spirit through the codex was indistinguishable from direct summoning, albeit with an additional expenditure of magical energy due to the intermediary. Although this method provides insight into the attributes of the elemental spirits. As anticipated, all attributes registered as 0, yielding no surprises as for the fusion of the fire spirit with other creatures or elemental spirits. Rod had yet to attempt this, primarily because this spirit represents a fragment of his own soul. He was reluctant to experiment recklessly. Thus, he resolved to conduct further research, immersing himself in literature to enhance his theoretical knowledge before embarking on practical applications. Engaging in experimentation devoid of theoretical grounding is akin to relying on sheer luck. After releasing a final fireball, the fire spirit dissipated beside Rod, who leaned on his knees, panting heavily. The physical toll of continuous casting was comparable to that of a long-distance run, even when dealing with the most rudimentary spells. Yet, observing Tina, who diligently practiced her swordsmanship day after day, Rod felt a palpable disparity. Although he had not previously maintained a morning exercise routine, Tina arose with the dawn to train until the sun was fully ascendant. Rod began to feel rather lethargic for waking up at noon, so he decided to join her in morning practice. Previously, he had discreetly inquired about Tina's level, gathering that she was at least above level 20. He felt fortunate to have such a formidable ally. For comparison, he had asked Violet, who claimed to be level 4, while old Dai, the farmer basking in the sun near the fields, was level 6. Violet's combat prowess could only be said to slightly surpass that of an ordinary goblin, which was half his size. After concluding his morning exercises, Rod returned to the castle, retrieving a piece of raw meat from the underground storeroom. He tossed it into the pen situated in the courtyard. Over the course of this time, the ether killer flower had sprouted buds the size of a fist, opening and closing, revealing its densely packed barbs within. As soon as Rod threw the meat, the flower expanded its maw and promptly devoured it, crunching away. Its current biting force was not particularly strong. It merely utilized the hardened protrusions in its bud to grind the meat. Secreting acidic fluid to decompose and absorb it, a piece of meat the size of a palm was sufficient for it to feast upon for half a day. Approximately a month and a half had elapsed since the rat tide had passed. The farmland in front of the castle had expanded to 20 acres, and several wooden houses had been constructed behind it, with townsfolk gradually relocating from the castle to the right rear of the castle. A structure built of stone, noticeably taller than its surroundings, was taking shape, nearing completion. This was a workshop. In the face of insurmountable odds, one must resort to technology. The defense of the newly constructed Greystone town could not solely depend on Rod and Tina. The townsfolk had to contribute to their own protection. With a workshop, craftsmen could produce bows and spears, providing a fighting chance against less perilous creatures. The next phase was the construction of wonders. A jesting notion. However, reality is far from the realm of games. While a facility in a game can be completed in mere turns, in reality, it requires months of tangible construction, with the ever-looming possibility of starting over due to various complications. For instance, The original Greystone town did not possess a dedicated workshop, with artisans crafting in their homes, leading to repeated miscalculations in size during the initial planning, necessitating the foundation to be redone 3 times. Fortunately, with Marwan's adept project management, the town's construction continued in an orderly fashion. Had Rod been in charge, it remained uncertain whether the project would have seen completion within 2 years. Alas, fortune favored him. And Marwan proved invaluable. Just as Rod stood on the opposite bank of the river reflecting on his good fortune, he suddenly noticed a commotion across the way, with a crowd gathering. Something had happened? Rod crossed the makeshift wooden bridge over the moat to the other side, approaching the throng of townsfolk. "Make way! Make way!" 2 individuals were seen carrying a middle-aged woman, her body battered and bloodied, through the crowd and into a house marked with a makeshift hospital sign. Although Rod could not enter, he observed the trail of blood and surmised, given the volume of blood lost, that her survival seemed grim. Marwan appeared, having caught wind of the situation, and as he peered through the doorway, Rod noticed his complexion visibly pale. Inside the infirmary, the town's healer was administering medicine and reciting incantations in a desperate attempt to save the woman's life. Outside, the crowd had dwindled. Marwan was interrogating the 2 men who had brought the woman back, while Rod listened attentively. "We were on patrol as usual when we spotted something lying on the ground." One of them recounted that it looked like a creature, but upon closer inspection, we realized it was Aunt Vela. She was barely breathing, covered in injuries, so we hurriedly carried her back. The 2 men recounted the events in a disordered fashion. Nevertheless, Rod grasped their meaning. Both were militia members newly organized by Marwan, tasked with patrolling the areas surrounding the castle. Today had begun like any other, but during their patrol, they unexpectedly encountered Vela lying on the ground. Currently, Vela's role in the town involved gathering firewood, and she typically refrained from venturing deep into the forest. The place where they found her was still within the bounds of the Black Earth. They discovered her in a state of severe injury, her life force waning, prompting them to rush her back. Yet, it was too late. We found her just over there. One of them pointed in a direction. "Our weapons are still at the scene. If we head that way, we will find them." After concluding the questioning, Marwan appeared troubled, lost in thought that he turned to leave, only to notice Rod standing beside him. "Let us go together. I wish to see for myself," Rod suggested. The town's expanse was not extensive, and within a few strides, they found themselves amidst a sea of grassland, following the trail of blood that Vela had left behind. They soon arrived at the spot where she had been discovered. 2 spears lay on the ground, and the grass surrounding them was stained crimson. It was a creature, and it was quite large. As Rod approached, he immediately noticed enormous footprints, which suggested that the creature was at least the size of a stone golem. Vela, being a firewood gatherer, would typically carry a wooden basket, yet it was absent from her side. Located approximately 200 meters away from where she had been found, this indicated that she had likely encountered the creature and attempted to flee towards the castle, only to be overtaken here. After slaying Vela, the creature had swiftly retreated towards the forest. This suggested that the creature might not be carnivorous, or at the very least, it was not hungry at the time of the attack. Otherwise, it would not have left her body intact. This was purely an act of aggression. The creature could still be lurking nearby, and it was imperative to call back any townsfolk still outside. As Rod prepared to return, he noticed that Marwan seemed to be on the verge of saying something. He halted and said, "It seems you have something on your mind. Speak freely." After a moment's hesitation, Marwan nodded. "All right, that was nearly a decade ago. Marvin departed from Greystone Town at the tender age of 16. This remote locale was far removed from civilization. Even with a lifetime of effort, one could at best aspire to be elected as the mayor by fellow townsfolk. By the age of 11, he had already distinguished himself as the most exceptional disciple in the dojo, his swordsmanship far surpassing that of his peers. His master believed that if he continued to train diligently, he would surpass himself before reaching 16. However, Marvin was not content with such limitations. Through the tales of wandering merchants, he learned of a vast world beyond, filled with cities so immense they seemed to stretch endlessly. Treasures buried across the globe, and the notorious, cunning human race. At that moment, Marvin silently vowed to carve out a name for himself in this world. Thus, in his 16th year, defying his family's opposition, he resolutely left Greystone Town to explore the larger world beyond. That departure marked the beginning of a decade-long journey. During these 10 years, he indeed garnered a measure of renown, he first joined a mercenary group, participating in wars against humanity and earning accolades before leaving the army to become an adventurer. Leading a team into perilous realms in search of legendary treasures. At times, he would return empty-handed, while at others, he would amass wealth overnight, only to see it squandered in no time. It was during this journey that he encountered the love of his life. She too was an adventurer named Yolanda, and their meeting was fraught with drama. Their teams had set their sights on the same bounty for a magical beast, leading to a dispute that ultimately unveiled the employer's sinister plot to incite mutual destruction. After sacrificing several comrades, the survivors formed a new group and retaliated against the merchant who had hired them, burning down his estate, looting his treasures, and decapitating him to hang his head at the entrance before departing. This encounter with Yolanda sparked within Marvin the hope of perhaps retiring to a peaceful life. Yet before that could happen, they had one final job to complete. In the merchant's treasury, they discovered a key and a notebook. The notebook revealed that the merchant had been searching for the fabled Demon King's castle, and the key he possessed was the key to its vault. Consequently, Marvin was reminded of the ominous mountains shrouded in mystery near his hometown of Greystone, believing them to align with the descriptions in the notebook. Thus, he returned to Greystone Town with his companions. He and Yolanda agreed that if they found nothing, they would part ways there and marry, leading a tranquil life. However, during this final adventure, tragedy struck. In the shadowy mountains by night, they encountered a magical beast. Their swords were utterly ineffective against it, while the creature moved with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly tearing through their armor with its claws. Ultimately, Marvin escaped only because the beast lost interest in him. From that day forth, a nightmare haunted Marvin. He became despondent, losing the courage to seek vengeance, even shying away from returning to bury his comrades. Yet the image of that beast, as it loomed in the darkness, was indelibly etched in his mind. The wounds it inflicted on him mirrored those now present on Vela. As Marvin spoke, he lifted the hem of his garment. On the left side of his abdomen, among various scars, lay a series of neat wounds, resembling those made by a nail. Were these the marks left by that beast? Rod tilted his head to inspect. The wounds penetrated his body. Emerging from his back, he recalled that Vela bore similar injuries. The sudden thought struck, "Rod to be by the way, what is your level now?" he inquired of Marvin. It was said that asking someone about their level was considered impolite in the outside world, but at this juncture, one had to gauge the strength of their adversary. Marvin, upon hearing this, exhibited little displeasure. "To my shame, I have neglected my training over the years, compounded by old injuries. I currently stand at level 12. However, back when I faced that beast, I was level 18, and my 3 companions were around level 15. To defeat you would imply that the beast was at least level 25. This is troublesome." Rod scratched his head in frustration. Excluding Tina, the strongest fighter in his group was merely level 24, while the rest hovered around level 10. What does level 10 signify? In truth, in the outside world, due to the social stigma of openly declaring one's level, a simpler classification system had emerged through word of mouth. For instance, level 5 represented the average adult's capabilities. Upon reaching level 10, one could identify themselves based on their career path, such as a swordsman or warrior, marking their entry-level status, akin to a regular soldier in an army. Beyond that, every 10 levels represented a significant milestone. Level 20 denoted a second-tier swordsman, capable of defeating a squad of regular soldiers under equal conditions. Level 30 would signify a third-tier swordsman, likely able to contend with an elite squad, and so forth. Here, a squad referred to 10 individuals. This classification allowed individuals to convey their profession and strength without revealing too much. Hence, Rod surmised that the beast was probably level 25, a conservative estimate at best, considering its ability to effortlessly vanquish a team of elite adventurers averaging level 15. Its true level could very well be higher. To attack recklessly might result in dire consequences for them. Rod pondered, his gaze drifting back to Marvin's wounds, and suddenly recalled reading about a similar beast in a book. "Marvin, come with me," he instructed. After speaking, Rod turned and made his way toward the castle. This marked the first time Marvin ventured beyond the first floor of the castle in days. The complex structure of the upper levels nearly disoriented him, but he eventually arrived at the location Rod had indicated, the library on the 12th floor. The imposing door required considerable force to open, revealing towering shelves filled with books, some reaching over 10 meters high, only visible by tilting one's head back. Agron, as Marvin marveled at this hidden gem within the castle. He heard Rod call out, and soon a dog-headed humanoid emerged from behind a shelf, followed by another head. The two-headed creature, a gnoll, scurried forward on short legs, halting before Rod, with one head facing him and the other directed at Marvin. "Drop, fetch." Each head uttered a word. Marvin took a step back in surprise. "Can the gnoll speak?" "Allow me to introduce you. The one on the left is AG, and the one on the right is Ron." Rod gestured, then indicated Marvin. "This is Marvin. Nice to meet you." Each head of Agron articulated a greeting. Having seen much of the world, Marvin quickly regained his composure and bowed his head. "Greetings. I am Marvin." Rod nodded approvingly before addressing the matter at hand. "Agron, please assist me in locating the bestiary of troll-type creatures." "Fetch," Agron replied, and promptly dashed deeper into the library. "We should follow him," Rod suggested to Marvin. Agron was an unexpected result of Rod's previous fusion of two gnolls. Compared to ordinary gnolls, Agron's attributes were somewhat diminished, yet it possessed the exceedingly rare magical affinity among its kind. This enabled Agron not only to learn the common language of the continent, but also to acquire literacy. Consequently, Rod had allowed him to freely explore the library, serving as a librarian while ensuring that the two heads never quarreled. Presently, Agron's knowledge of the library's collection likely surpassed even Rod's. A Glorn called out, and upon following him, Rod witnessed him descending from an exceedingly tall ladder, cradling a thick and weighty hardcover book. The tome was entitled Troll Creatures of the Western Terra Continent. Authored by Bernard J. I distinctly remembered it being on page 1450. Rod promptly laid the book on the ground and flipped it open, scanning the table of contents until he arrived at the desired page. There, in vivid detail, was illustrated a tall, slender creature characterized by numerous unnatural protrusions and a pair of claws that were long and thin like nails. Upon seeing this creature's likeness, Marvin gasped in shock, his eyes widening instantaneously. "Yes, that's it. That's the one." The first line of the page bore the name of this creature. Death nail troll. That a member of the troll species, it possesses formidable digestive capabilities, robust regenerative abilities, and a chaotic adaptability characteristic of chaotic beings, enabling it to thrive in nearly any environment across the continent. Consequently, it is one of the most diverse subspecies among all creatures. For instance, the ironhead troll is a stone troll that subsists on a diet of rock. Although the current ironhead troll appears as a round stone ball, it is primarily composed of rocks and minerals that have been melted and gradually accumulated on its surface through glandular secretion from its high-temperature organs. The creature's core is similar in height to an average human, albeit slightly more robust. However, this is merely due to its stunted growth from being compressed under heavy rocks since childhood. Other adult trolls typically exceed 3 meters in height. The death nail troll observed by Marvin is one such example. This type of troll shares some ecological traits with the stone troll, having evolved the ability to consume stones in food-scarce environments. But the death nail troll is more discerning, feasting exclusively on metallic ores. These trolls use their exceptional dentition to crush the ores before swallowing them, melting the minerals in their high-temperature organ known as the fire sac, absorbing a portion while expelling the less absorbable remnants, which then adhere to their bodies in an armor-like fashion. The long, pointed claws are, in fact, composed of the melted metal, entirely losing their grasping ability beneath layers of metal, yet capable of chiseling through the surface rocks to extract the embedded ores. The book also provided average attributes for an adult death nail troll. Death nail troll species. Troll level: 25 strength, 180 agility, 125 stamina, 350 endurance, 245 magic, 0 talents, resilience, chaos adaptability, regeneration, or detection. From the statistics presented, one could observe that although it is only one level above the stone troll, its attributes are significantly superior. The stone troll's inherent magical properties elevate its level. Yet it has not learned a single spell, and its talents are largely impractical, rendering its actual combat effectiveness even lowered. In a one-on-one confrontation, the stone troll would likely be at a disadvantage. Not to mention the adult specimen Marvin encountered would undoubtedly possess an even higher level. However, this does not imply that Rod is without means to deal with it. Otherwise, what would hunters do? They would simply compare their own levels with that of their quarry, lying down to await their demise if the prey's level surpassed their OW in reality, whether among the demonic or human races. Those who carve a path through hordes of creatures to establish towns and gradually expand their territories possess their own methodologies. Experienced hunters have systematically developed strategies for tackling various classes of creatures, trolls included. Rod had already formulated a rough plan in his mind. 3 portions of giant tumor grass, 2 spoonfuls of tree sap, 1 portion of poison heartgrass, crushed and juiced. Cross-referencing the description in the compendium, Rod diligently transcribed the necessary ingredients. This concocted poison would inhibit the extraordinary regenerative abilities of troll creatures. Another recipe would yield bait specifically designed to attract death nail trolls. Furthermore, he needed to devise a method to breach the thick metallic armor encasing the death nail troll. I can consult the witch doctor about these materials. She is well versed in the local herbs, Marvin remarked, gazing at the lengthy list. Well, I appreciate your assistance. If anything is unavailable nearby, we can venture into the city to purchase it. The Chocobo stable should be operational by now, allowing us to borrow a Chocobo, Rod replied. Understood. Marvin responded emphatically before hastily departing. It was evident that he was both furious and exhilarated, intent on settling both old and new scores with the creature. Rod observed his retreating figure for a moment before making his way outside the castle. Hunting the death nail troll necessitated 3 conditions. The first 2 posed little difficulty, but the third, as Marvin had mentioned, was problematic. Their weapons had proven ineffective against the creature's exterior, lacking a monomolecular chainsaw sword or a power hammer equipped with a disintegration field. The most pressing challenge was how to breach this ironclad foe. As Rod pondered this while walking, he encountered Tina approaching him. Rod, she called, hastening to his side. Have you heard about Vela? Yes, Rod nodded. The creature involved must be a death nail troll, at least level 25. 25, Tina echoed thoughtfully. Is there anything I can assist you with? Initially, Rod intended to assure her that he could handle it, but upon reflection, he realized Tina was an experienced knight and might possess valuable insights. Thus, he shared the difficulties he was currently facing. A creature clad in armor-like skin is indeed rare among humans. I have never encountered one, Tina mused, as if struck by a thought. Old Way might have a solution. Rod had to concede that Tina was more familiar with the townsfolk of Greystone than he was. For instance, he had no idea who Old Way was. Following Tina, he soon found himself in the town. Standing before the workshop still under construction. Old Way, Tina called out, drawing the attention of a man squatting on the ground, seemingly engaged in shaping beams. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With few wrinkles on his face, though his disheveled hair and beard had turned white. Clad in a simple tank top, his muscular frame stretched the fabric taut. A prominent, reddish nose adorned with dark goggles completed his appearance. Upon seeing Tina, he lifted his goggles and greeted her with a smile. Ah, Tina, what brings you here? I need your expertise on certain matters, she replied, gesturing toward Rod. This is Rod, right? I know, Old Way beamed, his eyes lighting up as he approached Rod, clapping a hand firmly on his shoulder. I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. Thank you for providing us with a place to stay and for constructing this grand building. It was merely a small favor, Rod replied, forcing a smile while rubbing his numbed shoulder. It was then that Tina remembered she had yet to introduce Rod. This is Wei Ku Tijin, the finest blacksmith in town, the finest. I am the only blacksmith here, Old Wei chuckled before continuing. So, what do you need my assistance with? Well, Old Wei, you are quite knowledgeable about metals, correct? Here is the situation. Tina nodded and recounted the current predicament to Old Wei. A creature that appears as though clad in armor is indeed a dilemma, sitting on a stone block at the workshop's entrance. Old Wei rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If it were a human in armor, one could simply sever the straps securing the armor to easily remove it. However, if it is grown onto its body, is there any agent that can directly melt metal? Rod inquired. Such a miraculous substance does not exist. I am unaware of any. Old Way mumbled, then remarked, if we continue to roast it over a blazing fire, it is indeed possible to melt the iron. However, aside from the furnace, we cannot achieve such high temperatures elsewhere. Suddenly, Tina had an epiphany. What if we construct a large furnace and lure the creature inside? That might not work, Rod shook his head. Not to mention whether a furnace of that size can generate enough heat. The claws of the dead nail demon can carve a hole in solid rock. It would be quite difficult to trap it with a furnace. What if we bind it with iron chains? Old Way also shook his head, dismissing this notion. The 3 fell into a brief silence. Rod propped his head up, attempting to extract something useful from his meager scientific knowledge from his previous life. But as a humanities student, he had barely scraped a passing grade in physics and chemistry. These subjects were certainly not his forte. However, he suddenly recalled a television program he had seen about forging knives, where high-strength alloy tools often broke with just a little force. Old Way, under what circumstances do the knives you forge tend to break easily? Old Way's eyes suddenly sparkled. 5 days later, another night had descended. Rod, Tina, and a few robust townsfolk led by Marvin were fully armed, stepping out of the town. After several days of investigation, Marvin had essentially traced the whereabouts of the dead nail demon. Now, all that was left was to lure it out. They stood at the edge of the blackened earth, beside towering rock walls, with a narrow gap between them that could accommodate 2 or 3 individuals side by side. Typically, townsfolk would use this gap to access the forest, and based on the previously discovered footprints, the dead nail demon had also come through here. Rod, Marvin, and Tina were not waiting here to confront the dead nail demon directly. That would be reckless and could lead to their demise. More townsfolk had already positioned themselves in ambush at other locations. Their task was to draw the serpent from its lair, guiding the dead nail demon into a trap, and then execute their plan with a seamless assault. For this moment, they had prepared for 5 days. Marvin had barely slept, personally procuring raw materials from Werner City and meticulously verifying each small tool required later. Old grievances and new vendettas were set to be resolved at this juncture. The dead nail demon usually prowled at night, and by utilizing specially crafted bait, they could convince it that enemies had invaded its territory, thereby enticing it to approach. Marvin silently recited the entire battle plan, his hand resting on the sword at his waist, which seemed to help calm his nerves. Tina donned her armor, the emblems on it having been erased. She appeared utterly unfazed, resting with her eyes slightly closed. Exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior, Stone stood not far from her, idly pawing at the grass on the ground. Rod leaned against Stone, clutching the chaos compendium that's coming. He suddenly announced these words fell. The other two fell silent in unison, mounting their prepared chocobos. Rod climbed onto Stone's back, summoning the fire spirit, his gaze fixed on the gap. The cold night wind whistled through the opening, rustling the branches and leaves, creating a sound akin to a rising tide. The trio awaited in silence. A faint disturbance, mingled with the wind's howl, drifted toward them. This sound rapidly approached the fissure where they stood, and then a shadow suddenly burst forth. It was Dogmeat, clutching a cloth bag in its mouth. Following closely behind was a slender figure that matched Dogmeat's speed. Lillian. Rod immediately unleashed his most powerful spell at the slender figure. A swirling fireball of intense heat formed before the fire spirit and erupted forth. Boom! The crimson fireball collided with the slender figure, exploding upon impact. In that fleeting moment of illumination, Rod discerned the creature that had attacked. The metallic sheen unmistakably belonged to the dead nail demon. The form of the dead nail demon was enveloped in the billowing smoke, its charge momentarily faltering. Run. The trio swiftly altered their course, dashing toward the eastern direction along the rock wall with Dogmeat. The furious roar of the dead nail demon echoed behind them, its cry reminiscent of a lion, yet intermingled with an ear-piercing sound akin to tearing metal. Rod glanced back, witnessing the smoke still swirling. As the dead nail demon surged forth once more, its 4 limbs pounding the ground with remarkable speed. How could such a creature, clad in iron, run so swiftly? Though perplexed, the fact remained that an adult dead nail demon could sprint faster than any other creature present, even surpassing Dogmeat, who had an agility score of 113. However, this was inconsequential as they were in the midst of a tactical maneuver at an object, the size of a fist and pitch black, arced through the air before crashing into the dead nail demon's face. Smack! Upon impact, a large splatter of dark liquid coated the creature. Nearby, both Marvin and Tina had bags filled with various small tools they had prepared in advance, hanging from their chocobo saddles, just as the dead nail demon had firmly embedded its sharp claws into the ground to stabilize itself. Another rotten carrot struck its face. Rod could be heard shouting, "Homegrown carrots, pesticide-free. Do you like them?" The dead nail demon, though unable to comprehend their words, could sense the mockery in Rod's tone, causing it to erupt in fury as it charged blindly after them. Rod recognized that their objective had been achieved. Like the majority of trolls, the dead nail demon possessed above-average intelligence compared to other creatures, yet its memory was woefully poor if it merely intruded upon its territory. It might chase for a while before forgetting the reason for its pursuit and turning back. Thus, Rod and the others awaited, intent on provoking it and leading it into the trap they had meticulously prepared. Soon, markers set by other townsfolk came into view. Prepare to jump. Both chocobos and Stone leapt high, clearing the designated markers. The pursuing dead nail demon, however, failed to react in time, and as it lunged forward again, it found itself plummeting into the pre-dug trap. Smack, smack. The trap's bare traps, set within, clamped onto the dead nail demon's hind legs with two sharp, crisp sounds. Of course, this force was merely enough to leave two imprints on its metallic exoskeleton. But this was only the beginning. The trap was shallow, just sufficient for the dead nail demon to sink halfway in, its upper body still above ground. It braced itself with its forelimbs, attempting to pull itself free from the pit. Just as the ambushed townsfolk surged forward, each of them wielded hooked claws linked by iron chains, forged tirelessly by Old Way and his apprentices over the past few days. Trap it, at Marvin's command. The claws were hurled toward the dead nail demon, sinking into the juncture between its metallic shell and flesh. Pull hard. All the townsfolk simultaneously yanked on the iron chains, and though the dead nail demon's claws had sunk into the earth, it was forcibly yanked back, its back pressed against the trap's walls. Roar. It roared as it wrestled with the townsfolk, momentarily threatening to pull down everyone who grasped at it. That instant, Sure too leapt into action, sinking its teeth into the iron chains and decisively pinning the dead nail demon into the trap. With the demon immobilized, Mawin dashed forward, drawing forth the long sword from his waist that had long been drenched in poison, and thrust it into the gaping maw of the dead nail demon. Crack. Even the blade, honed to a razor's edge, could only manage to carve a small opening within the creature's mouth before it was crushed like a mere snack by the demon's powerful bite. Nevertheless, the venom coating the blade seeped into that tiny wound. Roar, roar. In an instant, the dead nail demon began to thrash violently. It worked. Mawin rejoiced, retreating to glance at Luoda. The next phase is yours. No problem, Luoda replied, releasing the Iron Head Baby. Iron Head Baby. Unleash the destructive jet of white light. The Iron Head Baby took a slow step forward, opening its mouth wide as a torrent of searing lava erupted forth. It had previously been stated that most trolls possess a unique organ known as the fire sac, which serves to melt down particularly indigestible materials. Among them, the stone troll and the dead nail demon utilize this for the purpose of melting ores and rocks into sustenance, even transforming it into a sturdy armor that encases their bodies. In certain special circumstances, they can also regurgitate the molten lava. This specific situation arises when they have overeaten. Prior to this hunting operation, Luoda had deliberately stuffed Iron Head Baby with an abundance of stones until it was utterly full, even to the point of nausea, before returning it to the compendium, awaiting this moment. Now released, the Iron Head Baby could no longer contain itself, spewing forth a combination of high-temperature lava and dissolving liquid, drenching the dead nail demon from head to toe. Meanwhile, Luoda continuously cast fire-based spells to elevate the temperature surrounding the demon. Though the dead nail demon struggled fiercely, it remained unable to move, watching helplessly as its exterior shell gradually glowed. At that moment, Luoda abruptly withdrew the fire spirit and summoned the water spirit instead. Flowing water. Upon receiving the command, the water spirit began to swirl, and the nearby river surged forth, a column of water erupting to strike the dead nail demon. Sizzle. The vast quantity of water evaporated instantaneously into steam under the intense heat, causing the iron armor on the demon to cool rapidly from its glowing crimson state. Then, a faint crack was heard. The armor, forged from an indeterminate quantity of ores, exhibited a minuscule fissure. This was the plan proposed by Old Way to Luoda. In essence, quenching. Quenching is a crucial step in the blade forging process, where rapid cooling enhances the metal's strength, rendering the blade more resilient and durable. However, it is an intricate process. Any miscalculation in temperature, timing, or technique can yield counterproductive results, potentially even resulting in the blade shattering. What Luoda aimed to do was execute a poorly conceived quenching of the dead nail demon's armor. The armor, originally haphazardly assembled from various ores, exhibited inconsistent properties. Under the searing expulsion from Iron Head Baby, the internal temperature was exceedingly uneven, lacking proper forging, thus making it prone to cracking. The previously poured lamp oil had mixed with water, creating a quenching liquid rife with impurities, further exacerbating the material's flaws. Subsequently, the rapid cooling induced by the water's impact became the catalyst for the metal's fracturing. Currently, though the dead nail demon's metallic exterior remained hard, it had become exceedingly brittle that a single powerful strike could easily shatter it. The one to deliver this final blow was Ma, when he had long been poised with a large forging hammer, waiting patiently at the side. Upon seeing the immobile, yet furiously enraged dead nail demon, memories of past events flooded his mind. Comrades who could not close their eyes in death, lovers who screamed for him to flee, and townsfolk who faced peril once more. Juxtaposed with his own cowardly escape from the town years ago, that a surge of sorrow, guilt, and rage welled up within him, transforming into strength as he raised the hammer high. Then, he brought it crashing down upon the chest of the dead nailed demon. Clang! The iron armor upon the demon's chest, already riddled with tiny fractures, shattered under the force of the blow, exploding into fragments and revealing the thick black skin beneath. The troll's outer skin was remarkably resilient. An ordinary person wielding a standard meat cleaver would tire before even managing to breach it. However, ordinary individuals were not the only ones present. Tina swiftly followed Ma Wen's lead, dashing forward and drawing her sword. Swish! The silver blade glimmered under the moonlight as crimson blood splattered. Yet, even so, it failed to completely eviscerate the creature, for a solid piece of chest armor remained, safeguarding the vital organs beneath. Consequently, a specially forged chisel was positioned against the demon's chest, precisely aligned with the heart behind the armor. When lifted the hammer once more, striking down upon the chisel with force. Clang! One strike. Clang! With two resounding strikes, each blow drove the chisel deeper into its target. Despite the troll's severely dulled pain receptors, it nonetheless experienced a piercing agony. The wretched screams reverberated through the air. Yet such cries only spurred Marwan to swing the hammer with even greater fervor. Ultimately, the voice of the dead nail troll began to wane. The chisel had completely penetrated its breastplate, piercing its heart. The troll's formidable vitality allowed it to linger in this state for at least an hour, yet it had lost all capacity to resist. It was not until the lifeless troll lay motionless in the trap that Marwan finally ceased his efforts. The townsfolk, who had been straining against the iron chain, were at last able to relax their weary bodies. Marwan set down his hammer, took 2 steps back, and collapsed onto the grass, weeping uncontrollably that as dawn broke. The brutal night of combat came to a close. Everyone was utterly exhausted, devoid of even the energy to celebrate, and retreated home to fall into a deep slumber. Rod returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. Having cast spells almost incessantly, he was on the verge of fainting. The chaotic compendium was carelessly tossed aside, opening to a page that read, Dead Nail Troll Race. Troll Level, 27 Strength, 192 Agility, 151 Stamina, 363 Endurance, 251 Magic Power, 0 Talents, Resilience. Chaos Adaptation, Regeneration. Mining Rod slept soundly until the afternoon. Awakening in a daze, he sat on the bed for a long while, ruffling his disheveled hair before heading out to freshen up. Before leaving, he specifically glanced at the compendium to confirm that the dead nail troll had indeed been recorded, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. His concern for the dead nail troll stemmed not only from the threat it posed to the safety of the town, but also due to the creature's talent for mining, which was precisely what he required at that moment. Now that he had captured it, a dilemma arose. The troll's heart had been pierced, leaving it in a state of near death. It was merely sustained by being recorded in the compendium. Once released, it would not be long before it succumbed. If it died, it would not only be a wasted effort but also a significant loss. The night before, he had pondered how to save this dead nail troll, or rather, how to preserve its talent for mining. To his surprise, an idea struck him: to fuse the dead nail troll with an undead creature. Based on previous experiments, any creature fused with an undead would at least inherit one of its talents, rendering the status of its heart irrelevant. However, he feared that the talent of the fusion material might overshadow the crucial mining ability. This scenario could not be entirely avoided, but he could strive to minimize its likelihood. First, if the levels of the two creatures differed significantly, the impact on the base creature would be lessened. Secondly, if the fusion material possessed few talents, the chance of losing the original creature's talents would be diminished. Thus, Rod needed to find a low-level undead with minimal talents to serve as the fusion material for the dead nail troll. By sheer coincidence, such a creature existed. Useless thing. Undead race. Undead level. 3 strength, 17 agility, 68 stamina, 22 endurance, 25 magic power, 0 talents. Undead, immunity. This was a creature Rod had derived from fusing a goblin with a skeleton soldier, completely inheriting the low attributes of the goblin while losing all of its original talents, even the soul-devouring ability of an undead, possessing the physical qualities of a goblin and the intellect of an undead. Rod could not fathom its utility after much contemplation, hence the rather disparaging name he had given it. Who would have thought that even a waste could find purpose? My apologies, I misjudged you. You are a useful waste, Rod muttered to himself as he picked up the compendium and exited his room, searching for an empty space to conduct his experiment. His own room was too cramped. The dead nail troll could not even stand upright within its confines, although it was incapable of doing so anywhere at present. Rod opened the compendium and released the barely alive dead nail troll. Flipping to the page dedicated to the useless thing.as with all previous fusion processes, a cocoon of light enveloped the dead nail troll, leading to yet another lengthy wait. Taking advantage of this time, Rod continued to peruse introductory spells. Since he only needed to learn one spell, Insight, he focused solely on relevant knowledge. In truth, he had nearly mastered it over the past several days. The next step involved gradually practicing until he could consistently construct the spell runes. At last, the glow of the cocoon began to fade, revealing the reborn dead nail troll. Compared to its former self, it had shrunk considerably, now standing just over 2 meters tall. The thick metal armor that once encased its exterior had vanished, and its previously dark skin had transformed into a pale, bluish hue that if a troll were to lack its peculiar external features, it would appear remarkably similar to a human or demon, albeit taller. With a larger belly and an uglier face, though the trolls themselves would vehemently disagree with the latter characterization, now, the dead nail troll bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary tall man, with delicate limbs yet a pronounced belly. However, protruding from its joints were pristine bone spikes, rendering its posture quite unnatural and somewhat alarming. Useless dead nail troll race. Hybrid creature level, 26 strength, 163 agility, 116 stamina, 389 endurance, 271 magic power, 0 talents. Undead. Resilience, regeneration, mining, osteophyte. Why does even the name reflect this fusion? Rod grumbled, scanning the attributes of this new creature. Upon transforming into an undead, its strength and agility diminished, and its level dropped by 1. Was this the price of a slight improvement? The original talents of the dead nail troll remained intact, and the undead talent was to be expected. However, it lacked the talent for chaos adaptation. The question now was, what exactly was this osteophyte? Osteophyte. Bones can grow rapidly, producing bone spikes. Goodness. After considerable contemplation, Rod could only conclude this much and decided to rename the dead nail troll. Let us call it Junmarlu. After returning Junmarlu to the compendium, Rod descended to the courtyard, preparing to tend to the daily watering and fertilizing of plants. To his surprise, someone had already taken care of it, and even the carnivorous flower was chewing on a piece of meat. It appeared that Tina was responsible. He wondered where she found the energy each day, as she always seemed so vibrant. Perhaps this was the difference between mages and warriors. He felt perpetually fatigued, and even losing an hour of sleep left him feeling utterly drained. With no pressing matters at hand, Rod strolled through the town as usual, hoping to discover any new developments as he entered the town. He heard someone calling for him. Rod? Rod. The distinctive, sing-song tone unmistakably belonged to Violetta. However, as Rod looked around, he could not locate her. Up here. Following the sound, Rod found Violetta hanging from the town gate, her hands bound behind her, and her shirt partially torn away. Rod, help me. First, get me down. Yet, in response to this predicament, Rod merely placed his hands on his hips, regarding her with a skeptical gaze. What trouble have you stirred with some girl again? Violetta's brows furrowed in indignation as she declared, Stirred trouble? What's stirring? Rod, don't listen to the gossip. I simply heard that Anna has a fondness for music and poetry, so I went to discuss it with her. You can discuss all you want, but why did you enter someone else's home? Another voice emerged as Maven approached, gazing up at Violet with a complex expression. Thankfully, when someone else's husband entered, he saw you merely entering the room. Had you climbed into bed, I would have been unable to save you. Goodness, are you still a rogue? Rod also wore a look of disdain. Violet, however, remained defiant. Maven, what do you mean by that? I, Violet, may have a penchant for the fairer sex. But when it comes to discussing music, We are indeed discussing music. Enough, enough. You needn't say more. Rod interrupted Violet's defense, suggesting he reflect on his actions while hanging there, only to be released after dinner. Indeed. Furthermore, if you wish to discuss music in the future, it would be wise to choose a location visible to all. Maven nodded and turned to our OD to be. By the way, Rod, I have something here that I need to show you. What is it? As they conversed, they made their way towards the town, leaving Violet still hanging by the door, writhing in protest. Dinner? I haven't even had lunch yet. Hey Rod, my friend. Rod followed Maven to the town hall. Though it was called a hall, it was merely a spacious room, with a designated office for Maven. It seemed Maven had never expressed a desire to become the mayor, nor had anyone suggested he should be elected. Yet he was indeed managing all affairs, large and small, in the town. Maven led Rod to his office and began rummaging through a drawer. What are you going to show me? Seeing Maven's mysterious demeanor, Rod couldn't help but inquired at a treasure. I found it. Maven placed a box on the desk and opened it. Curiously, Rod leaned in to see an oddly shaped, oversized key inside. What is this? This is a treasure I acquired from a merchant. It is said to be the key to the Demon King's treasury. Maven retrieved the key, which was as long as a forearm, and presented it to Rod with both hands. That I wish to offer this as a token of gratitude for your assistance. This, Rod hesitated, uncertain whether to accept. Observing Maven's gaze, he seemed to surmise something. However, Rod quickly resolved his inner conflict. It is only natural to accept a reward for help rendered. There is no need to overthink it. Very well, thank you. Rod smiled as he accepted the key, and at the moment of contact, the massive key suddenly vanished, transforming into a small key-shaped symbol in the palm of Rod's hand. Rod, goodness, this requires no explanation. It seems the key has found its rightful owner. Well, that's that. Upon finishing, Rod placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Maven nodded in understanding. Currently, it was a time of intensified construction in New Greystone Town, and Maven had numerous matters to attend to, so Rod refrained from further disturbing him, merely inquiring about the key's use in a manner akin to exchanging a secret signal. However, according to Maven, he was uncertain how this key was to be utilized. Even the claim that it belonged to the Demon King's treasury came from the merchant's notes. Could there truly be a treasury in the city that had not been thoroughly plundered? Rod expressed skepticism regarding this. He was quite familiar with the upper levels of the castle. If this key were indeed meant to unlock a door, that door must be underground. Underground. Despite having significantly enhanced his strength and having the formidable allies of Stone and Junmalu to support him, the thought of descending into the depths still made him uneasy. Regardless, it was best to investigate first. Resolute, Rod chose to ignore Violet, who was still pleading for help at the door, and proceeded towards the castle. Thus far, Rod had only ventured down to the third level of the Demon King's underground. Beyond that, he had heard strange noises and had refrained from descending further. The underground portion of the castle was originally primarily a barracks for monsters, but Rod had mostly repurposed it as storage. As far as he knew, he had yet to encounter any doors that could not be opened. While those keys were hidden in peculiar places, there would inevitably be a way for someone to obtain them. Therefore, if he sought an unopened door, he would need to go below the third level. The underground of the Demon King's castle was shrouded in darkness, with only a few unlit lamps lining the path, some oil lamps, some magical lamps that could be illuminated with a surge of mana. However, the magical lamps were scarce, and for the most part, Rod relied on the fire sprite for illumination. The stone brick passageway was far more spacious than anticipated. Perhaps it had been designed with larger creatures in mind, as even Stone felt no sense of confinement while traversing it. Thus, Rod decided to release Junmalu to forge ahead. The castle's drainage system was concealed within the walls, connecting to the moat, and Rod could hear the sound of flowing water seeping through the cracks as he walked through the corridor. Moreover, perhaps due to years of neglect, parts of the fourth level were already submerged, making passage impossible. It would be troublesome if he could not find anything on the fourth level. The underground of the Demon King's castle had been expanded by successive rulers for various reasons, and Rod only possessed an earlier map, leaving him uncertain as to how many levels existed below. Once again, he pushed open a door, only to find it filled with neatly arranged upright coffins, prompting him to quietly close the door as long as the coffins remained undisturbed. Their contents were in a state of superposition, both with and without monsters, until his strength reached a certain threshold. It was best to avoid unnecessary confrontations. This was not cowardice, it was prudence. However, at this rate, with the fourth level almost fully explored and no sign of any doors requiring a key, he found the entrance to the fifth level submerged in water. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden chill washed over him from behind. With no time to ponder further, he pivoted and retreated, drawing his long sword to defend himself. Clang! The impact was akin to being struck head-on by a hammer, and Rod was nearly knocked off balance, struggling to regain his footing. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, he finally discerned the assailant's identity, a towering suit of metal armor, slowly lifting a massive sword that had struck the ground. This armor was indistinguishable from other decorative armors commonly found in the town, entirely black and nearly 3 meters tall, with an empty, hollow void behind the lifted helm. Who would place an iron golem in their own home? Who are they guarding against? Rod cursed the previous ruler who had lost their senses, raising a fireball to hurl at the iron golem. Yet, the golem did not even flinch at that moment. Junmalu charged at the iron golem, and they collided heavily. Bang! The sound of the impact echoed through the corridor, sending the iron golem flying. Its armor scattering across the ground, Junmalu's bone spikes shattered upon impact, littering the floor. It appeared that not only did it suffer from bone overgrowth, but it also exhibited signs of osteoporosis. At that moment, Rod recalled the information about the iron golem, the attributes and materials of these magical constructs, as well as the mana used during their creation, varied widely, ranging from 50 to 300. However, judging by this one, it was likely not of high quality, having been easily dismantled, with its fist-sized core rolling free. Rod stepped forward and crushed it underfoot, causing the armor pieces to lose their strength and fall lifelessly to the ground. The core was the essence of the iron golem, which did not even qualify as a monster. It was merely a mechanical creation of magical engineering. However, given the current state of the castle, it was unlikely that a place requiring the protection of an iron golem was merely an empty room. Rod contemplated this and turned back towards the direction of the iron puppet. There lay a branching path that he had previously intended to explore later, but had momentarily overlooked. As Rod approached, the magical lamps along the walls of this path illuminated one after another. At the end of the passage stood a stone door, unremarkably tall, adorned with intricate runes. As Rod drew near, the patterns on the door began to glow, gradually rearranging themselves into the semblance of a magical circle. Junmalu, forward! Rod signaled to the bone giant beside him, which immediately charged forth with unwavering loyalty, delivering a powerful punch to the magical formation. Boom! Rod felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Yet, the magical circle remained unyielding. Only a faint ripple, reminiscent of water, spread outward. It seemed that even if one could forcibly dismantle this magical array, the walls would first have to be torn down. With a resigned sigh, Rod stepped closer, attempting to place his hand bearing the key emblem against it. As his palm made contact with the magic circle, the key design in his hand emanated a faint glow, and the magical array sealing the door began to dissipate from the point of contact. What a fortuitous coincidence that this was indeed the key. Observing the now dissipated protective magical circle and the door that was gradually opening on its own, Rod scratched his head. Both the door and the surrounding magical lamps appeared relatively new, indicating that they had been installed later. At that moment, the magical lamps in the room also flickered to life, allowing Rod to finally discern the room's condition. The chamber was roughly the size of a basketball court, with a ceiling about 20 meters high, resembling an industrial factory. However, this factory was nearly devoid of any furnishings, save for a peculiar stone platform situated in the center. The platform stood about half a meter tall and was equipped with stairs leading up to it, devoid of any visible seams, suggesting it was magically crafted as a single entity. The surface of the platform was engraved with complex runes. Through his recent studies, Rod could only grasp the rudimentary logic of these runes, akin to distinguishing a computer's motherboard from its graphics card, which was certainly an improvement over complete ignorance. Above the stone platform, 2 slender, curved golden rods stood upright on either side, forming a structure reminiscent of a door frame. What could this be? Some kind of artifact. Rod reached out towards the door frame, and as soon as he made contact, he felt a significant portion of his magical energy being siphoned away. Simultaneously, the surroundings underwent a transformation. Everything within his line of sight lost its color. The basketball court-like hall vanished, replaced by an unfathomable abyss. The stone platform beneath him remained unchanged, but looking further, the ground appeared fragmented. With only a small area surrounding the platform still intact, resembling floating islands in midair, Rod could even see Junmarlu standing in its original spot, its form appearing half real, half ethereal, when Rod attempted to touch it. His hand passed straight through its body. Numerous similar floating islands surrounded them, some connected by floating debris, while others were distantly separated. Gazing further, islands seemed to be shrouded in a mist, obscured from view. Within that mist, something colossal appeared to be moving slowly. Where is this place? Rod felt a twinge of anxiety and retreated to the center of the platform, attempting once more to touch the metallic pillars. Yet nothing changed. He then retrieved the Chaos Codex, trying to summon the stone, but to no avail. However, the fire sprite emerged without issue, its crimson glow dancing and adding a splash of color to the grayish world. Rod took several deep breaths to steady himself. The gray mist and the bottomless floating islands indicated a realm distinct from reality. He recalled a record he had once read in a book. This was the abyss. Damn. Though he had managed to regain his composure, he could not help but curse calmly. The abyss is considered by academics to be an alternate dimension, fundamentally different from reality, yet intricately corresponding to it. The so-called ether is but a gust of wind blowing from the abyss into reality. The abyss had previously existed solely within the conjectures and theories of scholars, with only a few mages or academics claiming to have ventured there through certain means. Yet these methods proved impossible to replicate consistently, thereby relegating the abyss to the realm of legend among a select few. It was not until 300 years ago, during the War of Heaven, that the abyss truly emerged into public consciousness. The most powerful demon lord and hero in history, in a desperate strike at the center of the continent, tore asunder the fabric of space, opening a direct entrance to the abyss known as the Great Rift. From that moment on, the abyss became a reality to the masses. Over the past 3 centuries, numerous individuals have attempted to venture into the abyss for adventure. Due to the peculiar correspondence between the abyss and reality, one could sometimes find bizarre, yet powerful abyssal artifacts within, attracting countless desperate souls. However, the odds of returning from the abyss were exceedingly slim. Those who did return, even if their sanity remained intact, spoke little of their experiences in the abyss. Some had attempted to employ memory-reading spells on them, only for the casters to succumb to madness. At least during the time the book Rod had read was written, the abyss represented the very source of chaos. He wondered if there had been any new discoveries regarding the abyss in contemporary academia. But there was no doubt that the environment he now found himself in was perilous. Yet, Rod felt no fear. How could anyone leave a portal to the abyss lying about haphazardly? What a lack of decorum. Rod muttered to himself as he stepped down from the stone platform, the solid ground beneath him feeling no different from reality. At the edge of this floating island, several distorted stone slabs resembling springs led towards another island. On that distant island, Rod thought he could see something. Hey! Rod leaped from one floating stone to another. Although the stones and slabs appeared to float in midair, they felt remarkably stable underfoot and did not shift about. The slabs were adorned with various decorations, some reminiscent of those found in a demon lord's castle, while others bore no relation whatsoever. Soon, Rod bounded onto the first floating island. The flooring here was characteristic of the demon lord's castle, and not far from him stood a figure resembling a stone sculpture, motionless at the center of the island. Beside this figure were several indistinct shadows, each differing in height and form, though it was vaguely discernible that they were humanoid. As Rod approached, he noticed that the central figure maintained an open-mouthed posture, arms outstretched, as if eagerly conveying something, yet devoid of any spark of life in its eyes, the texture of its skin resembling that of freshly baked clay, marred by fine cracks. Simultaneously, Rod observed that the robe worn by this figure was of the same style as his OW, and that it seemed to depict a scene where the central figure was attempting to persuade others. Suddenly, a voice echoed from an unknown source. This is all merely an accident. I cannot comprehend why it must be me. Among the billion demons, why must it be me chosen? The 7 demon lords would never heed my commands. And I have no intention of waging war against humanity. I am utterly unfit for this position. Rod rubbed his ears, ensuring no strange entities had infiltrated his mind, and begun speaking. The preceding statement had been quite clear. This individual must have been the previous demon lord, the very one who had deceived him into this world to toil without recompense. At this moment, his form appeared relatively normal, resembling Rod closely. It seemed the numerous identical robes he had found in the castle were merely hand-me-downs from this individual. Could it be that the stone platform that had brought him to the abyss was also a creation of his? Rod turned his gaze in another direction, where yet another accessible floating island awaited. The scene here depicted the ancient Dark Lord sitting alone upon his throne, surrounded by emptiness. At this moment, his stature appeared incongruous with the massive throne, making him seem akin to a halfling. His voice echoed once more. Everyone has departed, leaving me here with not even a bag of flour remaining. Do you intend to starve me? Thankfully, those seeds have not been consumed. After all, I am still a Dark Lord. Must I resort to growing my own food? What a predicament. Furthermore, I lack the knowledge to do so, having fainted from poisoning last night and just now regained consciousness. The corpse-rot mushroom cannot be consumed directly. That must be noted. As the voice faded, Rod proceeded to the next floating island. The scene appeared to be a wilderness, where the ancient Dark Lord had collapsed to the ground, obstructed by some monstrous creature that barred his way. Gabriel and Caesar had set up sentries around, leaving him with no means of escape. If they intend to confine me like this, they might as well kill me. This group of individuals all coveted the position of Dark Lord, yet feared the backlash from others, thus sought to imprison him while they settled their own disputes. I absolutely refused to let them succeed. Even if I were to hand the title of Dark Lord to a pig, it would never be yours. Rod felt himself under attack. In the next scene, the ancient Dark Lord sat upon the ground, surrounded by stacks of books and numerous bookshelves. This must be the library within the city. The conjectures once made at the Mage Association might indeed come to fruition. Perhaps there was a reason the Dark Lord chose to construct his castle here. With the right conditions, a stable abyssal rift could be opened. According to previous scholars' hypotheses, every location within the abyss corresponds to something in reality. Thus, understanding the coordinates between the abyss and reality might just unlock new possibilities. In the subsequent scene, he found himself at an unfinished stone platform, where the ancient Dark Lord stood at the edge, his form considerably larger than before, draped in a simple robe. The abyssal worms had been released, and given sufficient time, he should be able to grasp the majority of the abyssal coordinates, which would take approximately a century, not an unacceptable timeline. Following that scene, the ancient Dark Lord donned the armor he wore before his demise. Standing before the now completed stone platform, the construction of the abyssal gate was complete, and the abyssal coordinates were gradually becoming clearer. Utilizing the abyssal gate, a swift passage from one point to another could be established. My original vision has indeed materialized. Those thick-headed fools at the association who drove me away had no idea I was right. What remains is merely the final step. In the next floating island. Still before the stone platform, the ancient Dark Lord cast aside his helmet, cradling his head in despair. That I have failed, that I cannot pass the trials of the abyss. The abyss is not a concrete realm. It is the human heart. All who enter the abyss must confront their deepest fears. That I can no longer traverse this path. My trepidation towards Caesar and the others has become an invisible prison. I have failed. The ancient Dark Lord's voice gradually diminished, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. What remained was the final floating island, connected by a long, straight corridor. Having arrived here, Rod could not turn back. He traversed the corridor, heading towards that floating island. But as he stepped onto it, the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly once more. Opulent yet ancient chandeliers, a vast hall, tattered carpets, dusty portraits, and the colossal throne above, all of which Rod found eerily familiar. As it was the grand hall of the Dark Lord's castle. Have I returned? Rod quickly dismissed the thought. Beside the throne stood a figure clad in substantial black armor, gently caressing the armrest of the throne. I have always been curious about one thing. Rod approached and called out to the figure in the hall. With so many spikes on the armrest, don't you find it painful to touch? The figure beside the throne appeared to be the ancient Dark Lord. At least the armor was unmistakably his. He seemed to resemble the one currently seated on the throne in reality. It appeared that Rod's voice caught the attention of the ancient Dark Lord, who slowly turned to face him. Are you my successor? Did you choose this path for yourself, or are you unaware? Rod picked up an overturned chair from the ground, dusted it off, and sat facing the ancient Dark Lord. That I thought you were long dead. Yet, you seem quite lively now. It seems I have indeed perished. The ancient Dark Lord took his time, leisurely leaning against the throne. You are mistaken about one thing. The being standing here is not the person you know. but merely a remnant of his will that lingered here after his failure. This potent will has materialized in the abyss, manifesting as what you see before you. All right, I'm not particularly interested in who you are. Rod waved his hand dismissively. In any case. Can you help me return? I have matters to attend to. Of course, no problem. You only need to use the abyssal worms for positioning, and you can return to the abyssal gate. Then, there's just one issue. The ancient Dark Lord straightened. Slowly approaching Rod. A vast, indistinct shadow emerged from nowhere, swirling around the two like a school of fish. The abyssal worms will only heed the commands of a Dark Lord. Issue orders to them. You must first prove your qualifications as a Dark Lord. Rod stood up as well. What does it take to qualify as a Dark Lord? A performance? I'm not great at singing, but I'm decent at go. The ancient Dark Lord produced a long staff with a flick of his wrist and struck it forcefully against the ground. Defeat me. Defeat this remnant of the Dark Lord. Rod paused momentarily. If I may be so bold, what level are you? If you inquire about my level as a Dark Lord when I failed here, the ancient Dark Lord chuckled softly. I was level 58. Rod considered this. Generally, a person whose combat rating exceeds level 50 is termed a master, possessing the capability to decisively influence a medium-scale battle. It is not uncommon for a master-level warrior to annihilate an entire city in the conflict between humans and demons. Level 60 signifies entry into the realm of grandmasters, with the power to rally an army single-handedly. The ancient Dark Lord's level of 58 may not be extraordinary among previous Dark Lords. Yet it represents a pinnacle accessible to ordinary individuals. Sensing Rod's contemplation, the ancient Dark Lord spoke. Do not fret too much. I am merely a fragment of his will. Moreover, we are within the abyss. External levels bear little significance here, as long as you possess sufficient conviction. The gap in levels can be readily bridged. Let me see your level. Rod suddenly felt a chilling gaze sweep over him, causing great discomfort. The ancient Dark Lord's words hung in the air. Rod glanced at his attributes. In the level category, a glaring 4 stood out starkly. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. The difference isn't too vast. Is it? Rod tentatively inquired. How about this? Why not let me pass as if I've succeeded? If you can deceive yourself, that might just work. The ancient Dark Lord tilted his head, perplexity evident even behind his helmet. How could you be chosen? You were the one who chose. How could you ask me? Well then, how did you get here? I recall placing numerous iron puppets at the entrance. Just one, the others should be broken. The remaining one was dismantled. Rod displayed the Chaos Codex hanging from his waist. The Chaos Codex? The ancient Dark Lord appeared astonished. Where did you acquire this? I found it while rummaging through the city. Haven't you seen it? Perhaps it is because I lack the qualifications. The ancient Dark Lord's mood noticeably dampened. The fact that you managed to find the Chaos Codex suggests that you might indeed be the one meant to be chosen as the Dark Lord. Please don't flatter yourself. Rod rolled his eyes. That is not what I meant, he retorted, while the old Demon King cast a surprised glance at Rod, exclaiming with a soft "oh." Rod felt that icy gaze once more, reminiscent of the sensation one experiences when being scrutinized through the lens of insight. Perhaps you indeed. Rod heard the old Demon King seemingly mumbling something, just as he was about to inquire. The old Demon King forcefully struck the ground with his staff once more. Enough of this idle chatter. Wait. I don't think we need to rush, Rod hastily added. But before he could finish, a massive fireball, blazing with intensity, suddenly materialized above his head and plummeted downwards. Boom! The fireball crashed into the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Thankfully, Rod reacted swiftly, executing a lazy roll to evade the direct impact of the fireball. However, he was immediately caught by the shockwave from the explosion, propelling him backwards. He tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. When he lifted his head, he saw a vast crater where the fireball had landed. While the old Demon King remained standing, his staff resting casually at his side, as though he had exerted no effort at all, that had undoubtedly been some form of mid-tier fire spell. Deliberately restrained in power, serving merely as a warning that the real battle was about to commence. Here's another reminder, came the old Demon King's voice. This is the abyss. Do not judge strength with the logic of the mundane world. With that proclamation, the old Demon King again struck the ground with his staff. The entire hall began to shake violently, the sound of cracking resonating throughout as the ceiling, walls, and columns began to shatter and disintegrate. swirling outward alongside the elusive abyssal insects. It was then that Rod realized he had returned to the floating island. Now, let us begin in earnest. The old Demon King raised his staff, pointing towards Rod's position. What the hell? Sensing something amiss, Rod swiftly dove and rolled away. Just as a column of lava erupted from the ground where he had been standing, the searing heat scorched his back. The old Demon King showed no signs of slowing down. Standing firm, he continued to wave his staff, launching a myriad of spells at Rod. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning bolts, wind blasts, shadow waves, rapid-fire fireballs, ice rings, shadow binds, chain lightning, and colossal tornadoes. All these colorful spells rained down upon Rod like a torrential downpour. Even though, as the old Demon King had stated, the spells were merely projections of thought, and thus significantly weaker than their original forms, Rod found himself in a desperate struggle to evade while attempting to counterattack with his own magic. Fireball! A small fireball darted through the dense barrage of spells towards the old Demon King, only to be intercepted by an invisible barrier 2 meters from him. Yes, a seasoned mage, the old Demon King was. Of course, not solely focused on offense while neglecting defense, Rod never expected that small fireball to inflict any damage upon the old Demon King. The explosion's flames obscured the old Demon King's vision, allowing Rod to quickly roll to his feet and charge towards him. According to the old Demon King's own account, he had originally been an ordinary scholar, inexplicably inheriting the title of Demon King and subsequently being confined within the castle for centuries, dedicating himself to academic pursuits. Given this background, it seemed he possessed little actual combat experience. Although Rod himself lacked extensive battle experience, he understood that the key to dealing with mages was to close the distance. There was no need to show off his limited spells in front of the old Demon King. By bringing them into close quarters, he might gain the upper hand. The floating island was not particularly vast, and seizing the moment while the old Demon King paused his casting, Rod dashed within 5 meters of him, drawing his long knife and effortlessly breaking through the magical barrier he had conjured, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at the old Demon King. Yet, to his astonishment, a resounding clang echoed as a gleaming greatsword, radiating magical light, materialized before him. It was evident that the staff remained at the center of that greatsword. The old Demon King swung the sword with force, sending Rod flying through the air. Forcing me into close combat is a clever strategy, but you're still lacking, the old Demon King remarked, lifting the sword and pointing it at Rod. Your attacks are hesitant. If you do not even believe you can defeat me, then all your efforts are in vain. He flicked the tip of his sword. Come now, let me teach you how to wield a weapon. Rod silently rose, gripping his knife tightly, and approached the old Demon King once more. Clang! He was repelled by another strike. After just 2 exchanges, his palm throbbed with pain, and his grip felt as though it might split. Nevertheless, he endured the agony and stood upright again. The old Demon King's armor clearly served a purpose beyond mere decoration. While his swordsmanship might not rival his magical prowess, it far surpassed Rod's current abilities. Observing the old Demon King's movements, Rod analyzed and learned. Losing track of time, fatigue washed over him, pushing him beyond his limits until he could no longer feel it. He entered a meditative state, hearing only the continuous clashing of blade against blade, sparks flying. The number of exchanges between Rod and the old Demon King increased, and they seemed nearly evenly matched. Clang! A sudden jarring noise snapped Rod back to reality. He then heard a crisp sound as a broken blade fell to the ground. The knife he had picked up from the Ratman finally succumbed to the strain, snapping cleanly in two. Rod stared blankly at the hilt, while the old Demon King did not immediately pursue, stepping back just a pace. How do you feel now? Rod remained silent for a moment. That I feel that I can win. Then come, the old Demon King provocatively beckoned him. Rod nodded and took a half step back. Fire sprite, he exclaimed, and the long-lost fireball reappeared, dancing at his side. Rod extended his hand, clasping the fire sprite in his palm. Possess me, he silently commanded. In an instant, searing flames erupted from his body. Boom! The inferno enveloped Rod entirely, surging up the remaining fragment of his broken knife, completing its form. The air around him began to distort from the intense heat, and the ground beneath his feet began to melt. Without uttering a word, Rod's figure transformed into a blaze, streaking through the gray-white world as a crimson flash, charging towards the old Demon King. Ha! The old Demon King raised his sword in preparation, his hands tightening around the hilt before he swung down fiercely. The silver light of the massive sword cleaved through the air, colliding with the rushing flame. Clang! The greatsword met the flaming blade with a resounding crash, the resulting shockwave and flames shattering the ground, sending countless small stones flying. Neither side yielded. Well done. The blood-red eyes peering from the crevices of the old Demon King's helmet conveyed a hint of approval. I sense this will. Yet, as he spoke, the old Demon King suddenly advanced, his greatsword crashing down with overwhelming force, unleashing a terrifying power that sent Rod hurtling backward. This alone is not enough. Rod performed a roll in midair, landing on all fours, his fingers leaving long scorch marks on the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. How dare you call yourself a mage? Rod shouted as he stood up, wielding a greatsword in heavy armor. Can't you maintain some dignity as a mage? The old Demon King retorted without missing a beat. And you, a summoner possessed by a sprite, how dare you criticize me? Hearing this, Rod couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps we are more alike than we think. However, before the words fully left his mouth, Rod seized the opportunity, transforming into a blazing light and launching another assault. The old Demon King, unperturbed, swung his sword to counter. Thus ensued another round of relentless clashes, the sounds of metal ringing out in rapid succession. Clang, 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 clang. At this very moment, the two adversaries had clashed no fewer than 100 times in an instant. Dazzling flames and searing currents of air erupted forth. The essence of the spirit, once a prodigious summoner, had developed a unique technique to compensate for the inadequacies of his corporeal combat prowess. By merging the detached soul with the ether, he summoned elemental spirits, which rejoined his body, guiding him into a state of semi-etherealization. This greatly enhanced all his attributes and allowed him to manipulate the ether with greater ease, thereby circumventing the summoner's deficiencies in the foundational runes of spellcraft, enabling instinctual spellcasting. However, this process was neither unconditional nor without cost. The etherealization of a physical being was inherently perilous, although the summoner could mitigate its effects on the body through skill. This was limited to etheric attributes with which he had a high degree of adaptability, such as Rod's affinity for fire and darkness. Prolonged semi-etherealization could lead to mutative changes in the body, resulting in unforeseen and irreversible damage. Presently, Rod could maintain a state of undamaged semi-etherealization for only 3 minutes. The confrontation between the two was a comprehensive clash of strength, speed, and technique. The old Demon Lord's swordsmanship was as steadfast as a mountain, with transitions between defense and offense executed seamlessly, leaving no openings. Much like an impregnable fortress, Rod's foundation was considerably inferior to that of the old Demon Lord, and for a time, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet he did not falter as time progressed. However, Rod's speed increased, while the old Demon Lord began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Rod ducked beneath a sweeping strike from the old Demon Lord, then thrust himself forward, his empty left hand clawing at the Demon Lord's breastplate. Fiery flames erupted from his palm, surging into the old Demon Lord. With a resounding crash, the blinding fire burst forth, sending the old Demon Lord flying, crashing into a floating stone, which stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. He then fell back to the ground, nearly kneeling, one hand gripping the sword hilt, plunged into the earth to keep himself upright. Yet, much of his dark armor was now twisted and charred from the flames. At this point, Rod realized that the old Demon Lord was indeed no longer as formidable as when they first met. Was it that the old Demon Lord had weakened, or that Rod had grown stronger? Perhaps it was a combination of both. This was the abyss, where strength and weakness defied conventional logic. Recognizing the fortuitous opportunity before him, Rod would not let it slip away. He planted a foot firmly on the ground. Boom! Crimson flames erupted beneath him, shattering the earth as they propelled Rod towards the old Demon Lord with terrifying speed. A long blade forged of flames was drawn to his side, Rod's hands gripping the hilt tightly as he swung it down with the surging inferno. The brilliance of the flames rendered the surroundings seemingly dim. The fiercely burning fire even emitted a roar akin to a ferocious beast. With a roar, this scarlet streak of light cleaved through the darkness, leaving a long trail in the air before piercing through the old Demon Lord's body. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh mingled with the shattering of steel. As the flames gradually subsided, Rod reappeared behind the old Demon Lord. Heaving a long sigh, Rod stood upright, the long blade, which had already been reduced to a mere hilt, now melted into molten iron, flowing from his palm. His garments had been completely consumed by the flames, and his skin flowed like lava in any case. He had not been left completely exposed. However, once these molten remnants cooled, that might no longer be the case. The old demon lord remained in a half-kneeling position, a horrific wound gaping across his chest. Penetrating through, his left arm, which had clutched the sword, was severed cleanly at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Yet, the old demon lord appeared impervious to pain, slowly rising to his feet. We continue to fight. Rod gasped, inquiring. You have already won, the old demon lord replied, shaking his head as he discarded his sword and removed his helmet. Beneath the helmet lay a nondescript face of a middle-aged man, with well-defined features. Now, these abyssal insects are yours to deal with. He raised his hand, and the phantoms that had surrounded them surged towards Rod, diving into his left hand, merging into the key-like pattern in his palm. Simultaneously, a vision appeared before Rod, the disheartened old demon lord standing before the abyssal gate, casting the key inside. The key traversed the abyss, landing in an unknown field, where an old farmer picked it up, only for it to be sold by his son, later coveted by a discerning collector, and ultimately finding its way into Rod's hands. This key had once represented the old demon lord's hope for freedom. But he soon realized that the very freedom he sought, out of fear of the demon generals, had instead become his prison within the abyss, where he encountered those same generals obstructing his path forward. This was the embodiment of his inner terror, materialized within the abyss. Rod gazed at the key imprint in his palm. If that is the case, then what stands before me should be a large spider or some similar creature. That is not the thing you fear the most. Or rather, what obstructs one's progress in the abyss is not necessarily fear. For you, what hinders your advance is confusion, the old demon lord replied. Smiling, Rod shrugged. I have never felt any confusion. TSK, had your swordsmanship possessed even half the tenacity of your tongue, you would not have only now achieved victory, the old demon lord said, shaking his head in resignation. As his form began to dissolve into ashes from the wound, suddenly, he seemed to recall something. There is one more thing. Since you have won, I ought to offer you something in return. What reward do you desire? Anything, Rod asked, intrigued. Then I want a cat girl made with white hair and twin tails, the kind that says meow meow meow. That is not impossible. However, it would be I who transforms into such a being. Would you accept that? Then never mind. Looking at the old demon lord's earnest middle-aged face, Rod felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He glanced down at his cooling skin. Then how about giving me some clothing? It would be quite indecent to walk out like this. Not a problem, the old demon lord replied, his form beginning to dissipate more rapidly. Yet, Rod suddenly remembered he had not asked one last question. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, the old demon lord simply smiled. Just a nondescript, foolish scholar, unworthy of mention. With that, his body had completely transformed into dust, settling on the ground that a gust of wind swept through, carrying the dust away, leaving behind a piece of grayish-white cloth. This considered clothing, Rod mused, somewhat speechless as he picked up the cloth. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the entire piece seemed to flow like water, swiftly enveloping his body and transforming into a perfectly fitted grayish-white robe. At the same time, he inexplicably understood the garment's function. Though it appeared to be an unremarkable piece of cloth, it was, in fact, an abyssal artifact that had fused with his body upon contact. That it could absorb other clothing, armor, and accessories, allowing for immediate retrieval, possessing self-repair capabilities, and ensuring a perfect fit. This could be understood as Rod carrying an equipment repository, eliminating worries of his clothes being burned again in the future. It must be said, the old demon lord was rather thoughtful. However, regarding the matter of not disclosing his name, Rod contemplated erecting a monument for him after his departure. Yet he struggled to find the right words to inscribe. Rod shook his head, deciding to set that thought aside for now. It was best to leave promptly. The abyss was not a place suitable for prolonged stay. Take me to the city. Rod picked up the chaotic tome that had fallen to the ground and, raising his hand, summoned the abyssal worm. These bewildering creatures, defying classification, surged forth in succession, constructing an oval portal in the air not far away. Shrouded in darkness, simultaneously, a pathway leading to that portal unfurled beneath Rod's feet. Below lay the endless void, and after a considerable moment of mental preparation, he stepped off the floating island and onto the bridge formed by the abyssal worms. The sensation beneath his feet resembled that of sand, somewhat soft yet relatively stable. Thus emboldened, he advanced boldly through the portal. As he crossed the threshold, a thought suddenly struck him. Did these beings know which city I was headed to? As the surroundings shifted, Rod found himself gazing at a dim and damp dungeon, and he comprehended the necessity of articulating the full name for navigation. Where on earth am I? He surveyed his surroundings, which resembled an underground prison, with iron cell doors before him and straw strewn across the damp floor. But a skeleton clad in prison garb lay slumped against the wall, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. Glancing at his palm, he noticed the key's emblem had faded significantly, indicating it would require further time to recharge before it could be utilized again. The abyssal gate could transport him from the stone platform beneath the Demon King's castle to any location marked by the abyssal worms. However, elsewhere, he could only return to the stone platform. Once recharged, he should be able to return to the castle. The pressing question remained. Where am I? Rod sighed in exasperation just then, when a voice unexpectedly echoed nearby. Stop calling out. You won't be getting out, no matter how much you shout. It was then he noticed another person confined in the opposite cell, most of their figure obscured by shadows, which he had previously overlooked. Leaning closer to the iron bars, Rod peered outside. Ahead lay a row of cells, the occupants' fates unclear, yet the decor seemed somewhat unfamiliar compared to what he recognized. Where am I? Rod posed the question for the third time. But this time, he finally had a target for his inquiry. You don't know where you are. Did you drink too much? The person across from him replied, somewhat impatiently. It's a bit more serious than just having drunk too much. Rod retorted that I merely took a trip to the abyss and got lost on my way back. Upon hearing this, the individual opposite him scoffed. Well, you're worse off than I am. At least I know how I got here. Rod let out a huff, responding sarcastically, Oh yes, indeed. I have no clue. Might I trouble you for a word of wisdom? Tisish. The individual across appeared equally displeased. This is Black Mountain Fortress, but it has been seized by a band of mountain bandits. Black Mountain Fortress? Rod strained to recall, but found no mention of it in his memory. Is this a human territory or a demon domain? Of course, it's human. What sort of question is that? Have you lost your mind? Rod nodded thoughtfully. I've ventured quite far this time. The continent of Terra roughly resembles an irregular inverted triangle, with the majority occupied by the Order Alliance, while the demon race predominantly resides in the mountainous northwest. Until the Heaven War 3 centuries ago, the Demon King's army, led by the previous monarch, crossed the immortal fortress erected by the Alliance to fend off the demons, advancing to the continent's midpoint where they clashed with the Alliance forces. After that battle, the demon territory expanded beyond the Alliance's domain. However, it was said that following the Demon King's death, the army fell into civil war and many lands were reclaimed by the Alliance, resulting in a current standoff. The Demon King's castle lies on the western edge of the continent, separated by the Shadow Cloud Mountains, with the endless mountains behind it and the vast expanse of the Demon King's territory ahead. To arrive at this place known as Black Mountain Fortress, one must have traversed at least half the continent. The technology of the Abyssal Gate is truly impressive, just as Rod pondered when he might return. He suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance that a figure clad in tattered fur garments, wielding a spear, ambled over nonchalantly. What are you shouting about? It's deafening. How can you get so worked up all by yourself? The individual struck the iron door of the opposite cell with their spear. Let me tell you, it's only because you're still of some use that we've spared your life. Once we collect the money, we'll drag you off to feed the dogs. Rod remained silent, simply observing. This must be the bandit the other person was referring to, and he appeared oblivious to Rod's presence. Suddenly, the individual across exclaimed in surprise. What money? Are you going after money? The bandit chuckled wickedly. Don't think I'm unaware that you're Prince Uraldar, right? The word outside is that you're dead. I believe your newly crowned sister would be quite pleased to pay for your rescue. What new crown? Gwen has been crowned queen. No way. The person identified as the prince momentarily froze before realization dawned upon him. You fools, you dim-witted bandits are going to get us all killed. The bandit, taken aback by the prince's sudden outburst, seethed with anger. Oh really? It seems you haven't grasped your current identity. Regardless, once we get the money, we'll let your sister take your corpse back. He raised his spear, preparing to strike the prince within the cell. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. "Hey, I have a question for you." The bandit, completely unaware of the presence behind him, fumbled, causing his spear to clatter to the ground. He quickly turned to see yet another figure had appeared in the opposite cell, alongside a large, menacing creature. "Who are you? Why are you there?" the bandit stammered. Rod, however, paid him no mind, instead flashing a grin at the prince opposite him. "So, they say you're a prince, right? If I rescue you, I trust you won't mind compensating me for my efforts." "Stone, break down the door," at Rod's command. Stone collided with the prison bars, the resounding clang echoing as the iron bars, anchored to the ceiling and floor, bent and crumpled, collapsing atop the bandit with a terrified scream. Rod stepped delicately across the fallen bars, sauntering to stand before the prince. "Your Highness, what do you think of my proposal? I rescue you, and you offer me a suitable reward, a perfectly reasonable employment arrangement." The prince appeared momentarily dazed by Stone's imposing presence, only regaining his senses when Rod spoke again. Who are you?" "A passerby with good intentions." Rod glanced back towards the entrance, where it seemed someone had been drawn by the commotion. "Enough with the small talk. Agree to my terms and I'll lead you out. Otherwise, I'm leaving." The prince hesitated. "But I currently have no money." "Aren't you a prince? What about your family?" "They'll have to pay a ransom, rather than give it to them." "Why not give it to me?" The prince merely shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, they likely won't pay the ransom." "Seems your family ties are rather tenuous," Rod remarked, stepping back. "In that case, I wish you the best." He turned to leave, but the prince called out urgently, "I know of a place where my ancestors left treasures for emergencies. If you help me escape, I'll take you to retrieve it." Rod paused, turning back with a bemused expression. "Oh, planning to exchange a family heirloom for your life, are we?" The prince stepped forward, emerging from the shadows to reveal a weary face adorned with disheveled hair and an unkempt beard. "Urildar is at a critical juncture. I cannot afford to die here." "Very well. Let us proceed to a fruitful collaboration." As Rod spoke, he raised his hand toward the entrance, and a fireball surged forth, transforming a newly arrived bandit into a fiery specter. "You should step back a little." Upon hearing this, the prince promptly retreated, only to witness a tall, gaunt creature adorned with bony protrusions materialize from thin air, its claws grasping the weathered iron bars and tearing them apart with a spine-chilling metallic screech, creating an opening wide enough for him to escape. "Hurry out, or I won't be able to protect you if more people arrive." The dejected prince showed no hesitation, striding out of the cell and retrieving a bandit's spear from the ground to follow closely behind. Rod's decision to rescue this individual stemmed not from a sense of chivalry. At least not primarily. The development of Demon King's castle and Greystone Town necessitated financial resources. Remaining secluded in the mountains and self-sufficient would only result in stagnation, ultimately crushed by the advanced productivity of the outside world. Rod needed to establish connections with the outside world in Greystone Town's name, whether for procuring materials or introducing technology, both of which were of paramount importance. For instance, Rod was contemplating the construction of a road leading to the original site of Greystone Town. Relying solely on the townsfolk to gradually quarry stone would take an eternity to complete. Thus, he was in dire need of funds, while it was possible that this prince intended to offer him an empty promise. Rod never intended to remain here until the Abyss Gate was fully charged. He was bound to leave anyway, and having an additional companion posed little issue. Although this place served as a fortress, it appeared to have lain in ruin for many years, with unmaintained gaps in the walls. The bandits were merely usurpers, and their numbers were quite limited. It was perplexing how this prince had fallen into the hands of such individuals. The bandits displayed little organization and possessed average combat capabilities, likely around level 5, rendering Rod scarcely required to engage personally, with merely Stone and Junmariu relying on their high defenses to charge through the crowd. No one could approach Duppy. "By the way, what is your name?" Rod inquired of the prince, still possessing the leisure to ask. "Lucius," he replied, "Lucius Calvin." Upon uttering the surname Calvin, Rod could distinctly sense a swell of pride emanating from him. However, regrettably, Rod was unfamiliar with it. "I am Rod," he reciprocated, providing his name in return. The bandits within the fortress had long since disintegrated into chaos under the assault, with many failing to discern where Rod and the others were. A significant number fled at the sight of Stone, turning tail and escaping. Such combat prowess could only intimidate civilians, The two of them encountered little in the way of resistance as they approached the fortress's grand entrance, where the bandits were frantically attempting to close the gate, a makeshift barrier of wooden planks hastily bound together. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed as the rudimentary fortress gate blew inward, sending the bandits scrambling backward. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Rod swiftly withdrew Stone and Junmariu, taking cover behind a low wall alongside Lucius. Through the swirling dust and smoke, a towering figure clad in resplendent red and gold armor strode forward. Sword in hand, simultaneously, a fully armed squad of knights entered from either side, systematically dispatching the bandits who were unable to flee. Upon seeing this man, Lucius gasped softly, "General Bell? Is he here to rescue you?" "No." Lucius shook his head. "He's likely here to kill me." Spotting the imposing figure known as Bell, Rod immediately resolved to make his exit. It would be foolish to confront him head-on, regardless of the outcome. It was a venture devoid of profit. The kingdom's knights seemed entirely oblivious to Lucius's escape, leisurely conducting their search. Seizing the opportunity, the two slipped through the previously discovered breach in the fortress. The gap was merely surrounded by wooden fencing, a futile effort to ward off wild beasts, incapable of deterring even the slightest intelligent creature. With a swift kick, they shattered the wooden barrier and escaped before the kingdom's knights could fully encircle the fortress. As they departed, Rod ignited a fire, setting ablaze the bandits' makeshift wooden structures within the fortress, adding to the chaos. Casting one last glance at the smoke-shrouded fortress, the pair hastened down the mountain. Meanwhile, within the fortress, a soldier reported, "General, we've located the prison." Led by a soldier, Bell descended the stairs with purpose, arriving at the ravaged prison door, where the occupants had long since vanished. "Are you certain the prince was here?" he inquired of a nearby soldier. "Yes, that's what the captured bandit claimed." "And the bandit? Bring him forth to us," he spoke. Two soldiers escorted a bandit, forcing him to kneel before Bell. Upon raising his gaze and encountering the general, the bandit trembled in terror, stuttering, "My lord, general, I swear it's true. The prince was indeed here." He hastily added, "We genuinely had no idea he was the prince. Otherwise, even 100 lives wouldn't have compelled us to act against him. It was that black dog who took it upon himself to demand money from you. We knew nothing of it. Truly, we were unaware." His words contradicted themselves, likely implausible even to his own ears. Bell merely regarded him with a dispassionate gaze, uttering indifferently, "He is of no further use." He then turned on his heel and strode toward the exit. The shrill pleas of the bandit echoed behind him, but soon fell silent. "After all, you are a prince. Being hunted by your own is rather undignified." And on a shaded mountain path, Rod and Lucius were advancing. Along the way, Lucius recounted, from his own perspective, the circumstances that had led to his current plight. Approximately a month prior, the Principality of Uraldar had received a distress signal from the neighboring Iron Kingdom, reporting the re-emergence of the Alliance's outlawed hero, who may have infiltrated Uraldar's borders in a bid to eliminate the Scourge and to enhance his son's credentials. The King of Uraldar, Duke Calvin, commanded Lucius to lead a search throughout the realm for the hero's hiding place. Before the expedition, he personally accompanied a retinue of royal guards to the Pegasus Fortress to bid farewell to Lucius. However, that very night, calamity struck. Assassins, in collusion with traitors within the fortress, murdered Duke Calvin, and Lucius narrowly escaped, shielded by the valiant efforts of his remaining guards. Yet, before he could reach safety, he was apprehended by a band of mountain thieves. These fools, deducing from the insignia he bore that he was the Prince of Uraldar, were blinded by greed and sought to ransom him back to Uraldar. The subsequent events were well known to Rod. Now, it seemed that with the king and prince deceased, Lucius's sister had swiftly ascended to the throne, echoing the familiar narrative of royal intrigue. Nevertheless, amidst their dialogue, Rod discovered two unexpected revelations. First, the hero had indeed resurfaced. Second, it appeared that within the Order Alliance, the hero was deemed a villain, and upon his appearance, nations would unite to hunt him down. However, this seemed to be a clandestine agreement among the elite, as the general populace still regarded the hero as the savior of the Order, leading them to exuberantly spread the news upon sighting him. Nonetheless, the nations would soon suppress this information, secretly summoning the hero under the pretense of training him, only to orchestrate an assassination along the way. Rod began to understand why no hero had appeared for 3 centuries. The logic of the alliance was that the hero and the demon king were akin to light and shadow. Without light, there could be no shadow. Thus, if the hero were slain, the demon king would not emerge. Meanwhile, the demon army also conveniently concealed the existence of the demon king, as in the eyes of the average demon. He was merely a legend from centuries past. Both the human and demon realms had unwittingly made similar choices. For Rod, however, the existence of the hero was an exhilarating prospect if all went according to plan. The attributes marked with a plus in his profile were likely enhancements acquired from the hero. From this vantage point, Rod had a newfound objective: to locate the hero and foster a favorable relationship with him. The very name hero suggested a chosen one. Rod's years of reading novels had taught him that opposing a chosen one was folly. As the hero grew stronger, Rod would inevitably benefit from that power, even without rigorous training. What a delightful prospect! With this thought, Rod chuckled ominously, drawing a peculiar glance from Lucius beside him. Meanwhile, within the Demon King's castle, Tina suddenly felt a chill, as though she were being watched. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Rod had mentioned that there could still be untamed demons lurking in the city, advising caution. Speaking of which, where had Rod run off to at this moment? She stood before the entrance of the library. According to Lucius, the royal treasure he sought was hidden beneath the Pegasus Fortress, the very fortress where he had been attacked and his forces decimated. To be frank, Rod harbored deep suspicions about Lucius's intentions for visiting this fortress. Yet, having come this far, he pressed on. Compared to the previous Black Mountain Castle, the Pegasus Fortress was a more imposing stronghold. Majestically perched atop a steep mountain, overseeing the adjacent plains, the gates of the fortress stood resolutely closed, with fully armed soldiers patrolling the walls. Such well-maintained gates typically housed defensive ruins, and unless one were a master of unparalleled might, a frontal assault was ill-advised. However, Lucius, having once been an officer tasked with guarding this location, was aware of alternative entry points beyond the main gate. Near the Pegasus Fortress lay an abandoned mine, which had originally been established to safeguard this vital resource. After the mine's veins were depleted, it was sealed and left to ruin. Yet, if one were to enter through some of the now closed entrances, they could reach the fortress's underbelly directly. In the woods several hundred meters from the fortress, Lucius discovered a hole boarded up with planks. With a powerful kick, he revealed the entrance to the cavern below. Rod ignited a branch and tossed it inside, confirming that there was sufficient oxygen and no flammable gases, before following Lucius into the depths. Leading the way, Lucius explained, "I once escaped through one of these tunnels, but I can't rule out the possibility of guards or collapsed passages within, so we are indeed taking a gamble." "You could have mentioned this sooner," Rod replied with an eye roll that it was of little use to dwell on it now. They had no choice but to proceed. Rod sighed, acknowledging the truth that the client was always paramount. For the sake of money, one must obediently follow directions. The mine was relatively deep, and Rod was disinclined to fashion a torch. Instead, he summoned a fire sprite to illuminate their path. Having witnessed Rod's previous conjurations of various strange creatures, Lucius was now accustomed to the small fireball that appeared. Yet, he remained puzzled by the sudden emergence of this man. After being captured at Black Mountain Castle, he had spent most of his time in a cell, lost in thought. Upon reflection, he realized he had never seen the mountain thieves capture anyone else. The thieves were notoriously loud, making it hard to miss their actions. Was he perhaps a mage? Lucius mused, aware that teleportation magic was not something an ordinary mage could wield and came with numerous restrictions, such as the need to establish anchor points at the destination to avoid becoming lost in the ether. Who would be so idle as to set anchor points in an abandoned fortress's underground prison? Furthermore, Rod did not appear to be a learned elder mage, making it difficult to envision him embarking on a quest for treasure. More importantly, Rod's initial inquiry had been whether this was human territory or the domain of the demons. Such a question seemed out of place in normal circumstances. Could he be a spy for the demon race? Lucius pondered warily, keeping a vigilant eye on our ODAT this moment. Rod, too, had not let his guard down around Lucius. Who knew whether this fellow might betray him? Seemingly nonchalant as he walked behind, Rod kept a hand resting on his Chaos Codex, ready to unleash a creature should the need arise. The mine was not entirely safe. Apart from the usual array of undead creatures found in such lightless places, there were also flying slime creatures, robust beasts that thrived underground, gray cave sprites resembling monkeys, as well as floating grasses and man-faced bats, all common inhabitants of the cavern. Yet, none of these creatures posed significant danger. Even without summoning his stone minions, Rod and Lucius could handle them. During this time, Rod noticed that his abyss gate had completed charging and was ready for a return to the city. With an escape route secured, he felt considerably more at ease. After traversing this passage, they would ascend through a ladder to reach the fortress's basement. Lucius, evidently well acquainted with the area, quickly located the correct path within the mine, leading them to a passage that appeared significantly more refined than the others. An ancestor of the Calvin family had posited that if the Pegasus fortress were ever attacked by external foes, they might utilize the underground tunnels, and thus, it was prudent to construct this secret passage for potential counteroffensives. As Lucius spoke, he ascended the stairs, and before them loomed a wall that appeared to be a dead end. I escaped through here during the attack on the Pegasus fortress. It seems untouched by others. Rod observed Lucius leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he grasped something and forcefully pulled, causing the wall before him to gradually open. Lucius then stepped inside. Rod leaned his head in, and it appeared that this was indeed the storage room Lucius had mentioned. I see that most mechanisms in others' homes are automated, merely requiring the push of a button. Why is yours manual? Rod questioned. In places like this, automatic doors often fall into disrepair, leading to high failure rates. What if it were to malfunction at a critical moment? As Lucius casually responded, he made his way towards a box deep within the storage room. I believe it should be right here. However, Rod did not follow him inside. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Suddenly, the entire storage room illuminated. Your Highness, is this what you seek? Standing by the entrance of the storage room was a man with delicate features, holding a beautifully crafted necklace adorned with a massive sky-blue gemstone at its center. I suspected you might return for this, Dawn's Heart, but I didn't expect you to recklessly infiltrate without conducting any prior investigation. This not a tad foolhardy. Upon witnessing the scene, Rod discreetly took 2 steps back, ready to flee at any moment. Experience taught him that it was generally wise not to provoke someone with squinting eyes. Meanwhile, Lucius, who had been rummaging through the box, slowly stood up, his face contorted with anger as he glared at the man with the sly smile. Heath, have you also betrayed me? He demanded. Betrayed? No. 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 Your Highness, it seems you have misinterpreted the situation, the man named Heath replied, tightening his grip on the necklace as he raised his hand. The one who has betrayed is you. Lucius, you acted out of anger upon hearing that His Majesty intends to bequeath the throne to the princess, inciting a rebellion that was subsequently quashed. That is the reality. Lucius's face contorted in rage as he advanced toward Heath. Just as he passed by Rod's concealed position, his gaze flickered unnaturally in this direction. Rod, bewildered, thought, what? In an instant, Lucius turned and dashed towards the hidden door. Run. Are you practicing facial expressions? Rod barely had time to prepare before Lucius yanked him along, sprinting deeper into the secret passage. That moment, Heath realized he had been deceived and bellowed, you cannot escape. With that, he drew a slender sword from his waist and transformed into a streak of silver light, charging at them. Fireball! Boom! The reliable fireball struck the ceiling of the passage, dislodging rocks that temporarily hindered Heath's pursuit for half a second. In that fleeting moment, Rod assessed that Heath's agility must be at least 200 points to achieve such speed. If he were not a speed-oriented class, then he must be at least level 30. What kind of world is this, where one encounters formidable foes at every turn? Rod lamented inwardly, his feet carrying him forward alongside Lucius. At that instant, he felt a chilling gaze sweep over him from behind. This sensation was familiar to Rod, akin to the feeling of being scrutinized for one's attributes. Heath, who had been preparing to pursue, paused momentarily. The Demon King. In that brief lapse, Rod and Lucius reached the ladder they had ascended and leaped down without hesitation. Even before descending, Rod turned back and mockingly waved goodbye. When Heath caught up, the two had vanished without a trace. The cooked duck has flown away. Gazing at the empty mine shaft, Heath's previously smug expression twisted into one of fury as he pounded his fists against the stone wall. Cracks appeared in the rocky surface beneath his blows, yet his impotent rage yielded no results. As they fell, Rod had already opened the abyssal gate, summoning abyssal worms that created an exit at the bottom of the stairs. And they tumbled through, The sudden shift in space caused Lucius to lose his balance and tumble. When he hurriedly got up to flee, he found himself no longer in the original mine, but in a gray-white void filled with floating islands and mist. Lucius looked around in confusion and turned to see Rod approaching, who playfully pinched his arm. Ouch! Rod jumped back, rubbing his arm vigorously. Is this how you treat your savior? No, I thought we were dead. If it still hurts, then we must be alive. Of course we're alive, Rod replied, delivering a swift kick to Lucius's knee, then clapping him on the back. Let's move. This is no place to linger. Lucius, somewhat taken aback, asked, You know where this is? He seemed to recall having heard of a similar place before, but with so many recent events, he couldn't quite grasp it. I certainly do, but that is of little importance. Rod was keen to leave the abyss, for while the abyssal worms would ensure he wouldn't get lost, the stark difference in dimensions felt unsettling to him. Following the path formed by the abyssal worms, Rod soon spotted an exit ahead. Seeing that they needed to step on these illusory platforms to advance, Lucius felt a twinge of fear at first. However, upon witnessing Rod's safe passage, he felt somewhat reassured and stepped into the peculiar door alongside him. Once more, the world spun in a dizzying manner, and the two found themselves back at the stone platform. Finally returned to the castle, Rod's previously anxious heart began to relax. He sat on the stone steps and sighed. I must have been incredibly unlucky. Not only did I run in vain, but I nearly lost my life. Just then, a small bag landed beside him, producing the sound of clinking metal. From the bag's opening spilled an array of colorful jewelry and gemstones. Rod tilted his head to look at Lucius. So, this is the promised reward for rescuing me. I thought you were after that, whatever it was called. The Dawn's Heart. That indeed is the most valuable treasure among them. Lucius replied without hesitation, but it is the symbol of the Calvin family, bequeathed by our ancestors. How could it ever be given away? Heath was merely overreaching. You make a valid point. They made their way back to the surface. Rod casually inquired about Lucius's situation. Who was that man earlier? He looked like a schemer from the shadows. Was he one of your former subordinates? With such strength, he cannot be an ordinary soldier. Moreover, he seemed to know you quite well. Lucius nodded, then shook his head. Not entirely. He is one of the two generals of Uruldar, Heath the Swift Wind. Rod nodded in acknowledgement, but his expression turned peculiar upon hearing the latter part. Who came up with that cringeworthy title? Wouldn't he feel embarrassed hearing it himself? Lucius appeared equally baffled. Is there a problem with it? None at all. Rod decided not to delve into that matter. Swiftly changing the topic. Perhaps he's allied with your other general. What was his name? Bella Bedos. People often refer to him as the bloodied Bel, and no need to mention the title. Rod quickly urged him to stop. In any case, it seems both of your generals have betrayed you, and now they are serving your sister. Rod recalled hearing the bandit in prison mention that the current throne, or rather, the title, seemed to have been inherited by Lucius's sister. However, Lucius shook his head. It cannot be Gwen. She has likely been deceived. Rod expressed skepticism. Are you truly so confident in your sister? Indeed, Lucius replied without hesitation. She is far too foolish to possess the capability for such endeavors. Noticing Rod's continued disbelief, he shook his head. In any case, should you ever have the opportunity to meet her, you shall understand the meaning behind my words. The journey through the abyssal gate required no preparation for departure, but returning necessitated recharging, prompting Rod to inquire whether they should return directly. However, Lucius now found himself in a state of confusion. As the entire duchy regarded him as a traitor, he had nowhere to go and could only seek temporary refuge with Rod. The Demon King's castle was now welcoming a new tenant. Rod contemplated whether he should simply establish an inn. He could advertise that the Demon King resided there, and anyone seeking to vanquish the Demon King would have to stay at his inn. What a lucrative venture that would be. The only concern was ensuring his personal safety, a risk inherent in entrepreneurship. While Rod mused over these thoughts, Lucius observed the scenery along their route. The architectural styles of the Alliance and the Chaotic were vastly different. Even when constructed from the same materials, their decorations and forms diverged entirely. For Lucius, who often represented Uruldar in various Alliance nations, it was immediately apparent that they were approaching a castle of the demon race. Yet, to be frank, he had never interacted with demons before, and his knowledge of them was limited to the tales of others. It was said that demons possessed jet-black skin, horns upon their heads, and blood-red eyes, all of which starkly contrasted with the individual before him. After much contemplation, Lucius decided to voice his curiosity. Rod, are you a demon? In a sense, yes, Rod replied candidly, in terms of racial attributes. He was indeed a demon king, which seemed to imply that demon kings and demons were distinct species. He wondered if the same held true for heroes and humans. Then why did you save me? Lucius inquired. Rod turned back to him with a look of bemusement. Well, primarily for the money. What else could it be? Ah, I see, Lucius acknowledged. In any case. That's the situation, Rod continued. I harbor no animosity towards humans or your alliance. And there are other humans who reside here as well. So, you need not worry. As long as you remain silent, no one will concern themselves with your race. Just let me know when you wish to leave, and I shall escort you to your destination. Consider it after-sales service. Additionally, there will be some magical creatures in the city, but they are generally non-aggressive, so just avoid provoking them. As he spoke, the two had already ascended to a balcony on the upper levels of the castle via the elevator, where they could behold the entirety of the surrounding scenery. Night had fallen, and the moon hung brightly in the sky, illuminating the verdant fields on one side and the brightly lit town on the other. This serene tableau was in stark contrast to the desolate, ominous, and monster-ridden realm of the demons that he had envisioned. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether he was in some unknown human village. Suddenly, he recalled something. Oh right, you mentioned there are other humans here? Yes, they arrived before you. They are my partners. Should the opportunity arise, I shall introduce you to them later. For now, let me show you to a room. Rod said, though he was internally contemplating how to extract information about the hero from Lucius. The hero was likely being hunted by the Alliance nations, and if he were too late, he could be killed. Who knew when the next hero would emerge? Time was of the essence. One could not deny the advantages of youth. Lucius had a place to stay and promptly fell asleep, but Rod's attempts to rouse him for dinner were met with no response, likely due to the days of captivity without a proper rest. To be frank, Rod himself was quite fatigued after a day of running about. After finishing his meal and reading for a while, he too succumbed to slumber. The night passed peacefully. The following morning, he rose early, descended to wash up, and prepared to engage in his daily training routine as usual. Now, the regimen included a new discipline, swordsmanship, taught directly by the old demon king, after dinner the previous night. While taking a stroll, he had coincidentally visited the grand hall, where the old demon king remained seated, propping his head with his hand, exuding an unmistakable villainous demeanor. Rod contemplated finding a suitable spot to bury him. Erecting a monument as a token of gratitude for his mentorship, though designating him a father figure seemed overly inappropriate. Good morning, Rod greeted as he emerged. Having completed his morning ablutions, Tina was already present. Having tidied herself and was feeding the carnivorous plant with a basin. A few damp strands of hair clung to her forehead, having just washed her face, creating an oddly surreal tableau. On one side, Tina appeared like a figure from an oil painting, while on the other, the increasingly large carnivorous plant resembled something out of a low-budget horror film. Behind her, the stone, having finally been freed from its book confinement, groggily awakened, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, reminiscent of some Hollywood monster. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Upon seeing Rod emerge, Tina casually inquired, "Where were you yesterday? I looked everywhere for you." She simultaneously swatted away the carnivorous plant that had leaned in to snatch a piece of meat from her basin, and Rod distinctly noticed the plant's toothy mouth sulking in disappointment. "I just went out for a bit. There's something on your mind?" "Nothing of great importance. Just that Valorette expressed a desire to brew his own wine and open an inn. He wanted to know if he could have some of the wheat we harvest. He should purchase it himself from the townsfolk," Rod replied with a shrug. "He claims to have made arrangements and is ready to collaborate with the locals. And he will cover the costs." "Well, let him be. As long as he pays enough, he can do as he pleases," Rod said, his curiosity piqued. "Who is so foolish as to partner with him?" "It's Jeff, the one who used to run the tavern in town." Upon seeing the familiar expression of confusion on Rod's face, Tina elaborated, "His wife is Anna, the one who particularly enjoys singing by the river." "Ah, I remember now." Rod's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "If memory serves, he was just hung at the town gate yesterday for discussing music and poetry with Anna, wasn't he?" "Indeed," Tina nodded. "However, I heard that after Valorette sincerely apologized, they reconciled, and they even drank together yesterday, now referring to each other as brothers." Their decision to open the inn together was made after their drinking session. Rod felt an urge to voice numerous thoughts, but ultimately refrained. It was difficult to assess, so he simply wished them success. The morning practice ensued, with Tina repeatedly swinging her sword while Rod cast spells at a wooden post. The stone, snoring thunderously nearby, had taken to wielding a straight branch as a sword, executing the motions quite adeptly, drawing curious glances from Tina. "What are you doing with that branch?" "What branch?" "This is my holy sword," Rod declared, placing one hand on his hip and dramatically raising the stick, which fortuitously had two small forks at its tip. "That I found this while chopping wood the other day and thought I might give it a try." The actual feel of it was quite different from that of a true sword. He glanced at Tina, noticing a question mark slowly forming above her tilted head. "Alas, you cannot comprehend the subtlety of my humor. I recently learned some swordsmanship and merely wished to practice." Rod nonchalantly tossed the holy sword, which landed neatly against the wall. "Oh, you need my sword?" Tina generously offered hers. "No. I plan to ask Old Way to forge me a new one when I have the time," Rod replied. Brushing the dust off his hands, he turned to head towards the kitchen but paused to ask Tina, "What would you like for breakfast this morning? I just received a considerable sum of money, so we can indulge a bit at the mention of food." Tina perked up immediately. "I want meat." Eating meat first thing in the morning was certainly not out of the question. Rod nodded slightly before entering the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the day. The individuals residing in the castle relied predominantly on him for their daily meals, as neither Tina nor Violet possessed culinary skills, nor were they inclined to rely on the townsfolk for sustenance. There were simply no alternatives. The newly arrived Prince Lucius, in all likelihood, had never even touched a cooking pot, rendering him utterly unhelpful. By the way, I haven't yet informed them about Lucius, Rod mused to himself while preparing meat sandwiches and rolls. Tina seemed to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma emanating from the kitchen, poking her head in from outside. "Who is it? Is there someone else coming?" she inquired. "Lucius, what was his full name again?" "Anyway, he's the prince I encountered outside, hailing from some place called the Kingdom of Uraldar," Rod replied, his focus fixed on the sizzling meat in the pan, completely oblivious to the subtle change in Tina's expression. Just as breakfast was being completed, Violet made his entrance. Yawning as he descended, he appeared wearing a rather flamboyant pajama set, topped off with a whimsical nightcap adorned with little pom-poms, seeming more at home than Rod himself. The moment he caught a whiff of the food, he exclaimed, "Wow, you're back," bursting into the kitchen with excitement. "You have no idea. Last night, while you were gone, Tina insisted on cooking, and it terrified me. I thought I would finally be able to enjoy a proper meal, only to end up in a disaster." Rod coughed deliberately a couple of times, turning his head away. It was only then that Violet noticed Tina sitting nearby, resting her chin on her hand, and he froze momentarily. Fortunately, it appeared that Tina was lost in her own thoughts and had not heard his earlier remarks. "You've arrived? I've already informed Rod about your inquiry," she said, finally acknowledging Violet's presence. Violet promptly forgot the previous conversation, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Really? You agreed?" "Whether I agree or not is irrelevant. It's your decision to make." Rod waved his hand dismissively, signaling Violet to refrain from bothering him further. "By the way, there is a new resident on your floor. Summon him down to join us for breakfast." Violet's face brightened with anticipation. "Who is it?" "Is it a lady?" "That's not for you to concern yourself with. You'll find out soon enough." Regardless of what Violet envisioned, Rod was confident it would not align with reality. After sending the bard on his way, Rod began to serve the prepared dishes onto the table. Their dining area was situated within the kitchen, one of the few places in the city that enjoyed ample natural light, boasting several windows that opened to reveal the view of Greystone Town behind. Rod had fashioned a table out of wooden planks and procured a few chairs. Although there was a banquet hall behind the main hall, it was far too spacious and distant for their needs. In addition to the meat rolls and sandwiches, there were also some cold vegetable dishes and freshly squeezed carrot juice. That Tina's portion of carrot juice had been sweetened with 3 times the amount of sugar, a request she had made earlier. However, today she seemed less enthusiastic about her meal than usual, causing Rod to wonder if his culinary skills had suddenly declined. But that couldn't be the case. His cooking was just as it had always been, wasn't it? Feeling the weight of Rod's questioning gaze, Tina became acutely aware of her own behavior. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously inquired, "What kind of person is the new arrival?" "You mean Lucius? Well, to be honest, I don't know much about him. I only know he is a prince from the kingdom of Uraldar who was betrayed by his subordinates. Rod paused to gather his thoughts. Oh, he mentioned he was given orders to pursue the hero. However, he was betrayed by his followers, his father was killed, and he is now a wanted man. A rather tragic tale that it just so happened that I crossed paths with him. Tina shifted uncomfortably in her seat, unaware of how widely known her own identity as the hero was. The priestly family, in an effort to prevent family scandals from becoming public, had likely taken measures to obscure their information, at least omitting their surname. However, being a prince from a neighboring kingdom, it was possible that more people were aware of his existence. To make matters more complicated, she actually knew Lucius, albeit their last encounter had been over a decade ago at his birthday celebration. She felt a twinge of fear at the thought of being recognized. So, has the hero been captured? She asked, uncertain of what to say. Not yet. He mentioned he hasn't even set out yet. The fortress has already been infiltrated by enemies. And his father didn't have the chance to pass on the hero's identity to him. Rod sighed, but I was hoping he might have more information about the hero. Perhaps it would lead to some clues I could investigate. Upon hearing this, Tina felt a slight relief but quickly grew anxious again. Why do you want to find the hero? Of course, to bring him here. Rod stated matter-of-factly. Such a rare talent. Unique in the world. Must be lured here to collaborate. Killing him would be such a waste. Naturally, this is contingent on whether he harbors any hostility towards the demon race. If he is a madman who slaughters demons on sight, then that would be another story entirely. A flicker of joy appeared in Tina's expression as she lowered her head, murmuring softly, "She won't." What? Oh, nothing. Tina's mood visibly brightened, her eyes glimmering when she lifted her gaze again. Observing this, Rod couldn't help but reflect on how a woman's temperament changes as unpredictably as the weather at sea, leaving one utterly baffled by the reasons behind such shifts. However, it wasn't long before Tina remembered something significant. "Oh, by the way," she said to Rod, "when you introduce me, could you please refrain from mentioning my surname?" Rod was momentarily puzzled but nodded in agreement. Of course, it's your choice. You can decide how you wish to present yourself. But if you don't mind me asking, may I know why? Tina fidgeted anxiously with her fingers. It's just that my relationship with my family isn't very good, and I prefer that others don't know. Tina, the hero of the priestly family, the sole survivor in 3 centuries, the chosen one, and the youngest mid-tier knight in the Iron Kingdom's martial arts tournament, was not adept at lying. Very well, Rod nodded once more, opting not to press further. Everyone has their own secrets, and there's no need to delve into the details. Just then, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside. Violet entered, regaling the tale of how Rod had been pursued by a death dragon, skillfully leading it toward a rat tide, thus saving the day, while Lucius accompanied him. "Thank you once again for your hospitality," Lucius said, bowing respectfully at the table. Rod dismissed the formality with a wave of his hand, gesturing to the seat opposite him. "No need for that. I'm not doing this for free. Cooking for you all comes with a fee, so there's no need to be formal." He then gestured toward the other two. "This gentleman has likely introduced himself to you repeatedly," the bard Violet. Violet grinned and waved his hand. "You can just call me Violet or Vava. That's what they all call me." "Not really," Rod interjected, cutting off his chatter. As for the other person, this is Tina, my partner and collaborator. As I've mentioned before, Rod refrained from further introductions regarding Tina, as she seemed reluctant to engage with her fellow humans. Lucius, however, appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Tina. "Is this lady the other human you mentioned yesterday?" He had expected to encounter a seasoned, battle-scarred male warrior in this domain of demons, but instead, he was met with a strikingly graceful woman. It seemed his preconceived notions had been rather narrow. Noticing that Tina appeared disinterested in conversing with him, Lucius tactfully refrained from asking further questions, yet he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with her, though he could not place where he had seen her before. Surely, they must have crossed paths at some point. But when could that have been? Aside from the still boisterous Violet, the others at the dining table remained silent, finishing their breakfast in an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere. During the day, the residents of Greystone Town emerged to attend to their duties. Rod had his own matters to attend to as well. That he intended to exchange a portion of the jewels and jewelry he had acquired from Lucius for gold coins that could serve as circulating currency. With money in hand, procuring seeds, tools, or weapons would become significantly more convenient, allowing for the acquisition of essential daily necessities in passing. The city of Rolna had a pawnshop, which was relatively accessible, It would take about 2.5 days to reach there on a land bird. However, with the Abyss Gate now available, such complexities were unnecessary. Having never ventured so far before, Rod summoned Violet to avoid the awkwardness reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Just as he was preparing to leave, Tina overheard his intentions and expressed her desire to accompany him. An additional pair of hands was always beneficial, not to mention the added layer of protection. Both Violet and Tina had never ventured so deep into the castle's underground, marveling at its astonishing scale until they laid eyes upon the Abyss Gate situated in the expansive hall. "What is this place?" Violet marveled, yet before he could fathom the wonder, the subsequent scene left him utterly astounded. Rod approached the stone platform, raising his hand to conjure an ethereal sphere composed of ether, which materialized before him. This sphere represented the world they currently inhabited, known as Terra. The illusionary sphere vividly depicted the topography of the entire continent, including the Great Rift at its center and the boundless ocean beyond. Rod could distinctly identify their location as being in the due west direction of the continent. Notably, the spherical map displayed several gaps, indicating that the Abyss Worm had yet to acquire coordinates for those areas, a consequence of the world's vastness that the Abyss Worm had not fully explored, though some regions might have been deliberately isolated from the Abyss. The surroundings of Demon King's castle were exceptionally intact, alleviating any concerns on that front. Rod enlarged the sphere, drawing it directly above their current location. From this vantage point, a bird's-eye view of Demon King's castle unfolded. With a gentle wave of his hand, he set the destination towards an eastern city. Finally, he needed to determine the height for the teleportation. Without a specified elevation, it would be uncertain whether they would arrive at an altitude of 10,000 meters or deep beneath the earth. Violet and Tina observed as Rod finalized all the settings before they stepped onto the stone platform at his beckoning. With the surrounding scenery shifting, the three found themselves on a floating island within the abyss. This was the proper operational method of the Abyss Gate, whereas Rod's previous entry had merely utilized a backdoor established by the old Demon King. In summary, Rod succinctly explained the characteristics of the Abyss Gate as they proceeded. In essence, it could take them almost anywhere, but they should refrain from wandering indiscriminately. Violet stood at the edge of the floating island, peering curiously below, only to witness an immense shadow gliding past, prompting him to nod in understanding and return to the group. In contrast, Tina remained considerably quieter. While equally intrigued, she listened attentively to Rod's every word. The trio traversed for less than 5 minutes before passing through another Abyss Gate, at which point the somber atmosphere dissipated, revealing that they had arrived outside Rolna City. That a scaffolding had been erected outside the damaged walls, where workers were diligently repairing the destruction wrought by the Ratmen. Clearly, the Ratmen had employed siege equipment rather than recklessly sacrificing lives. Furthermore, parts of the walls appeared to have collapsed as if melted and then solidified like candle wax, likely the result of the dead dragon's handiwork. Violet quickly accepted the existence of the Abyss Gate. Arriving in Rolna City felt like returning to his own domain. "This way," he exclaimed excitedly, striding ahead towards the city gate while gesturing for Rod and Tina to follow. Rolna City was the closest city to Demon King's castle and the only major city in the vicinity. The environment here bore some resemblance to the cities Rod had seen in otherworldly animations during his past life, with an architectural style reminiscent of medieval Europe. However, upon closer inspection, numerous differences became apparent, such as the heightened doors and building heights designed to accommodate larger races. While it was indeed the realm of demons, the term encompassed a vast array of classifications, including demons, dark dwarfs, goblins, beastmen, dark elves, and even a highly intelligent race known as trolls. The true demons were merely one category among many, yet similar to the human races within the Alliance. The narrow definition of demons held a significant numerical advantage overall, at least in the bustling streets. The three appeared rather inconspicuous. Violet thrived in the city like a fish in water, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration, while Rod and Tina remained notably composed. These scenes did not exceed Rod's realm of understanding. They merely exuded an exotic charm that would have compelled him to whip out a camera for a few selfies in his past life. Tina, on the other hand, was purely curious. Having grown up in the capital of the Iron Kingdom, known as Platinum City, she found Rolna's remote setting quite underdeveloped in comparison. "Rod, you intend to exchange money, correct? I know of a bank here that also offers pawn services, right over there." The trio arrived at a plaza-like area, where Violet pointed excitedly towards a large, ancient-style building across the square. Before the opulent entrance stood a 5-meter-tall luminous sign inscribed with demon script, Gold Henry Bank. Don't let my appearance fool you. The owner of this bank is an old friend of mine, Violet proclaimed with pride, his nose almost lifted to the heavens. Rod chose to disregard him, striding directly into the bank. Good day, sir. As soon as he stepped inside, a tall, scantily clad lady approached Rod with a beaming smile and a tone that bordered on overly sweet. What services may I assist you with today? Rod noticed that her ears were slightly more pointed than the average personess, adorned with silvery fur, and her amber eyes sparkled with mirth. She belonged to a race of beast-like humanoids, a result of their mothers being exposed to ether-rich environments during pregnancy, leading to various beastly traits from birth, such as unusual hair colors, thick body hair, scales, tails, or animal ears. Such mutations could vary widely, both positively and negatively. Consequently, demon women must be placed in stable environments during pregnancy to ensure their offspring do not develop abnormalities. However, due to the peculiar preferences of some affluent individuals for these unusual characteristics, it was rumored that some would deliberately create high-ether environments for pregnant women, a practice that was legally prohibited before the War of Heaven. Its current status remained uncertain, but Rod's gaze lingered on the beast woman for only a moment before shifting elsewhere. As more prominent features loomed beyond her, he had no intention of being perceived by Tina as a lecherous man captivated by superficial allure that I need to pawn some items for money. Of course, please follow me. The beast woman maintained her cheerful demeanor as she swayed her hips, leading Rod towards one of the counters at that moment. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Violet, who had just entered behind Rod. Her amber eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Vava." Violet turned at her call, his smile freezing in place. Without hesitation, he spun around and sprinted towards the exit. In response, the beast woman crouched down, arching her back like a cat, and bolted after him. Witnessing the two rapidly retreating figures, Rod clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer. May he live long. Although the specific reasons remain unclear, it is evident that this young man is destined to meet his demise at his own hands sooner or later. Despite the absence of guidance, Rod encountered little difficulty. After he presented some treasures bestowed upon him by Lucius at the counter, the clerk immediately rose, uttering a request for patience before hastily ascending to the second floor. Before long, he returned, inviting Rod and Tina upstairs. They were greeted by a stout, dark-skinned dwarf with a golden beard, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit. The glimmering badge upon his chest bore the name, Jean Henry. It appeared that this gentleman was indeed the president of the Jean Henry Bank. However, it remained uncertain whether he was truly a longtime friend of Violet, as she had claimed to avoid any potential tension between them. Rod refrained from mentioning Violet's name and proceeded with the customary process, allowing Jean Henry to appraise the treasures. The dwarf showed no interest in the origins of the items and meticulously recorded the valuation of each piece. It was then that Rod understood the clerk's astonished reaction upon seeing the treasures. Just a single necklace among them was valued at no less than 20 gold coins, while stating a figure of 100 gold coins might lack context. When assessed by purchasing power, 1 gold coin in the city of Rolna equated to nearly 10,000 of his previous life's currency. Thus, a mere necklace could amount to 200,000. Rod, having roughly calculated the prices indicated by Jean Henry, realized that the small pouch of jewelry he had brought with him was worth nearly 10 million in his former life as currency. No wonder Lucius had mentioned that these treasures contained enough wealth to restore his kingdom. Had it not been for that squint-eyed fellow's appearance, who could say how much they could have extracted? Money. While such funds might seem somewhat insufficient for reconstructing Greystone Town or the castle, they would surely allow him to live in comfort for the rest of his days. Money. Rod sighed once more. Acknowledging that merely possessing wealth and squandering it carelessly could lead to dire consequences, he also dared not use the abyssal gate to retrieve more treasures from the basement, setting aside the uncertainty of what remained. He considered the need to recharge the gate if someone were stationed there. With the possibility of Jean Henry undervaluing the treasures in mind, Rod chose not to convert all of them into currency, opting instead to exchange approximately 500,000 or 50 gold coins, while also converting some into smaller denominations. In this realm, the monetary system of the demon race is broadly divided into two categories: the traditional currency of gold, silver, and copper, and the new currency of crowns, pennies, and shillings. The traditional currency, a relic from the era of the old Demon King, maintains that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The new currency was established by the Iron Prison King, Gaius Augustus Caesar, after the disappearance of the Demon King, wherein 1 crown equals 100 pennies, and 1 penny equals 10 shillings. Additionally, a 2-shilling frog and a 5-shilling crown were introduced to address the inadequacies of the old currency system for medium and small transactions. Although Rolna City does not nominally fall under the domain of the Iron Prison King, the practicality of the new currency has rendered it widely accepted. For ease of reference, Rod standardized the denominations to 1, 2, 5, 10, and 1,000 units. Feeling somewhat perturbed by the absence of a 100-unit note, the bank provided currency exchange services, allowing for conversions between the two currencies, even extending to the currencies of the alliance. Albeit at an unfavorable exchange rate, the bank's operations were highly systematic, and it was not long before a servant delivered the prepared bags of money, neatly separating the traditional and new currencies into 2 distinct pouches. The weight of 50 gold coins felt burdensome as Rod tucked them into the inner pocket of his garment, causing it to sag considerably. With the transaction concluded amicably, Jean Henry stood, adjusted his collar with a smile, then leisurely approached the small pedestal prepared by the attendant, slightly shorter than Rod, extending his hand for a shake. Should you find yourself in need of funds in the future, do not hesitate to visit Jean Henry Bank. We also provide substantial loan services, ensuring the most favorable interest rates. If needed, I shall return, Rod replied. Upon exiting the bank, with coins jingling in his pocket, Rod felt an invigorating sense of confidence in his stride. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had scarcely indulged in authentic demon cuisine, having only sampled the occasional home-cooked meal at the homes of townsfolk. That we have money now? Let us go and feast. At the mention of food, Tina perked up immediately. Just as she prepared to follow Rod, she suddenly realized that someone was still missing. She stepped closer to Rod and whispered, "Should we not first locate Violet?" "That is not out of the question," Rod mused. Standing still, his fingers gently stroking his chin, he surveyed the surroundings before walking directly to the nearest garbage bin, tiptoeing to peer inside. Not here. Tina? The two settled onto a bench beside the square, waiting for a considerable time before Violet returned, appearing rather furtive. Rod could not suppress a mocking grin at his disheveled appearance. Tina, meanwhile, had her cheeks stuffed with the last morsel of a wrap. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. Rod felt an impulsive urge to pinch her cheeks, but quickly restrained himself that Tina's lips continued to move, as if attempting to articulate something, yet only muffled sounds escaped. "Are you all right?" Rod translated her inquiry before turning to Violet and asking, "What was that lady about? Did you deceive her romantically?" Deceive might be too strong a term. It was merely a kind-hearted fib. Violet replied, somewhat awkwardly, that I had previously engaged someone to pose as my companion to inform her that I had passed away. Tina swallowed her food and clarified, "It was just a breakup, was it? No need to claim you're dead. Was she truly that difficult?" Rod raised an eyebrow. "Skeptical, it seems to me there is more to this than just a simple separation." Violet averted his gaze, clearly uneasy. "Well, I had borrowed a sum of money from her that I couldn't repay." Rod's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Uh-huh. To evade repayment, you feigned your own death? Quite audacious of you." Tina, now standing, rolled up her sleeves, prepared to escort him back to the lady in question. Violet quickly retreated, waving his hands that I have already settled the debt. There's no need to escort me back. Only then did Tina lower her sleeves. It appeared that he had narrowly escaped, relying on the generosity of others to avoid a predicament. Regardless, these matters need not weigh heavily on our minds. Violet chuckled awkwardly, trying to alleviate his embarrassment. "By the way, have you completed your errands? Would you like me to show you around the city? Who will foot the bill?" Rod was keenly interested in this detail. "I shall treat you," Violet proclaimed with grandiosity, thumping his chest. However, Rod harbored doubts about his financial capacity. Having resided in the castle for an extended period, he had never asked for money. Violet had insisted on staying despite Rod's lack of inquiries. Yet, Rod had observed his room steadily accumulating items. Clearly, each visit to Rolna City resulted in him purchasing a considerable number of belongings, at least 7 or 8 sets. Rod could not fathom the source of his funds. Could it be that he had been swindling women? His suspicious gaze fell upon the exuberant Violet, who was leading the way ahead. Little did Violet know that in Rod's eyes, he had already become a mere gigolo. A swindler of both wealth and affection, all within this brief moment. Nevertheless, it must be said that Violet's income was indeed derived from legitimate sources. As a bard, he had garnered quite a reputation in numerous locales, even being invited by theaters to perform. Coupled with his handsome appearance and musical prowess, he had earned considerable esteem among the noble ladies, and teaching music to the young noble women was a significant source of his income. Occasionally, he would receive generous tips, along with some additional, albeit questionable, requests. Whether they could be classified as legitimate channels remains debatable. In any case, despite his seemingly idle lifestyle, his earnings were rather substantial. At times, his financial woes stemmed purely from a lack of motivation to earn more. Violet was indeed well acquainted with the city of Rolna, articulating the intricacies of every street with remarkable clarity. As they passed a tailor's shop, he insisted on taking Rod and Tina inside, personally funding the creation of 2 tailored outfits for each of them, even sketching the designs on the spot. His rationale was that he had grown weary of seeing them don the same few garments repeatedly, and felt compelled to enlighten Rod on the essence of fashion. Rod, however, vehemently disagreed with Violet's favored combination of tight attire and pointed shoes, swearing that he would rather die than wear such an ensemble. Subsequently, he commissioned a suit for himself and Tina, based on Violet's designs. By the time they had meandered through the streets, it was nearly noon, and even Tina appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet Violet remained invigorated, declaring his intention to take Rod and Tina to a restaurant known only to the locals, boasting of delicacies unavailable elsewhere. Upon arrival, Rod couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Vegetables, fruits, and various meats were chopped into small pieces and tossed into a bubbling cauldron, where they were cooked together. The dish, akin to a hot pot, was referred to as a hot soup pot in this region. Tina mentioned that a similar method of food preparation existed among the humans, as culinary techniques often had a limited repertoire. The flavors were indeed unique. Despite the abundance of meat, the dish was surprisingly light and refreshing. Violet insisted on treating them, and Rod and Tina took no offense, ordering a veritable feast that left Violet aghast. However, with bravado already proclaimed, he had no choice but to endure the financial repercussions, swallowing his dismay. Yet, true to his spirited nature, once the feasting commenced and a couple of cups of ale were consumed, he forgot all his worries and began an impromptu performance throughout the establishment. Rod could only bury his face in his hands, feigning ignorance of the bard's antics. Across the table, Tina remained intensely focused on her meal, seemingly unperturbed by the commotion, perhaps accustomed to such distractions. Having nearly finished his own meal, Rod set down his utensils and casually helped Tina retrieve some meat from the pot, all the while surveying his surroundings. It was then that he overheard hushed conversations from a table behind him. A quick glance at the individuals revealed them to be city guards. "Have you heard about West Stone Town?" one asked. "Indeed, it's south, the place known for its stone trade, correct?" "Yes, that's the one that the surveyors who returned yesterday reported that the entire town has been obliterated, reduced to a mere graveyard. Surely, everyone there must be lost. Alas, with the loss of a town, taxes in other areas will likely rise again. Will they? Didn't they just raise them 6 months ago during the Etherwind? Who knows? I've heard there have been disturbances in several places lately. If this continues, chaos may ensue. Surely they wouldn't resort to war? There are still unresolved matters regarding the monster attacks in the city that I have no desire for conflict." Tina, satisfied after her meal, had piled her empty plates into a small tower beside her. The pot was nearly cleared, leaving only remnants behind. The combined consumption of Rod and Violet paled in comparison to her appetite. It seemed that during their time in the castle, they had inadvertently deprived her of the freedom to eat her fill. "Finished? Then let us head back. A stroll would be just the thing," Rod suggested, calling out to Violet, who, though not inebriated, was notably animated and capable of settling the bill. "Weren't you planning to purchase something?" Rod shook his head. Initially, aside from exchanging some currency, he had intended to acquire tools and organize manpower to repair the road leading from the castle. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed prudent to observe for now. If the road were repaired, the inhabitants of Rolna might notice the existence of another town and could very well send someone to collect taxes. Rod was simply unwilling to engage in such disputes. Moreover, with rumors of impending turmoil, it was wise to remain under the radar until the situation calmed down. Otherwise, he risked attracting unwanted attention at that moment. Rod remained blissfully unaware that while he had been distracted by the guard's whispered conversation, Violet had unwittingly stirred up trouble that would manifest long after, leaving Rod uncertain whether to thank the bard for his knack for attracting chaos or to deliver a punch instead. But such matters lay in the future. The surroundings shifted, and the trio found themselves back in the depths of the Demon King's castle that in the ensuing period, Rod would occasionally venture into the city to gather information. Yet most of his time was spent around the castle. The carnivorous flower had grown to a height of 2.5 meters, its hues transitioning toward a deep purple-black that in less than 2 months. It would likely bear fruit. Rod hoped it would not disappoint his expectations. Tina had affectionately named it Zizue, a name that sounded rather endearing, yet bore no resemblance to the menacing appearance of the deadly flower. The workshops in the town had been established, with all the local craftsmen congregating there. The primary trades included tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmithing, and carpentry, all tasked with creating the necessary items for the reconstruction of West Stone Town. As for the wooden houses for the ordinary townsfolk, they had all been completed, allowing everyone to finally move out of the castle and into their own homes. Those who had become free from their previous obligations eagerly threw themselves into the endeavor of cultivating the land. On a particular afternoon, a minor incident occurred in the town. Perhaps due to the rising temperatures, one family failed to monitor their cooking properly, resulting in a blaze that engulfed their home. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and Rod arrived just in time to prevent a row of houses from being reduced to charcoal, thus averting the disastrous outcome of months of labor going to waste. However, this incident made Rod realize the importance of fire safety. The militia in town needed training in firefighting techniques. At the very least, they should possess the ability to extinguish flames in his absence. Rod was not always present in the castle. He also had another responsibility, taking Junru on daily excursions into the mountains. This was far from a leisurely jaunt. It was a quest to locate new mineral veins. The urgency to discover new mines was paramount, as the town often found itself in need of newly forged items, which necessitated melting down existing ones. If this continued, they might even find themselves lacking the pots to cook their meals. Meanwhile, within the city of Rolna, a young demon was sprinting frantically through the alleyways, seemingly pursued by some unseen terror. "Help! Help me!" he cried out, but his voice echoed as if muffled by a wall, failing to reach anyone's ears. Suddenly, he spotted a figure ahead, draped in a loose robe, standing with their back to him. "Is someone there? Help me, please!" He was overjoyed, calling out loudly to the person ahead while rushing towards him. As long as there was one more person, he just needed to outrun him. Before the young man of the demon race could finish his thoughts, the figure before him slowly turned around. In his hand, he wielded a grotesque sword, stained with blood and adorned with a massive eye on its blade. The effort expended to capture Junmarlu was solely for the sake of the mining talent he possessed. This talent allowed one to sense veins within a certain distance. The exact extent of this distance remained elusive to Rod. Yet he did not anticipate discovering any particularly deep deposits. Finding surface mines or uniquely colored rocks or soil would suffice, as the text suggested. Digging deeper would likely yield results, but practical experience was essential to ascertain the specifics. Ideally, one would directly uncover surface mines, thus saving the labor of excavation. Following the methodology outlined in the texts, Rod led Junmarlu upstream along the river, where years of rain erosion might have exposed some mineral veins. As they walked, he consulted a hand-drawn map, constantly aligning it with their current location. This map, a crude enlargement of the Abyssal Gate's main map, lacked numerous details, but was certainly better than having no reference at all. The hope was that by discovering several sites, he could mark them for others to locate later. However, the reality had proven less optimistic. 3 days had passed without a single find. Each day, he returned through the Abyssal Gate at the appointed time, resuming his journey from where he had left off the previous day, which meant he had not ventured far from the castle at all. The Shadow Cloud Mountain range had likely remained undisturbed for countless years. Even along the riverside, the vegetation was so dense that it was difficult to find footing. Furthermore, the occasional emergence of various chaotic monsters compounded the challenge. While no veins had been located, he had amassed a collection of low-level monsters, ranging from level 10 to 4 or 5. Walking grass, vine monsters, cleaners, great horned water buffalo, rock spirits, mud monsters, copper-shelled snakes, horned eagles, undead spirits, stone diggers, steel shield beasts, and night lizards. Suddenly, Rod noted that the number of metallic monsters encountered seemed to be increasing. The classification of monsters, aside from their species, typically represented certain characteristic labels. For instance, a dragon of the stone species might be categorized as a toothed beast phantom. And if it had not devolved, it would additionally be classified as a flyer. In contrast, creatures like the steel shield beast, copper-shelled snake, and night lizard, including the dead nail demon, although varying in species, all bore some form of non-native metallic structure, thus earning them a metallic label. These creatures tended to inhabit areas adjacent to or veins, indicating that mineral deposits must be nearby. Upon realizing this, Rod felt a surge of excitement. After roughly assessing his surroundings, he departed from the riverbank and turned towards the direction from which the monsters had emerged. It was the height of summer, with the blazing sun overhead making it difficult to open one's eyes. Yet the lush canopy of trees provided a welcome shade. Rod trudged through the forest below. Despite Junmarlu forging a path ahead, he occasionally encountered sharp thorns that left numerous slashes on his clothing. Fortunately, this garment possessed self-repairing properties. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to return without having found any, or while also losing his attire. Rod set fire to a tree that had opened its mouth as if to consume him. Fortune favored the diligent, as Junmarlu suddenly sprinted in a particular direction. Rod quickly followed and soon spotted a rock on the ground atop a nearby hill. The stones bore a reddish-brown hue, indicative of iron lying beneath, the result of iron in the rocks oxidizing upon exposure to air and rainwater. Upon cresting the hill, he discovered a cave large enough for a person to stand upright within. Judging by the markings surrounding the entrance, it appeared that the cave had been gradually excavated by those monsters that required metal for sustenance. However, merely finding a mine did not signify the end of their quest. If a path could be forged from here to the castle, it would likely take half a day's journey. Moreover, the abundance of monsters in the vicinity rendered the task perilous for miners. Generally, in larger cities, walls would be constructed around mine entrances to deter monsters, often accompanied by guards, as had been the case during his previous visit to the Pegasus Fortress. Yet in such remote towns, erecting a wooden fence was already a considerable effort. In places like Greystone Town, there had been no barriers at all, relying solely on the proximity of the cave to the town and the scarcity of monsters. Now deep within the Shadow Cloud mountain range, the presence of monsters was not only formidable, but also plentiful. Should 10 miners venture forth, it would be a stroke of luck if half returned. Thus, ensuring safe passage would require more than merely constructing a road. Regardless, it was prudent to first examine the situation within the cave. If the ore had already been depleted, further speculation would be futile. Rod muttered to himself, instructing Junmarlu to forge ahead while he unleashed a fire spirit, following closely behind as they ventured into the cave. At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that in numerous taverns, black markets, and the impoverished neighborhoods scattered across the land, a legend had begun to circulate among the populace. This tale spoke of a castle nestled deep within the Shadow Cloud Mountains, where the master of the castle possessed the ability to command dragons, summon storms, and, with formidable magic, annihilate the tide of rats that dared to infringe upon him, subsequently welcoming the homeless and destitute victims of the rodent scourge, regardless of whether they were demons, magical creatures, or even the undead. All were treated equally within the castle's embrace, as its lord vowed to shield them from external threats. They lived in peace and prosperity, having established a new realm amidst the mountains. The origin of this rumor undoubtedly stemmed from Violet's earlier boastful proclamations, which he deemed a reasonable embellishment of art. Yet, his talent for embellishment was so exceptional that the rumors spread like wildfire among the masses, twisting and transforming the narrative with each retelling. It even escalated to the claim that this lord was none other than the long-absent Dark Lord, prophesied to reunite the fragmented demon race and restore greatness to the continent. Had Rod foreseen such a situation, he would have promptly silenced Violet by clapping a hot pot over his head. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. The Dark Lord was currently navigating the cave alone, entirely unaware of the tempest brewing outside. The structure of this naturally occurring cave was exceedingly intricate. Some areas were notably spacious, echoing with sound, while others were so narrow that one had to sidestep or crawl to pass through. Various chaotic passages sprawled in every direction, and at times, Rod would encounter a dead end. He had unleashed a motley assortment of magical creatures, primarily freshly captured, to serve as sentinels, guarding against any peculiar entities that might ambush him after only a few steps. As he progressed, he observed numerous long, winding pits etched into the walls, ground, and ceiling, evidently places devoured by magical beings, where almost nothing remained in the cave's outer layer. Rod felt compelled to delve deeper. Were he a mage, he would have had a plethora of spells at his disposal: sensing spells, measuring spells, metal detection spells, and if he wished to map the area, there would be even more effective techniques at hand. However, Rod possessed none of these. He could not even summon a metal spirit, relying solely on his legs and eyes to navigate. Gradually, in the deeper recesses of the cave, Rod discovered several accessible mineral deposits. Judging by the surface veins, he surmised that there were likely abundant resources buried within the stone. Should he successfully exploit this mine, Greystone Town would find itself devoid of iron shortages for an extended period. As for other minerals, Rod was not particularly versed in that domain. He would need the expertise of someone like Old Way to identify them, having confirmed the sufficiency of the mineral deposits. The next step was to return to the castle and devise a route leading to this mine. Just as he prepared to open the abyssal gate to return, a peculiar indentation on the ground caught his peripheral vision. The edges were remarkably uniform, not resembling a natural formation or a hole excavated by magical creatures. The opening was roughly half his height, compelling Rod to crawl in, with no way to turn around. Leaning down, he sent a fire spirit inside. The illumination revealed that this indeed was a man-made tunnel, extending into the obscure depths, with supports installed at intervals to prevent collapse. Rod pondered whether the creator of this tunnel was a dwarf or a halfling. Suddenly, the thought struck him. Since someone had been here and had excavated a passage, there might be camps or villages of other races nearby. Though he was uncertain, he could not afford to dismiss the possibility. Determined to excavate further, Rod stepped back and summoned a burrowing creature that resembled a large rat clad in armor, capable of excreting a substance that softened rock, allowing it to carve a path with its sharp claws. Additionally, he enlisted Junmarlu to assist in widening the newly formed tunnel, ensuring it was spacious enough for him to crouch and escape should danger arise. To enhance efficiency, after creating a sufficiently large opening, he released rock spirits and copper-scaled serpents, one being a creature altered by etheric influence, and the other resembling a drill head coated in metal, both adept at tunneling. However, he left Ironhead behind at the city gate, serving as a good luck charm, lest he consumed too much. Under the combined effort of several magical creatures, the once half-person high opening was soon expanded to a height that allowed Rod to pass through with ease. After progressing a short distance, the passage widened slightly. Even without further enlargement, Rod could traverse it by merely bowing his head on the ground. He noticed two narrow grooves, which, if he guessed correctly, were tracks for mine carts. It appeared that the preceding low and narrow section was merely a deterrent for larger magical creatures attempting to enter. This passage was deeper than Rod had anticipated. Occasionally, he spied scattered or on either side of the tunnel. Though the quantity was sparse as he advanced further, he stumbled upon a rather unexpected sight: a Ratman-esque corpse. More precisely, it was a skeleton clad in simple cloth that it was evident that its body had been severed in half at the waist, and the weapon that had delivered the fatal blow had left a gruesome mark upon the rear wall. It was unlikely that the one responsible for this death was anything other than another Ratman. Rod cast a vigilant gaze ahead. Currently, the most formidable creatures at his disposal, the Stone and Junru, were rendered immobile in the confines of this narrow passage. The only viable options available were a handful of lower-tier monsters, which would hardly be deemed formidable in the face of peril. Resolutely, Rod decided to take a seat and first enhance the combat potential of his available forces before proceeding further. He began by assessing the combat capabilities at his command. Within this cavern, he had access to an 8th-level skull, a 12th-level skeleton crawler, a 10th-level dogmeat, and a 14th-level Vornier, all of which were rather unimpressive in terms of their levels. Crucially, apart from the skull, which had been designated as his personal guard, all other creatures were currently stationed as scarecrows in the fields by the city gate. While the skull was not without merit, considering that the average level of adult demons was merely 5, it was ill-suited for the current scenario and had diminished in efficacy. The remainder comprised several freshly captured monsters, many of which bore injuries. Rod leafed through his compendium. A plan began to form in his mind. The first to be enhanced would be the skull, whose attributes and inherent talents were reasonably commendable, and its modest size rendered it less prone to complications. The materials for enhancement were the undead summoned by the death dragon during the rat tide. Prisoner race, undead level, 0 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 0 endurance, 0 magic, 0 talent. None. While hiding in the cave, he had managed to capture over a dozen such undead. Although their attributes appeared to be entirely null, this was merely a characteristic of their existence as magical beings. If Rod could discover a means to empower them, these undead would rise and reveal their true attributes. Admittedly, their original attributes were not particularly impressive, likely hovering around levels 4 or 5, and Rod lacked the ability to infuse them with ether beyond the Death Dragon's sorcery. However, their use in fusion was of no concern. For Rod had experimented with this previously. A white cocoon of light enveloped the crookedly standing skull, dissipating within moments to unveil the skull. Unchanged in appearance at least, Rod discerned no visible alterations. However, its attributes had indeed undergone some modifications. Skull undead race, undead level, 9 strength, 101 agility, 29 stamina, 73 endurance, 105 magic, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer, immunity. Each attribute had increased by a mere 2 to 3 points. Barely akin to the leg of a mosquito. Yet, as Rod had anticipated, due to the simplicity of the other fusion material and their shared lineage, the skull's attributes had not diminished. With determination, Rod proceeded to merge all remaining prisoners into the skull in one continuous effort. Upon completing the final fusion, the skull's exterior finally exhibited significant changes. Its original form resembled a complete skeletal structure overlaid with a multitude of fragmented bones, appearing humanoid from a distance, yet chaotic up close. Following this latest fusion, the fragmented bones became much more orderly, overlapping like the scales of a serpent, uniformly enveloping the skull's entirety. The enormous bone blades separated from its hand, transforming into 4 long, bone-like blades, reminiscent of shattered jade, each wielded by one of its 4 hands. Its height slightly diminished, now comparable to Rod's stature, and its previously cumbersome physique had been streamlined, resulting in a considerable enhancement in agility, which had once been a flaw. Skull undead swordsman race, undead level, 14 strength, 119 agility, 56 stamina, 101 endurance, 147 magic, 0 talent. Undead, soul devourer, immunity, ethereal form. Periodically enhances agility. In ethereal state, possesses a certain probability of immunity to physical attacks. This was tantamount to an evolution. Its agility now matched that of a normal human, though the skull still stood vacantly before Rod. It occasionally flickered, briefly transforming into a pale blue, semi-transparent state, before swiftly reverting, resembling a malfunctioning holographic image. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that the transformation from a low-tier undead to an undead being had also involved the fusion of numerous similar entities. Could it be that fusion among kindred is a method of evolution? Yet, there were instances like Ag and Alone, who, despite undergoing similar fusions, had merely sprouted 2 heads. Perhaps there existed an element of randomness or a unique growth mechanism inherent to the undead. If this were the case, could other monsters also possess a similar means of evolution? It is difficult to say, and I can only wait and see in the future. Regardless, the successful fusion of the skulls serves as a promising start. Next, I shall attempt to merge the other magical creatures at my disposal. The undead spirit is a soft-bodied magical entity, essentially a deep crimson slime, yet within it lies an array of rusted swords and daggers of unknown origin. It possesses the ability to mimic a humanoid form and wields these weapons to launch attacks, resembling a vengeful specter during the night. In contrast, the mud monster is another type of slime that inhabits riverbanks or marshes, characterized by a far gentler disposition than the undead spirit, typically subsisting on the carcasses of those who have perished in the mire or water. Upon merging the two, they transform into a larger mass of muck. Mud undead spirit race, slime level, 6 strength, 68 agility, 22 vitality, 78 endurance, 79 magic, 0 abilities, soft, malodorous, dull. Furthermore, I shall merge the steel shield beast, known for consuming metal to enhance its cranial fortitude, with the night lizard, which sharpens the bone spikes on its tail for piercing thrusts. resulting in a lizard whose scales glimmer like metal, with its tail's tip transformed into a steel spike. Night Lizard Race. Magic Lizard Level. 9 Strength, 71 Agility, 78 Vitality, 53 Endurance, 55 Magic, 10 Abilities. Metallic Armor, Sturdy, Keen, Ice Affinity. Among my collection, these two stand out, particularly the Night Lizard, which has become the first magical creature in Rod's possession capable of utilizing magic, albeit only the simplest ice enchantment, and solely for its own benefit. The others are merely a motley assortment of lowly creatures with combat prowess below 5. Appearing in bizarre forms that Rod, who believes in the correlation between appearance and combat strength, cannot be bothered to unleash. Instead, he prefers to send them forth as fodder in times of danger. Once he had organized his magical creatures, Rod rose from the ground, momentarily pausing to shake off the tingling in his legs, and ventured deeper into the cavern. Not long after, upon reaching the end of the passage and kicking open a rusted iron door that had long been stuck, Rod finally arrived at the terminus of the tunnel. Before him lay what appeared to be a long-abandoned Ratman factory, aside from the machinery that had likely been out of commission for ages. The ground was littered with the decaying bones of Ratmen, nearly weathered to dust. The instant Rod stepped into the factory, he sensed an unusual ether in the air. The fire spirit accompanying him began to stir restlessly, its flames flickering erratically. This was clearly not normal. The Ratmen were not a race known for their magical prowess, at least as far as Rod understood. They dwelled primarily underground, emerging en masse only during the Rat Tide. Yet Rod was aware that their weapons and equipment were largely devoid of magical attributes. If any rat were to wield magical or runic weapons, it could be assumed they had been pilfered from other races. However, observing the state of the factory, Rod realized that the information he had gleaned from books and hearsay regarding the Ratmen might be entirely inaccurate, for on the ground, he discovered a firearm, not merely a long pole with a projectile affixed to it, but a musket that he recognized from his previous life, complete with a barrel, trigger, and firing mechanism. Although the design was rudimentary and peculiar, resembling an early matchlock gun, Rod noted the presence of a gas vent above the barrel, allowing for the expulsion of gases to facilitate the automatic loading, ejection of spent casings, and continuous firing. Continuing to rummage through the debris, he sought out fired bullets or discarded casings and was fortunate enough to find several. Although the casings appeared to be roughly the width of a thumb and the craftsmanship was crude, they seemed to possess significant firepower. Rod did not necessarily believe that the presence of firearms among the Ratmen would make them markedly superior to other races. After all, despite the absence of firearms, enchanted armor, runic weapons, and powerful high magic were equally lethal in certain respects. One could argue that this world had no pressing need for the development of firearms. Yet, for a race like the Ratmen, which was not particularly adept at magic, the advent of such simple-to-train and easily disseminated weaponry, combined with their numerical superiority over other races, could spell disaster for the entire continent. Moreover, the existence of this firearm indicated that a breakthrough from 0 to 1 regarding firearms had already occurred in this world, should war erupt and such weapons find their way onto the battlefield. Various factions would soon recognize their value, enabling previously expendable slaves and laborers to wield deadly force. Enchanted armor is not something that everyone possesses, and generally, even knights do not have skulls resilient enough to withstand bullets. The very existence of this factory suggests that the Ratmen who constructed it have transcended the conventional notion of manufacturing, which typically involves a master craftsman accompanied by a few apprentices hammering away at metal. However, there is at least one silver lining. After an exhaustive search, Rod managed to uncover this single firearm. This may suggest that such weapons had not yet been mass-produced among the rat folk at the time of the incident in this factory. If those rats were secretly advancing technology underground, at the very least, they should not fall behind. He decided to keep the gun for now, to see if he could replicate it once he returned. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of urgency arose within Rod. He carefully stowed away the shell casing and the gun in his bosom for safekeeping, then continued to search the factory. The individual rooms in this place were rather small. Yet the connections between them, inherited from the rat folk's chaotic burrowing traditions, were utterly disordered at times. He would turn a corner or ascend a slope, meandering about, only to find himself back where he started. Eventually, Rod noticed that the floors of the passageways between the rooms bore indentations, and by following these tracks, he began to grasp the spatial relationships among the various chambers. Numerous peculiar holes led to unknown destinations, which he chose not to investigate. This factory appeared to be designed for processing raw materials into components, subsequently assembling them into armor specifically for the rat folk. The armor seemed to have once been inscribed with runes, but due to the unique environment here, those runes had all been obliterated, leaving Rod unable to transcribe them for further inquiry. Upon ascending one of the staircases in the factory, Rod discovered a place resembling an office. The door had been violently forced open, revealing a heap of corpses within, along with a table toppled beside the entrance. It seemed that the original occupants had barricaded themselves with this table to prevent intruders. And upon entering, he immediately noted that the room's arrangement was distinctly different from the others, devoid of machinery. Opposite the door was a window, offering a direct view of the factory floor below. Precisely at the entrance through which Rod had entered, a board was affixed to the wall, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. However, he could discern that they were likely formulas for runes. Additionally, there were numerous papers strewn across the floor, piled together, bearing similar inscriptions. As Rod sifted through the papers, he stumbled upon a notebook bound in a rather crude manner, likely having been placed on the table before the door was pushed open, causing the table to collapse and the notebook to tumble into the pile. The pages of the notebook were densely filled with text. Some contained organized structures and formulas of runes, while others appeared to be annotations or even mere musings. The script of the rat folk was notoriously difficult to decipher. Rod squinted at it for quite some time, piecing together the context of the scene, before he could finally surmise what had transpired in this place. The rat folk's script, fundamentally akin to that of the demon and human races, had evolved into a markedly different form due to their prolonged subterranean existence and the significant educational deficiencies inherent in their societal structure. Over time, their original characters had been simplified into syllables and then reassembled into new glyphs. This transformation resulted in a plethora of homophones within their written language, which could only be understood with contextual clues. Rod could comprehend only a fraction of the text. The entire notebook bore no timestamps, resembling the frantic ramblings of a deranged individual. One page detailing intentions to eliminate someone, the next chronicling what was consumed for breakfast and lunch. And by the third page, that person had already been slain. Such erratic documentation persisted through the initial quarter of the notebook, even as the latter sections, which appeared more coherent, were intermittently interspersed with chaotic scribbles. No, 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 this is not how it is. I cannot be mistaken. I cannot be mistaken. Ha. I am right. I am right. The new structure is successful. I am the king of the world, the king of the world. Bartley, filth, repulsive vermin, you wish to usurp my achievements, but I shall not allow it. Accursed bloodclaw, cursed Bartley, you seek my life? Very well. I shall return. I shall return. I have found a splendid place, a splendid place. No rats will disturb me. You shall wait. Wait. Indeed, indeed, I am still a genius. Those fools cling to their worthless scraps of metal. I have already created the most advanced magical conduit in the world. Once I scale production, the world shall be mine. Mine. Bloodclaw, Bartley, Rust Spot, Shoddy, I shall capture each and every one of you, skin you alive, tear off your tails, and drown you in blood. Drown you in blood. Damn it, these wretched slaves think they can seize my power. No, 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 just a little longer. Soon it will all be empty. Amidst the chaotic runic formulas, Rod found himself dizzy. The rat folk's text was not inherently complex. With a foundation in the demon language, it was not difficult to comprehend, provided one could decipher it. The scribe of this notebook had particularly poor handwriting and, due to the impulsive nature of the rat folk, often made errors, frantically crossing out large sections at times. Rod genuinely struggled to discern the intended words. Moreover, the dim lighting compounded the difficulty, as he relied on a fire sprite for illumination, which flickered erratically due to the unstable etheric environment. Nevertheless, after perusing the seemingly mad descriptions, Rod finally grasped what had transpired here. The owner of this notebook appeared to have been akin to an alchemist in a rat-folk burrow city, who, after inventing a device called a magical conduit, became the target of envy. Initially, they aimed merely to steal his invention, but it escalated to attempts on his life. Subsequently, he fled with his slaves to the Shadow Cloud Mountains, establishing a new laboratory upon discovering a lucrative vein after escaping the burrow city. intending to exact revenge on those rat folk who had sought to harm him. However, shortly after achieving success in his experiments, his rat folk subordinates betrayed him, with a horde of slave rats attempting to storm his office. He was compelled to barricade the door with a table. Fleeing through the window, only to encounter other slave rats below, igniting a fierce battle. Betrayal had become an inherent trait among the rat folk. Rod had previously read in Chlorisvald's memoirs that he explicitly warned against trusting any half-truths spoken by rat folk. Even if they had joined the alliance, this lowly subterranean race would harbor deep-seated resentment should you show them even a modicum of disrespect, wishing to flay you alive. This was a direct quote from Chlorisvald. In the fables of the demon race, there is a tale of a benevolent farmer who saved an injured rat folk, only to be devoured by the creature upon its recovery. In summary, this rat folk, who fancied himself the future ruler of the world, ultimately fell victim to his own slaves. Whether he managed to escape remains uncertain for Rod, but it is evident that an incident concerning the magical conduit subsequently unleashed a torrent of chaotic ether in this place. Perhaps it was the result of the slaves' reckless meddling, or possibly the rat folk had caused destruction prior to departing. As for the deceased rat folk at the entrance, they may have perished due to some trap set before his escape. Certainly, all of this is merely speculation based on the current circumstances. What can be established for certain is that the rodent humanoid has not returned. Otherwise, it would not have left this important notebook behind. As for the other enslaved rodents, they finally realized where they had gone while Rod prepared to inspect the machinery once more. Just as he returned to the spacious chamber he had entered earlier, he was suddenly startled by an odd rustling sound above his head. Upon looking up, he was met with a multitude of glowing red eyes on the ceiling, fixated upon him. The instant he beheld those crimson dots, Rod swiftly opened his bestiary. With a surge of magical energy, he released all the creatures he had summoned: Stone, Junmarlu, Skull, the Remains Wraith, the Night Beast, and others. Simultaneously, a series of piercing screams erupted as a throng of large, shadowy figures descended from above, crashing heavily to the ground. Rod then discerned that, although these creatures bore resemblance to the rodent humanoids, their bodies were significantly larger and more robust. One claw was elongated and withered, while the other was short and stout. Their twisted heads sported pairs of blood-red eyes that exuded unmasked hunger and greed. It seemed that the enslaved rodents had undergone a transformation from prolonged exposure to such an environment, resulting in a few surviving individuals that had since proliferated here. Even when the mutated rodent humanoids deliberately suppressed their breathing, it still sounded exceedingly sharp. They did not immediately attack, likely intimidated by the sudden appearance of the other summoned creatures. Hesitant to act recklessly, Rod remained calm as he surveyed the area, counting the number of mutated rodents. 7, 8, 25, 26, 27. There were a total of 27, which was not particularly numerous compared to typical rodent humanoid groups. It was possible that the scarcity of food in this place hindered their population growth, or perhaps the mutation had severely diminished their reproductive capabilities. Alternatively, this could merely be a fraction of the mutated rodent humanoids, with the bulk still residing elsewhere. If the first two possibilities held true, it would be manageable. However, if the last were the case, it would pose a significant problem that a swift resolution was imperative. With a firm decision made, Rod exhibited no hesitation, launching a fireball towards the area where the mutated rodents were most densely congregated. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the searing flames and shockwave erupted, toppling a large number of mutated rodents to the ground. This fireball served as the clarion call for battle, as the creatures surrounding him bellowed in unison and charged toward the nearest mutated rodent. Simultaneously, the rodents emitted a shrill scream and lunged at Rod. The impact of the fireball was not as effective as anticipated. Aside from the one directly hit, the others merely rolled on the ground a couple of times, singeing patches of fur but sustaining no significant injuries. They had grown considerably larger, yet retained their agility, and in the blink of an eye, one was nearly upon Rod. Fortunately, he was not alone in this confrontation. Roar! Stone let out a fierce roar and struck the rodent humanoid with a powerful slap. There was a dull thud as the mutated rodent was sent flying, crashing heavily against a discarded machine, causing its metallic form to cave inward. Under normal circumstances, such a blow would have proven fatal for a typical rodent humanoid. However, this ether-infused creature remained alive, albeit severely wounded. Its chest was concaved, and its claws clung to the edge of the machinery, lacking the strength to extricate itself. Rod immediately pointed in that direction, intending to deliver a finishing blow with a fireball. But he was not the only one being attacked. Another mutated rodent had breached the line of defense formed by the summoned creatures, howling as it reached for Rod's back. Yet, at the moment its claws were about to strike, it suddenly felt its feet ensnared by something viscous, rendering it immobile. Almost instantaneously, a figure emerged from the mire it had overlooked, wielding a rusted longsword which was plunged into the rodent's chest. Thud! Well done! Rod praised this new ally as he sent the fireball flying towards the previously targeted mutated rodent, enveloping it in flames that were met with even more anguished screams. The other rodent humanoids were unable to even approach Rod. Junmarla showcased its terrifying speed, weaving through the throng of rodents, its spiny protrusions serving as formidable weapons. Although not particularly sharp, they still managed to pierce the soft skin of the mutated rodents. In the blink of an eye, 2 more mutated rodents fell to the ground, howling in agony. The evolved skull wielded its 4 arms as though mindlessly slashing with long blades, yet they moved in perfect harmony, weaving an impenetrable web of death over one of the rodents. Another mutated rodent lunged from behind, but just as its claw was about to grasp Skull's back, the skeletal figure abruptly became ethereal. The claw, akin to dry twigs, passed through Skull's form without making contact. The startled rodent paused for a moment, only to have a bone dagger appear from an exceedingly peculiar angle, severing its oversized head in one swift stroke. These 27 rodents were being subdued by Rod and his significantly outnumbered creatures. That moment, Rod noticed amidst the chaotic clamor the sound of something else crawling. If his suspicions were correct, there were indeed more reinforcements among the rodents that had arrived. Rod certainly did not wish to linger here. These rodents were already troublesome enough, and exterminating pests was not his current objective. The wind was fierce, and he needed to act swiftly. He immediately signaled his creatures to prepare for a retreat. But just as he took a few steps, he noticed something unusual behind him. Stone stood rooted in place, gazing towards the rodent horde, its body radiating erratic magical energy, as unsettling sparks floated from the corner of its mouth. Rod quickly realized something was amiss and attempted to draw Stone back into the bestiary, but it was too late. With a deafening dragon's roar, a brilliant torrent of magical energy erupted from its mouth. Roar. Although it was impossible to ascertain how many years this factory had been abandoned, it was evident that the anomalous magical channel here had filled the area with a myriad of ethereal properties. And Stone, one of the most sensitive species to ether among material creatures, despite its degradation, could still keenly perceive the changes in the surrounding etheric environment. Thus, after battling in the factory for a while, it could not help but sneeze. Roar. The Stone instinctively summoned the surrounding ether, transforming into an unstoppable torrent of ether that surged forth, instantly obliterating the still-living mutant rat men within its grasp. However, concurrently, this torrent pierced through the pillars supporting the ceiling. And combined with the violent assault it endured, the entire cavern trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this perilous situation, Rod no longer hesitated. He forcefully retracted the stone into the book and promptly opened the abyss gate. Diving inside, just as the abyss gate was about to close, Rod turned to see a substantial chunk of the ceiling and a heap of mutant rats plummeting down from above. Had he delayed even a moment longer, there would have been no need for graves. He would have been interred on the spot, though he had managed to escape unscathed. The machinery on that side was now buried, should he ever wish to excavate in that mine again. The issue of the mutant rat men would need addressing. More critically, Rod had teleported directly from within the mine and could no longer locate its entrance. He would need to search anew when the stone was released again. It appeared listless, suggesting that the earlier sneeze had taken a toll on it for his spoils. One was a rather rudimentary-looking semi-automatic pistol, while the other was a notebook, entirely incomprehensible at present. With its purpose still unknown, the acquisitions were not insignificant, yet they had yet to prove their utility. Faced with these two items, Rod found himself in a quandary. The notebook seemed utterly devoid of function at the moment. The entire castle, along with the spellcasters of New Greystone Town, could barely muster two, one being Violet and the other himself. Violet relied solely on innate talent for her spells, possessing only a few that could be deemed useless, such as those that made feet stink and hands greasy. Her theoretical knowledge was inferior to Rod's. As for Rod's spell knowledge, It was akin to that of a kindergarten student, unable to progress any further. Then there was the pistol, which bore no trace of magic. Perhaps it could be replicated, though that remained merely a possibility. Not to mention, Rod was at a loss regarding how to address the barrel and bullets. Was he to hammer out a smooth gun barrel? Or perhaps fashion bullets from sheet metal? And the iron issue remained unresolved. The propellant for the bullets, while Rod had some inkling from his previous life regarding the components for simple black powder. The rules of the two worlds might not align. Who could say if the charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur of this world would ignite together? He also had no clue as to the methods employed by the Ratmen to forge this gun. However, there might be alternative approaches. After some contemplation, Rod resolved to consult a professional. He referred to Old Way, the only person he knew in the vicinity of the castle. When he found Old Way, he was lounging atop the craftsman's roof, basking in the sun. With a shortage of iron in the town, he had little to occupy his time aside from sunbathing or seeking others for a game of cards. Old Way, Rod called out. Rod, you've come. Old Way patted the space beside him. Come, join me for a nap. I'll pass. Rod waved his hand. I came to ask you something. As he spoke, he retrieved the pistol from his pocket. Take a look at this. If you were to create it, could you replicate it exactly? Upon seeing the pistol, Old Way perked up, sitting upright and examining it closely. What is this? It's a pistol, a contraption of the Ratmen. Rod explained. You can think of it as a lighter, more user-friendly crossbow with a longer range. Old Way nodded, then scrutinized it further, inquiring about various aspects of the weapon, such as what it fired, the structure of its firing mechanism, and how it could be disassembled. Rod was able to answer all but the last question. Ultimately, Old Way shook his head. No, our tools are far too rudimentary to meet the firing conditions you've described. We would need to forge a barrel that precisely matched the dimensions of the bullets you mentioned to ensure no gas leaks, and such a mold is beyond our current capabilities. What if we were to use magic instead? Do you know of any applicable spells? Old Way pondered briefly. This is a complicated explanation. Let me show you. He rose to his feet and headed downstairs. The workshop below consisted of several rooms neatly arranged together, providing the town's craftsmen a centralized space to work, though it remained fundamentally a cottage industry, far less advanced than the factory Rod had witnessed among the Ratmen. Old Way's forge was the largest of all the rooms, currently housing 3 forges that resembled a toilet plunger, with a hemispherical base and a cylindrical chimney reaching up to the ceiling. One was the first he had constructed upon arrival, the largest and most refined. The other 2 were much simpler, built for his apprentices. None of the forges were currently lit, and Old Way approached his forge, tapping a deliberately carved notch at the bottom. From his pocket, he produced a palm-sized iron box, opening it to reveal 3 stones of various shapes, each etched with distinct patterns. These are what are more precious than life itself to blacksmiths: heating runes. The drawing of heating runes is a foundational lesson that a blacksmith must learn alongside forging. For a blacksmith, these runes are as vital as the hammer in their hand. These simple runes were of a lower tier than what Rod was currently studying. If Rod's knowledge could be likened to nursery-level education, these runes would be deemed mere toys for children in the eyes of true spellcasters, even for ordinary individuals devoid of magical talent. Through prolonged rote memorization, they could learn to produce runes with faint effects, which would be passed down through generations of apprentices mentored by masters. Old Way carefully placed the 3 runes into a pre-prepared recess and covered them with a lid. Once all 3 runes were installed, they activated automatically. The functions of these 3 runes were to absorb ether, increase temperature, and facilitate airflow. Thus, even without a blower or efficient fuel, simply using ordinary firewood could raise the temperature to levels capable of forging metal. However, that was the extent of their capabilities. Once the forge was ignited, Rod could barely sense the flow of ether. The efficacy of these runes was quite weak, and while they were sufficient for combustion, they fell far short of being able to propel bullets. Moreover, the size of these runes, given their current technology, was wholly inadequate to be inscribed onto the compact form of a pistol during the war between the demon and human races. Both sides had employed weapons enhanced with runes and magic, the quintessential representation being a siege crossbow, whose single shot boasted power akin to that of a grand spell. However, it was particularly large and required a dedicated mage to operate the magical array for it to function properly, which was entirely contrary to the concept of a gun as a versatile infantry weapon. Old Way did not elaborate further, and Rod grasped his meaning. In simple terms, it was encapsulated in 3 words: it cannot be done. Rod sighed at this revelation, but felt no particular disappointment. It was always a gamble, and whether it succeeded or not mattered little. It was not as if they were preparing for war. If their combat capabilities were lacking, so be it. The Demon King's castle had seen no visitors in 300 years. It was improbable that upon his assumption of control, throngs of people would suddenly arrive. Just as Rod contemplated this, Tina entered with Marvin in tow. Upon spotting Rod, Marvin approached him eagerly. Mr. Rod, I've been searching for you. I just stepped out for a moment. There's something you need? Rod inquired. Marvin paused. You've already heard about that matter. Though unsure of what matter he referred to, Rod sensed that what Marvin was about to say was unrelated to his earlier activities. Rod scratched his head. No need for suspense. Just tell me directly. Well, Marvin nodded. News has come from Ryu that a group of people has arrived outside, having heard your legend and seeking your protection. Rod's mind was filled with a question mark. What legend? In the past, in order to facilitate the townspeople's travel, Rod divided the captured chocobos into 2 groups for domestication. One group was kept in the livestock area adjacent to the town, where their numbers were few and the availability of fodder was scarce. The other group was led by a young man named Shio, who constructed a chocobo house in a location beyond the reach of the undead that plagued the town, allowing the townsfolk to travel with ease while also preventing outsiders from mistakenly entering. Those seeking refuge had now set up a temporary camp beside the chocobo house, awaiting Rod's response. The tale they spoke of, a demon king who could summon storms and eradicate ratmen with a single blow, was undoubtedly a fabrication spun by Desolate. Upon hearing this, Rod's forehead furrowed with rising ire. Where is that scoundrel Desolate? He gritted his teeth and inquired of Marvin. The reply came from Tina, who had been silent until now. We inquired after you when we were looking for him, and I saw him rush out just a moment ago. Goodness, he was quick to flee that moment. Rod had contemplated hanging him at the city gate for a spell, yet there were other pressing matters at hand. Rod sighed deeply. Very well, I shall settle the score with him upon his return. Marvin, accompany me. We shall check on Shio. I'll go too, Tina suddenly declared. Rod pondered briefly. All right. Then he strode with them towards the chocobo house. The secret of the abyssal gate belonged to him alone. He could confide in Tina and Desolate without concern. However, he remained wary of the townsfolk, despite observing that Marvin was indeed trustworthy, unless absolutely necessary. Rod was reluctant to divulge this secret to a wider audience. Moreover, using the abyssal gate required recharging upon return, and Rod needed to ensure that the portal was always prepared. According to Marvin, the current influx of races was remarkably diverse, with the demon race being merely a small fraction. Thus Rod felt the need for heightened vigilance. The path leading from the castle had been trampled by the townspeople numerous times, forming a passable route, a far cry from the days of navigating solely through dense forest. The travel speed had significantly increased. What once took half a day could now be traversed in just over an hour on a chocobo, provided one was adept. Upon leaving the town, Rod encountered Lucius, who seemed to be instructing the townsfolk in the construction of a water wheel for irrigation. Upon his arrival, Lucius had appeared somewhat hesitant to engage with the townspeople, but he quickly assimilated into their midst. From Rod's perspective, he could discern no fundamental difference between humans and demons. Nevertheless, even among humans and demons, conflicts arose daily, and warring against those of differing kinds was hardly unexpected. Kings required foes to unite their people, and when a common enemy emerged, unity would naturally follow, much like the group Rod now observed. Barbarians, goblins, dark dwarves, and perhaps even an elf. They had cleared a patch of ground in the woods and were seated upon it. Some clutched their belongings, wrapped in cloth, protectively against their chests while vigilantly surveying those around them. Others were left with nothing, their gazes vacant and dulled, their tattered clothing revealing wounds, many lacking even a pair of shoes. Witnessing the plight of these individuals, Rod couldn't help but furrow his brow. Where had they come from? Not necessarily from far. They were likely from the vicinity of Rolna, unable to survive and having heard legends of your exploits. They sought to try their luck. The speaker was a scruffy man, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was not particularly old. His name was Shio, a returning college student who had previously worked in the city but had returned to Greystone Town to raise some poultry. His parents perished in the rat tide, and all of his livestock had been devoured by the vermin. Upon hearing that Rod sought assistance in raising chocobos, He immediately volunteered and came to reside here alone. Legendary tales, Rod sighed deeply. He was somewhat informed about the events beyond, as he had previously surmised. The tax increase edict had incited a tumultuous uproar around Rolna. The common folk, already suffering from the rat plague, found it increasingly difficult to subsist under such onerous taxation. Numerous incidents of violent resistance to tax collection arose, swiftly followed by the lord's military imposing brutal suppression to preserve their lives. Many were compelled to flee their homes and seek refuge in the perilous mountains infested with monsters. Do they have a leader among them? I wish to speak with them. There is one. I will fetch her for you, Shio replied, stepping into the makeshift camp of the refugees. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a woman. She had grayish-brown skin, pointed ears, and silver hair, her stature slightly shorter than that of the average demon and a half-dark elf. Rod was taken aback. If one were to argue which race was the rarest on the continent, there would likely be much debate. Similarly, determining which race was the most detestable would yield no clear victor. However, if asked which race was both scarce and loathed, the overwhelming majority would likely respond without hesitation: elves. This race, seemingly favored by the heavens, possessed tall physiques, exquisite beauty, long lifespans, and an innate affinity for ether. They excelled in magic, archery, swordsmanship, art, craftsmanship, and held disdain for other races, insisting on their afternoon tea at the perfect temperature, accompanied by meticulously prepared snacks. Before leisurely commencing their day's work, they resembled the bourgeoisie of the city, one of their daily pastimes being to mock their impoverished relatives over tea. Dark elves were their impoverished kin. Having descended into basements after failed ventures, their vision impaired by ether pollution, their skin darkened, their personalities twisted and malevolent, harboring hatred for all races outside their own, a sentiment they shared with their wealthy relatives. Not to mention their penchant for sadomasochism, and half-dark elves, as the name implies, are the progeny of dark elves and other races. Considering the low birth rate of elves, typically only one offspring every 400 to 500 years. Those capable of procreation with them are primarily humans and demons known for their prolificacy. Of course, rat men are also quite adept in this regard, but that is a topic for another channel. This half-elf lady evidently inherited the dark elf's complexion, ears, and stature, along with what could be considered the height of a demon. Frankly speaking, the human and demon races share little to pass down. Except for their reproductive abilities, that it was evident that this lady had also inherited the elves' haughtiness and arrogance. The keen eye, she attempted to tilt her head back to look down at Rod. Though her stature made it a difficult endeavor, based on her height, she appeared to be between 100 and 170 years old, considering elves reach maturity at 300 years. She would need another century and a half before she could look down upon Rod. After failing to discreetly rise on her toes, she feigned nonchalance and lowered her heels. I am Aaron Maxwell Samantha Isabel Antoinette. You are the Demon King. The naming conventions of the elven race are chronicled in a dedicated tome, yet Rod had never perused a single word of it. He only knew that mispronouncing even a single syllable of an elf's name was a grave offense. Thus, he refrained from addressing her by name. I am Rod. I am not entirely sure what absurd rumors have reached your ears, Rod said, casting a glance into the depths of the forest, but at present, our own circumstances are quite dire, and we lack the capacity to assist you. From a moral standpoint, the current state of these individuals suggests that if they were to retrace their steps, the likelihood of survival would be less than 30%. However, when considering the situation rationally, the acceptance of refugees would not only complicate the gradually stabilizing Greystone town, but more significantly, the crops in the fields have only just been sown and will require time to mature. At present, the food reserves within the castle are woefully insufficient to sustain such a large influx of people. Yet, Erin appeared unfazed, her composure unwavering. What we require is not your charity. Rod raised an eyebrow. Oh. She turned to address the motley group seated on the ground. The goblins and dwarves here hail from the northern Ironwood town. They are seasoned craftsmen, while these barbarians may lack skill. Their strength far surpasses that of the magical beings you currently employ. Taking a deep breath, Erin fixed her gaze directly upon Rod. We did not come to beg, but to seek collaboration. Rod rested his chin on his hand, contemplating Erin's proposition seriously. If her claims were accurate and such a wealth of craftsmen existed, the nature of the situation would change entirely. The food issue could be resolved easily. Rod had the means to purchase supplies from elsewhere, as traversing the abyssal gate was not a time-consuming endeavor. Yet, he still had one question to pose. Given that they are craftsmen, why did they need to flee? Craftsmen are valued in any locale. Even if a lord may disdain them, they typically do not face repercussions unless they cause a disturbance. Unless, of course, something significant occurred. Aaron appeared unperturbed, offering a nonchalant explanation. It's nothing major, just that the tax collector from the lord came to the village, seized their families, and threatened to execute one person for each day the taxes were late. Consequently, we had to eliminate the tax collector and his entourage, leaving us no choice but to flee. This reasoning seemed plausible. The pressing concern was whether the half-elf spoke the truth and, if so, why the tax collector employed such draconian measures to compel immediate payment. One fundamental question remained. Under what circumstances could a group of craftsmen overpower an organized military force? Armed and armored, led by a tax collector, Rod turned to Marwyn and Tina. What are your thoughts? Marwyn, acting as the deputy mayor of Greystone Town, and Tina, a partner in their endeavors, were essential voices in the decision to accept these refugees. Marwyn saw no issue with the proposal. During wartime, it was quite common for villages to accept displaced populations. Tina nodded in agreement, her gaze falling upon the despondent refugees, her expression tinged with sorrow. I believe we cannot simply abandon them. Rod pondered momentarily. Then, before he could finish, both he and Tina suddenly turned to face the direction from which the refugees had come. Someone was approaching. Are they yours? Rod inquired of Aaron. Our people are already here, she replied, also looking in the same direction. The only ones coming now are likely those pursuing us. Did you not claim that you had eliminated those individuals? Aaron retorted defiantly. We killed the tax collector, not the entire populace of Rolna City. Once they realized the tax collector had not returned, they would certainly send someone to investigate. In mere moments, the others had also begun to hear the rapid approach of hoofbeats from afar. The line of refugees descended into chaos, clearly aware of what those sounds signified. Before they could gather their belongings and flee, a cavalry force charged forth from the distance, swiftly closing the gap. You've made my search quite easy. The leader of the group rode a magnificent steed, adorned in armor embellished with ostentatious patterns, a colorful plume protruding from the back of his helmet. You, the sinners who defied the Lord. Now is the time for you to face your just punishment. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, seemingly preparing to command his subordinates to advance. Rod could not permit them to act on such intentions. Regardless of the veracity of Aaron's claims, these craftsmen must not perish here. He stepped forward. Simultaneously, Tina and Marwyn flanked him, standing before the knight. Before they could utter a word, the knight erupted in laughter. So, you are the reinforcements summoned by these sinners? With such a meager number, you dare obstruct my path before Lord Zydatok. Since you insist on opposing the Lord, I shall waste a moment of my precious time to deal with you. To be candid, Rod had initially hoped to avoid conflict. Engaging with the soldiers of Rolna City held no advantages and could easily sour relations. However, upon hearing the self-proclaimed Zydatok speak, he altered his stance. Moreover, it was not only he who spoke, but also an apparent aide at his side. Lord Zydatok, it seems these individuals are foolishly attempting to stand in your way. He approached Zydatok, exuding a sycophantic demeanor. Such people are unworthy of your personal involvement. Allow me to handle them. Without lowering his gaze, Zydatok waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying fly. As you wish. This attitude was indeed irksome. Rod furrowed his brow, scratched his chin, and called out, Stop barking like a dog. If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. For Rod, this was hardly even an insult, yet the aide reacted as if he had been grievously affronted. Screeching, you lowly peasant, dare to utter such filthy words to Lord Zydatok. Thud! A potato struck the aide squarely in the face. Rod brushed the dirt from his hands. Who said that? I was speaking to you. Do you understand the language of the magical beings? He then directed his attention to the knight named Zydatok, gesturing toward the aide. He is a dog. Utter nonsense. Zydatok seemed indifferent, while the aide, now furious and red-faced, leaped down from his mount. To be honest, Rod felt his words lacked any real offensive quality. He wished to avoid statements that might negatively affect his demeanor. He had not anticipated such an overreaction. Perhaps he had only ever insulted others without anyone daring to retaliate against him. Have you never been insulted? Rod inquired earnestly. Are your parents still alive? Initially, he had intended to ask if the aide had ever been reprimanded by his parents, but he recognized the oddity of his phrasing. As expected, the aide, in a fit of rage, drew his sword and pointed it at Rod. "I challenge you to a duel. I shall wash away the shame you have brought upon my family with your blood." "No, wait, never mind." Rod sighed, beckoning the aide forward while signaling Tina and Marwan to step back. "Very well. Come at me." Tina and Marwan were still trying to grasp the situation, perplexed by the sudden call for a duel. To be honest, Rod himself was also somewhat bewildered, but it mattered little. The soldiers under Zydatok swiftly retreated, and although the refugees felt trepidation, they nonetheless gathered around. In the center of the clearing stood only the aide and Rod. Facing one another, the aide proclaimed loudly, "I am a knight of the Maxwell family, Dola Maxwell. State your name." Summoner Rod. Standing before this man, Rod felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Let us get on with it." "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The phrase sounded quite trite. Rod struggled to articulate his current sentiments. While the aide's declaration was new to him, it felt oddly familiar, as though he had encountered similar boasts in various places. Meanwhile, Dola had already readied himself. As soon as his words left his lips, he charged at Rod, sword in hand, shouting a battle cry. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly sensed something looming above him. Then came the resounding thud. The iron-headed boy descended from the heavens, directly smashing him into a pulp. "Well, it's over now. Is there anyone else who wishes to join?" Rod extended his hands, surveying the surroundings, which were enveloped in a profound silence. Suddenly, he heard a wave of cheers erupting from behind him. Although the refugees could not comprehend the arrival of the iron-headed boy, they were acutely aware that the soldiers had relentlessly pursued them, and many stragglers had already perished at their hands. Naturally, the refugees harbored no sympathy for them. Conversely, the soldiers erupted in a furious tirade, vociferously denouncing Rod for his lack of chivalry and for shattering the rules of engagement. Rod remained unfazed, meeting the collective scorn with a cold glare at a summoner. Was it not entirely reasonable to utilize summoned creatures for an attack? Yet, it appeared that the opposing party did not share this sentiment. Zydatok, who had initially watched the spectacle with a relaxed demeanor, was now consumed by rage, drawing forth his long sword with a fierce determination. There is no need to discuss morality with these unscrupulous individuals. Slay them, kill them. The soldiers, having undergone only rudimentary training, charged towards Rod in a disorganized mass, their armor, though reasonably well-crafted, offering little protection against their lack of discipline. The refugees, who had previously observed from a distance, were thrown into chaos. The timid goblins turned to flee, while the irascible dwarves and barbarians, emboldened by Rod's recent victory, readied themselves for a desperate fight. Rod flipped through the chaos compendium, and a multitude of monstrous entities materialized before him, their various roars swiftly repelling the aggressive soldiers. In that moment, a lithe figure darted past him. Tina, like a gust of wind, plunged into the midst of the soldiers, who barely registered her presence before 7 or 8 were effortlessly felled. Rod suddenly realized that he had never truly witnessed Tina in action. She had only briefly showcased her prowess when subduing the staked demon, cleaving through its chest with a single strike. While Rod had always sensed her strength, he had never fully contemplated its extent. Yet, as he observed, a third of the soldiers had already collapsed before the monsters could even advance. The Knight of Zydatok was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing into a row of soldiers. These soldiers, many of whom had enlisted merely to earn a meager living, were often nothing more than local ruffians, devoid of morale. Their training was lackluster. Bullying defenseless civilians was manageable. But now, sensing the tide turning against them, some had already begun to retreat. Zydatok, witnessing his men crumble like tofu at the slightest touch, bellowed for them to return, but to no avail. The knight, without hesitation, whistled sharply, mounted his steed, and with a vigorous crack of the whip, charged through the obstructing soldiers, fleeing into the distance. Those unable to escape were overwhelmed by the monsters and refugees. Brutally dispatched, they have fled. Observing the panicked soldiers, Rod sighed. That moment, Tina returned, sword in hand, her tone tinged with remorse. "I'm sorry. I let him get away. It's all right. If he has escaped, so be it," Rod replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards Eileen, who had been retreating since the onset. "You certainly give no impression of wanting to assist. You've run quite swiftly, haven't you?" Eileen exhibited no shame for her retreat, standing defiantly with hands on her hips. One must ascertain your capabilities. Otherwise, how might we avoid disadvantage? Cooperation necessitates mutual understanding of each party's strengths. Indeed, that is a valid point. Thus, I hope you will demonstrate your worth in due course. Rod responded, then looked towards Maven. Please, accompany Tina and lead them back, arranging their accommodations. Understood. Maven nodded, then inquired, and what about you? Since I just happened to arrive, I need to check on the well-being of my chocobo. Right, Hugh? Rod smiled at Hugh, who had been hiding behind a tree. Hugh, startled by the earlier commotion, offered an awkward laugh. Before long, the refugees, who had been preparing makeshift beds, gathered their belongings and made their way towards the castle. Likely arriving as night descended, Rod inspected the chocobo quarters, exchanged a few words with Hugh, then announced his departure. He traversed through the abyssal gate, positioning himself on the inevitable path of the fleeing soldiers. Intent on eradicating them entirely, Rod certainly could not allow these individuals to return alive to Lerner City. He was not foolish enough to confront the Lerner army at this moment, with no survivors returning. He would secure a considerable preparation period for the castle until the enemy discovered that their pursuit of the refugees had gone awry. At that juncture, they would either dispatch further inquiries or abandon the chase altogether. Regardless, it would afford Rod ample time to bolster the strength of the Demon King's castle. Although he had previously contemplated similar strategies, he had preferred a peaceful existence tending to the land. However, circumstances had necessitated the implementation of earlier considerations. As the escapees approached, Rod remained unhurried, releasing monsters to warm up and prepare. Previously, he had noted that since emerging from the Ratman's underground factory, Shidu's condition had markedly deteriorated. He had appeared weak even during their confrontation with the soldiers. Now, upon being released again, he simply sprawled on the ground, closing his eyes to dozed. Is he unwell? Rod approached, gently patting Shirtu's head. The creature merely cracked open one eye, nudging Rod with his forehead before returning to slumber. Shirtu, Beast Dragon Race, Dragonkin level, 24 Strength, 213 Agility, 77 Vitality, 466 Endurance, 147 Magic, 165 Abilities. Beast Dragon Blood. Beast Dragon Scales, Magic Resistance, Blade Resistance, Impact Resistance, Poison Resistance, Earth Resistance, Fire Resistance, Water Resistance, Wind Resistance, Light Resistance, Dark Resistance, Night Vision, Chaos Adaptation. While there had been no changes in attributes, Rod noted that the deterioration of abilities had vanished. Deterioration. The abilities are gradually regressing. Having been confined within the great magic array since birth, deprived of sustenance and ether, Shirtu had endured irreversible effects on his body. Even after being released, this ability had not dissipated, indicating that Shirtu's body continued to undergo a slow transformation. For instance, his abilities of Beast Dragon Blood and Beast Dragon Scales evidently stemmed from the regression of Dragon Blood and Dragon Scales, suggesting that other abilities might also have experienced a degree of downgrade. However, the current effect of deterioration had vanished. Could it be due to the environment of the Ratman's factory? Rod pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Just then, the crouching dog meat suddenly stood, growling lowly, baring its teeth towards a direction behind Rod. Shirtu also opened his eyes wide, fixating intensely on the same direction. Who's there? Step forward. Rod called towards the direction dog meat was indicating, which revealed nothing but dense woods. Do not worry. It's me. Moments later, a half-elf with flowing white hair emerged from behind a tree. Her expression tinged with curiosity. I am quite curious as to when you arrived ahead of me. Given Eileen's demeanor, it seemed the two had reached a mutual understanding that as a half-elf, her ability to lead a band comprised of fools, brutes, and cowards suggested she possessed certain skills. While she appeared to be walking with the others towards the castle, it was likely she had taken a different route. Upon witnessing Rod lingering in the chocobo quarters, she had assumed he was behind her. However, her swift arrival at this location hinted at numerous secrets. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Noticing Rod's silence, Eileen pressed again. How did you manage to get ahead of me? Rod, looking down from his elevated stance, cast a slightly disdainful gaze at Eileen's stature. How would I know? Perhaps your legs are just too short. Ugh. Eileen was momentarily taken aback, then glared at Rod with clenched teeth. You are exceedingly rude. Rod let out a scoff, exhaling through his nostrils. Same to you. With that, he He dismissed her and continued to lean against the stone, closing his eyes to rest. He had not truly rested since the morning, having even skipped meals, which left him in a particularly irritable mood. Observing this, the half-elf sulked and retreated to a nearby tree, imitating him by resting against it. However, she seemed less adept at remaining patient than Rod. She complained about the roughness of the tree bark and the abundance of insects, ultimately abandoning all pretense, and, without so much as a by your leave, sprawled across the stone. The presence of the dragon's aura around the stone deterred even the most persistent mosquitoes. Yet, Eileen, lying there, was hardly still, her hands restless as they roamed across the surface of the stone. It was curious that the XP system of dark elves appeared quite peculiar. This half-elf, with her partial dark elven lineage. Could she be harboring some sort of draconic affection? As Rod's gaze upon Eileen grew increasingly strange, he contemplated whether to apprehend this infatuated girl who dared to lay her hands on a dragon no younger than 300 years. Just then, she spoke, her expression filled with bewilderment. Its condition seems rather odd, though. What do you mean? Only then did Rod pay close attention to Eileen's movements. She was leaning against the stone's back, a serious look etched on her face. I'm not sure of the specifics, but the ether within it appears quite chaotic. You understand spells? Eileen replied with a hint of exasperation. Though I possess only half-elven blood, I still have some elven heritage. Fair enough that so. Is there a problem? Rod pressed further. There must be some change, though whether it is for better or worse, I cannot discern. Eileen sat cross-legged on the stone, resting her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation. Has it encountered anything unusual lately? She inquired. Rod pondered, then briefly recounted the events that had transpired with the stone. He did not delve into great detail, merely mentioning its previous exposure to an ether-deprived environment that led to its regression, followed by a recent visit to a place rife with chaotic and abundant ether. I believe I have an idea, Eileen said, suddenly flashing Rod a mischievous smile. But you must apologize to me first before I divulge it. Rod regarded the half-elf with a complex expression, then sighed. Very well, I apologize. Not sincere enough. Eileen smirked with pride, her nose nearly pointing towards the heavens. You must say, Lady Eileen is not short at all. Lady Eileen is not short at all. Lady Eileen is 2 meters tall. Lady Eileen is 2 meters tall. Lady Eileen is tall, beautiful, and voluptuous. I, Rod, am but a mere insignificant wretch before her. Lady Eileen is tall, beautiful, and voluptuous. I, Rod. Enough of that. Rod shot her an annoyed glance. Feigning anger. Just a jest. Eileen rolled her eyes before adopting a serious tone. That I suspect that although its body has regressed, the innate instincts of the draconic lineage compel it to absorb the surrounding ether unconsciously, as a means of self-repair. The ambient ether was not particularly high, hence its previous condition did not pose a significant threat. However, once you brought it to that chaotic location, it absorbed an overwhelming amount of external ether in a short span, resulting in this anomalous state. Will that affect it in any way? Basically none, Eileen replied. Were it any other race, it would likely have sprouted 3 legs and 4 arms by now. However, dragons possess an innate resistance to various attributes. With a bit of rest, it will be fine. It is merely suffering from a bout of indigestion. Once it digests this ether, it will be beneficial for it, though. Understood. Thank you very much. Though not particularly fond of this half-elf, Rod sincerely expressed his gratitude to Eileen. Her demeanor softened slightly, and she turned her face away. I don't require your thanks, but if you insist, I shall graciously accept, such at Sundara, even at 150. Rod thought, scratching his head and deciding against voicing that thought. Knowing that the stone was not in any peril lightened Rod's mood considerably. Just then, a commotion arose from the road below the hillside where they stood. The deserters had arrived. Zydatok rode at the front, followed by a dejected line of injured soldiers. Rod patted the stone's head and made his way down the hill. What are you planning to do? Eileen blinked, feigning ignorance. You all claim I am the Demon King, so naturally, I must engage in activities befitting a Demon King. You require assistance. Are you no longer scrutinizing my secrets? I've seen enough. Eileen propped herself against the stone's back, exerting herself to leap down and land gracefully. And as you mentioned, as a partner, I must showcase my worth. Zydatok, riding in a dejected manner on the road back to the city, grumbled, what a dreadful road. Can't it be a bit steadier? As this path was seldom traversed, Zydatok's rising irritation prompted him to raise his hand to strike the head of his steed. Yet, upon consideration, he lowered it. If he angered the horse, he might be unseated, a loss not worth the trouble. Damn those two. I will not let you escape, Zydatok muttered through gritted teeth. But the thought of the powerful woman who resembled a monster and the man capable of summoning beasts, even dragons, sent a shiver down his spine. Even if I falter upon my return, the lord of the city will not let you go. You are but a bunch of lowly peasants. As he walked, he ranted incessantly. Do you not feel parched? A voice that filled him with dread suddenly called out, and Zydatok realized someone was standing by the roadside ahead. It was the man he had encountered earlier. Forward. Zydatok yelled in alarm, abruptly yanking the reins and halting his horse. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind him noticed Rod standing ahead and began to panic, attempting to flee in all directions. Rod and Eileen had prepared not to let a single one escape, and thus, they had no intention of allowing them to run. Boom! A circular wall of fire erupted, enclosing everyone within. Several of the fastest soldiers could not halt their momentum and collided with the fiery barrier, igniting instantly and transforming into flaming figures, screaming in agony as they stumbled a few steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Eileen, perched on the edge of a prominent stone on the hillside, raised a finger, and a stream of tiny flames swirled around it like serpents. As she extended her finger forward, the flame serpents shot forth, weaving through the soldiers. Anyone touched by the flames would ignite, their screams sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Some soldiers frantically loaded their crossbows, but before they could even draw the triggers, a spindly, bony giant surged forward, impaling one through the chest with a single claw. Eileen gave Rod a thumbs up from a distance, and Rod nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Before him, Zydatok had fallen to the ground. Having been unseated, and Rod had employed a rather straightforward tactic, he commanded a fire spirit to leap towards the warhorse, which, in its panic, had thrown Zydatok off. This was precisely why cavalry typically required blinders during a charge. No, please don't kill me. Do you know who I am? I am Shu. Rod crouched before Zydatok, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. That if you begin to prattle about your lineage or how much money you can offer me, I will make you an acquaintance. Zydatok immediately clamped his mouth shut. Very good. Rod nodded in satisfaction. You may speak freely, provided you refrain from uttering anything I find displeasing. Yet, despite his words, Zydatok remained tight-lipped, fearful of speaking. Well, since you are unwilling to voice your thoughts, I shall pose the questions. Zydatok nodded vigorously. Rod commenced his inquiries. Who are you? Where do you reside? And what is your rank? Zydatok appeared reluctant to speak, prompting Rod to draw the fire sprite closer. The sparks ignited his tongue. I am Zydatok Ellis, a knight of the Ellis family. I dwell at number 17, Luke Street, in the city of Rolna, and my title is Sergeant Major. Who sent you? And for what purpose? It was those wretched commoners who killed Lord Bobby, the tax collector. The lord of the city commanded me to bring them back for execution. Why did they slay the tax collector? I don't know. Zydatok's demeanor suggested he was on the verge of tears. I merely follow the lord's orders. I know nothing of the rest. Oh, Rod nodded. How well do you know your lord? Upon mentioning the lord, Zydatok's eyes betrayed a hint of fear. I am but a lowly knight. How could I be privy to the affairs of the lord, a knight and a sergeant major? You are not insignificant, Rod remarked, choosing not to pry further into the lord's personal matters, for he was not there for courtship. What do you know about the tax increases? That is all the lord's command. Rod inched the fire sprite closer, nearly singeing Zydatok's hair. A mere step closer, and the wailing soldiers would be his fate. No, I truly know nothing. Zydatok screamed. It began last year. The lord suddenly raised taxes. The rates for us nobles are even higher. No one desires it. Yet no one dares oppose the lord. All who defy him have vanished. Do you know what he does with the collected money? I don't know. I really don't. Zydatok cried out. Well then, Rod nodded, having exhausted his inquiries. Your honesty spares you from a fiery demise. With that, Rod drew the short sword from Zydatok's belt and swiftly severed his throat. In truth, Rod could have toyed with him for a moment longer, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope before the end, but it seemed unnecessary. After all, Rod harbored no deep-seated hatred for him. He was merely an ordinary villain, easily dispatched. Torturing a near-death individual was the pastime of dark elves. Rod cast a glance at Eileen, who was delighting in driving soldiers against the fiery wall with her fire serpents, and sighed. With her prowess, she ought not to be pursued by such mediocre soldiers. Yet, Rod could not discern her intentions. The skull surged forward, swiftly decapitating a soldier. Tisich, how dull, Eileen scoffed, ceasing her play. With the soldiers dwindling in number, and under her and the monster's combined strength, none would survive. She leapt down from the rock and trotted over to Rod. Casting a disdainful glance at the corpses, the "To kill them so easily is too lenient. You have no idea what these people did while pursuing us. Whether I know or not is inconsequential. I was not present and cannot empathize, Rod replied, directing the monsters to discard the bodies by the roadside, soon to be consumed by the creatures. The key issue is that it is already quite late. He pointed to the sky, which was nearly enveloped in darkness. That I wish to return for dinner. I am quite tired. Let us not squander time. With that, he summoned all the monsters back, yawning as he headed toward the castle. Eileen, intrigued, scrutinized the iron-bound book in Rod's possession. What is this? May I see it? Are those monsters bound within this book in a state of ether? Is your magic cast through this tome, or can you do it independently? This material is remarkable. I have never encountered anything like it. You are not truly the Demon King, are you? Wait, don't walk so fast. Hey, having long legs is impressive. Huh? When Rod returned to the castle. It was indeed already midnight. The refugees were accommodated on the first floor of the castle, just as the townsfolk of Greystone had been before. Tina informed them that they were absolutely forbidden from venturing anywhere in the castle except for the side hall on the first floor. However, given the typical disposition of this group of races, it was hard to believe they would adhere to such instructions. Among this batch of refugees, aside from Aaron, there were barbarians, dark dwarves, and goblins. Rod had encountered the dark dwarves before. The bank president, Gene Henry, belonged to this particular group, although he was the least representative of them. In simple terms, dark dwarves are like ordinary dwarves, but their stubbornness and irascibility are magnified. It is said that the emergence of this type of dwarf occurred when ordinary dwarves stumbled upon an area of ethereal anomalies, leading to mutations that transformed them into dark dwarves. Another theory posits that a dwarf tribe fell victim to a sorcerer's dark magic. These are merely legends. What is certain is that these dark dwarves could no longer coexist in their original alliance, and were driven into the domain of the demon race. Now, they were living quite well here, with their daily lives filled with mining, forging, drinking, and fighting, an existence both fulfilling and joyous. Of course, their kind of fighting is generally regarded as self-inflicted violence by other races. Those of other races, lacking the robust physique of dark dwarves, would do well to avoid their drinking bouts. Otherwise, they might end up entering upright and exiting horizontally, or in some cases, only half of them would emerge, the other half swept away. Goblins are very similar to dark dwarves, yet entirely opposite. They possess forging skills that rival those of dark dwarves, but are exceedingly timid and indeed quite weak. Rather than crafting large armor and weapons, they prefer to create smaller, intricate items such as watches. For the barbarians, it has been previously mentioned that they are a kind of troll. However, these trolls are significantly more intelligent than their distant cousins, having either had a moment of enlightenment or suffered some form of mental trauma, enabling them to construct rudimentary sentences from learned words. Due to their immense strength and regenerative abilities, many have attempted to train barbarians as soldiers or war machines. But often the first challenge arises in ensuring their instructors survive the training. However, after many years, a solution has emerged. The best approach is to forego training entirely, arm them, and send them directly to the battlefield. Simply pointing out a target. Typically, this target would be the enemy's stronghold. As time progressed, barbarian mercenaries became a distinct profession, characterized by the imperative of not divulging any complex mission details. They merely need to be told where to go and whom to kill. The reason for not specifying how many to kill is that even the most intelligent barbarian struggles with arithmetic beyond simple addition and subtraction. It is also crucial to avoid attempting to have other troops fight alongside the barbarian squad. In most cases, the heads of your soldiers will be smashed into their chests by the fists of these barbarians. However, due to their lack of intelligence, barbarians possess an exceptionally high loyalty, and with Aaron's guidance, they can be directed effectively, such as being given weapons to clear a path to the mine, returning with, or each day. The most significant threat along this route would be magical creatures. But if the cargo is being transported by barbarians, then it is the magical creatures that should feel apprehensive. Regarding the potential enemies that may arise in the future, Rod has been harboring a general idea in his mind. To swiftly enhance combat effectiveness without relying on training, one must improve the soldier's equipment. Most of the major powers in this world tend to overlook this aspect, as the existence of levels and magic allows individual combat capabilities to reach terrifying heights. Someone like Tina, if she maintains the upper hand, can easily annihilate the group that previously pursued the refugees. Not to mention that the formidable death dragons, capable of rendering the land barren with a single spell from several kilometers away, have also recently made their presence felt. Their master, the dead prison king, and other demon generals, along with the Alliance heroes who have been battling the Demon King's forces for many years, will only grow stronger. The Great Rift, which was created 300 years ago, still lies at the heart of the continent. Thus, Rod had never considered opposing these powers. He merely wished to maintain his modest domain in peace. However, the pressing issue now is that the enemy is knocking at his door. The good news is that the strength of the city of Rolna is not particularly formidable. It is located deep within the demon realm's rear. With both military and economic capabilities being quite mediocre, having engaged in very few battles, the soldiers there, apart from patrolling, mostly deal with the occasional unruly magical creatures and civilians. The subordinates of Sitatok that Rod had encountered earlier exemplified the general combat prowess of Rolna's soldiers. Averaging around level 5, with the more capable ones barely exceeding level 10. The problem, however, lies in their sheer numbers, as they are all armed. In contrast, the best weapons available to those in the castle and Greystone are mere pitchforks, rendering them inferior to these untrained soldiers. Thus, regardless of Rod's future plans, the most immediate issue that needs addressing is the procurement of materials. This means that a path to the mine must be established as soon as possible. Regardless of the quality of Oldway's furnaces, they must be ignited. The following day, Rod sought out Erin to share his plans with her, which included informing her where the craftsmen from Ironwood Town could build their homes and the general specifications for construction. To prevent misunderstandings between the two unfamiliar parties, Rod had indeed designated separate areas. Greystone would remain as it was, while Rod had planned a new section for the residents from Ironwood Town. Timber could be sourced from the forests upstream along the river, conveniently floated downstream after being cut. This was how the inhabitants of Greystone had previously operated. Stone, on the other hand, could only be mined at the edge of the Black Earth, where towering cliffs abound, providing an ample supply of rock. Rod also mentioned the location of the mine he had discovered, inviting those brave enough to explore it. Subsequently, Erin was tasked with notifying the new craftsmen. Upon seeing them already hard at work, Rod left them to their endeavors and returned to his own tasks. It be the third day. After concluding his usual morning exercises, Rod arrived at Greystone to find that the new residents had begun constructing their homes. From a distance, he initially perceived a bustling scene of industrious activity, but as he drew closer, he realized the reality was quite different. The dark dwarves were obsessively intent on dwelling underground, without even laying foundations. They were digging holes everywhere, turning what had once been a flat expanse into a landscape resembling one ravaged by bombardment, filled with craters. The goblins showed no inclination to work, each one standing as a supervisor, pointing and gesticulating from the sidelines. The barbarians, however, were indeed laboring and, truth be told, quite obedient. They would do as instructed. Yet, often 2 or 3 goblins would chatter incessantly beside a single barbarian, whose intellect was not sufficient to discern whose orders to follow. The result was a haphazard construction, with houses erected in disarray, and any semblance of completion promptly demolished to start anew. Despite being a group of craftsmen, they were, in practice, less competent than the average townsfolk of Greystone. In fact, due to a poorly secured wooden beam, a structure collapsed and crushed a hole just excavated by another dark dwarf, leading to a quarrel that escalated into a brawl between the barbarians and dark dwarves. With goblins stoking the flames of conflict from the sidelines, observing the chaotic scene from a distance, Rod shook his head and sighed deeply. Exhausted, he contemplated the prospect of destruction. Though he mused thus, Rod could not simply turn a blind eye. The emergence of such disorder in the absence of proper management was, in truth, to be expected. The inhabitants of Greystone shared similar living habits as magical beings, and with Marwyn's strong leadership, matters had been manageable. However, On the Ironwood side, Aaron was utterly indifferent, and with three races possessing their own character flaws, it was surprising that issues had not arisen sooner. Since problems existed, they needed resolution. After some contemplation, Rod summoned both Marwyn and Aaron. They arrived. What now? Eileen pushed open the door and boldly took a seat, while Marvin had already been waiting there. This was the town hall of Greystone. Specifically Marvin's office. It's about our current situation, Rod said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, that I wish to overturn the original plan and unify our forces into a new collective. Rod's initial strategy was to allow them to live as they always had, prioritizing peaceful coexistence. However, he soon realized that this approach was untenable. Even within Ironwood, there were frequent frictions among the inhabitants. If this continued, even if they weathered the current crisis, conflicts between Ironwood and Greystone were inevitable in the future. Thus, Rod's first task was to eliminate the division between Ironwood and Greystone, bringing the people of both sides under a single banner, facilitating management, and enabling them to unite against external threats. Marvin pondered for a moment. Mr. Rod, do you mean to establish an independent nation or forge an alliance? It's not that dramatic, and the term alliance implies a potential for division, Rod chuckled. Rather, we aim to merge into a new town, to manage and allocate labor uniformly, laying a solid foundation for future development. I have no objections, Eileen replied decisively. Ironwood had long ceased to exist. Changing to a new name was hardly a concern. Marvin appeared somewhat conflicted. Greystone is, after all, the place where generations have lived. If we abandon this name, why not simply integrate into Greystone? Eileen shrugged nonchalantly. Rod, however, shook his head. No, that would only foster resentment among the original residents of Greystone towards these newcomers. To achieve true integration, we must first dismantle the existing divisions. He sighed and turned to Marvin. Oh, you have any suggestions? Or could you attempt to persuade the townsfolk? Marvin's expression was one of difficulty. Yet he began to contemplate earnestly. After a short while, he seemed to conceive a potential solution. That I may not be able to do it myself, but perhaps others might. Who? Mr. Violet. When Violet was summoned, Rod could hear him wailing from afar. Upon entering the room, he fell silent, sheepishly grinning at Rod. You called for me? I have no intention of causing you trouble, Rod replied with exasperation. The root of the issue was that the people of Ironwood had sought this place due to Violet's boasting outside, which had led to a cascade of rumors. Ever since their arrival, Violet had been avoiding Rod, fearing his wrath. Yet, Rod was not so petty. The event had transpired, and it was time to focus on resolution. Moreover, on the bright side, the arrival of a group of craftsmen was not entirely unwelcome. Seeing that Rod had no intention of reprimanding him, Violet relaxed and resumed his jovial demeanor. Tom, I knew you wouldn't treat me like that. He then surveyed the room and finally noticed Eileen sitting nearby. Doe, a half-elf. His eyes lit up as he approached and executed an exaggerated BOWIT. Is a great honor to meet you. Beautiful half-elf lady. I am Violet Andrew, the bard who sings epic tales. Eileen displayed a look of disdain. Ignoring Violet, who seemed struck by thunder, Rod turned to Marvin. Violet is here. Please share your thoughts. Upon realizing the matter might pertain to him, Violet adopted a look of concern as he glanced at Marvin. Marvin nodded. Well, my idea is this. Although Violet can be a bit outlandish, he has a remarkably good rapport with the townsfolk of Greystone. This relationship is quite different from mine, largely thanks to his extraordinary social skills. He can strike up a conversation with nearly everyone, and his occasional performances in town have fostered a sense of camaraderie. If I were to convey the same message, it would come across as a directive from a leader, which, while accepted, would still leave some lingering feelings of discontent. However, if Violet speaks, it will feel more like a friendly suggestion. Plus, with his recent involvement in the tavern, he has been mingling with the most sociable individuals in town. That if he can convince his friends, the rest will fall into place. Leave it to me. Violet proclaimed confidently after hearing Marvin's plan. Thumping his chest in assurance, he exchanged a brief greeting with Eileen, albeit met with a frosty reception. Before departing, the issues in Greystone would hinge on Violet's efforts. While Ironwood faced its own complications regarding coexistence among the three races, to be candid, according to Eileen, these groups had never successfully cohabitated. Ironwood had originally been a village of gnomes, home to a few craftsmen, until the city of Verna relocated a group of dwarves to their settlement to produce tools and weapons. The gnomes resided above ground, while the dwarves dwelled below, although they were not on amicable terms. The gnomes were no match for the dwarves, so a fragile peace was maintained. However, the arrival of a band of mercenaries seeking work shifted the balance. Initially hired by the gnomes for protection, they eventually settled in. With the barbarians' assistance, the gnomes grew bolder and ceased to fear the dwarves, leading to a complete breakdown of communication, often resulting in conflict. It was only during the recent tax hikes that they were compelled to cooperate in their flight. With the immediate crisis temporarily averted, old grievances resurfaced. That I believe I understand, Rod nodded, indicating comprehension. He also noted a detail absent from Eileen's account. She had never explained how she came to be among these individuals or how she became their leader. This half-elf was quite enigmatic, yet Rod refrained from pressing further. In truth, over 90% of elves were shrouded in mystery, and Rod was grateful to grasp even the fundamentals of Eileen's discourse. As long as there were no irreconcilable conflicts, he did not mind if those around him harbored certain secrets. The pressing matter remained the situation with the craftsmen of Ironwood. Rod had already devised a plan. Gnomes, despite their bravado, were inherently timid. Their current defiance towards the dwarves was primarily due to the presence of the barbarians on their side. Therefore, to prevent hostilities, a suitable pretext to send the barbarians away was necessary. I previously mentioned discovering a mine in the north, likely excavated by monsters. Marvin nodded in agreement. Yes, the town is indeed in dire need of metal ores. That is promising news. However, the journey to that site is fraught with monsters. Is it not? You also mentioned the presence of rat men within the mine, making mining there exceedingly perilous. Indeed. However, this danger is only significant to ordinary folk. It poses no threat to the barbarians. Eileen straightened her posture. You intend to send the barbarians to mine? To be precise, to clear a path to the mine. Rod explained. What he needed to do now was to separate the barbarians from the goblins. The path to the mine was fraught with dangers, and the timid goblins would likely be too fearful to venture forth. However, they could not simply abandon the mine, as they were craftsmen who required and greatly desired materials. Sending the barbarians was undoubtedly the most effective solution. As for the goblins remaining here, Rod had to devise a way to involve them in the work if he assigned them vague tasks. Even with some form of compensation as an incentive, they would undoubtedly seek ways to slack off without jeopardizing their earnings. To address this, Rod undertook two measures. First, he meticulously subdivided their tasks, breaking everything down to its most fundamental components: driving nails, sawing planks, or digging foundations, leaving them no room for clever evasions within their designated duties. Second, he organized the goblins, the black dwarfs, and even the magical beings from Greystone Town into small groups of 5 to 10, allowing them to select their own leaders, with a portion appointed as overseers. Each day, the overseers would assign the required tasks to the groups in the morning, with a collective assessment in the evening. The group leaders were responsible for managing their teams, while the overseers monitored and recorded the progress of each group. Failure to complete designated tasks would adversely affect the reward system if a group consistently demonstrated low efficiency. The leader would be replaced, and the same applied to the overseers. Currently, these individuals were not formally Rod's subjects, so he had no grounds for punishment, but he could certainly establish a reward system. It was crucial to remember that these new craftsmen were still reliant on Rod's assistance for their sustenance. Those who failed to meet their obligations would receive only a meager aid sufficient to stave off starvation. Watching enviously as others thrived in this manner, the punitive effect would be achieved. Additionally, there were plans for a competitive mechanism and regulations that Rod intended to discuss with Marvin. For the usage of tools. After some contemplation, Rod decided to postpone its implementation. The tools currently in use belong to the craftsmen themselves, who took great care of them, mitigating concerns about misplacement. Only when the population increased would he need to consider a standardized system for borrowing and returning tools. To preempt any dissent from the residents of Greystone Town, Rod temporarily divided the system into two parts. The people of Ironwood Town would operate under a complete group mechanism, while the original residents of Greystone Town would simply be grouped without participation in the reward system. Once the houses were constructed and the residents became familiar with one another, he would gradually extend this system to everyone, aiming to encourage productivity. This would be a gradual process requiring patience. Haste would only exacerbate tensions. Once everyone witnessed the benefits of this reward system, they would naturally become more inclined to participate. For excluding the barbarians from this system, their inclusion would likely disrupt the established order. necessitating an alternative management approach. While Rod spoke, he scribbled on a board, quickly filling it with notes. Erin had long given up on understanding and simply stated that she would follow instructions when the time came. Marvin, however, grasped Rod's intent but found one aspect perplexing. Wasn't he this rather convoluted, complicated? Rod chuckled. Let me pose a question to you. How many people do you think you can converse with in Greystone Town in a single day? Marvin paused at the question, then pondered earnestly. If it's just passing encounters, I could see about 50 to 60% of the townsfolk, but for meaningful exchanges, it's likely fewer than 20. Precisely, you can effectively oversee only 20 individuals, meaning you can ensure their work meets your standards. The rest must rely on their own initiative and faith in their capabilities. Rod paused. However, if each of those 20 manages even just 10 others, how many individuals can you guarantee will produce satisfactory results? This is simple arithmetic, and I trust you can deduce the answer. Once people experience the evident improvement in work efficiency, they will naturally become more engaged and adhere to the rules. The number of those unwilling to take on managerial roles is minimal. If this system is strictly enforced for a time, it will begin to operate autonomously, with individuals taking the initiative to uphold it. Thus, before this new structure is established, I aim to enforce compliance. If anyone objects, simply inform them that it is the directive of the castle's lord. Those who refuse will cease to receive assistance. Rod added. While he had proposed a method, he knew the promotion of these rules must be gradual. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Rod decisively delegated responsibilities to Marvin, who was exceptionally skilled in project management. Not an act of shirking responsibility, but rather a recognition of talent. With that, Rod happily retreated into the library to read. In a world devoid of computers and smartphones, reading had become his sole leisure activity. After days of practice, Rod finally felt he was nearing mastery of the insight spell. In the library, surrounded by books, he sat with Agrin beside him, pointing to him. Rod suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Exactly like this. Agrin continued speaking with its two heads, having just demonstrated the casting method for insight. Indeed, it had learned to cast spells before Rod could. Let me try, Rod said. Slightly miffed, he crossed his legs in front of Agrin, focusing intently to summon the ether. The ether formed runes before him. Each rune interconnected, ultimately converging into a cohesive whole. Insight, as the runes activated, a panel appeared before Rod. Kobold race, Beastman level, 10 strength, 31 agility, 65 stamina, 41 endurance, 32 magic, 85 talents. Tracking. Split personality, ether control. Agrin tilted its head, and the attributes on the panel before Rod suddenly transformed. Race, level, strength, agility, stamina, endurance, magic, talents. One must admit, this was rather unreasonable, observing the effortless casting of spells that hindered his own insight. Rod couldn't help but scoff at Agrin. Previously, he had appointed Agrin as the librarian in the library, only to discover one day that it had become adept at effortlessly casting light and levitation spells. Darting about with ease, the two heads not only managed to cast spells independently, but could even synchronize their incantations, amplifying the potency of their magic. During a prior demonstration, Agrin had showcased one head casting fireball, while the other used a shield to deflect its own spell. Not only had Agrin mastered insight long ago, but it had also acquired the ability to cast counter-insight spells. The principle of counter-insight involves using one's own magical power to disrupt the magic employed by others for detection. If one is sufficiently skilled, they can even manipulate what others perceive. This was precisely why Rod had been diligently practicing insight. It was essential for him that others could not discern his attributes, allowing him the peace of mind to venture outside. During his encounter with a certain individual while underground in the Pegasus Fortress, that person had employed insight on Rod, likely already aware that he was the Demon King. Rod could only be thankful for his swift escape, for otherwise, he might have been slain on the spot or captured for a rather unfortunate fate. After practicing for so many days and testing the effects of insight on nearby magical beings, he found that lower-tier creatures like Agrin and Fat Tiger Xiaofu posed no challenge. He could perceive their complete attribute lists in less than half a second. However, for those of slightly higher levels, such as Skullcap and Vornier, it required several seconds. As for Junru, a level 26 entity, Rod needed to maintain his spell for about a minute without any resistance on its part. Conversely, attempting to use insight on stone proved futile due to its innate resistance. Nevertheless, these issues stemmed from level discrepancies, and Rod was now eager to ascertain the effectiveness of his insight on others. He decided to seek out Volii. With this thought in mind, Rod promptly rose and made his way toward the door. Calling out to Agrin, "Please return the books." Agrin nodded vigorously, rising on all fours, and with a single hand raised, a multitude of books began to levitate, following it deeper into the library, although he intended to find Volii. She had yet to return. Rod searched for a considerable time and eventually stumbled upon Tina, who was enjoying the breeze on the upper balcony. She appeared lost in thought and did not notice Rod's approach until he was within a mere 5 meters of her. At that moment, she suddenly heard his movements, gasped softly, and upon turning to see Rod, she let out a sigh of relief. Rod stepped closer, leaning against the railing. "What occupies your thoughts so intently?" Tina looked at Rod. Her lips moved as if she wished to ask something, but, after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. "It's nothing." Even a fool could see that she harbored some concerns, yet since she chose not to share, Rod would not press her. Moreover, with her presence, there was no need for him to seek Volii further. "By the way, I have a favor to ask, and I wonder if you might assist me." Upon hearing Rod's request, Tina's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Please, go on. There's no need to be so formal. It's not a significant matter." Rod waved his hand with a smile. "That I've been practicing insight lately, and I was hoping to find someone to test it on." "Would you be willing?" Rod simply inquired without thinking it a major issue. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Tina's cheeks visibly reddening. After a brief moment of hesitation, she turned her gaze elsewhere. "If you wish to, it wouldn't be impossible." Her voice trailed off, growing increasingly faint. "What do you mean by wouldn't be impossible?" Sensing Tina's reluctance, Rod decided to let it go that he watched as she scurried into the castle like a startled rabbit. What just transpired? Rod was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had committed some unspoken faux pas. That he scratched his head, still trying to comprehend the situation, when suddenly the door opened again and Lucius approached. "Is that not Lady Tina? What seems to be the matter?" He curiously glanced back toward the door, inquiring of Rod. Seeing someone who appeared to be understanding, Rod hastily recounted the earlier events to Lucius. Seeking insight into what he might have done wrong, Lucius regarded him with an expression akin to encountering a ghost. "What exactly is the issue? Speak." Lucius furrowed his brow, deep in thought for quite some time, as if contemplating how to explain the situation to Rod. Finally, he managed to utter, "Would you really ask a lady if you could touch her chest muscles? Is it truly that grave?" "It is indeed that serious." "Then I'm doomed." Realizing the extent of his social faux pas, Rod felt his spirit plummet. Lucius shook his head with a sigh, preparing to depart, only to remember that he had come to Rod for another matter. "Ah, right. Don't be too hasty to despair. I still have something to discuss with you." "Speak," Rod replied listlessly. "The vegetable you planted below, when I came up, I noticed it seemed a bit odd. The carnivorous plant." "You mean?" Rod recognized he was referring to the man-eating plant. "What happened? I can't quite comprehend it myself. It just is as it is." Lucius gestured animatedly, and Rod, filled with questions, ultimately decided to investigate for himself. He swiftly took the lift down to the ground floor, while Lucius remained astonished that this contraption led directly to the rooftop. Rod had already arrived in the yard. The man-eating plant was situated at the center of the enclosed area. Typically, he and Tina took turns caring for it. Although Tina usually handled the morning's tea wasn't overly complicated. A bit of water and a piece of meat sufficed, and as long as it was well fed. It grew at a pace rivaling that of chives. However, when Rod had checked on it that morning, it had been swaying its large head in the wind, but now it appeared wilted, with its head drooping towards the ground, resembling a half-dead creature. Could it have eaten something bad? Rod consulted his compendium, finding that all of the plant's attributes were normal, indicating it did not appear to be ill. Attributes directly reflect the current physical condition. It is not uncommon for a person's attributes to temporarily decrease when sick, or perhaps it was simply undergoing a normal change. Rod was not particularly knowledgeable about the ecology of the man-eating plant. He had considered researching it previously, but various distractions had caused him to postpone or forget, resulting in his current uncertainty. After some contemplation, he summoned Skullcap to lift the head of the plant and inspect for any abnormalities. To his surprise, when the head was elevated, a shiny object tumbled from its mouth, clattering to the ground. "Is this an ether crystal?" Rod bent down to retrieve the spindle-shaped crystal, confirming it was identical to the ether crystals he had encountered before. Albeit coated in a layer of slime, which was somewhat off-putting, he turned back to the plant, noticing that within its tooth-filled maw, numerous ether crystals were emerging. To be frank, the sight made him feel a bit uneasy about his own teeth. Rod vaguely recalled that the method of reproduction for the man-eating plant involved expelling seeds like spitting out watermelon seeds. The outer layer of congealed slime would encase the seeds, which would then be inserted into the soil. As the slime slowly dissolved, the seeds would absorb its nutrients until they encountered the earth, whereupon they would swiftly burrow in and begin to grow. It appeared that after some form of fusion, the seeds meant to be encased in slime had transformed into ether crystals. Moreover, there were no seeds within. Rod held the spindle-shaped ether crystal up to the sunlight, observing its utter transparency, devoid of any impurities. He was uncertain whether the carnivorous plant reproduced asexually. It could be due to the absence of another such flower for pollination, or perhaps it had lost its original reproductive capabilities after fusion. The notes of Kalasvarg did not address whether fused magical creatures would lose their fertility, only mentioning the slim probability of fusing two remarkably similar entities, considering that some fused magical creatures from that era had indeed formed into established populations. It seemed plausible that there remained a chance for fertility to persist. Unfortunately, it appeared that Zuizui was not so fortunate. Its lack of reproduction was indeed a pity. Otherwise, cultivating a field filled with ether flowers and harvesting a crop of ether crystals after some time would surely be preferable to risking one's life in the depths of a mine. This notion, however, could certainly be worth exploring further. Rod glanced at the compendium, examining those magical creatures that bore similarities to the carnivorous flower. Carnivorous plants, also known as magical flora, constitute a significant category within the magical species. Creatures classified in this category typically share a common trait: the ability to absorb ether for growth through structures resembling root systems. In reality, they possess a complete digestive and circulatory system. So while they may appear plant-like, they are indeed magical beings. Notable representatives include various man-eating plants akin to the carnivorous flower, such as the blood-sucking vine, long-whip vine, and man-eating tree. Interestingly, the walking tree, often categorized as a plant-like magical creature, actually belongs to the toothed beast category, as it merely possesses a plant-like exterior without relying on root systems to absorb ether. According to Rod's conjecture, carnivorous plants similar to the flower that can absorb ether may transform into a form that produces ether crystals after fusion with an ether crystal. However, the number of carnivorous plants he had cataloged was rather limited. These creatures were gathered during his recent foray into the forest in search of mineral deposits, as carnivorous plants typically remain stationary and are not easily encountered. Currently, he possessed the most of only one type: floating grass species, magical plant level, 1 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 3 endurance, 0 magic, 5 talent. Ether absorption, growth. This peculiar entity resembled a dandelion the size of a basketball, lacking leaves, with a stem-like base sprouting numerous fine tendrils for absorbing ether from the atmosphere. Despite its seemingly idle floating in midair, it employed rudimentary wind-based magic to propel itself toward areas rich in ether. And in the event of strong winds, it could entwine its tendrils around branches or other fixed points to prevent being blown away. In fact, its floating ability itself was a form of magic. The levitation spell previously used by Aglon was an improvement derived from studying the runic structure within the floating grass. When Rod was wandering through the forest, he encountered a large patch of floating grass obstructing his path and collected them all at once, amassing over 50 specimens, ample for experimentation. However, he currently possessed only a single ether crystal, and it was uncertain when he might acquire another. "How is it? Is everything all right?" Lucius finally emerged, observing Zizui, who still hung its head low, and inquired with concern. "There should be no issues, but we need to monitor the situation for a while longer," Rod replied, shaking his head, suddenly recalling that Lucius was a member of the human race. According to Tina, humans had advanced significantly in their studies of ether crystals, having reached a stage where they utilized them as a source of energy. By the way, take a look at this. He presented the ether crystal to Lucius. Ether crystal? Lucius recognized it immediately but questioned, "What significance is there in such a polished form?" "None. That's unimportant," Rod replied. "How do you humans typically utilize ether crystals?" Lucius paused at Rod's question, For common folk, they are usually fashioned into standard-sized cubes that he gestured with his fingers, indicating a rough dimension of about 2 centimeters in length, width, and height. Some mages use ether crystals to assist in spellcasting. For them, size seems irrelevant, as they simply aim to extract the ether contained within, regardless of dimensions. But what about those small cubes? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but I believe it involves runes designed to absorb ether. However, the extraction efficiency is low, typically only allowing for simple spells like illumination. I heard that some nations have developed magical furnaces that use ether crystals for ignition, but the output is not sufficiently powerful. Understood. Thank you, Rod nodded. Grasping Lucius's point, it appeared that among humans, there existed a common issue of low output power concerning ether crystals. The simplified runes, lacking the intervention of spellcasters, could not extract substantial ether, resulting in these crystals being of limited effectiveness for civilian use, falling short of revolutionary potential in daily life. In military applications, ether crystals served more as a means for spellcasters to recharge, utilized in emergencies to replenish their magical energy or enable over-limit spellcasting. However, Lucius's mention of this issue sparked an idea in Rod's mind. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Thank you. He hurriedly bid farewell to Lucius and returned to his room. Retrieving his tools, he aimed to determine the smallest size to which an ether crystal could be cut without compromising its inclusion in the chaotic compendium. The piece he had previously used for Zuizui's fusion had been cut without affecting the final recording, so if he could divide an ether crystal into numerous smaller pieces, it would yield significant savings. However, he soon discovered that this was not feasible. Only ether crystals above a certain size could be cataloged properly. When he attempted to fuse these smaller ether crystals with the floating grass, he found that after exhausting all his ether crystals, most merely exhibited crystal-like features without any changes to their talents or species. Only 3 yielded results that satisfied Rod. Ether floating grass species, hybrid magical creature level, 1 strength, 0 agility, 0 stamina, 5 endurance, 0 magic, 20 talent, ether absorption. Growth, etherization. These etherized creatures bore little difference in appearance from their original forms, except, like Zizui, they now possessed the talent for etherization. Rod could sense the ether in the surrounding air gradually converging upon these few floating dandelions suspended in midair. If all went well, they too could produce ether crystals from their bodies, perhaps paving the way for an ether plantation. In contrast to Zizui, the advantage of these ether floating flowers lay in their independence from land. As they floated freely, absorbing ether from the atmosphere, at least there was no need to worry about the repercussions of overcultivation leading to barren land. Their drawback, of course, was the lower efficiency of ether absorption, requiring more time to yield a harvest. Nonetheless, given that it was essentially a free endeavor, a slower pace was inconsequential. Rod released all the floating grass out of the window, using the compendium to control their floating orbits around the castle, ensuring they would not be whisked away by the wind. Moreover, Zuizui appeared to be doing well, providing Rod with a sense of relief. However, he still needed to figure out how to apologize to Tina. Rod scratched his head and sighed. Admittedly, he had never apologized to anyone in this life, nor even in his previous one, making him quite inexperienced in this regard. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek advice from an expert. When Rod found the expert, he was busy painting a rosy picture for the townsfolk. Just think about it. When working for yourself, your fortunes depend entirely on fate, right? If luck is against you and you come away empty-handed, not only do you lose your provisions, but you also owe taxes to the lords of the town. Now, you not only earn food for your labor, but if you perform well, there are additional rewards. I've been observing everyone at work, and you all are exceptionally skilled, possessing such remarkable abilities, yet only reaping a meager harvest of rice each year. Seems rather lamentable. In his newly opened tavern, Valalet was cryptically discussing the future development of the town with a few individuals, who appeared utterly enthralled, nodding in agreement. Rod had a vague sense that what was being articulated diverged from his own aspirations. He resolved to verify this later. Should his bravado be exposed, it would certainly spell trouble. Sensing that now was not the opportune moment to interject, Rod intended to find a table to sit at, only to spot a half-elf in the corner, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, consuming alcohol with great fervor. "What are you doing here? Isn't there's something you ought to be attending to." Erin looked up, surprised to see Rod before her. I've already informed them of everything. Are you certain? Of course. Do you doubt my capabilities? Erin declared confidently, slamming down a cup larger than her own face onto the table. They all heed my words. Rod remained skeptical. So, you've been here all along, utterly convinced they will follow your instructions? Fear not, my young friend, Erin chuckled, playfully patting Rod's arm. That lad, Marvin, excels at this sort of thing. I've entrusted him with the task. So, you've delegated the work to someone else? Absolutely. Erin replied with unabashed confidence. Very well, Rod conceded, though he felt a twinge of unease at the thought of the half-elf managing people. Observing Valolet still speaking, Rod had nothing better to do and decided to sit beside Erin, pulling out a book from his robe to read. Introduction to Ether Manipulation. This tome instructed spellcasters on how to wield ether with greater finesse and was notably a skill book. This meant that anyone who fully comprehended its contents would gain the innate ability to manipulate ether, more precise than any examination. This book had been recommended to him by Agron, who had already finished the second volume and was now delving into the third. The technique that allowed the book to levitate was a skill attainable only after acquiring the talent for ether manipulation. Seeing Rod engrossed in his reading, Erin couldn't resist mocking him. You need to study such a fundamental skill as ether manipulation? Shouldn't that be instinctual? I lack your innate talent, Rod replied calmly, resting his head on his hand as he continued reading. Although those with elven lineage enjoyed long lifespans, their emotional maturity developed slowly, with some even resorting to throwing stones at windows or deflating others' bicycles at 300 or 400 years of age. Why engage in a battle of wits with a child? Noticing Rod's unexpected reaction, Erin pouted, feeling somewhat bored. After a moment of contemplation, she hatched a new idea. Hey, how about I become your teacher? Rod turned his head slightly, observing her as she beamed with delight, clearly reveling in her newfound amusement. If you study on your own, how long will it take? Why not observe me and learn what it means to have a professional instructor? Are you truly going to let such an exceptional spellcaster waste her days idly in a tavern? It suddenly dawned on Rod that this half-elf before him was indeed a mage. Due to the stereotype that elves excel in magic, he often perceived them as sorcerers who merely needed to level up to automatically learn spells, which was indeed common among elves. However, Erin, as a half-elf, possessed a less pure bloodline. Thus, it was not so strange that she would channel her innate abilities into becoming a mage. During their encounter with the pursuers from Roma City, she had demonstrated capabilities that classified her at least as a third-circle mage, equivalent to level 25 or higher, more than sufficient to be Rod's instructor. The pertinent question remained, what was her true intention? If you're willing to teach, I would certainly like to learn, Rod replied. But what would the tuition be? Not much, considering your financial situation, Erin said with a playful smile, revealing her demand. My request is simple. As your teacher, you must arrange a room for me in the town. Is that too much to ask? Certainly not too much. Rod paused, closing his book and rising to his feet. However, I must decline. As he said this, he turned to walk over to Valolet, who was now free of the crowd that had previously surrounded him. Humph, I knew it, Erin exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening as she sprang to her feet. Why? Rod turned back, grinning mischievously. One of my favorite pastimes is telling self-important individuals no. This response displeased Erin, who promptly pursued him. Are you really not interested? I am a fourth circle mage, and how many people outside are clamoring for my instruction without success? I see great potential in you. It would be a shame to squander it. Join me as my student, and a life of luxury awaits you. Moreover, I can cook, do the dishes, and even wash your clothes. That if you desire, I could also warm your bed, although that last part is negotiable. However, I could certainly tidy your room. Seeing Rod remain unmoved, Erin dramatically collapsed to the ground, clutching Rod's leg and bursting into tears. Wah! You can't leave me out here alone. It's so cold. Those little people and the greenskin creatures reek. I'll be overwhelmed. Rod hastily attempted to extricate his leg. Hey, what are you doing? Wah! You can't abandon me outside. What if I catch a cold? Even if you don't care about me, you must think of the child I carry. What nonsense are you spouting? Watching the other patrons in the tavern eye the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity, Rod realized he needed to intervene before rumors began to circulate. With a swift motion, he kicked Erin up, seizing her and bolting out of the tavern. Rod? Valolet observed Rod's hasty exit with a perplexed expression. The two of them dashed out of the tavern, leaving a crowd of onlookers bewildered. who soon began to chatter animatedly. Rod, oblivious to their conversation, focused solely on escaping this troublesome situation, dragging Aaron to the town gate before finally releasing her. Ow. Could you not be so rough? Is this how you treat a lady? Aaron grimaced, rubbing her sore backside. When she looked up to see Rod's distressed face, her expression shifted to one of triumph. So, can you agree now? That is clearly a threat, Rod sighed, leaning against the wall near the town gate. Fine. I didn't intend to inquire, but let us be honest now. He grew serious, fixing his gaze on Aaron. What is your true objective in bringing these people here? Upon hearing Rod's inquiry, Aaron adopted a playful demeanor, entirely different from her earlier childishness. Did you catch on? Were you attempting to conceal it? Rod replied, exasperated. Her individual strength alone could easily annihilate the pursuing band of assailants. Her delay in intervening could only be interpreted as intentional. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed indifferent to the townsfolk. It was entirely plausible that those compelled to flee were merely pawns in her scheme. That I know what you're thinking. I harbor no ill intentions, Aaron shrugged, taking a step back. The plight of those townsfolk bears no consequence for me, though I won't deny that I have indeed utilized them. However, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Without my intervention, they would have perished long ago, and without them, what is your purpose? I'm merely assisting others. I needed to come here to assess the situation. Aaron paused, flashing a smile. To see what kind of person this newly appointed demon king is. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am not particularly adept at acting either. Had you clarified matters sooner, I would have felt considerably more at ease. Observing Rod's vigilant demeanor, Aaron leisurely waved her hand, employing a spell to isolate their surroundings. You need not worry now. Whatever we discuss will be inaudible to those outside. As she spoke, she arched an eyebrow at Rod, displaying a hint of a playful smile. Of course, if you were to contemplate any nefarious actions against me, who would be foolish enough to target a minor? Rod scrutinized Aaron's figure with a scornful chuckle, which naturally incited a grimace from her. Let us not dwell on that. Let us address the matter at hand. She huffed in indignation before continuing. It seems not only I, but no one could have anticipated that the newly appointed demon king would be such an ordinary member of the demon race. However, I remain perplexed. The demon king's castle should have been entirely sealed by magic. How did Goliath manage to locate you? Is Goliath the name of the former demon king? Rod pondered for a moment before voicing his confusion. What spell? The spell that isolates the demon king's castle from the outside world, preventing entry from without and exit from within. This enchantment can only be lifted upon the death of Goliath, thus serving as a means to ascertain the demon king's continued existence. Aaron regarded Rod with a mysterious smile. They were currently scouring the world for the successor to the demon king, and surely no one would suspect that the new demon king resided within the very castle itself. Would they? When you mention they, are you referring to the mountain prison king, priestly Gabriel, and the iron prison king, Gaius Augustus Caesar? You must have heard of them. This spell was set in place by them both. By the mention of priestly, her expression turned to one of disdain. In any case, I have answered all your inquiries. It is now your turn to respond to my question. How did Goliath manage to find you despite the magical barrier? Upon hearing Aaron's repeated inquiry, Rod realized his attempt to shift the topic had failed. However, he had already prepared a response. How should I know? You have witnessed my level of magical prowess. My ability to grant entry is not within my control. I suspect the former demon king had little choice in the matter. Otherwise, how would he have found me? Aaron scrutinized Rod for a moment. That does make sense, right? So asking me these questions is futile. If you possess the capability, why not seek out the former demon king yourself? Rod replied with an air of nonchalance that he had not lied. He merely chose to withhold certain information. Aaron sensed that he had omitted some details, but did not press further. Very well, my task is complete, so let us leave it at that. What do you intend to do next? Report back. Aaron blinked innocently. If I said yes, what would you do? Your obedient dragon is still asleep. And that woman named Tina is not present either. Without them, you may find it difficult to stop me. That is not necessarily the case. A.S. Rod spoke. A flickering flame and a host of magical creatures materialized beside him. Do not take it so seriously. I was merely jesting. If I return, I would merely have to continue running errands for him. I have no interest in such foolishness. I rather enjoy a leisurely existence here. Aaron's eyes darted mischievously before she feigned a pout. Moreover, regarding that matter I mentioned earlier, I cannot endure those little ones any longer. Consider helping me out by arranging a place to stay. Would you? I will teach you spells. Please, please, the half-elf, whose age remained a mystery, implored Rod with an excessively sweet voice that we shall discuss it later. Rod remained resolute in his refusal. He was not yet at a point where he could fully trust Aaron. However, since the matter had been sufficiently clarified, there was no need for further inquiries. If Aaron wished to remain, Rod harbored no objections. Rather than focusing solely on external threats, he preferred to unify all possible forces at his disposal. By the way, there is one more thing you must heed. Before Rod departed, Aaron reminded him, Gaius's people should be arriving soon. How you choose to handle that is entirely up to you. Thank you for your concern. Rod replied curtly. Upon returning to the castle, Rod let out a deep sigh. Though he had anticipated it, the actual arrival of the other demon lords brought with it an undeniable psychological burden. Each of the 7 demon lords under the Demon King's command was formidable in their own right. Among them, the Mountain Prison King and the Iron Prison King wielded the most substantial influence. Priestly Gabriel, as the Mountain Prison King, could be considered a conservative, advocating for the continuation of the demon race's traditions, provided the Demon King remained one of his own. Conversely, Gaius Augustus Caesar represented the reformist faction. As evidenced by his introduction of new currency, he had long championed a departure from tradition in favor of new governing structures. However, whether it be the Mountain Prison King or the Iron Prison King, they shared a common trait. Neither aligned themselves with Rod. What a headache, Rod lamented with another long sigh as he pushed open the kitchen door. He typically preferred to contemplate matters while cooking, as it helped him find solace. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a stove sparking like a welding machine, and Tina standing beside it, looking utterly bewildered. Water flow. With a hiss, steam erupted, sending sparks flying from the stove before it finally settled. Tina stood there, looking quite pitiful, her clothes splattered with grease that it seemed she wanted to say something, and Rod had thoughts of his own. But ultimately, neither spoke. Rod was the first to break the silence. Do you wish to learn how to cook? She nodded. Why? Rod inquired, somewhat puzzled. She usually cooked for herself, and the town had recently begun establishing a communal kitchen, making the need to learn to cook seem unnecessary. While having someone to assist in cooking was certainly beneficial, and acquiring new skills is never a burden, he found it curious that I feel like I am unable to contribute. Tina replied with a hint of dejection. During her time living there, she initially had tasks to perform daily, but ever since the townspeople from Greystone arrived, Rod had assumed nearly all responsibilities, including implementing new regulations and developing the wasteland and mineral resources. Her daily task had devolved into merely feeding the magical creatures, leaving her with little else to do. Just when she thought she could assist Rod, she ended up messing it up. We are partners after all, she muttered softly. Upon seeing Tina's expression, Rod surmised what was on her mind. Of course, to Rod, Tina was no mere idle companion. Her presence was crucial. The bodyguard of her caliber was a rare find. However, since she wished to be of assistance, would you like me to teach you how to cook? Is that possible? A look of anticipation lit up Tina's face. If you wish to learn, then certainly. I want to, she answered without hesitation. Very well, let me think. Rod nodded, surveying the kitchen. A basket of potatoes lay piled beside the sink, along with an assortment of other vegetables. An idea began to form. I shall teach you a dish that is both simple and delectable, a veritable essence of northeastern cuisine known as mixed stew. You have been to the Northeast? Tina asked, astonished. The northeast of Terra is a perilous expanse filled with dangerous magical creatures. This northeast is not the same. Think of it as the end of the universe, Rod replied, clapping his hands. Deciding to avoid delving into an explanation that would lead to confusion, he pointed to the pile of potatoes. These are called potatoes. You should be familiar with them. Choose a few larger ones, wash them thoroughly, peel them, and then cut them into chunks. This is not a particularly complicated task. Tina has honed her swordsmanship for several decades and should be more than capable of slicing a mere potato. While Tina gazes at the pile of potatoes before her, as if facing a formidable adversary, Rod removes the damp firewood from the stove, replacing it with dry logs, and retrieves a piece of previously uneaten meat from the cold storage in the cellar. The cold storage, a recent innovation by Rod, operates by utilizing water spirits to create ice and subsequently cool the small chamber. Its effectiveness has proven satisfactory, especially as the weather gradually warms, alleviating concerns over spoilage. Rod selects a piece of pork rib, and by the time he returns, Tina has successfully chopped the potatoes. Although the result is not as impressive as one might hope, it is certainly an improvement over the ghastly dishes she had produced previously. What, then, could have led to such an abominable outcome? The pork ribs are to be cut into pieces and soaked in water for about 10 minutes, and the same goes for the other vegetables. Tina follows Rod's instructions step by step, while Rod diligently labels each small jar of seasonings with their respective types and measurements, adhering to these standards, even if the outcome is not exceptional. It should at least be edible. This jar contains salt, this one sugar, the red one is chili powder, and the yellow one is ginger powder. Everything essential is present. The seasonings outside may not be as comprehensive as what I have prepared. Rod is quite confident in his culinary skills. Understood. Tina nods somewhat awkwardly, murmuring quietly to herself. The fire crackles merrily, and Rod, engrossed in his own cooking, does not catch her murmurs. He continues to guide Tina through the process. Salt ing and stewing, until at last, the dishes are ready. The aroma is quite delightful. Observing her first successful attempt at creating something edible, Tina's expression reflects a hint of excitement, her eyes sparkling as if illuminated from within. Yet, she does not forget about the others. I will go call Veo Lai and the others. They will come on their own when they are hungry. Do not worry about them. Rod glances outside. Dusk is swiftly approaching that if all goes well, the diners will soon arrive. Wow, Rod, what delectable dish have you prepared? I could smell it from outside. Veo Lai Te is the first to rush in, dramatically tossing her golden hair. Just as Rod places the freshly washed bowls on the table, he gestures toward the pot in the center. This, give it a try? Stew? I love stew. Veo Lai Te exclaims as she ladles a spoonful into her bowl and takes a taste. Quite good. Tina, who has been anxiously watching his expression, breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing his approval. Right? It was made by Tina, Rod adds. Veo Lai Te's face immediately pales. Will I die? If you keep talking. You just might die that moment. Lucius enters from outside, accompanied by the mischievous duo, Fat Tiger and Little Fu, who have recently taken a liking to the town's large dining hall, making their return a rare occurrence. Somehow, Erin has also tagged along, and upon seeing the table laden with dishes, her eyes brightened. Oh, student, did you make all this? Who is your student? We are not that close. Rod immediately contemplates shooing this shameless half-elf away. However, he thinks better of it. She has come, and his mood is good. So he chooses not to hold a grudge. As Tina gazes at the lively gathering around the table, she finds herself momentarily dazed. Is this home? In the following period, the construction of the new district in the town proceeds remarkably well. Rod's new regulations gradually spread among the populace, significantly enhancing the work efficiency of the townsfolk. The black dwarves and goblins have ceased their quarrels, primarily because the barbarians have been dispersed, and they can no longer hold their ground at a new town, entirely distinct from any other, is slowly taking shape. The naming of this new settlement remains undecided. During this time, Rod has sought counsel from Marvin, Veo Lai Te, Lucius, and even the original townsfolk and the newly arrived black dwarves, receiving vastly differing suggestions. The old farmers proposed the name Black Earth Town, inspired by the dark soil. Veo Lai Te suggests Happy Plain Town, emphasizing the broad, fertile lands where common folk can live in peace. The black dwarves simply deem it Demon King City. Proclaiming that would suffice. In short, each group has its own ideas, resulting in an impasse that has lasted for several days without a definitive name. The primary obstacle lies with Rod himself, who remains indecisive. Furthermore, despite the apparent progress, he still harbors dissatisfaction, primarily due to the unresolved path to the mines. Without mineral resources, steel cannot be smelted, tools and weapons cannot be forged, and the townsfolk and militia cannot be armed. It is disheartening to have a multitude of craftsmen at his disposal, yet be unable to put their skills to use. During these days, Rod has not simply remained in the castle. Whenever he has a moment, he returns to the vicinity of the mine to ascertain the barbarians' progress. Their advancement is not particularly slow. However, the dense forest in the area poses a significant challenge. To establish a swift route, the trees along the path must be felled. Rod desires more than mere foot traffic for the miners. He plans to utilize the tracks and mine carts from the Ratman factory to construct a simple railway, which would greatly enhance the efficiency of mineral transport. Prior to that, however, the issue of the mutated Ratmen must be addressed. The precise number of these creatures and their level of technology remains unknown. It appears that the mutations have impaired their cognitive functions, making it uncertain whether they can produce weapons surpassing the Stone Age. Nonetheless, their attributes seem significantly heightened compared to ordinary ratmen. Boom! A fireball soars through the air, striking a mutated rat squarely in the head and obliterating it into fragments. DOUC students, this is how a fireball is used. Aaron stands atop a large rock, brandishing a staff adorned with a crystal at its tip, calling out to Rod with an air of pride. She fashioned this staff from a sufficiently long stick and a piece of ether crystal she acquired, employing some spell to encourage new branches to sprout from the original dead twig. Effectively encasing the ether crystal within it appears quite impressive. Although she is not formally apprenticed, she is indeed fulfilling her earlier promise by commencing spell instruction with Rod, often remarking on his lackluster talent. Noting that what Agalon could grasp in 10 minutes takes Rod an hour to comprehend. However, Rod expresses indifference. After all, what matters is the knowledge gained. Alongside her, Tina has also joined the fray. The mutated ratmen here are sparse. While Aaron dispatches one, Tina swiftly beheads two more with her sword, their bodies twitching briefly before falling still. Another is met with Rod's fireball to the face, followed by a clean thrust of his sword through its throat. Blood spilling forth. This two-handed sword was forged at Rod's behest by Old Way. It measures approximately 1 meter in length, with both blade and hilt slightly longer than typical swords, specifically crafted to confront foes of slightly larger stature. This should suffice. Rod surveys the surroundings. Aside from the fallen mutated ratmen scattered about, no other enemies remain. He wipes the blood from his sword with a cloth before sheathing it at his waist. This marks the third wave of mutated ratmen they have encountered today, both in frequency and number, surpassing their previous encounters. This indicates they are nearing the ratman's lair. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. Rod chooses to ignore Aaron's desire to assert her authority as a teacher and, after alerting them, prepares to continue his exploration. Suddenly, he hears a hiss. Immediately, Rod turns towards the source of the sound. Spotting another mutated ratman lurking behind a bush, its gaze filled with malice and fear as it watches the group. Aaron also notices the creature and promptly sends a fireball its way. But it only strikes a nearby tree. Hiss, the ratman screeches and, without looking back, flees deeper into the thicket. Finally, a rat that hasn't completely lost its wits. Rod did not hesitate. He immediately summoned Dogmeat to track the scent of the ratmen, while beckoning the other two to follow suit. These mutated rodents, perhaps having their brains scorched by excessive ether, fought with reckless abandon, displaying none of the usual ratmen's admirable tendency to flee when outmatched. This peculiar behavior had resulted in Rod's fruitless pursuit over many days. Without encountering a single one willing to lead the way at long last, they finally caught sight of one, perhaps due to the abundance of mutated ratmen in the vicinity. Their pursuit had not attracted any other monsters along the way. They followed the trail until reaching a raised mound of earth, where a tunnel large enough for them to stand and pass through awaited. Do we really have to go in there? Aaron wrinkled her nose in distaste. How about I stay outside and keep watch while you go in? That works, Tina readily agreed with a nod. No way, Rod interjected, showing no mercy. Come on, aren't you dark elves used to dwelling underground? Stop dawdling, that I'm a half-elf. Aaron's small protest fell on deaf ears. First, she cast a light spell to ensure the ground was free of filth. Then, after a moment of mental fortitude, she stepped in behind Dogmeat. That a true mage possesses the ability to cast illumination spells, Rod mused, following Tina into the tunnel. Due to their size, the ratmen's burrows were much wider than normal, allowing Rod to stand upright and even fit 3 people side by side. The fleeting thought of capturing a few to dig tunnels of their own barely lingered in Rod's mind before being swiftly dismissed. The ratmen were simply too repulsive. He would have none of it. Under the glow of the illumination spell and the fire sprite's light, the group ventured deeper into the cave, where the stench of blood and decay grew increasingly overwhelming. The faint sounds of gnawing and rustling echoed ominously around them. Given the depth of this rat hole, it was likely the lair of those mutated rodents. Should we continue deeper? What if we end up lost? Aaron was clearly reluctant to proceed. The odor had intensified to a nearly unbearable level, and lacking proficiency in air purification spells, she had to cover her nose with her sleeve to move forward. Rod and Tina fared little better, but neither displayed her level of fussiness. More importantly, they had come this far. If these ratmen were not entirely eradicated, they would pose an even greater threat in the future. Stubborn, Aaron muttered under her breath as she prepared to step forward. only to suddenly sense something unusual. Wait, she raised her hand, halting Rod and Tina. Erin's tone was serious, indicating she was not about to continue her complaints. Both Rod and Tina stopped immediately and turned to look at her. I sense an abnormal ether reaction. Closing her eyes, she extended her hand, gripping her staff as she leaned forward. The ether crystal atop the staff flickered erratically before settling on a direction, emitting a faint white glow. This way, approximately 300 meters, she whispered. Oh, you know what it is? Rod furrowed his brow and inquired. Not certain, but it is highly likely to be another spellcaster. After a moment's contemplation, Erin crouched down and scooped up a handful of dirt, tapping her staff against it. The clump of earth began to morph like clay, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized ball with 4 spider-like legs. She placed the ball on the ground, and it began to scurry rapidly into the depths of the cave. Erin then pointed her staff forward, revealing a black and white image from the perspective of the dirt ball, showcasing a night vision view. Before long, a mass of swirling black mist appeared ahead, undulating as if alive. Despite Erin employing a cat's eye spell, the interior remained impenetrable. There's something inside. She directed the dirt ball deeper into the mist. But the image soon plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a startled cry escaped Erin's lips, and the projection spell abruptly ceased. What happened? Rod asked urgently. Did it hit a wall? Heh. Erin chuckled awkwardly before continuing. But I did see the master of that darkness. A truly massive rat. How large are we talking about? Rod questioned, stealing a glance at their surroundings. The cavern was sufficiently wide to accommodate a truck. To excavate such a spacious tunnel, the creature's size must be considerable. About this high, Erin gestured with her hand, feeling it was insufficient, and stood on tiptoe. Even taller than you. That must be at least 2.5 meters. Rod exclaimed. I'll smack you, she joked. But according to the adage that larger monsters possess greater strength, a rat of such size would typically require an entire squad of knights to subdue. Should we retreat? Erin suggested, clearly wavering. Rod pointed behind them. You can retreat if you wish, but you'll have to find your way out on your own. There were 6 or 7 paths branching off into the darkness, without dog meat to guide them. They would have likely lost their way long ago. Erin certainly did not remember the route back. Confronting the potential danger posed by this colossal rat was itself a significant risk. They were fortunate to have encountered it here. Next time, it could be anywhere. We have to press on, Rod resolved, drawing his sword and slowing his pace to lead the way. Soon, they came upon the darkness that Erin had previously revealed. The dense mist hung before them, blocking out the light from their spells as if it were a curtain. It's dark ether. This rat has manifested a magical affinity, Erin mused, stepping closer to the swirling mist. She muttered to herself before glancing back at Rod, gesturing for him to approach. You come. What do you mean? Rod was taken aback, confused by her intent. Erin hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Tina before looking back at Rod. That what? The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. And Rod remained puzzled. Just as they exchanged bewildered looks, Tina stepped forward. Let me take care of this. Grasping the hilt of her sword, she swung it, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that instantly dispersed the thick mist, revealing the deep tunnel behind it. I'll go first, Tina declared, signaling to the others before confidently advancing. Though Rod had not seen such a maneuver before, he thought little of it, assuming it was simply a new skill he hadn't witnessed. However, Erin leaned closer, beckoning him to bring his ear nearer. What is up? Rod bent down, and Erin whispered, Where did you find this female knight? I picked her up. Why? Someone who can wield light ether is exceedingly rare. Treasures like that don't just fall into your lap. Is it really that rare? Rod replied, perplexed. There are 9 ether attributes: earth, fire, water, wind, metal, life, death, light, and dark. Among them, fire, earth, water, and wind are the most common, making up the bulk of the world alongside metal. Forming the foundation of existence, life and death ether create the ecological systems of the world. Although light and dark are omnipresent, records indicate that beings capable of wielding these 2 types of ether are exceedingly few. Previously, Rod had thought that those who could use light and dark ether were indeed scarce, but look at how that giant rat can use dark ether. What is so strange about Tina wielding light ether? It seems to be the case. Eileen felt herself swayed. With each distance traversed, new dark elemental ether coalesced, necessitating Tina to expel it each time that at long last. The large rat that Eileen had previously encountered materialized before the group. It stood with its back to them, its head lowered, and its long tail flicking about carelessly. Although its precise actions were indeterminate, the unsettling sounds of gnawing and the crunching of bones resonated throughout the cavern. As if sensing the noise behind it, the half-crouching rat slowly turned around. Its entire body was draped in a corpse-like pallor, devoid of any hair. Its towering form was laden with grotesque muscles, and its slender, elongated claws were smeared with blood and uneaten scraps of flesh. Perched atop the rat's head was a skull, resembling that of a deer or some other beast, which served as a grotesque helmet. Its murky, yellowish eyes pierced through the skull's eye sockets, fixating intently on the three individuals and one dog not far off. Towering and sharp horns jutted skyward, while its cavernous maw, unshrouded by the skull, gaped wide.